campus forum has been ablaze with a trending post that paints Ling Weiyun in a rather unusual light. Witnesses have spotted this unattainable gem of the mathematics department, indulging in solitary revelry late at night. Others have captured him abruptly appearing at the dance academy, unceremoniously whisking away the department's belle. The crowd murmurs in astonishment. It seems even the intellectual heartthrob is not immune to the allure of beauty. Yet, the truth is far more complex. Everything began with his encounter with that individual. Chapter 1: The First Encounter. With a resounding bang, papers adorned with study materials fluttered about like snowflakes, instantly blanketing the polished wooden floor. Time seemed to freeze for a fleeting moment. All the studious heads buried in books within the library simultaneously lifted, directing their attention towards the epicenter of the mishap involving two individuals. One was the culprit, Weiyun, a junior from the Chinese department at S University. He maintained a half-risen, awkward posture, one hand suspended in midair while the other clutched his bag in a helpless grip. Oh no! Weiyun's mind was a blank canvas, with only 3 words incessantly flashing in his thoughts. The other was the victim, Ling Weiyun, a student from the mathematics department at the same university. Clearly, he had not anticipated this sudden assault. After a brief moment of staggering, he steadied himself, gazing down at his empty arms before surveying the chaotic scene on the floor. A rare moment of confusion flickered across his typically languid face that in the next instant, when he was fervently apologizing to him, while internally he was silently lamenting. Heaven help me, half an hour ago. Morning light streamed through the library's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, lazily cascading onto the smooth wooden floor, with motes of dust dancing in the air alongside the distinctive scent of ink from the books. That was a morning perfectly suited for languorous slumber, daydreaming, or frantically racing against deadlines. Weiyun was embodying the latter state with perfection. Before him lay an imposing volume of Introduction to Literature, while the cursor on his laptop screen blinked in desperate rhythm. Nearby, several reference books and a notebook filled with scrawled notes lay scattered. His classmate and roommate, Xiao, resembled a puddle of melted ice cream, languidly sprawled across from him, lamenting over a copy of Mathematical Analysis. Oh heavens, which deity might grant me a piece of memory bread? Why did I choose to take this course? Xiao emitted yet another lamentation, his hair disheveled, as if it were a bird's nest. Is this even meant for human comprehension? Once I finish the latter, I forget the former, and if I complete the front, I haven't even touched the back. Weiyun lifted his gaze from the screen, revealing a fair and handsome visage, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Xingyao, I cannot provide you with memory bread, but if you require, I could summarize the key points from chapters 3 to 5 that I just finished reading for you. It might take approximately 15 minutes. Xingyao shot upright, his eyes filled with a mixture of reverence and a hint of despair. Shut up, you human scanner. Coming to the library with you was the gravest decision of my life. This is nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. In Xiao's eyes, Weiyun was indeed a human scanner. He possessed an uncanny ability to evoke tears from struggling students and provoke existential crises in academic achievers. His fundamental skill was the remarkable capacity to remember every word, every punctuation mark he had read, along with their approximate positions on the page. For him, reviewing was akin to a process of rereading the hard drive of his brain. Thus, whenever a group assignment necessitated the exploration of a plethora of obscure literature, Weiyun was invariably revered as the deity of research. All right, just a moment more. I'm nearly finished, Weiyun replied with a cheerful smile, hastening his keystrokes to extract key information from the last few documents to integrate into the group report. His speed was so rapid that it seemed to leave a blur in its wake, causing Xiao to feel dizzy and reaffirm his belief that this person is not of my kind. As Weiyun reveled in the bliss of rapid typing, a slightly raucous sound of footsteps and conversation approached from a distance. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze. Not far away, a group of students surrounded a tall young man. The young man stood with his back to Weiyun, clad in a black casual shirt, sleeves casually rolled to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. Just the silhouette exuded an air of nonchalance and charisma. Weiyun, this math model competition relies entirely on you. Ling, could you reserve a seat for me at the afternoon lecture? Hey Ling, are you coming to dinner tonight? Several junior girls have been inquiring about you. The boy at the center seemed to chuckle lightly, his voice resonating with a magnetic casualness. All right, all right, the competition materials aren't even printed yet, so spare me the flattery. As for reserving a seat, it depends on my mood. Dinner, we'll see. His tone was cheeky, yet inexplicably captivating. Wen Yu's gaze lingered on that figure for a brief moment, and his mind swiftly matched the name Ling Weiyun to the image. This name, even for someone like him who frequented the library and maintained a silent mode in social circles, had become inescapably familiar, akin to receiving Wi-Fi signals. Involuntarily, truly a legendary figure present everywhere. When you unconsciously glanced again. Indeed, he had broad shoulders, long legs, and a languid posture that seemed to defy gravity, yet curiously attracted both light and gossip. The students surrounding him, regardless of gender, bore expressions of eagerness that rivaled the warmth of winter heating indoors. At that moment, Xia Xingyao suddenly seized Wen Yu's arm, his fingers tightening, his voice quavering with barely contained excitement. Yeah, look, it's real. It's Ling Weiyun. Wen Yu was pulled off balance and reluctantly turned his head. He saw Xia Xingyao's eyes wide with astonishment, his phone illuminated, displaying what appeared to be a trending post from a campus forum. Encounter. Ling from the mathematics department spotted at the third teaching building. Today's looks are still impressively stable. Xia Xingyao's other hand frantically tapped the phone screen, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling with enthusiasm. Look, the forum is blowing up. Oh my, did he just glance this way? Right? He's the one who wins awards in modeling competitions with ease, supposedly can curse in 3 languages without repeating, and his smile could make the most aloof law students weak in knees, a walking pheromone, the secret to our school's forum traffic. Wen Yu was momentarily taken aback by his friend's breathless tirade, his arm pinched to the point of discomfort. Suppressing a light chuckle, he quickly lowered his head, pretending to study the patterns on his notebook. Attempting to withdraw his arm. A walking pheromone? How exaggerated. Yet, that hair color did seem somewhat lighter than average, catching the sunlight with gentle hues of brown. And his profile was strikingly defined. Stop. Focus on the report. Deadline. Wen Yu vigorously shook his head, shaking off the persistent buzzing of Xia Xingyao's excited chatter and the distracting thoughts of traffic passwords, and resumed his fervent. Typing on the keyboard, he re-entered the state of human-machine integration, racing against the clock to complete the report. Chapter 2. What is your name? At this moment, Xia Xingyao was still enraptured by the serendipitous encounter with Ling Weiyun, her mind racing at an astonishing pace of 800 words per second. Oh my, it's the real Ling Weiyun. P.S. even more striking up close. He must be at least 185 meters tall. Even in a loose black t-shirt, he exudes such charisma. Those shoulders, that collarbone, the cargo pants. His facial features are nothing short of divine. And that smile, naturally curved at the corners, is so captivating. How does one cultivate such a blend of languid charm and rebellious elegance? He was the talk of the school, renowned not for his academic prowess, but rather for his strikingly handsome visage and his nonchalant demeanor. It was said he skipped classes more frequently than he attended, purely due to his mesmerizing looks and that laid-back attitude, coupled with his breathtaking dunks that could electrify the entire court. As she was lost in this tumult of thoughts, that languid yet charismatic voice echoed once more. Moreover, the source of that voice was evidently moving in their direction. I'll just return these books first, he said with an air of indifference, his smile casual yet charming. Xia Xingyao's gaze was instantly glued to the impressive stack of mathematical literature he cradled, so high it could serve as a shield, and so thick it could function as a nightstand, a veritable mobile academic mountain. The stark contrast between his relaxed streetwear and the towering stack was utterly delightful. He tilted his head to converse with a friend, yet his feet seemed to possess an automatic navigation system, steadfastly leading him toward them, or rather, to the nearby return station. Xia Xingyao fell silent, her breath lightening, her fingers unconsciously brushing her nose, feeling a surge of nervousness as she instinctively shrank closer to Wen Yu. Xia Xingyao's inner monologue. Help! Viewing this face from such proximity is genuinely overwhelming. At that very moment, Wen Yu had just completed the final segment of his summary, feeling as buoyant as a balloon set free. He exhaled contentedly, akin to an artist who had just unveiled a monumental masterpiece. Just as he was about to stretch his neck, which had grown stiff, he instinctively glanced up. It was in that fleeting moment that the gears of fate, no, the brakes of destiny, came to a screeching halt. Engrossed in his writing, he had inadvertently pushed his backpack and several open reference books to the edge of the table, creating a perfect accident-prone zone. Oh no! Bang! Crash! Ling Weiyun felt a mysterious resistance at his feet, expertly intercepting his movement. Despite his strong core, he endeavored to maintain his balance, yet the precariously stacked academic tower in his arms had no intention of cooperating. He staggered slightly, emitting a startled gasp, followed by a heavy thud. It seemed that the stack of literature had finally found its descent. Then came the sound of papers breaking free from their confinement, joyfully embracing freedom, cascading to the floor in a grand symphony. The sound, in the hushed library, was crisp, melodious, and deafeningly resonant. The library, which had been filled only with the rustle of turning pages and the tapping of keyboards, was now enveloped in a profound silence, as if even the air had solidified. Almost everyone's gaze, as if guided by an invisible conductor's baton, swiftly converged on the scene of the incident. Xiao felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation as he surveyed the heap of ruins, lamenting, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Wenyu's mind first buzzed like an old television set losing signal, engulfed in a flurry of static. Soon after, the alarm bells within his head rang out frantically. Ling Weiyun also appeared momentarily stunned. He first glanced down at the strap of the backpack that had fulfilled its duty, then swept his gaze across the harrowing yet magnificent sea of paper before him. Ultimately, his stare settled on the individual responsible for the chaos. At that moment, Wenyu's face flushed crimson from neck to forehead. Every inch of his expression screamed in horror. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Wenyu nearly catapulted forward, his voice trembling with acute anxiety and embarrassment, almost stumbling over his words. "I didn't see it. I truly apologize. I'll help you pick it up." He abruptly crouched down, frantically scrambling to gather the papers, his actions resembling more of a desperate attempt to burrow into the paper pile rather than an effort to tidy up. Good heavens! Not only had he inadvertently attacked the campus heartthrob with a backpack strap, but he had also caused the precious materials to scatter like petals in a breeze. If the sisters from Ling Weiyun's fan club were to discover this, he might not see the light of day again, and even today, as sunset seemed precarious. Ling Weiyun observed the boy before him, who was flustered like a startled rabbit. The other's urgency had brought forth a sheen of fine sweat on his fair forehead. His cheeks flushed, and his eyes brimmed with genuine remorse and regret. The teasing remarks he had instinctively prepared to utter, laced with impatience, inexplicably evaporated. He too crouched down, his tone betraying little emotion. "It's all right. I bear some responsibility as well for not watching where I was going." Together, they bent over to collect the scattered materials. Xiao, realizing the situation, hastily vacated his seat to assist. Soon, all the papers were retrieved and piled back onto the table, albeit in disarray, a chaotic jumble. When you gazed at the disordered stack, taking a deep breath as if resolving to undertake a significant task, he expressed his gratitude to Ling Weiyun before returning to his seat, his focus honing in on the chaotic sheets of paper, his expression becoming intensely concentrated. Ling Weiyun, initially intending to gather his materials and leave, found himself intrigued by Wenyu's demeanor and leaned against the nearby bookshelf to observe what he would do next. Xiao, too, drew closer out of curiosity. Wenyu extended his hands, beginning to organize the pile of papers with a speed that was almost mesmerizing. His fingers hardly paused. He would pick up a sheet, his gaze sweeping over it for less than a tenth of a second before precisely placing it in a specific spot in the left stack, then swiftly moving on to the next. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of the pages, the 17th page, the 89th page, Appendix B, Figure 32, brushed against one another in a lively and rhythmic symphony. He was not merely sorting. He resembled a maestro orchestrating a lineup of mischievous children, each knowing exactly where they belonged. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Weiyun, who had been lazily leaning against the bookshelf, instinctively straightened up. His previously nonchalant expression gradually faded, giving way to a look of astonishment and inquiry. He fixated on Wenyu's hands and the rapid movement of his eyes as they scanned the pages. Xia Xingyao, with a mixture of admiration and numbness on her face, quietly explained to Ling Weiyun, "Don't be surprised. It's just basic skills. Yes, a human scanner, with an impeccable memory. In under 2 minutes, when you flawlessly reorganized a disarray of dozens of pages according to the prior indexing sequence, neatly stacking them. Done." When you exhaled, a relaxed smile gracing his face, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He looked up, locking eyes with Ling Weiyun, whose gaze was profound, imbued with an indescribable curiosity and interest, entirely unlike the disinterest he had previously displayed. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under such scrutiny, when you awkwardly yet politely smiled, "Classmate?" Ling Weiyun instantly reverted to his languid demeanor, as if the moment of focus had merely been a figment of Wenyu's imagination. Chapter 3. An encounter at the intersection. Ling Weiyun smirked, revealing a hint of mischief, his gaze casually sweeping over the papers strewn across their table, eventually settling on the title of a report. TSK. He raised an eyebrow. "Classmate, you possess quite a scholarly palate." When you glanced down at the cluttered desk, "Group project." "No choice." "What department are you from?" "What's your name?" he asked casually. "Chinese department." "When you?" came the honest reply. Ling Weiyun, he nodded, seemingly satisfied with the information, then elegantly waved his hand. "I'm off. I'll be more careful while walking next time." His eyes skimmed over the pile of reference books, a teasing tone lacing his words. "I'll try not to topple your memory bread." With that, he cradled the stack of materials and sauntered off to the borrowing and returning section, eventually disappearing among the rows of bookshelves in the library. When you watched his retreating figure, feeling a curious sensation. This person seemed somewhat contradictory. He appeared utterly indifferent, yet his gaze had been so sharp moments ago. Xia Xingyao nudged him with her elbow. "Well done, Wenyu." Ling Weiyun actually asked your name. Wenyu, bewildered, responded, "And so?" "So yes, likely to remember you. He has quite the figure on campus." Xia Xingyao exclaimed, her expression radiating excitement, as if he had struck gold. Wenyu chuckled helplessly. "Why would he remember me? To recall how I nearly murdered him with my backpack?" He shook his head and settled back down. "Let us hurry. I've finished. Can I help you with your calculus?" "Lifesaver." Xia Xingyao momentarily dismissed Ling Weiyun from her thoughts, eagerly pushing her book toward him. Wenyu immersed himself in his studies again, but Ling Weiyun's suddenly focused eyes and his final teasing smile lingered in his mind. "Memory bread," Wenyu murmured softly, chuckling to himself. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the library, Ling Weiyun placed the materials on the borrowing desk, a contemplative smile gracing his lips. Upon exiting the library, he leaned against a wall, pulling out his phone. His fingers glided across the screen, swiftly typing a few keywords. Chinese department, Wenyu photographic memory. He gazed at the sporadic information flashing across the screen, primarily consisting of scholarship lists and competition announcements. The light of curiosity sparkled anew in his peach blossom eyes as he chuckled softly. How remarkable it is to have an impeccable memory. Wenyu's life remained tranquil. A steady rhythm of attending classes, immersing himself in the library, and enduring the various lamentations and splashes produced by Xia Xingyao as she floundered through the ocean of advanced mathematics. Meanwhile, during her nth attempt to bribe him with snacks in exchange for key points, he would effortlessly recite the chapter and section, pinpointing the exact corner of the textbook where relevant examples lay. "Wenyu, is your brain on loan? Why are you so eager to return it unchanged?" Xia Xingyao lamented, biting into the apple he had brought her. Wenyu merely smiled good-naturedly, continuing to organize his notes. For him, forgetting was the arduous task. His mind was indeed exceptional. Not merely a photographic memory, as others assumed. Rather, he possessed an astounding ability to swiftly absorb and process information, retaining and recalling vast amounts of it with remarkable clarity. While others needed to memorize repeatedly, he could capture and remember most details after just a single glance. Those around him often described him as having an eidetic memory. To avoid unnecessary complications, he never bothered to correct or clarify this misconception, as such a unique ability was beyond the comprehension of the average person. With no classes in the afternoon, he intended to return 2 obscure novels he had borrowed a few days prior from the library and hoped to find a copy of a supposedly out-of-print treatise on poetry. The sun poured down through the sparse clouds, warm and inviting, perfect for a leisurely stroll to ponder. Of course, his mood would be even more pleasant if he did not have to carry that cup of excessively sugary milk tea for Xia. The specifications for her order were remarkably stringent: double pearls, double coconut jelly, and an additional serving of pudding, causing the barista to wear a worried expression as she sealed the cup, concerned about its structural integrity. As when you hoisted this burdensome beverage, he felt his wrist protesting under the weight. Habitually, he chose the relatively secluded path behind the library, where the traffic was light and the old camphor trees lined the road, their branches casting dappled shadows. As he walked, he aimlessly observed his surroundings, his mind functioning like a high-precision scanner on standby, unconsciously recording everything: the small wormholes on the trunk of the 3rd camphor tree to his left, a missing corner of the pavement 15 meters ahead, and the distant sounds of basketballs being dribbled along with shouts from the court. Just as his gaze casually swept over the intersection ahead, a familiar figure leapt into his view. On the steps by the library side entrance, Ling Weiyun leaned languidly against a railing, her head bowed as she played with her phone. She had donned a loose-fitting dark shirt, paired with her signature cargo pants and limited-edition sneakers, her wavy light brown hair appearing particularly soft in the sunlight. Even from across the wide street, her nonchalant yet captivating presence remained striking. Suddenly, when you halted in his tracks, the awkward memories of the library rushed back, prompting him to instinctively consider altering his course to avoid any further mishaps. Yet, almost immediately, he found it somewhat amusing. He was being excessively paranoid. With such a wide road, traversing on either side should pose no danger. He averted his gaze and continued walking, momentarily diverting his attention from the heavy milk tea in his hand and the prominent figure in the distance, contemplating whether to try the new ramen stall in the cafeteria that evening. Just at that moment, when everything seemed predictably mundane, disaster struck. A piercing, jarring screech of tires erupted without warning. When you abruptly looked up, his heart gripped instantaneously by a frigid hand. A silver-gray van had surged forth from the blind spot of a side road. The driver appeared to be desperately attempting to steer away, yet the vehicle, like a wild stallion unleashed, charged towards the sidewalk with suffocating momentum. It was too close. The speed was overwhelming, leaving no room for thought. At that moment, Wenyu's mind seemed to descend into a terrifying slow-motion analysis, the intricate details of the rubber distorting as the van's front right wheel grazed the curb. The driver's face contorted in sheer terror, the blinding glare of sunlight reflecting off the windshield, and even his own pupils, suddenly constricted in shock. Each frame was brutally vivid, ominously heralding the impending chaos of flesh and blood. His body had turned utterly rigid, blood freezing in his veins, even his breath suspended. The shadow of death, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt rubber, bore down upon him. The thought of impending collision pierced through his consciousness like an ice pick. In that critical moment, a figure emerged, moving so swiftly that it transcended the limits of human perception, seemingly materializing from the void. Wenyu felt a sudden tightening around his waist, an irresistible force yanking him backward with tremendous might. The world spun. The wind howled past his ears, the van barely grazing the edge of his clothing, accompanied by his own short, panicked cries. With a dull thud, his back collided into an embrace fragrant with the scent of soap pods, the tremendous impact causing both of them to stagger back several paces before finally regaining their balance. Simultaneously, the milk tea, which had endured its trials, completed its journey, slipping from his grasp and tracing a sorrowful arc through the air before shattering on the ground in a cacophony of broken ceramic, spilling its sticky contents mixed with pearls and coconut pudding, creating a chaotic mess. Wenyu gasped for breath, his heart pounding violently within his chest, as if it might burst forth from his ribs. His limbs felt utterly weak, relying solely on the solid arm around his waist to prevent him from collapsing to the ground. A profound sense of emptiness and dizziness enveloped him in the aftermath of his narrow escape. After several seconds, his trembling breaths began to stabilize slightly. He stiffly lifted his head, gazing at the person who had pulled him from the brink. Then, he collided with a pair of familiar eyes, filled with lingering shock and an indescribable complexity of emotions. How could it be Ling Weiyun? The other's tousled light brown hair fell slightly over his smooth forehead, adding a wild, untamed charm to his exceedingly handsome face. His cheeks bore a flush from exertion, and his breath seemed notably more rapid than usual. When you opened his mouth, his throat dry and painful, his voice hoarse to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Are you all right? Thank you. Apart from expressing gratitude, the overwhelming shock and confusion rendered him incapable of articulating any further thoughts. Chapter 4. An inexplicable anomaly. Ling Weiyun had clearly been across the street moments ago, with such a wide road, separation barriers, and pedestrian crossings in between. How had he traversed it? It was unfathomable. At that moment, Weiyun's memory played back the scene from mere seconds ago with the precision of a ruthless judge. The library's side entrance, on the steps. That black figure leaning against the railing, engrossed in his phone, so vividly clear, a straight distance exceeding 50 meters. It was utterly impossible for a human to cover such ground in that brief span of time. The color drained from Weiyun's face in an instant, leaving him even paler than when he had faced the threat of death. He gazed at Ling Weiyun, his eyes brimming with gratitude for having survived, but more so with a bewildering shock and an almost overwhelming confusion. Ling Weiyun seemed to have fully regained his composure. He released his hold on Weiyun, the subtle tension and complexity in his expression dissipating rapidly, replaced by his customary, nonchalant demeanor. He even managed a slight smirk, his tone casual as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. As long as you're fine. Why are you lost in thought while walking, classmate? Have you forgotten your milk tea? He gestured with his chin towards the unsightly puddle on the ground. TSK. It seems that overly sugary substances are indeed inauspicious. At that moment, the driver of the small truck approached, his face ashen, stumbling over apologies and explanations that he had lost control while swerving to avoid a suddenly darting wildcat. Fortunately, without hitting anyone, Ling Weiyun appeared quite impatient with the scene, dismissively waving his hand, wrapping up the conversation with a few brief words to the still shaken driver. Yet, Weiyun remained ensnared in that vast logical conundrum, unable to extricate himself. He stared at Ling Weiyun, instinctively murmuring, his voice still trembling from the shock. But you were just across the street. Ling Weiyun turned to him, raising an eyebrow, a fleeting glimmer flashing in his peach blossom eyes, so swift it felt like an illusion. Then, he broke into a more playful smile, shrugging casually. Yeah, I just happened to pass by and saw you about to become a milk tea pancake, so I ran over. He spoke with such levity, as if crossing 50 meters in an instant were as natural as breathing. Ran over? Weiyun's voice became even more frail. The absurdity of the explanation made him momentarily forget his fear. Otherwise? Ling Weiyun retorted, his gaze carrying a hint of innocence, even a trace of teasing. Am I supposed to fly over? He paused, surveying Weiyun's still pale face, then suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. All right, let me tell you the truth. I'm actually a hidden martial arts master. That move I just executed is called Ling Bo Wei Bu, a family secret I don't share with just anyone. He gazed at Ling Weiyun's handsome face, which seemed to exude an air of I am indeed talking nonsense. Yet you are powerless against me, and was rendered utterly speechless. This individual had undeniably rescued him, yet resorted to such an overtly absurd excuse to sidestep the most pivotal question. The intense sense of contradiction resurfaced. Beneath his cynical facade lay an unsettling enigma that defied rational explanation. Enough of this foolishness. Ling Weiyun appeared reluctant to continue the topic. He patted Weiyun's shoulder with a casualness akin to that of a familiar acquaintance, asking, Can you still walk? Do you need assistance to return? Weiyun inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Regardless, the fact remained that the other had saved him. As for the illogical speed, perhaps it was merely a case of him being overly startled, leading to a distortion of perception and memory. Yes, That was the only rational explanation he could muster for now. He managed to conjure a somewhat composed smile, saying, "No, it's nothing. Thank you, Ling. I'm truly, deeply grateful." It was a mere, trifling effort. Ling Weiyun waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away a fallen leaf. "Now, be mindful when crossing the street next time. Don't just dwell on what was it this time? Memory milk tea?" His teasing tone struck precisely at the word memory. Wenyue's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Having finished speaking, Ling Weiyun did not wait for Wenyue's response. He casually shoved his hands into the pockets of his cargo pants, striding away with a nonchalant gait. His silhouette still relaxed and carefree, as if the miraculous rescue, which defied the laws of physics, had merely been a figment of afternoon sunlight. Wenyue stood alone, watching the puddle of milk tea gradually seep into the cracks of the pavement, then glanced up at the quiet side entrance of the library across the road. The sunlight remained bright, and the world continued its usual rhythm. Yet within him, it felt as though a colossal stone had been cast into the depths of the sea, weighing heavily and stirring countless chaotic ripples and undeniable mysteries. His memory vividly reminded him that everything that had just transpired, every detail, was strikingly real. Ling Weiyun's illogical appearance and his utterly flawed, dismissive explanation formed a vast, discomforting paradox. It was akin to an infallible program producing an outcome that could not be deciphered by code. What on earth was happening? For the first time, he felt a twinge of doubt regarding his own mind. Of course, it was not a doubt about the accuracy of his memory. He possessed absolute confidence in his recollection. Rather, he questioned whether the rules governing this world had, unbeknownst to him, quietly encountered a bug in some hidden corner. Ling Weiyun, with his subtle contradictions in behavior, seemed to become the only visible clue available for tracking this anomaly. Wenyue lingered at the crossroads, lost in thought for a full minute until a gentle breeze tousled his bangs, snapping him back to reality. He looked towards the direction where Ling Weiyun had vanished, and, in a moment of urgency, pinched his own arm fiercely. Ouch! Quite well, it was not a dream. Wenyue endured 2 days filled with a profound sense of unease. The memory replayed repeatedly in his mind, vividly recalling that thrilling scene, particularly the almost otherworldly speed of Ling Weiyun, along with the subsequent nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of indifference and a dismissive attitude that suggested one could either believe him or not. A martial arts master? The lightness skill? Wenyue sat at his desk, gazing at the open textbook on literary theory, sighing softly as the tip of his pen mindlessly traced patterns on the notebook. Such a blatant contradiction to the laws of physics, paired with that almost jesting tone, felt more like a casual provocation, a form of arrogant certainty that others could not delve deeper into. This subtle dismissal left Wenyue feeling even more perplexed. No, he could not let this matter rest. He murmured to himself, his gaze gradually firming with determination. He was Wenyue, a man endowed with extraordinary memory. Even if the world had a glitch, he would be the one to uncover the patch. Whatever the reason, he must find a way to unravel the truth. First, he needed information. Wenyue promptly retrieved his phone, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. He began by checking the course schedule for the third-year mathematics program on the school app, a task as effortless as breathing for him. He had happened to catch a glimpse of a friend from the mathematics department accessing the schedule last week. Tuesday afternoon, from 3 to 5, Advanced Mathematical Statistics, room 306. Wenyue's eyes sparkled with realization. That was this afternoon. Next, he opened WeChat, locating the contact with the flamboyant pink leopard print avatar, Xingyao. Chapter 5. The Tactics of Serendipity. Wenyue. Xingyao, how much do you know about Ling Weiyun from the mathematics department? Almost instantaneously, he received a reply. Xingyao. Xingyao, oh my goodness. Our Wenyue has finally awakened. Is he finally going to make a move on that notorious heartthrob? Xingyao, excitedly rubbing hands, JPG. Wenyue, cut it out, this is serious. I'm conducting a little investigation. Xingyao, oh, I've heard he often plays basketball at the gym and occasionally visits the cafe next to Building 3. By the way, he seems to really enjoy the milk tea shop called 3-4UGN34 at Ximen. My friend says she often sees him there, and he always orders the same. Jasmine milk green tea, no ice, 3 sugar, with coconut jelly. Xiao, how about that? Is this intel detailed enough? Need me to teach you a few tricks? That is sufficient. Wait, how does your friend know what he drinks? Xiao, hee hee. She tried to strike up a conversation, but apparently was politely turned down. How does that make it even more challenging? Impressive, thanks. Xiao, wait. What are you planning to do? Do you need a strategist as assistance? I'm available anytime. Not for now. I'll update you later. Decisively exited the chat, ignoring the series of inquiries fueled by Xiao's insatiable curiosity. He glanced at the time, 2:30 in the afternoon. Perfect. He had ample time to devise a plan. Quickly organized the information at hand. Ling Weiyun had class at 3, and there was still time. The milk tea shop was just right. He could buy himself a cup while familiarizing himself with the environment. He needed to find a more natural way to approach the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he had an idea. First, he would detour to the school bookstore to purchase the latest mathematics journal. His remarkable memory recalled that this issue contained a paper discussing the applications of mathematical statistics. This would serve as an ideal topic to initiate conversation during their next encounter. Subsequently, he leisurely made his way to the taro milk tea shop at the West Gate. Standing outside the shop, he rehearsed his plan one last time. Orchestrate a chance meeting, use the journal to spark conversation, and engage in natural dialogue while observing. Everything seemed flawless. He pushed open the door, and the crisp sound of a wind chime rang out. The shop was not crowded, and his gaze instinctively swept towards the window seat, where it suddenly froze. Ling Weiyun was here. He sat alone by the window, a half-finished cup of milk tea before him, and a laptop open on the table. His long fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, occasionally pausing to sip his tea or frown slightly at the screen, lost in brief contemplation. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, gently enveloping him in a warm glow. His intense focus diminished the usual air of laziness and swagger, revealing an aura of scholarly tranquility and rigor. Yu's heart inexplicably quickened. He quickly shook his head and approached the counter, striving to maintain a natural tone as he addressed the staff. Hello, I would like a cup of jasmine green tea. Ice-free, with 3 parts sugar and added coconut jelly. Immediately after speaking, he regretted it. How could he have recited the exact order from Summer Xingyao's menu? Did this not make him sound like a creepy stalker? Indeed, the barista looked up at him, her expression somewhat nuanced. Meanwhile, Ling Weiyun, seated by the window, seemed to be drawn by the familiar order, glancing towards the counter. Their eyes met momentarily in the air. You thought, this is disastrous. My plan is doomed before it even begins. Upon recognizing him, Ling Weiyun appeared momentarily startled. Then, a faint smile graced his lips, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement before returning to his coding. You stood frozen, feeling his cheeks flush. Your milk tea is ready. For takeaway or to drink here? The barista mechanically recited her usual line. To drink here, You replied, still dazed from the embarrassment. Let me open that for you, she continued, deftly inserting a straw into the cup with a satisfying sound before handing it to him. Only then did You regain his senses. Gritting his teeth as he paid and accepted the cup of jasmine green tea, identical to Ling Weiyun's, his mind swirling in confusion. What should he do now? Should he approach directly? What could he say? Hi, what a coincidence, you enjoy this too? No, that would be too abrupt. Just as when you held the milk tea. Caught in indecision, Ling Weiyun suddenly closed his laptop, packed his belongings into his backpack, and stood up, still holding his half-finished milk tea, seemingly preparing to leave. He was inevitably walking towards the door, passing right by Yu. His heart raced like a drum. With each step, Ling Weiyun drew closer, and Yu could even catch a whiff of his subtle fragrance, reminiscent of laundry detergent mingled with the warmth of sunlight. Just as they were about to brush past one another, Yu found himself inexplicably flustered. Perhaps it was due to his nerves, or maybe the cup of milk tea in his hand had become too slippery. Suddenly, he tightened his grip. Oh no, entirely without reservation. A full cup of jasmine milk green tea splashed onto Ling Weiyun's light gray shirt sleeve. The dark tea stain rapidly spread across the fabric, creating an awkward blotch. Time seemed to freeze. Yu stood there in astonishment, staring at his unintended masterpiece, his mind entirely blank. In his original plan, or rather, in the unformed plan, There was certainly no intention of launching a milk tea assault on his target. Ling Weiyun appeared equally stunned, gazing down at his damp, sticky sleeve, his brow slightly furrowing. I'm so sorry. When you finally came to his senses, frantically rummaging through his pockets for a tissue to offer, his voice trembling with anxiety. I didn't mean to. Truly, I just slipped. Do you believe me? Ling Weiyun lifted his gaze, meeting Wenyu's flushed face, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed into a smile. Rather than exhibiting anger, he chuckled softly, the sound tinged with a hint of resignation. He took the tissue, leisurely wiping his sleeve, his tone laced with evident teasing. Classmate, do we share some peculiar fate? Last time you scattered my materials, and this time you've drenched me in milk tea. Should I wear a bulletproof vest for our next encounter? When you felt his face grow even warmer, wishing he could vanish into the ground. I truly did not mean to, he mumbled defensively, his voice barely above a whisper. It was an accident. All right, it's nothing to worry about. Ling Weiyun seemed unperturbed. After a few attempts to remove the stain and realizing it wouldn't come out completely, he surrendered. Besides, our afternoon class is about to start. Let us go. Go. Where? Wenyu asked, bewildered as he looked up. To the classroom. Ling Weiyun pointed at his wet sleeve, then gestured towards Wenyu. You made this mess. You must take responsibility. Come with me to the classroom, and after my class, accompany me to buy a new one. His tone was matter-of-fact, imbued with an irresistible charm, yet his gaze held no real reproach. Rather, it seemed to find this flustered boy amusing. Wenyu was utterly perplexed. Was this development somewhat amiss? Yet, it seemed to align perfectly with his own desires. Huh. Oh, okay, he stammered, almost dazed, as he followed Ling Weiyun out of the milk tea shop. Chapter 6. An unexpected favor as they walked towards the third teaching building. Wenyu trailed 2 paces behind Ling Weiyun, stealing glances at the figure clad in the light gray shirt. Ling Weiyun walked with an air of ease, almost lazily, his shoulders swaying gently with each step, his left hand, unscathed by the milk tea, casually tucked into his pocket. Wenyu noticed that Ling Weiyun's pace was not slow. He had to quicken his steps to keep up. His gaze subtly shifted downward, landing on the conspicuous milk tea stain. The light gray cotton shirt clung damply to Ling Weiyun's wrist, the dark edges of the tea stain still faintly diffusing. In Wenyu's heart, a little figure shed wide. Flat noodles of tears. The phrase before the mission succeeds, social death occurs, could not have been more fitting for him. However, he secretly stole glances at Ling Weiyun's profile. It seemed that the latter was not truly angry. At least, he appeared to be in a relatively good mood. Wenyu's mind began to click with calculations. Although the beginning could only be described as disastrous, the outcome seemed to serendipitously align in his favor. Not only could he justifiably follow the person of interest, but he also had the opportunity to spend the entire afternoon in his company, at least until class ended, an observation opportunity that felt like a gift from the heavens. He could closely study Ling Weiyun's behavioral patterns, micro-expressions, and speaking habits. Perhaps he would uncover clues to unravel the mystery at that intersection. Though the cost of this plan might mean he would not want to drink jasmine milk tea for the next month and would owe the other a new shirt. Ling Weiyun, walking ahead, indeed bore a subtle smile at the corner of his lips. He slightly raised his right arm and glanced down at the disheveled sleeve. The sticky sensation and the lingering sweetness of jasmine still making their presence known. His mind replayed the scene at the milk tea shop. Wenyu's wide, round eyes filled with despair, the tips of his ears flushed crimson, and his fingers trembling slightly as he handed over a tissue. His demeanor a comical mix of panic and endearing awkwardness, as if he wished to dig a hole and hide from the world. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Ling Weiyun's gaze. This student from the Chinese department was indeed intriguing. In the library, he could meticulously organize the scattered, complex materials, displaying an incredible memory that was anything but ordinary. Instinct told Ling Weiyun that it was not merely a case of photographic memory. Moreover, they seemed to frequently cross paths, and upon seeing him, Wenyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity and something else. And now, he had directly experienced a milk tea ambush. Was it a coincidence? Ling Weiyun subtly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of Wenyu behind him through his peripheral vision. The latter was faithfully following, head slightly bowed, eyebrows furrowed in deep contemplation, completely oblivious to the fact that he was stealing glances. The curve of Ling Weiyun's lips deepened as he turned back, continuing to stroll leisurely ahead. Both harbored their own thoughts, one in front and the other behind, as they ascended the steps in front of the third teaching building. When you took a deep breath, the icy air mingling with the distinct sense of books and disinfectant from the building, lending him a measure of calm. He lifted his gaze to the brightly lit entrance of the teaching building, feeling as though it were not an ordinary structure, but rather a labyrinth concealing countless secrets. And he was willingly stepping into this maze alongside a potential key holder to the world's hidden bugs. Ling Weiyun, clearly well acquainted with his department, strode ahead with long strides, his damp sleeve swaying slightly with his movements, exuding a faint, sweet aroma of milk tea. The aroma stirred a complex array of emotions within Weiyun, as it served both as evidence of his recent transgression and a thread guiding him forward in the present moment. Standing at an impressive height of 182 centimeters, he was hardly diminutive in the crowd, yet trailing behind the 187 centimeters tall Ling Weiyun required him to slightly tilt his head to catch a glimpse of his expression. The two tall, attractive young men, appearing one after the other in the corridor, instantly became the focal point of attention. Particularly, Ling Weiyun, already the center of conversation, garnered even more intrigue with the addition of an unfamiliar yet handsome companion, not to mention the conspicuous dark mark on his sleeve, which amplified the number of curious glances directed their way. "Do you really not want me to help you pick out a shirt?" Weiyun quickened his pace, attempting to shatter the heart-racing silence and salvage a fragment of his own dignity. "There is still time before class, right?" Ling Weiyun did not break his stride. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Weiyun, his gaze seemingly penetrating all of his concealed thoughts, a smirk gracing his lips. "What is the matter? Afraid to attend class with me?" "Of course not," Weiyun hastily refuted, his voice involuntarily rising, attracting the curious gazes of several classmates engaged in conversation nearby. He immediately felt a flush of embarrassment and lowered his voice. "I just think it's a bit awkward." "Then just follow along," Ling Weiyun replied, turning back with an air of nonchalance, as if he were walking a pet that had inadvertently caused a mishap. "Consider this a glimpse into the daily life of the mathematics department, part of my atonement." Weiyun silently grumbled to himself. Why does this person's logic always seem so uniquely unconventional? They ascended to the third floor, where the corridor became increasingly crowded. The intensity of the stares directed at them escalated, particularly from the many girls whose gazes lingered curiously upon the pair, interspersed with hushed whispers. Ling Weiyun appeared oblivious to it all, maintaining his languid demeanor. "Ling Weiyun, over here," a bespectacled young man, exuding a rational air, stood at the entrance of classroom 306, waving them over. As they approached, he adjusted his glasses and noticed the mark on Ling Weiyun's sleeve. "Oh, is this a new form of performance art?" Ling Weiyun shrugged indifferently. "Yes, a limited edition milk tea flavor." The damp sleeve made an awkward motion in response. The bespectacled boy's gaze swiftly turned to Weiyun, a glimmer of intrigue flashing behind his lenses, revealing a rather significant expression. "Ah, is this your new friend? Or perhaps the perpetrator?" Weiyun retorted. "Is the observational prowess of mathematics students always this keen?" "Both, I suppose," Ling Weiyun replied vaguely, seemingly disinterested in elaboration, as he gently nudged Weiyun's shoulder, guiding him into the classroom. "Let us go, class is starting." The classroom was spacious, already populated by a considerable number of students. The simultaneous entrance of two tall and handsome young men immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Whispers erupted, some openly scrutinized, while a few girls exchanged excited glances. Ling Weiyun appeared to have a designated seat, making his way straight to a spot in the back row by the window. "Sit inside." He gestured for Weiyun to take his place first. Weiyun awkwardly settled into the chair, watching as Ling Weiyun effortlessly took a seat beside him, placing his backpack at his feet. The sweet aroma of jasmine milk green tea became increasingly pronounced, lingering at the tip of Weiyun's nose, leaving her restless. Suddenly, two girls seated in front of her turned around, stealing glances at Weiyun. They whispered softly among themselves, and one of the girls, with her hair tied in a ponytail, finally mustered the courage to speak. "Which department are you from, classmate? I don't think I've seen you before." Weiyun was momentarily taken aback and had yet to respond when the other girl, with short hair, interjected. "Can I add you on WeChat, classmate? Is that all right?" Ling Weiyun, who was retrieving a notebook from her bag, glanced up at the two girls upon hearing their words, her tone indifferent. "No, you cannot." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable presence. The two girls immediately flushed, hastily turning back, too timid to inquire further. Weiyun awkwardly touched her nose and quietly remarked to Ling Weiyun, "It seems like you scared them." Ling Weiyun shrugged nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Weiyun, the corners of her mouth curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. "What's the matter? Are you reluctant?" Weiyun, taken aback, stammered, "I didn't mean it that way." Chapter 7. A surreptitious observation. The class bell rang aptly, interrupting the awkward atmosphere. The classroom gradually quieted as the professor ascended the podium, clutching lecture notes, clearing his throat to commence the lecture. Weiyun surreptitiously glanced at Ling Weiyun beside her, astonished to discover that in the blink of an eye, she had composed herself, her demeanor shifting to one of focused seriousness, as if she had switched modes entirely. The contrast was striking, and Weiyun mentally scoffed at the disparity. Taking a deep breath, Weiyun resolved to embrace the situation. She adjusted her posture, deciding to begin by attentively listening to the lecture. After all, she was here, and it would be a waste to squander an entire afternoon. The professor had already commenced his exposition on the intricate formulas of mathematical statistics. Weiyun steeled herself, attempting to keep pace, only to find those symbols appearing as inscrutable as ancient scripts. Why, as a student of Chinese literature, was she enduring the torment of higher mathematics? Perhaps this was the retribution for her earlier indulgence in milk tea. She discreetly glanced at Ling Weiyun's notebook, which was filled with neatly penned derivations. The handwriting elegant and vigorous. Well, at least in academic pursuits, this individual was indeed deserving of her reputation. Weiyun mused quietly, having dismissed the notion of a slacker pretending to be a genius. Now, her task was to uncover further evidence that would either affirm this person is normal or this person is not normal. The professor continued his fervent discourse on probability distributions, the blackboard laden with cryptic mathematical symbols. Weiyun sat upright in her chair, her eyes fixed on the blackboard, striving to project the image of a diligent student. Yet, in reality, her mind was racing at a whirlwind pace of 800 thoughts per minute, though not concerning mathematics. At this moment, his memory had transformed into a burden, replaying the recent events in an infinite loop. Ling Weiyun's languid demeanor, the peculiar intersection, the slow-motion spillage of milk tea, and the delicate scent of jasmine milk tea mingling with the faint aroma of laundry detergent that enveloped him. Was this fragrance rather pleasant? "Stop. Weiyun, what are you thinking?" He abruptly pinched his thigh, forcing himself to focus. He had come to uncover the truth, not to indulge in the sense of his classmate. Yet, he found himself surreptitiously glancing at Ling Weiyun beside him. The latter appeared engrossed in the lesson, his brow slightly furrowed, occasionally jotting down formulas in his notebook. That earnest expression starkly contrasted with his usual carefree demeanor. Weiyun's gaze inadvertently fell upon the partially dried milk tea stain, which left a dark mark. The faintly sweet aroma seemed to waft back, reminding him of that astonishing scene. Was there still a multitude of contradictions and absurdities hidden within this person? As if sensing Weiyun's overly focused gaze, Ling Weiyun suddenly turned his head, meeting his eyes. His peach blossom eyes still bore a hint of moisture from earlier yawning. Appearing misty, yet a flash of sharpness flickered within. He smirked and, in a hushed tone laced with obvious teasing, asked, "What? Am I more interesting than a blackboard?" Weiyun was startled, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. His face instantly flushed. "And no, it's nothing. I was just looking at the board." "Yes, the notes are a bit difficult to comprehend." Ling Weiyun chuckled lightly, finally turning to face him, his eyes brimming with palpable mockery. It's quite a challenge for a literature student to attend a course on mathematical statistics. Who said I couldn't understand. Weiyun retorted softly, indignant. I just need time to digest it, to prove his worth. He forced himself to concentrate on the blackboard. The symbols and formulas danced before him, and his exceptional memory began to function, accurately recording everything, yet comprehension remained a separate endeavor. It felt akin to a high-definition camera perfectly capturing a foreign film. But without translation, the content remained unintelligible. At that moment, the two girls in the front row turned around again, this time holding a packet of snacks. "Classmate, would you like some dried mango?" The girl with the ponytail asked softly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Weiyun. "It's imported and very sweet." Just as Weiyun was about to decline, he heard Ling Weiyun's calm voice beside him. "He is allergic to mango." The two girls paused, and Weiyun was taken aback. He was indeed allergic to mango, but how could Ling Weiyun possibly know? I'm so sorry." The girls quickly apologized, flustered as they turned back. Weiyun stared in shock at Ling Weiyun, who merely continued taking notes, as if he had just casually remarked on the pleasant weather. "How do you know I'm allergic to mango?" Weiyun finally couldn't hold back, lowering his voice as he leaned slightly towards Ling Weiyun. Ling Weiyun paused in his writing, leaving a tiny ink blot on the paper. However, he soon regained his composure, the tip of his pen gliding smoothly across the page. His tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Just a guess." How could one even venture a guess? Weiyun's voice rose slightly in astonishment, drawing curious glances from classmates in front. He quickly retracted his neck, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "That makes no sense." Ling Weiyun finally turned his head to look at him, a familiar, enigmatic smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, deliberately elongating the syllables. Intuition? Or perhaps? He scrutinized Weiyun with a sweeping gaze, taking in his fair complexion and the faint blush from excitement. "You look so pristine and delicate, rather like someone who might have an aversion to certain fine things. Am I right?" Weiyun opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to refute him. What sort of reasoning is this? What does looking fair have to do with being allergic to mangoes? How could this person be so absurd? For the remainder of the lecture, Weiyun completely lost interest in listening. The professor's voice seemed to filter through a layer of frosted glass, muffled and unclear. His mind was on a loop, incessantly replaying Ling Weiyun's airy remark about his mango allergy. It was all too bizarre. The lingering shock from the incident at the intersection had not yet dissipated, and this seemingly casual yet precise guess added a deeper layer of suspicion. Only Xia Xingyao knew about this matter. The other two roommates had never paid attention over the 3 years, and considering this encounter. How could someone he had met only thrice know? Did he possess some special source of information? A ludicrous yet chilling thought uncontrollably invaded Weiyun's mind. Unless Ling Weiyun had known him beforehand, or perhaps conducted a private investigation into him. Weiyun was startled by his own conjecture. He covertly scrutinized Ling Weiyun again, attempting to discern any flaws in that impossibly handsome profile. Just then, the professor posed a rather challenging probability question, plunging the classroom into silence, with no one raising a hand. Professor Gao's gaze swept over the silent students before finally resting on the back row by the window. "Ling Weiyun." The professor's voice was steady and calm. Please share your thoughts." Called upon, Ling Weiyun leisurely ceased his pen spinning, lifted his gaze towards the podium, his expression devoid of any alarm at the sudden inquiry. He did not even glance at the specific problem on the board, but after a brief contemplation, he began to speak languidly. His speech was measured, almost indifferent, yet each step, every key point hit precisely at the core, succinct and to the point. The classroom grew even quieter. Several students who had been looking down in concentration now lifted their heads in surprise. A faint hint of satisfaction flickered across the professor's stern visage as he nodded. Correct reasoning. You may sit." He then turned back to elaborate on the details. Ling Weiyun reclined back into his chair. Chapter 8. Fleeting Sensations Yet. Just as Ling Weiyun prepared to drift off into his daydreams once more, he felt a searing gaze firmly fixed upon him. Instinctively, he turned his head and once again locked eyes with Weiyun. Weiyun's mouth was slightly agape, his face a canvas of unabashed astonishment intertwined with something more luminous. In his perpetually clear and bright eyes, the reflection of Ling Weiyun's figure was unmistakably visible, with his pupils dilating slightly in shock. The glimmer within them conveyed not merely confusion, but a pure, almost reverential focus. Was there even a fleeting flash of admiration? Ling Weiyun's heart skipped a beat, a subtle yet profoundly unfamiliar emotion rippling through the deepest recesses of his heart. It was a delicate pleasure brought on by being gazed at with such intense clarity. Rarely did he pay heed to the scrutiny of others, let alone experience emotional fluctuations due to their gaze. Yet, what made Weiyun's gaze so distinct? Was its pristine quality? Its directness? It bore an air of complete trust and inquiry, akin to a gentle warmth that unexpectedly illuminated the typically closed-off realms of his perception. This sensation was ephemeral. Almost instantly, Ling Weiyun's formidable intellect and long-established defense mechanisms surged into action. He discreetly averted his gaze, returning his attention to the podium, as if the momentary connection and inner turmoil had never transpired. Externally, he resumed his nonchalant demeanor, even subtly stifling yawn. However, throughout the remainder of the lesson, he found it challenging to concentrate, his peripheral vision involuntarily drawn to the still-dazed and contemplative male student from the Chinese department. He genuinely appeared somewhat different. The professor seemed to relish the opportunity to challenge him. Since Ling has already solved this problem, who can explain why this theorem cannot be applied in reverse? Ling Weiyun raised an eyebrow, finding the question intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly turned to Weiyun, directly raising his hand. "Teacher, perhaps this question could be answered by my classmate beside me." The entire class's attention converged on Weiyun. Who? Who, me? Weiyun stammered. Ling Weiyun deliberately patted his shoulder. "When the professor has called on you." Weiyun froze, utterly clueless about the theorem. Was Ling Weiyun intentionally setting him up for embarrassment? Under the gaze of his classmates, Weiyun stood with trepidation, his mind racing. His remarkable memory came to the fore. He vividly recalled each step Ling Weiyun had inscribed on the blackboard, even the precise wording from the relevant textbook sections. Yet, he was utterly baffled. What did these symbols signify? The reason the theorem could not be applied in reverse was something Weiyun took a deep breath to articulate, deciding to speak boldly. He recited an entire passage from the textbook in one breath, word for word. A profound silence enveloped the classroom. The professor adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat astonished. "Remarkably accurate. It's as if you've memorized the textbook." "Which class are you from, student?" "No, I'm not," Weiyun replied, his face flushed. "I am from the Chinese department. In university, it is not uncommon for students to audit courses from different departments. So it was not the presence of a Chinese major in a mathematics class that surprised the faculty and students. Rather, it was the astonishment that this student could recite mathematical theorems with such fluency." Ling Weiyun observed Weiyun, a fleeting glimmer of an elusive emotion crossing his gaze before he replaced it with his customary smile. At last, the class bell rang, and Weiyun collapsed onto his chair, feeling as though he had just emerged victorious from a grueling battle. "Well done, Weiyun," Ling Weiyun remarked teasingly while packing his belongings. Before Weiyun could catch his breath, several classmates, mostly curious and excited girls, approached him. "Are you really a Chinese major? That was impressive. Can we add each other on WeChat? I might need your help with math questions later." "Yes, let's be friends. You're really cool." The unexpected enthusiasm left Weiyun flustered. Habitually, he reached for his phone to ease the awkwardness. Just as his fingers grazed the screen to unlock it, a long, graceful hand unexpectedly reached over and effortlessly snatched the phone from his grasp. Weiyun blinked in surprise and looked up to find Ling Weiyun, who had risen from his seat, one hand holding his bag and the other gripping Weiyun's phone, casting a bemused glance at the gathering crowd. "I apologize, everyone," Ling Weiyun drawled lazily, yet his voice held an invisible authority that captured everyone's attention effortlessly. "My friend has an important task today and must accompany me." Without allowing anyone a moment to respond, he slipped Weiyun's phone into his own pocket and firmly grasped Weiyun's wrist, pulling him from the chair. "Hey, my phone." Weiyun stumbled, unable to finish his protest, as Ling Weiyun half-dragged him out of the classroom. "Temporarily confiscated," Ling Weiyun replied without looking back, deftly navigating through the crowd, leaving behind a trail of bewildered whispers. It was not until they emerged from the building, basking in the afternoon sunlight, that Ling Weiyun released his grip and returned the phone to the still dazed Wenyu. As they continued walking, Ling Weiyun turned his head slightly, teasingly remarking, "Wen, you seem to be quite popular. Not only is your memory commendable, but your ability to attract attention is rather impressive too." Wenyu clumsily caught his phone and shot him an annoyed glare. "How can you say that? You nearly got me killed. I barely had time to comprehend any of it." "But you managed to respond," Ling Weiyun countered, his tone remaining playful. "Why'd you snatch my phone? What else was I supposed to do?" Ling Weiyun interrupted, casually shrugging. "Wait for you to be overwhelmed and unable to escape? Or were you planning to exchange contact information with each of them?" His teasing grew more pronounced as he added, "I saw you gasping for breath and thought I might save you from your predicament." Wenyu found himself at a loss for words. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Ling Weiyun's observation seemed accurate. He was indeed not adept at handling such situations. Ling Weiyun adjusted his bag, gesturing towards the commercial street with an air of authority. "Forget about it. First, you owe me for my clothes. That is far more important than adding each other on WeChat." Wenyu found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by his bold demeanor. Resigned, he took a deep breath and fell in his step beside him. Chapter 9. Next time, just tell me directly. As they walked towards the commercial street, a gentle breeze dispersed the earlier chaos and awkwardness, allowing Wenyu's thoughts to drift back to that pivotal question. He quickened his pace to match Ling Weiyun's stride, finally unable to restrain himself from voicing the query that had plagued him throughout class. "How did you know I was allergic to mangoes?" Ling Weiyun continued walking, his tone casual, yet he delivered an even more astonishing revelation. "Oh, that. I once overheard your friend, the rather loud one, Xia Xingyao at the second cafeteria, exclaiming, 'Wenyu, you're allergic to mangoes and still dare to touch this,' before snatching the mango-flavored yogurt from your hands." Wenyu halted in shock once more. The second cafeteria? When did that happen? He could barely recall the incident. That loudmouth, Xia Xingyao. Ling Weiyun also paused, turning to face him, the setting sun casting a soft halo around him. Against the light, he looked at Wenyu, the smile on his lips rendered even more elusive by the interplay of shadows. "I can't quite remember. Maybe a few days ago?" He shrugged, indicating that it was of little significance. "I have keen observational skills, and my hearing is quite sharp." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Wenyu's ears, particularly as he deliberately elongated his last syllable, taking a half-step closer. The distance between them was suddenly reduced to an unsettling proximity for Wenyu. Instinctively, he recoiled, his heel colliding with the wall behind him, realizing he had no escape. "You!" Wenyu's voice tightened involuntarily, tinged with a hint of panic as he instinctively raised a hand between them, attempting to establish a semblance of personal space. "You can talk, but why are you getting so close?" Ling Weiyun seemed to recognize the pressure his closeness exerted and graciously retreated half a step, restoring an appropriate social distance. Yet, the playful smile on his face remained undiminished, as if the earlier encroachment had been an unintentional act, especially when it comes to matters concerning you. "It appears I have a particularly vivid memory." He deftly concluded his statement, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. However, Wenyu's heartbeat did not immediately stabilize. Leaning against the cool wall, his mind was a flurry of chaotic thoughts. This person was truly peculiar. He usually appeared indifferent to everything. Yet he managed to notice such a trivial detail as Wenyu's mango allergy. Despite excelling in mathematics, effortlessly answering the professor's questions, he deliberately forced Wenyu, a math novice, to face embarrassment, as if he were intentionally toying with him. What baffled him most was how, after that incident at the intersection, they could so swiftly revert to laughter and banter, as if nothing had transpired. Was this transformation not too rapid? Did he possess some extraordinary ability to erase emotions at will? The more Wenyu pondered, the more perplexed he became. Ling Weiyun seemed to embody a paradox, rendering him utterly inscrutable. Various conflicting clues swirled in Wenyu's mind, yet he could not discern a clear narrative. The two continued their silent journey until they arrived at a clothing store on the commercial street. Ling Weiyun strode directly towards the shirt section, casually selecting several light-colored shirts that appeared quite similar. "What about this one?" he inquired, holding one up to Wenyu. Wenyu honestly replied, "It's quite nice." Ling Weiyun then picked up another shirt, asking, And this one? Also nice. When you responded, Ling Weiyun raised an eyebrow and quipped, "Are you here to help me choose clothes, or just to be a parrot?" When you was momentarily at a loss. He was never one to pick out clothing. His usual style was simply clean and wearable. Seemingly amused by his discomfort, Ling Weiyun continued to hold up various shirts, seeking his opinion on each. When you felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, ultimately surrendering and pointing to a light blue shirt. This one, the color suits your eyes quite well. The moment the words escaped his lips, when you regretted his choice. What on earth was he saying? Ling Weiyun appeared momentarily taken aback before chuckling softly. "All right then, I'll take this one." He indeed proceeded to the fitting room with a light blue shirt in hand. When you remained frozen in place, feeling as though he had been boiled alive, his face flushed from head to toe. What an embarrassing day it had been. First spilling milk tea all over someone, then being publicly chastised in class, and now uttering such nonsensical remarks. Moments later, Ling Weiyun emerged from the fitting room, now clad in the new shirt. The light blue fabric suited him remarkably well, enhancing his fair complexion and making his light brown eyes appear even more profound against the blue backdrop. "How do I look?" Ling Weiyun asked, arms wide open, inviting evaluation. When you stared, momentarily stunned, and instinctively nodded, "Very, very good." Pleased, Ling Weiyun smiled and approached the checkout counter to pay. When you hurriedly followed, pulling out his wallet, "I'll take care of it." Ling Weiyun did not refuse, watching as when you fumbled to complete the transaction, suddenly remarking, "As a form of restitution, shouldn't you treat me to a meal?" When you hesitated, looking up at Ling Weiyun, who wore a knowing smile, his eyes glimmering with clear expectation. "Huh? Oh, all right." When you responded almost reflexively. By the time he processed what had just occurred, Ling Weiyun had already stepped outside, carrying the bag with the old shirt. As he glanced at the amount displayed on the card reader, when you felt his heart sink. His remaining budget for the month would surely consist of nothing but plain broth from the cafeteria. He fumed internally, convinced that Ling Weiyun had done this on purpose. That store was not inexpensive. Ling Weiyun turned back to glance at him, chuckling lightly. "All right, I can see that dire expression on your face. One might think I made an outrageous request." "I didn't tea," one you retorted stubbornly, quickening his pace to catch up. Another time, Ling Weiyun halted, unceremoniously pulling out his phone. "Huh, but I said I would make amends." "There are many ways to make amends," Ling Weiyun replied, casting him a meaningful look. "It doesn't necessarily have to be a meal." When you immediately grew cautious. For instance, he was not about to be easily deceived. Ling Weiyun shook his phone, revealing a QR code on the screen, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Let us add each other on WeChat. Next time you struggle with math homework, you can come and ask me." When you was taken aback, was this development a bit too smooth? He had been lamenting the lack of opportunity to delve deeper. Although the excuse of seeking assistance with mathematics assignments may sound somewhat implausible, given that he is a student of Chinese literature, it presents a fortuitous opportunity for contact. "How?" Ling Weiyun raised an eyebrow. "Are you afraid that I might devour you through the internet?" "Who is afraid?" When you promptly retrieved his phone, scanned the QR code, and added him as a friend. Ling Weiyun's WeChat profile picture depicted a profound starry sky, with a username as simple as L. His friend circle was impeccably clean, devoid of any content, perfectly aligning with his enigmatic aura. "Accepted," Ling Weiyun reminded, tapping the screen lightly. Only then did when you realize he had been so engrossed in examining the other's profile that he had forgotten to confirm the request. He hastily proceeded, and their chat interface was finally established. As he beheld that starry sky avatar appear in his friend list, when you felt an inexplicable flutter of excitement within, as it signified a significant advancement in his investigation today. "I shall take my leave now." Ling Weiyun waved his hand and turned to depart. When you watched his retreating figure, exhaling a slight sigh of relief. Despite the day's numerous obstacles, he had managed to make some progress. Yet abruptly the other halted, turning back to gaze at Wen Yu, who remained rooted in place. By the way, he cast a glance at the mathematics journal that Wen Yu had been clutching, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "If you wish to invite me next time, you needn't resort to dousing me in milk tea." Wen Yu. Chapter 10. Interdisciplinary competition before Weiyun could retort. Ling Weiyun was already smiling as he turned away, disappearing into the night. Alone at the shop's entrance. Weiyun felt once again thoroughly seen through and toyed with. This individual is undoubtedly peculiar. Moreover, his prowess far surpasses mine. Frustrated, he pulled out his phone and clicked on the vibrant leopard print avatar, frantically typing. Weiyun, Xingyao, urgent assistance. How can I gain the upper hand against someone who appears harmless, yet is profoundly inscrutable? Moments later, Xia Xingyao bombarded him with a flurry of explosive replies. Xia Xingyao? Xia Xingyao, you finally made a move on Ling Weiyun. Xia Xingyao, wait. What transpired between you two? Xia Xingyao, I need every detail. All the details. Now. Immediately. When you glanced at the flood of messages, letting out a sigh. Great. Yet another person eager for gossip. He tucked away his phone and began to walk slowly back to his dormitory. The night breeze was cool, dissipating some of his earlier agitation. Regardless of his circumstances, today marked a successful first step in his investigation, having successfully acquired the target's contact information, although the process was somewhat embarrassing and the outcome a tad frustrating. Progress had indeed been made. When you clenched his fist, his gaze resolutely firm. Ling Weiyun, no matter what secrets you harbor, I will unveil them. Meanwhile, Ling Weiyun, now distanced, paused to glance back in the direction when you had departed. He retrieved his phone and opened the newly added contact. The avatar depicting a rabbit clutching a carrot, with the username reading, is beneficial. He chuckled softly, his fingertips gliding gently across the screen. Weiyun, he murmured the name, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, a truly intriguing rabbit with a remarkable memory. His silhouette gradually melded into the night, with only the faint glow of his phone screen illuminating the fleeting, complex emotions reflected in his eyes. Upon returning to the dormitory, Weiyun felt as though he had engaged in an intense battle, leaving him both physically and mentally drained. He tossed the mathematics journal onto the table, the sound startling Xia Xingyao, who was fervently typing away with headphones on. Our great detective has returned, Xia Xingyao exclaimed, yanking off his headphones and sliding his gaming chair deftly beside Weiyun, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Quick, tell me, how'd it go? Did you manage to get Linda Shun's contact information? What stage are you at? Holding hands? Embracing? Or stop. Weiyun interrupted, pushing away the head that was almost pressed against his face, though his ears betrayed him, warming uncontrollably. What are you talking about? It was merely an accident where I spilled milk tea on him and compensated him with a new shirt. Merely. Xia Xingyao's voice shot up an octave, as if he had just heard an unbelievable tale. You spilled milk tea all over Ling Weiyun, and you even went to the clothing store together? This is practically a scene from an idol drama. Yeah. And then what? Did anything romantic happen? Romantic? No, just a surplus of awkwardness. Weiyun lamented as he slumped into his chair, rubbing his temples. Moreover, I think he seems a bit peculiar. Peculiar? In what way? Is being extraordinarily handsome considered peculiar? Xia Xingyao questioned, puzzled. Weiyun furrowed his brow, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It's just that he appears to be exceptionally perceptive, noticing details that ordinary people would overlook. He paused, still hesitant to mention the bizarre rescue at the intersection or his remarkable aptitude in class, instead opting for a vague conclusion. And his mathematics skills seem to be a bit outrageous. Of course, he is a genius from the mathematics department. After all, Xia Xingyao replied, wearing an expression that conveyed how did you not know that? But if you say he is perceptive, it seems he is paying attention to you. He noticed the details. There is definitely potential here. Weiyun thought to himself that it was futile to reason with someone whose mind was filled with pink bubbles. He decided to set aside the enigma surrounding Ling Weiyun for the moment, focusing instead on the pressing group assignment at hand. However, fate seemed to delight in playing tricks on Weiyun. The following morning, during a professional course, the professor adjusted his glasses and announced, students, next month there will be a citywide interdisciplinary innovation competition. Our department has collaborative slots with the mathematics and computer science departments. We need 2 groups from our class. Are there any volunteers? A murmur rippled through the classroom, yet no one raised their hand. A competition? Interdisciplinary? Such contests were demanding and time-consuming. leading to hesitation among the students, though it presented a rare opportunity for learning and exchange. Just as Weiyun was contemplating whether to raise his hand, he heard the professor continue, "Oh, by the way, a student from the mathematics department has already expressed interest in participating. I believe his name is Ling Weiyun. He harbors a keen interest in the fusion of literary analysis and social network modeling, aspiring to collaborate with students from the Chinese department and the computer science department." The name Ling Weiyun struck like a thunderbolt, igniting a spark within Weiyun. A sudden realization dawned upon him. This was indeed an exceptional reason to delve deeper into his investigations. He abruptly lifted his gaze, and their eyes met at that moment. "Weiyun," the professor remarked, evidently impressed by him, as it is hard not to remember someone who can recite textbook content verbatim in response to every inquiry. "I recall your aptitude for data and your remarkable memory. This interdisciplinary competition is well suited for you. What do you think? Would you be interested in teaming up with Ling Weiyun?" Instantly, the entire classroom's attention converged on Weiyun, including the almost convulsive excitement radiating from Xiaoxingyao. Weiyun's mind went blank. Ling Weiyun, taking the initiative to participate in an interdisciplinary competition and expressing interest in the amalgamation of literary analysis and social network modeling? "Weiyun," the professor called again. Weiyun snapped back to reality, almost instinctively rising to his feet. "I'm here." He hesitated, pondering whether agreeing would mean gravitating towards that enigma. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming curiosity eclipsed his apprehension. Indeed, this was the perfect opportunity. Observing closely through collaboration would surely unveil more clues. "All right, I will give it a try." "Excellent." The professor nodded in satisfaction. "Consider yourself in. I will reach out to the computer science department to see who is interested. Please form your team promptly and commence preparations." As the bell rang, Xiaoxingyao latched onto Weiyun with fervor. Yeah, this is destiny. A fated connection," Xiaoxingyao exclaimed, shaking his arm in excitement. "Ling is definitely doing this on purpose. He surely wishes to approach you. An interdisciplinary competition? Or ruse? Does a genius from the mathematics department truly require such a collaboration? Clearly, there are ulterior motives at play." When you felt dizzy from the shaking, stop saying such nonsense. This is organized by the school, not an individual competition. Even if it were, it merely reflects his broad academic interests, broad enough to specifically request a student from the Chinese department. And how fortuitous that it happens to be you. Xiaoxingyao rolled his eyes. Yeah, I'm not saying this to be harsh, but your emotional intelligence is utterly wasted on your looks and intellect. This is obviously... His words were interrupted by the sudden notification tone of Weiyun's phone from his pocket. He retrieved the device to find a new WeChat message. From L. Chapter 11. Competition team members, upon seeing the message, an inexplicable jolt of anxiety coursed through Weiyun. Xiaoxingyao, ever observant, immediately recognized the starlit avatar. Gasping in astonishment, covering his mouth, he whispered in a breathless tone, "Is it him? It's him. Yes, here. He has taken the initiative." Weiyun took a deep breath and opened the message. "L, I heard we're teammates." "L, that was quick. The professor just messaged me." "Weiyun, it was decided just in class. I was quite surprised too." "Oh, elle est fatiguée." "L, let us meet at 3 p.m. in the third-floor group discussion room of the library. We can touch base and discuss topics and responsibilities." "Weiyun, sound good. By the way, remember to bring that journal. It may come in handy." "Oh," Weiyun responded. His gaze lingered on that final remark, his fingers tightening slightly. He had indeed noticed the journal, yet he would never stoop to bring it forth in embarrassment. What did he say? What did he say? Xiaoxingyao anxiously tugged at his hair. Around 3 in the afternoon, they were to convene at the library to discuss the competition. Weiyun tucked away his phone, his emotions a tangled web. Was that it? No invitation to dine together? No inquiry into how he looked today? Xiaoxingyao's expression fell, but he soon clenched his fists. Resolute. No waities. Discussing the competition is excellent. Close proximity fosters affection. Weiyun seized the opportunity. "I have faith in you." Weiyun retorted, "Xiaoxingyao, can you think of something serious for once? This is the most serious matter of a lifetime." Xiaoxingyao shot back earnestly. Weiyun could only roll his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, as Weiyun received a WeChat message, Ling Weiyun was making his way alone to his off-campus apartment. Unlike the inquisitive and slightly teasing demeanor he adopted around Weiyun, his solitary state now bore an air of subtle detachment, the habitual lazy smile fading from his face. Deep within his gaze, a fleeting hint of an incongruous somberness would occasionally surface. The scene from that intersection replayed uncontrollably in his mind. Weiyun's astonished, pale visage, the truck barreling past, and his own speed that transcended reason. Each recollection felt like a sharp object, gently piercing his nerves. He clicked his tongue, as if to dispel those images. Immediately, a series of glimpsed scenes floated into consciousness, fragments of information inadvertently captured. The words on roadside billboards, scattered snippets of conversation. The pages of a casually flipped book, even the shape of a particular cloud, all cataloged impeccably, awaiting retrieval. Indeed, Ling Weiyun was one of the few endowed with extraordinary memory. Yet unlike Weiyun, he had kept his talent concealed. Weiyun embraced the advantages of such a gift with grace, while also bearing its accompanying burdens. Ling Weiyun, however, regarded it all as a secret. This ability, rather than being a mere gift, felt more like an imprint left by a dream. He still could not fully comprehend the significance of that surreal dream. All he knew was that upon awakening, the world had irrevocably transformed before his eyes. Memory had morphed into an endless hard drive, akin to a sensory prison that could not be closed. He was compelled to mask everything with a facade of nonchalance, masquerading as an ordinary individual of merely above-average intelligence. The frequent retrieval of that vast repository of memories was akin to a processor running at high capacity, invariably accompanied by mental fatigue and an unspoken solitude. In contrast to this mental burden, he possessed another ability that transcended space, which one might refer to as teleportation, a pure exertion of physical energy. Teleportation itself did not induce physical discomfort. Rather, the energy expended was proportional to the distance and difficulty of the movement. Fortunately, his regular exercise rendered such expenditure nearly negligible. After standard teleportation, he felt no unusual effects. What truly troubled him was the fear of being seen. As for the potential complications that might arise from being observed, he scarcely dared to contemplate them. In the initial period, he often felt anxious. After all, the act of teleportation transpired in an instant, so swiftly that it nearly transcended the limits of visual perception. However, he soon discovered that most people would not believe their own eyes. Their minds either failed to accurately register the extraordinary sight or instinctively categorized it as an illusion or a fleeting visual delay. Even if someone happened to catch a glimpse of unnatural traces, they would often prefer to attribute it to their own momentary dizziness rather than accept the existence of supernatural abilities. Consequently, while he continued to avoid disappearing in plain sight, he no longer excessively worried about the subtle flaws that might arise during his actions. Yet, the incident at the intersection was an exception. It was not merely a simple teleportation. It was his first attempt to bear the weight of two individuals while moving at high speed. The velocity and load far exceeded anything he had previously experienced, as he had never been impatient or sought speed in his usual use of his abilities. The occasion when he saved Weiyun nearly drained him of all his physical strength, necessitating a considerable period of rest upon his return to the apartment before he could recover. Thus, when he discovered that Weiyun might possess some extraordinary trait, an impeccable photographic memory, a complex emotion stirred within him. Was it curiosity, vigilance, or perhaps an inexplicable allure, akin to finding a kindred spirit? His invitation to Weiyun to form a team was indeed motivated by the immense value that the latter's abilities brought to their project. As for whether that brief encounter at the intersection left an imprint on Weiyun's memory, he harbored a sense of inquiry. Yet, regarding deeper motivations, perhaps even he was still groping in the fog, unable to discern clearly. Therefore, he desired to draw closer to see clearly. Was that seemingly clean, yet slightly reckless student from the Chinese department a reflection of himself, or another enigma? At 2:50 p.m., when you arrived early at the third floor of the library, his heart felt like it was cradling a rabbit, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, along with a thrill of impending revelation. When the school organized competitions, It typically arranged dedicated spaces for participating teams to focus on study and discussion. When Yu found the designated group discussion room, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open, the room was already occupied, in addition to Ling Weiyun, who sat in the main seat with his characteristic languid smile. There were 3 others. One boy, with a somewhat disheveled head of natural curls and black-rimmed glasses, was excitedly fiddling with the smart screen in the discussion room, muttering to himself. Another boy sat quietly in a corner, silently fixated on his laptop screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard with a focused and composed demeanor, emanating an aura of rationality that seemed to signal, "Do not approach." Nearby stood a girl, exuding a calm and graceful presence, holding a thick mathematics notebook, smiling as she observed the boy tinkering with the screen. Upon seeing when you enter, Ling Weiyun waved with a smile. "You're here? Just in time. Let me introduce everyone." He first pointed to the lively boy with natural curls. "This is Zhang Hao, a sophomore from the physics department, who won first prize in last year's National College Physics competition. His specialties lie in mechanical design and hardware assembly, though sometimes his ideas can be rather fanciful." Zhang Hao immediately ceased his actions, adjusting his glasses with a grin. "Weiyun, you just love to undermine me. Don't listen to his nonsense. What I possess is called innovative thinking." He enthusiastically extended his hand towards Wenyu. "Hello. I've heard about the exceptional memory champion from the Chinese department. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Wenyu promptly shook his hand. "Hello, you flatter me. I merely have a slightly better memory." Next, Ling Weiyun pointed to the boy beside them, who was silently focused on his laptop. "This is Ji Chun, a junior from the computer science department. He is a gold medalist in the Asia Regional International Collegiate Programming Contest, excelling in algorithm optimization and system architecture, although he tends to be quite absorbed in his coding and speaks little." Ji Chun waved a hand, his fingers continuing to dance swiftly across the keyboard, offering a faint hum as a greeting. Finally, Ling Weiyun introduced the girl standing nearby, Lin Wei, a senior from the mathematics department, who has secured a place in graduate studies at Tsinghua and Peking University. She is the recipient of a national first prize in mathematical modeling competitions and serves as our theoretical expert. Lin Wei smiled and nodded at Wenyu. "Hello, Wenyu. I've heard your memory is outstanding. I look forward to collaborating with you." Wenyu quickly replied, "Hello, senior. I too eagerly anticipate learning from everyone." Once Ling Weiyun finished introducing the team members, Zhang Hao excitedly patted Ling Weiyun on the shoulder. "All right, it's my turn to introduce. This is our captain, Ling Weiyun from the mathematics department. Although he may not seem like a good person, he is quite sharp." Ling Weiyun shook his head in resignation. "Is that an introduction or a slander?" "Of course, it's a compliment," Zhang Hao retorted confidently. "Saying you're sharp is indeed a compliment." As when Yu surveyed this impressive assembly, she felt a surge of astonishment. This was nothing short of an all-star team. Each member boasted remarkable achievements in their respective fields. How did Ling Weiyun manage to gather such talent? Chapter 12. Initial competition plans. All right, enough of the antics. Ling Weiyun clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. Though he appeared relaxed, once the discussion shifted to serious matters, his gaze sharpened with focus and intensity. The theme of this competition is quite broad, emphasizing interdisciplinary innovation. Besides our team, the Tsinghua Society is also participating. Zhang Hao scoffed. "Tsinghua? Why are they everywhere?" Wenyu hesitated before replying. "For what I understand, the Tsinghua Society is an elite academic and technological organization on campus, dedicated to projects and competitions in cutting-edge fields such as artificial intelligence, big data analysis, and smart cities. They are renowned for their formidable resource integration capabilities, impressive public image, and aggressive competitive tactics. I wonder if there are any discrepancies in our understanding." Lin Wei interjected. "Indeed, that is correct. Moreover, the members primarily consist of outstanding students from various departments or individuals with illustrious backgrounds, establishing a notably high threshold for entry, which fosters a strong sense of superiority. They place immense value on honor, accolades, and tangible benefits, often resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve their objectives, lacking academic integrity." Zhang Hao expresses disdain. The leader, Wei Zhe, is a prominent figure in the computer science department, possessing exceptional technical prowess. Yet he is narrow-minded, highly envious, and excessively utilitarian. I wonder how many times he has invited Ling Ge to join, only to be repeatedly rebuffed, thereby viewing him as his greatest competitor. Wen Yu, perplexed, inquires why. Zhang Hao chuckles, because our versatile captain prefers not to be embroiled in his moral decay. Ji Chen remarks, superficial and hollow. Ling Weiyun interrupts the discussion. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. My preliminary thought is to combine Wen Yu's analytical skills regarding social texts, my mathematical models, Ji Chen's data processing capabilities, Zhang Hao's hardware demonstrations, and the theoretical support from Senior Lin Wei. We aim to create a cultural trend prediction and analysis model based on social media data. What do you think? Ji Chen, without lifting his head, responds, data sources? Crawling rules? Pre-processing plans? Zhang Hao immediately raises his hand. I can create a tangible visualization sandbox, dynamically displaying trend movements. It's going to be awesome. Lin Wei nods slightly. I can assist in constructing the theoretical framework, but we first need to clarify several key assumptions. Wen Yu appears momentarily bewildered, cultural trend prediction? What does that specifically entail? Ling Weiyun looks at him and explains, for instance, by capturing discussions on certain cultural symbols and trending events over a period on social media, we can analyze their dissemination paths, emotional inclinations, and critical nodes, establishing a model to predict their popularity trends, even unearthing underlying shifts in societal mindsets. This necessitates your establishment of a text analysis framework to define which keywords and semantic patterns need to be captured and quantified. Wen Yu is taken aback. The idea seems grand and complex, yet he must concede that it is indeed a project that can fully leverage their respective strengths, and it is exceedingly intriguing. His curiosity and competitive spirit are piqued. I need to review the relevant literature on computational linguistics and social network analysis to define effective analytical dimensions. I have already begun constructing the database. Ji Chen suddenly interjects, sliding his fingers across the touchpad, then turning the computer screen towards everyone. A clearly organized document repository appears on the screen, containing numerous classic papers and the latest research findings, categorized meticulously. The access address and password have been sent to your emails. Wen Yu is astonished. There are so many? You have organized this all? The efficiency is truly remarkable. It's foundational work. Ji Chen replies expressionlessly while adjusting his glasses to save time. Ling Weiyun seems unfazed by Ji Chen's efficiency, smiling at Wen Yu. Now you understand how crucial it is to have a reliable technical support, don't you? He proceeded to assign tasks. Wen Yu, familiarize yourself with the literature as swiftly as possible and devise a preliminary plan for text analysis. Ji Chen, you shall begin constructing the data scraping framework. Zhang Hao, contemplate how your sandbox will interface with our data. Senior Lin Wei, I entrust you with the feasibility of the theoretical aspects. I will take charge of evaluating the feasibility of the model. The tasks were clearly delineated and the roles were well defined. Wen Yu immediately entered a state of focus, retrieving his notebook to swiftly peruse the literature list shared by Ji Chen. His gaze darted over the titles and abstracts, his mind functioning like a high-speed scanner. Ling Weiyun, on the other hand, produced her laptop, sketching rapidly as an array of complex mathematical symbols and flowcharts began to populate the screen. The discussion room fell momentarily silent, save for the crisp sound of Ji Chen's keyboard tapping and Zhang Hao's quiet murmurs as he gestured toward the smart screen. Immersed in the literature, Wen Yu occasionally encountered mathematical formulas or terminologies that perplexed him, instinctively furrowing his brow as he pondered how to incorporate them into his analytical framework. Suddenly, a hand reached over, pointing to a note in his notebook. Here, regarding the quantification of emotional polarity, should we consider introducing a temporal decay factor? Ling Weiyun's voice emerged close by. The intensity of emotions tied to trending events can fluctuate over time. A mere count of positive and negative sentiments may lack precision. Startled, Wen Yu turned abruptly, Ling Weiyun's profile suddenly filling his field of vision at such proximity. The intensity of this sensory encounter momentarily stunned him. He could even detect the faint, refreshing scent of her body wash. Temporal decay factor, Wen Yu echoed, forcing himself to redirect his attention to the matter at hand. Indeed, it was necessary. His tone carried a sense of rapid realization, genuine acknowledgement intertwined with an attempt to mask his inner turmoil. Ling Weiyun seemed entirely oblivious to Wen Yu's discomfort. Her finger then naturally pointed to another section. And here, for keen node identification, we could try integrating emotional outburst points for localization. She casually mentioned several relevant algorithm names and core formulas, her tone as calm as ever, as if such close-range guidance was completely natural. Wen Yu hurriedly took notes, once more astonished by her effortless reservoir of knowledge. Throughout the ensuing discussion, Ling Weiyun consistently supplemented Wen Yu's ideas with precisely the right mathematical or data-related insights, or, when he encountered obstacles, she would nonchalantly suggest a new direction of thought. Her recommendations were always precise, efficient, and hit the mark, as though she had a comprehensive vision of the entire project blueprint already mapped out in her mind. The initial shock Wen Yu felt gradually transformed into a complex admiration coupled with deeper confusion. This individual, who appeared so nonchalant about everything, possessed such meticulous and sharp reasoning. The striking disparity between her formidable capabilities and her seemingly languid demeanor, along with the inexplicable miracle at the intersection, grew increasingly pronounced. The discussion extended nearly 2 hours, establishing a preliminary plan and division of tasks. As the meeting concluded, Ling Weiyun closed her laptop and urged everyone to commence their assigned duties, reminding them to communicate any issues in the group chat. Ji Chan was the first to rise, silently clutching his computer as he departed. Zhang Hao, brimming with excitement, continued to engage Wen Yu in conversation about his sandbox concept until Ling Weiyun tugged him away by the collar. Senior Lin Wei smiled as she bid farewell to Wen Yu, offering her assistance with any theoretical inquiries. Wen Yu gathered his belongings and exited the discussion room alongside Ling Weiyun. "How do you feel? Are you keeping up?" Ling Weiyun inquired casually. "It's a bit challenging, but quite intriguing," Wen Yu replied candidly, hesitating before he could not resist asking, "But you seem particularly adept at this project?" He described her as adept, though he felt the term fell short, as it conveyed a sense of calm mastery over the situation. Ling Weiyun turned to him with a smile, maintaining her nonchalant tone. "Perhaps it's because I'm rather intelligent?" Wen Yu retorted, "Here we go again, with such dismissive responses." Observing Wen Yu's incredulous yet resigned expression, Ling Weiyun's smile broadened. She paused, gazing at him. "In truth," she said, her voice lowering slightly and taking on a more significant tone, "I believe our partnership will be quite fascinating. Your memory, combined with she seemed to deliberate on her choice of words, computational abilities, may yield some unexpected chemistry." Her gaze lingered on Wen Yu's face, filled with a pure curiosity for the unknown. "I eagerly anticipate discovering how far we can progress." "My memory, coupled with your computational abilities," Wen Yu echoed, pondering whether this was the reason behind her choice to team up with him. This explanation appeared most plausible. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that behind Ling Weiyun's smiling eyes lay something deeper and more complex. Gripping his notebook, which contained all the key points discussed that afternoon along with an increasing array of questions about Ling Weiyun, he found himself lost in thought. Ling Weiyun, having reached the doorway, turned back upon noticing his distraction. "Come on, let us go," she called out. Wen Yu snapped back to reality and quickly made his way towards her. Chapter 13. The resurgence of doubts. On one side lay his specialized courses, and on the other, the competition preparations with Ling Weiyun. Wen Yu found himself almost submerged in the library, surrounded by the dense stack of papers shared by Ji Chan in their literature database. For an ordinary individual, simply reading through these documents would take weeks, let alone comprehending and assimilating the information. However, Wen Yu was no ordinary individual. He opened a paper, his gaze functioning like a high-precision scanner, absorbing the lines of text, formulas, and even the intricate structures of complex diagrams at a terrifying speed, categorizing them within his mind. He did not require multiple readings. A single pass sufficed. Occasionally confronted with particularly profound theoretical concepts, he would furrow his brow slightly, his fingertips unconsciously drumming on the tabletop, while his mind operated with the intensity of a supercomputer, mobilizing all relevant knowledge for correlation, comparison, and understanding. This process sometimes encountered obstacles. Yet once the critical nodes were navigated, the subsequent absorption of content would resume at an astonishing pace. In the same discussion room, Ling Weiyun maintained a relaxed yet attentive demeanor for the most part. At times, he would engage in coding on his laptop, while at other moments, he would gaze vacantly out the window or casually sketch intricate geometric figures on a scrap of paper with a pencil. Nevertheless, his peripheral vision would invariably drift towards Weiyun. At that moment, Weiyun pointed at a fluctuating set of data on his computer. Would the ARIMA model for time series analysis yield better results for this user activity fluctuation than a simple linear regression? Without lifting his gaze, Ling Weiyun responded with the speed of a reflex. Tuning parameters for ARIMA is too cumbersome. Overthinking can complicate matters. Try a model from exponential smoothing. It's more adept at handling such pattern fluctuations and quicker to compute. Weiyun's eyes brightened instantly. Indeed, it can simultaneously reveal trends and seasonal variations. How did I not think of that? He hurriedly bent over his notebook, scribbling with a palpable excitement. Ling Weiyun's gaze inadvertently fell upon Weiyun's hand as it moved swiftly across the page, noting how he bit his lip in concentration, his eyelashes gently quivering with thought. He momentarily paused his pen. When Weiyun finally unraveled a complex issue, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, akin to harboring stars within. He instinctively looked up at Ling Weiyun, seemingly eager to share his joy, prompting Ling Weiyun's heart to flutter in response. That unadulterated delight stemming from solving a problem together was remarkably infectious. He found himself beginning to relish such moments, enjoying the look of confusion mingled with a desire for clarity in Weiyun's eyes when faced with a challenge, and even more so, the expression of joy and a hint of admiration that followed upon resolution. The seamless exchange of thoughts, often without the need for extensive dialogue, was an experience he had never encountered before. It felt as if their brainwaves had suddenly harmonized, striking a perfect chord. Ling Weiyun privately mused that this synchronized mental state was even more gratifying than swiftly deciphering a difficult problem. In those moments, the corners of his mouth would subtly lift, displaying a barely perceptible smile. How intriguing, truly fascinating. While he possessed an extraordinary memory, it resembled a passive receptacle, an infinite hard drive requiring precise extraction when needed. In contrast, Weiyun's remarkable recall appeared more dynamic and proactive, accompanied by a rapid process of understanding and internalization. This intense learning state persisted until Friday evening, when everyone finally found a moment to breathe. Outside the apartment building, a voice resonated. "Weiyun, are you there?" It was Shou, the captain of the basketball team. "I brought you some late-night snacks." Ling Weiyun initially felt unwell, seemingly suffering from a slight cold, and upon returning home, he nestled in a bed, reluctant to move. However, upon hearing a knock on the door, he took a deep breath, mustered his spirits, and rose to answer it. "Why do you look as if you're on the brink of death?" Shou inquired, offering him a steaming bowl of wontons. "Did yet another female classmate pursue you relentlessly?" "Get lost," Ling Weiyun retorted with a smile as he accepted the bowl, having just been mulling over a mathematics problem. Shou shrugged, evidently accustomed to such exchanges. "You better not show up in this state for tomorrow's basketball game. The chemistry department has vowed to avenge their previous humiliations this year." Ling Weiyun nodded and turned back to the sofa, sinking into its embrace once more. Shou naturally took a seat at the coffee table and began to chatter incessantly about the latest gossip. The basketball court on Saturday was bustling with activity, as the annual rivalry match between the chemistry and mathematics departments drew crowds both near and far. Weiyun was dragged along by Xiaoxingyao under the pretense of gathering intelligence, though the reality was merely to witness the spectacle. "Look over there," Xiaoxingyao exclaimed, tugging at Weiyun's sleeve. "The captain of the chemistry team is so handsome, but he still can't compare to your Ling Weiyun." Weiyun sighed in resignation. "Firstly, he is not my Ling Weiyun. Secondly, I am here for a serious purpose, not to indulge in infatuation." Nevertheless, despite her words, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the mathematics department's resting area. Ling Weiyun was warming up, appearing in good form. As the game commenced, he indeed showcased the prowess that had been the subject of much rumor. Several impressive drives to the basket elicited cheers from the crowd, even prompting applause from the chemistry department's female spectators. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" Xia Xingyao exclaimed, more animated than the players on the court. "That feint, that spin, so incredibly handsome." When you couldn't help but concede that Ling Weiyun exuded a captivating charm on the court. His confidence and command were a stark contrast to his usual laid-back demeanor. However, midway through the first quarter, when you observed a sudden lag in Ling Weiyun's movements, a defensive maneuver he should have easily evaded nearly resulted in him being knocked over. Weiyun doesn't seem to be in top form today," a classmate from the mathematics department murmured. When you immediately became alert, she scrutinized Ling Weiyun closely, noticing beads of sweat forming at his temples and his breathing becoming increasingly labored. As the second quarter commenced, his condition appeared to deteriorate further. He made 2 glaring passing errors and a 3-point attempt that hit the backboard instead of the net. "Is Weiyun injured?" Shi Zheng anxiously questioned the coach from the sidelines. The coach shook his head. He insists he is fine. Just then, the chemistry department launched a fast break, and Ling Weiyun, who should have returned to defense, abruptly halted, clutching his knee and gasping for breath. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, causing the court to spin and a ringing to echo in his ears. He felt his heart racing furiously within his chest, nearly breaking free from its confines. The referee immediately halted the game. Teammates from the mathematics department rushed to his side, and when you could not help but rise to peer anxiously at the unfolding scene. "I'm fine." Ling Weiyun waved his hand dismissively to his teammates, forcing himself to stand upright. "Just a bit out of breath. A short rest will suffice." Yet his fingers trembled slightly, and he nearly fumbled the water bottle passed to him. Shi Zheng. When you observed this scene intently, a flicker of concern rising within him. Just then, Ling Weiyun abruptly stood up, stating, "I need to go to the locker room. I'll be back shortly." As he turned, he caught a glimpse of Weiyun also getting to his feet. Indeed, he had followed. Ling Weiyun couldn't help but smirk inwardly at this inquisitive rabbit who missed no detail. Chapter 14. A perspective from the locker room. The locker room was situated in a secluded corner of the gymnasium, the corridor deserted. Weiyun concealed himself around the corner and witnessed Ling Weiyun entering the locker room and locking the door behind him. Upon entering, Ling Weiyun leaned heavily against the door, cold sweat instantly soaking through his jersey. A severe wave of dizziness threatened to topple him, and everything around him swirled. Why did this fever strike now? He should have taken medication yesterday. He was acutely aware that when you lingered just outside, and that curious little detective would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Yet he could afford no further distractions. The thought of dormitory medicine flickered through his muddled mind. He recalled a few remaining pills in his bedside drawer. Although their effects would not be immediate, they would at least enable him to endure the remainder of the match. Just as when he was about to knock again, Ling Weiyun's figure swayed slightly within the locker room. He concentrated the last vestiges of his energy, envisioning his dormitory, and in the next moment, the space warped slightly, his figure vanishing from the locker room. The dormitory was so quiet that only the distant cheers from the court could be heard. Ling Weiyun staggered to his desk, immediately yanking open the drawer. Perhaps due to his exertion to withstand the match, he felt his fingers tremble as he hastily opened the pill bottle. 1 tablet, 2 tablets. He murmured, pouring the pills into his mouth and swallowing them dry. The bitter taste spread across his palate, but he could not afford to dwell on it. The medication would take time to take effect, so he leaned back against the headboard to catch his breath. Sweat trickled down his forehead, leaving dark stains on his jersey. It was only then that he remembered, he was still waiting outside the locker room. "I must return quickly." He struggled to rise, changing into a clean jersey from the wardrobe. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of his pale visage in the mirror and swiftly splashed cold water on his face to restore some color. A self-deprecating smile escaped him. After all, he was merely running a fever. Why was he hiding? Weiyun paced anxiously outside the locker room, his worry intensifying. Just as he prepared to seek the administrator for a key, a faint noise emanated from within, resembling someone gently landing. "Ling Weiyun?" He tentatively knocked. "Are you all right?" Moments later, the door creaked open. Ling Weiyun stood at the threshold, clad in a dry jersey, though the tips of his hair still glistened with moisture, as if he had just splashed cold water on his face. He appeared transformed. Although his complexion remained pale, his breathing was considerably steadier. Strangely, his jersey was completely dry, despite the fact that he had been drenched in sweat just moments ago. "Did you change your clothes?" Wenyu asked instinctively, her heart inexplicably racing. Ling Weiyun cast a fleeting glance at his jersey, his gaze shifting slightly before he broke into a subtle, composed smile. "Yes, I was sweating too much. It was rather uncomfortable." Wenyu's heart stirred. From the moment Ling Weiyun entered the changing room to this moment, only 3 to 5 minutes had elapsed, which was indeed sufficient time to change. Yet, she was still grappling with her thoughts when Ling Weiyun stepped closer. With a hint of an enigmatic smile, he softly inquired, "It seems you are particularly concerned about me." Wenyu instinctively wanted to retreat, but he raised a hand to block her path. Ling Weiyun leaned in a little closer. The proximity allowed Wenyu to see the beads of sweat glistening at his neck, catch a whiff of his refreshing shower gel, and even feel the warmth of his breath. At a loss for how to respond, her cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively looked up to meet his gaze. "Are you feeling all right?" Ling Weiyun clearly did not anticipate her sudden gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both were momentarily startled, as if time itself had paused. Just then, Xia Xingyao, observing from a distance, felt a surge of excitement. Initially perplexed by Wenyu's prolonged absence in fetching a drink, he was unexpectedly treated to such a thrilling scene. Ling Weiyun and Wenyu gazed at each other, their closeness illuminated by the dim light of the corridor, appearing remarkably intimate. "Wow," Xia Xingyao gasped, covering his mouth, nearly jumping with excitement. To others, it merely seemed like two close friends exiting together, but through Xia Xingyao's lens, it resembled a scene from a romantic drama. He quickly pulled out his phone, feigning a text message while secretly capturing this precious moment, his mind already crafting an elaborate narrative about their relationship. Wenyu remained oblivious to her friend's watchful eye, her entire focus on Ling Weiyun. "It's about to begin. Let's head back." Ling Weiyun broke the awkward silence, casually draping his arm over Wenyu's shoulder as he guided her towards the court. This sudden display of intimacy left Wenyu momentarily frozen. She could feel the warmth of his hand, steady and strong, a stark contrast to the person who had struggled to hold a water bottle just moments before. Yet, why did she feel that something was amiss? In the second half of the match, Ling Weiyun seemed to transform into a different person, his performance astonishingly impressive. He sank 3 consecutive three-pointers and executed several brilliant steals, utterly dominating the chemistry department's defense. Each of his movements flowed with power, as if the frail figure from halftime had been but an illusion. "Now, this is Weiyun's true prowess," shouted Shi Zheng excitedly from the sidelines. Xia Xingyao leaned closer to Wenyu, nudging her with his elbow and whispering, "Well done. Yu, it seems your concern has proven quite effective. Someone is playing as if under a spell in this second half." Wenyu shot him a resigned glance. "Stop talking nonsense." Ultimately, the mathematics department emerged victorious by a significant margin. The team members lifted Ling Weiyun into the air, celebrating this hard-won victory. However, Wenyu stood among the cheering crowd, his heart brimming with questions. How did Ling Weiyun suddenly regain his form after halftime? As the jubilant clamor gradually subsided, the team began to gather their belongings and prepare to leave. At that moment, Xia Xingyao gently nudged Wenyu with her elbow and whispered, "Hey, your Ling god is coming this way." Wenyu looked up and indeed saw Ling Weiyun weaving through the crowd towards them. His face still bore a rosy hue from exertion, and his hair, damp with sweat, casually clung to his forehead, yet he appeared anything but disheveled. Rather, it added a touch of wild allure. "How is it?" Ling Weiyun came to a halt before Wenyu, a familiar smile gracing his lips. "Did I not meet your expectations?" Xia Xingyao, sensing the moment, discreetly took a step back, her eyes sparkling with mischief as they flitted between the two. "You know, I just remembered there is something in the club I need to attend to, so I want to keep you waiting. Enjoy your chat." With that, she shot Wenyu a knowing glance, urging him to seize the opportunity, and then cheerfully slipped away. Wenyu, watching his friend's retreating figure, redirected his attention back to Ling Weiyun. He carefully chose his words, cautiously probing. You seemed unwell during the first half? Yes, Ling Weiyun replied. Using a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, his tone relaxed and natural. I had a slight fever, but a bit of rest did the trick. As he spoke, he twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took several sips. A fever? Wen Yu recalled the pale-faced Ling Weiyun, breathing heavily at the locker room entrance. That did resemble the symptoms of a fever. But you recovered remarkably quickly, Wen Yu remarked, seemingly casually. You only rested for 5 minutes, and now you seem perfectly fine. Ling Weiyun paused in his drinking, then chuckled, perhaps I have a rather unique constitution? Chapter 15. Unspoken understanding amidst probing Shou and other teammates approached, playfully urging, Weiyun, you must treat us. We must celebrate our victory. Ling Weiyun, with a resigned gesture of surrender, replied, all right, the usual place. I'll treat you to late-night snacks. He then turned to Wen Yu, his eyes filled with inquiry. Care to join us? Aren't you feeling unwell? Wen Yu began, but Ling Weiyun interrupted him decisively, exclaiming, let us go. And without further ado, he pulled him along. A large group made their way to the snack street at the back of the school. Ling Weiyun was evidently a regular here. The proprietress beamed upon seeing him. Ah, Ling, you're back. Did you win a match today? We did, Ling Weiyun replied with a smile. Andy, let us stick to the usual. 2 pitchers of beer for each table. Wen Yu sat beside Ling Weiyun, discreetly observing his every move. At that moment, Ling Weiyun appeared entirely normal, laughing and joking with his teammates, showing no trace of the weakness he had exhibited half an hour prior. Can you drink? Shou suddenly inquired. Or should we get you something non-alcoholic? Ling Weiyun naturally interjected, let's get him some juice. He abruptly paused mid-sentence, and for a fleeting moment, his expression revealed a hint of surprise. What do you mean? Wen Yu, noticing his hesitation, deliberately probed further. Ling Weiyun quickly regained his composure. You just don't strike me as someone who drinks alcohol. This explanation was seamless, yet Wen Yu was certain that Ling Weiyun had recalled something unnoticed by others. As the late-night snacks progressed, Wen Yu excused himself to the restroom, intending to step outside for some fresh air. The alley behind the snack street was tranquil, a stark contrast to the raucous atmosphere in front. While he was organizing his thoughts, he heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Ling Weiyun had followed him outside without his notice. What's wrong? Can't stand the noise inside. Ling Weiyun offered him a can of juice here, unopened. Wen Yu accepted the juice, hesitating for a moment before attempting to probe again. You were running a fever during the competition. Are you feeling better now? Leaning against the wall, Ling Weiyun's expression was obscured by the night. What else could it be? I just think, when you carefully chose his words, your sudden discomfort and then rapid recovery is rather peculiar. Ling Weiyun gently interrupted him, his voice resonating softly in the night. When you know, sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one. He stepped forward, the streetlight illuminating his eyes, filled with a gentle smile. I'm just an ordinary mathematics student, occasionally playing basketball, sometimes catching a cold, that's all. His words flowed with such naturalness and sincerity that Wen Yu momentarily felt disoriented. Could it be that he had overthought the matter? Perhaps those so-called doubts were merely coincidences? Upon returning to the gathering, the atmosphere remained vibrant. Watching Ling Weiyun laugh and frolic with teammates, Wen Yu's suspicions intensified. An ordinary mathematics student, occasionally falling ill? Was that truly the crux of the matter? Taking a sip of juice, he was suddenly engulfed by confusion. What was his relentless scrutiny of Ling Weiyun truly for? At that moment, Ling Weiyun leaned closer. What are you thinking about? When you snapped back to reality, meeting those smiling eyes, the more nonchalant Ling Weiyun appeared, the more when you yearned to uncover the secrets he concealed. This person resembled a closed book, with every page radiating an allure for exploration. When you exhaled softly, deciding to temporarily set aside his concerns, he lifted his head, presenting Ling Weiyun with a clean, carefree smile, as if nothing had transpired. This smile was so pure that it pierced through Ling Weiyun's thoughts, causing him to momentarily lose focus. He was acutely aware that with Wen Yu's keen observational skills, he could not possibly remain oblivious to his scrutiny. How the other interpreted this attention, he was uncertain. An unspoken exploration lingered between them. He was curious whether Wen Yu's extraordinary memory stemmed from the same source as his own abilities, while Wen Yu pondered how to rationalize Ling Weiyun's occasional peculiar behavior. Attracted to one another, yet cautiously scrutinizing, for various reasons, neither could easily break the silence. In that fleeting moment, a profound yearning within Ling Weiyun to draw closer to Wen Yu surged forth with undeniable intensity. This desire was both pure and fervent. Merely gazing at Wen Yu's smile and sensing the subtle signs of his approach stirred an indescribable sense of fulfillment within Ling Weiyun. He regained his composure, warmth flickering in his eyes. "Oh, it's nothing," he responded, echoing Wen Yu's words with an unusual gentleness in his tone. The tentative exploration continued, but the tension in the air dissipated, transforming into an unspoken understanding. That afternoon, the atmosphere in the discussion room felt somewhat stagnant. Zhang Hao, grappling with the design of his cherished sand table, tugged at his hair. How do we connect this dynamic data flow interface to Ji Chen's database in real time? If the latency is too high, the effect will collapse. Ji Chen, without glancing up, coldly tossed out a string of technical jargon. Zhang Hao, exasperated, exclaimed, "Brother Chen, speak in layman's terms. I'm just a hardware guy." Senior Lin Wei attempted to provide a more theoretical explanation, but when it came to specific technical implementations, she too felt somewhat at a loss. When he raised his head, having just skimmed through the official documents and several performance comparison papers regarding the technologies Ji Chen mentioned, he turned to Zhang Hao, his tone imbued with an experimental precision. "What Ji Chen means is that we need to establish a dedicated, continuously efficient data highway, rather than relying on the inefficient conventional method of sending requests and waiting for responses." He elaborated that the P mentioned is a data packaging system that boasts higher compression efficiency and faster transmission. Pausing momentarily, he quickly organized his thoughts, likening in to a super-scheduler adept at simultaneously managing numerous small tasks, ensuring the swift and abundant delivery of data. After speaking, he glanced uncertainly at Ji Chen and Ling Weiyun. "Is my understanding correct?" A brief silence enveloped the discussion room. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in realization as he slapped his thigh. "Oh wow, I get it now. If you had said that earlier, it would have been so much clearer. Highway, packaging box, scheduler. You're impressive. Your translation skills are phenomenal." Finally, Ji Chen looked up from the screen, adjusted his glasses, and cast a glance at Wen Yu. Although his expression remained stoic, he subtly nodded. "The analogy is somewhat accurate. You've captured the core points." Senior Lin Wei also smiled and nodded. Wen Yu's understanding and transformation capabilities are indeed remarkable. Wen Yu, feeling a bit shy, smiled awkwardly and instinctively glanced at Ling Weiyun, who was looking at him, twirling a pen between his fingers, his peach blossom eyes revealing unabashed admiration and a deeper interest. A smile curved on his lips. "It seems our team's human scanner comes equipped with a plugin for simplifying technical documentation. Quite practical." Wen Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and an indescribable sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Chapter 16. Lowering the guard, the discussion continued. With Wen Yu presenting his preliminary concepts for the text analysis framework he was responsible for, he retrieved his notebook and began to articulate his thoughts with clarity, based on previously reviewed literature. "I have initially categorized the analytical dimensions of cultural trends into 4 core aspects: topic popularity, emotional inclination, dissemination pathways, and key nodes. For the quantification of emotional inclination, I suggested employing various models, smoothly reciting the names, proponents, core formulas, and respective advantages and disadvantages of several different emotional quantification models, even citing the publication dates of the reference papers down to the month." Upon concluding his exposition, he cast a glance at the others, particularly at Ling Weiyun and Lin Wei, awaiting feedback. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration, a very solid foundation in literature and a clear line of thought. The rationale for selecting and combining several models is also quite compelling. Ji Chen succinctly stated, "It can be achieved on the data level, but a labeled training set is necessary." Zhang Hao, with a look of adoration, exclaimed, "Brother Yu, may I borrow your brain to dissect it?" With that, He excitedly leaped up, affectionately draping an arm around Wen Yu's shoulder while the other hand unabashedly ruffled Wen Yu's hair. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, Wen Yu attempted to evade the hand wreaking havoc atop his head, unable to suppress his laughter. Brother Hao, please spare me, I beg you." Tears of mirth glistened in the corners of his eyes, his voice tinged with a note of pleading. Yet Zhang Hao, in high spirits, tightened his grip on Wen Yu's arm a little more, continuing to touzle his hair. "No way. Let me study this. Your voice sounds delightful. Brother Hao, this is truly unbearable." Wen Yu laughed and dodged, nearly slipping off his chair. This playful scene, devoid of any sense of distance, even caused the originally serious Ji Chun to push up his glasses and curve his lips into the faintest smile. Senior Lin Wei couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head at these two lively characters. However, seated across from them, Ling Weiyun observed Wen Yu, who was ensconced in Zhang Hao's embrace, having his head playfully ruffled. His laughter unguarded and almost a bit pleading. The once slightly raised corners of his mouth gradually settled into a neutral line. An inexplicable discomfort surged through him, like a subtle electric current, silently coursing through his heart. That feeling was unfamiliar, somewhat bitter, somewhat constricting, prompting him to instinctively tighten his grip on the pen he was twirling. Zhang Hao's extroverted and lively nature often led him to casually drape an arm around others. Wen Yu appeared to be unbothered, even laughing joyfully. Yet, Ling Weiyun could not shake the sense of unease that accompanied the scene. The affectionate address of brother from Wen Yu, infused with laughter, felt particularly cacophonous to him. He cleared his throat softly. His voice, though not loud, was sufficient to quiet the lively atmosphere. "Have you had enough fun?" Ling Weiyun inquired, his tone seemingly unchanged, still laced with a languid cadence. Yet upon closer inspection, there was a slight chill compared to his usual demeanor. "Are we still discussing the project?" Zhang Hao, reluctantly releasing Wen Yu, chuckled. "Of course, let us discuss. I was just momentarily dazzled by Brother Yu's brilliance." Wen Yu quickly straightened his posture, tidying his tousled hair, a residual blush and smile gracing his face, and stealthily cast a glance at Ling Weiyun, feeling a bit anxious. Have he and Zhang Hao been too frivolous, making him perceive them as lacking seriousness? Ling Weiyun did not look at him. Her gaze returned to the documents on the table, as if the momentary tension had been merely a figment of the collective imagination. He tapped the surface of the table, steering the conversation back on track. The overall framework of the proposal was sound and well considered. He first acknowledged the work done by Wen Yu, then shifted his tone. However, given the project's timeline and computational resources, the proposal might be somewhat excessive. Moreover, for short-term trending topics, such intricate contextual capturing may not be necessary. He picked up a pen and swiftly inscribed the title of a paper on a blank page of Wen Yu's notebook. To Wen Yu's astonishment, the model improvement he casually mentioned was remarkably avant-garde and precise. Furthermore, the paper he had noted indeed existed. It was a top conference paper published last October, and due to its niche focus, he had not prioritized it earlier. Not only did he know of this proposal, but he could also instantly recall the publication month and the core improvement concept of that obscure paper. This was beyond the realm of ordinary mathematical prowess. Wen Yu abruptly lifted his gaze to Ling Weiyun, his eyes brimming with incredulous astonishment. Ling Weiyun met his gaze, momentarily taken aback, then seemed to realize something, a fleeting glimmer of subtle emotion flashing in his eyes. Yet, he quickly masked it, restoring his languid smile, and gently tapped the notebook with his pen. "What? Do you think this proposal is inadequate? Or are you surprised that I read such papers too?" His tone carried his characteristic jest, as if the astonishing reservoir of knowledge revealed moments ago was merely an illusion. Wen Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within. He understood that now was not the time to inquire further, for even asking would not yield the answers he sought. Wen Yu shook his head, striving to maintain a calm voice. "No, I believe this simplified proposal is excellent and more practical. Let us proceed with your suggested approach." He paused, adding, "You really do have a diverse range of papers you've read." Ling Weiyun shrugged, laughing without a hint of flaw, just passing the time idly. "I happen to remember a few things. Wow, Brother Weiyun, your memory is impressive. You recall all this. Zhang Hao's exclamation shattered the brief silence. It feels incredibly reassuring to be in a group with you and Brother Yu. With brains like yours, it's like having a human database as double insurance. Ling Weiyun seized the moment to jest. Of course, how else could I be your captain? He picked up his bag, moving with a natural fluidity, his expression still exuding that languid demeanor, as if he had everything under control. All right, let us call it a day. Everyone, proceed as planned. With that, he was the first to stride toward the door, his pace unhurried, no different from usual. Even as he passed by Ling Weiyun, his tone carried the familiar teasing note, devoid of any discernible depth. Off you go, scanner. Then he stuffed his hands into his pockets. Resembling a cat that had completed its daily tasks, now ready to find a sunny spot to lounge in, sauntering out of the discussion room. Ling Weiyun watched his relaxed, even more languorous silhouette than when he had arrived, uncertain whether it was a figment of his imagination. Ling Weiyun's seemingly effortless and alarmingly precise recollection, coupled with his overly perfect self-deprecation, only served to deepen the enigma in his heart, rather than unraveling the mystery. It felt as though it had been thrown into a catalyst, swelling and fermenting rapidly, becoming increasingly clear and heavy. Did Ling Weiyun possess a memory as formidable as his own, or perhaps even more so? Meanwhile, as he walked quietly through the library's serene corridors, he allowed himself a fleeting moment of relaxation, the mask of ease on his face subtly shifting once he was assured of being out of everyone's sight. Working alongside this individual, he couldn't help but think, it is all too easy to let one's guard down. That almost synchronized feeling of thought, how close he had come to forgetting to temper his reactions. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The sunlight streaming in from a window at the end of the corridor danced upon the tips of his light brown hair, casting fragmented glimmers of light. A smile, infused with a blend of challenge and deep curiosity, blossomed unreservedly at the corners of his lips. Chapter 17. Welcome back, Senior. The team's synergy had reached an impressive crescendo, yielding astonishing efficiency. When you, almost single-handedly, had absorbed a vast quantity of literature in just a few days, producing an exceptionally detailed and logically coherent draft for the text analysis framework. He even began to annotate the specific training data needed by Ji Chun ahead of schedule. Ling Weiyun was tasked with the overall model architecture and core algorithm design. His proposals were always precise, efficient, and carried a hint of foresight, as if he had rehearsed them countless times. The frequency of their intellectual exchanges increased, as did their tacit understanding. Often, when you proposed an idea, Ling Weiyun could instantly provide the necessary mathematical support or optimization strategies, and vice versa. This harmonious dual-core, driving model prompted Zhang how to incessantly express gratitude for having such extraordinary talents on his team. Even Ji Chun, known for his perpetually stoic demeanor, occasionally displayed a softened expression. Senior Lin Wei humorously remarked that they were a match made in academic heaven. After 2 weeks of intense productivity, a weekend devoid of scheduled team discussions finally arrived. On Saturday morning, when you decided to visit the library to borrow a few leisure books to refresh his mind, while returning the ones he had previously finished, sunlight filtered through the tall glass windows, filling the library with a tranquil aroma of books, cradling several volumes. When you effortlessly made his way to the social sciences reading area, feeling a rare sense of relaxation after days of pressure, just as he tiptoed to return a hefty novel to a high shelf, a long, elegant hand reached over from behind him, effortlessly assisting him in this task. Still so fond of those inconsequential books? A gentle, familiar voice resonated from behind him, imbued with warmth and familiarity. Startled, when you turned to see a handsome face framed by delicate eyeglasses, exuding a cultured and composed aura. Senior? His eyes sparkled with sudden delight, a broad smile illuminating his face. When did you return? Has the exchange program concluded? Su Jingran, a senior in the Chinese department, former president of the student union, and a paragon of talent and kindness, was one of the many whom the female students admired at the university. He first met Wen Yu during their freshman year, both being members of a student council and the literary society. Su Jingran had always taken great care of this clever junior, assisting him in both academic and personal matters. Wenyu was quite dependent on and fond of this warm and reliable senior, akin to an older brother, but his feelings were limited to that. Just yesterday, after returning, Su Jingran smiled as he adjusted his glasses, his gentle gaze settling on Wenyu's face, scrutinizing him with care. After 2 months apart, had he lost a bit of weight? Busy lately? His tone was naturally concerned, imbued with an undeniable familiarity. Yes, I'm preparing for an interdisciplinary competition, collaborating with the mathematics and computer science departments. It's a bit challenging, Wenyu replied, clutching his remaining books as he walked alongside Su Jingran, sharing his recent experiences with a light-hearted tone. When discussing the project's difficulties, he instinctively furrowed his brow, as if lamenting the heavy academic burden to his trusted brother. Su Jingran listened intently, occasionally posing a question or offering gentle suggestions. As he observed the sparkle in Wenyu's eyes and the vivid expressions while he spoke, his gaze behind the lenses was deep and focused, concealing an understated tenderness and affection. In truth, he had harbored feelings for Wenyu for quite some time, having been smitten since their freshman year, yet he had never revealed his emotions. He cherished the intimate bond they shared, fearing that crossing any boundaries might risk losing this silent companionship. He preferred to remain by his side as a brother, content to witness his laughter and hear his words. At least for now. The two settled on a bench outside the library, engaging in conversation as the sunlight bathed them, casting dappled shadows from the trees overhead, creating a harmonious and picturesque scene. Wenyu was entirely absorbed in the joy and relaxation of reuniting with the senior. Ling Weiyun took a shortcut through the side of the library, intending to buy a cup of coffee off campus. The afternoon sun was rather blinding, prompting him to squint slightly as his gaze casually drifted towards the library's main entrance. There sat Wenyu, conversing with an unfamiliar boy. The young man wore thin-framed glasses and a crisp white shirt, exuding a refined and composed demeanor. Wenyu tilted his head, a light-hearted smile gracing his face, one that Ling Weiyun rarely witnessed. It wasn't the focused excitement of a discussion or the shy smile for being teased. It was a more natural and relaxed smile, tinged with a hint of reliance. Sunlight caught the tips of Wenyu's hair, rendering him soft and at ease. Who is that? Ling Weiyun mused, perplexed. He had never heard Wenyu mention him. What could they be discussing that brought such joy? Initially indifferent, he was prepared to continue on his way, much like encountering an acquaintance in passing. Yet, just as his gaze was about to shift away, the bespectacled boy effortlessly raised his hand, gently tucking a wind-blown strand of Wenyu's hair behind his ear. The motion was as fluid as a gentle breeze, suggesting an unspoken understanding between them. Wenyu continued speaking, instinctively tilting his head to accommodate the gesture, his expression betraying no surprise, as if he had long been accustomed to such touches. Everything appeared so ordinary, yet it was precisely this effortless grace that caused a subtle pang in Ling Weiyun's heart. The casual ease he felt while chatting with friends vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable sense of frustration. It was as if a corner he frequented had been unexpectedly occupied by another, with his belongings disturbed. The harmonious scene, illuminated by sunlight, suddenly became rather glaring. What was their relationship? Was this proximity a bit too intimate? A foreign, prickly emotion quietly surfaced, distinct from the pure impatience he typically experienced in troublesome situations. It resembled a sense of territorial encroachment, mingled with a hint of caution that he himself had yet to fully comprehend. Frowning slightly, he realized he could no longer bear to watch. The thought of buying coffee evaporated completely. This overwhelming and inexplicable emotion left him agitated, yet he found himself unable to articulate it. He almost immediately contemplated turning away, yet his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. His gaze remained fixated on Wenyu's smiling profile. Wenyu seemed to sense something, instinctively turning his head, his eyes sweeping in Ling Weiyun's direction. Just as their gazes were about to meet, a buzzing sensation filled Ling Weiyun's mind. Almost instinctively, he acted before he could ponder the absurdity of his behavior. The air seemed to distort ever so slightly, and he was suddenly nowhere to be found. In the next moment, his figure abruptly emerged from the shadows at the corner of the library's side path, as if he had always stood there. His breath quickened momentarily, not from physical exertion, as this distance was trivial to him, but due to an internal turmoil that he could hardly fathom. What am I doing? What am I hiding from? He irritably raked his fingers through his hair, uninterested in delving into the origins of this baffling emotion, seeking merely a distraction. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Hello? Shou? Where are you? The basketball court? Wait for me. I'm coming. After hanging up, he strode purposefully towards the gymnasium, as if to shake off not only the earlier scene, but also the lingering discontent within him. However, that oppressive feeling remained lodged in his heart like a small stone, not easily overlooked. Chapter 18. Unexplained irritation when you turned his head, he saw only the empty path and the treetops swaying gently in the breeze. What's wrong? Su Jingran asked gently. Nothing, Weiyun replied, shaking his head, though a strange sensation flickered within him. He felt as though he had sensed a familiar gaze. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. At that moment, a lively figure dashed out of the library, glancing down at a phone while walking briskly, muttering excitedly, wow. The forum says Ling is going to play basketball. I can't miss this opportunity. It was Xiao, who was dressed in trendy attire that was striking yet entirely devoid of femininity, accentuating his sunny and handsome demeanor. As a radiant young man, he never concealed his sexual orientation. With a cheerful and generous disposition, he enjoyed widespread popularity at school, particularly among his numerous female friends, and was a frequent contributor to the gossip section of the campus forum. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Weiyun and Su Jingran seated on a bench, his eyes instantly brightening. Yeah, Senior Su, you're back. He sprang over, only to abruptly remember the matter at hand. Right. Yeah. Let us go watch a basketball game. Huh? What game? Weiyun asked, bewildered. Ling Weiyun. The forum says he's south at the basketball court with Shou. Come on. This is a rare opportunity to witness our captain's south prowess on the court. Xiao exclaimed, eagerly tugging at Weiyun's arm. At the mention of Ling Weiyun, that peculiar feeling stirred once more within Weiyun, prompting an instinctive desire to decline. I think I want to go. Oh, come on. You need a balance of work and play. You've been studying too hard, Xiao insisted, not allowing him a chance to refuse. Senior Su, why don't you join us? You're free anyway. Su Jingran looked at Weiyun and smiled gently. I have no plans. If you're going, I'll accompany you. Thus, under the enthusiastic persuasion of Xiao, a natural socialite and an invisible gossip instigator, what initially began as a casual chat between two individuals unexpectedly transformed into a trio heading toward the basketball court. The gentle flapping of butterfly wings seemed to signal an impending storm gathering above the court. When Weiyun, Su Jingran, and Xiao arrived at the basketball court, a considerable crowd had already formed, drawn by Ling Weiyun's presence, predominantly consisting of girls. On the court, Ling Weiyun appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation. He shed his usual nonchalant demeanor, exhibiting a focused and sharp gaze, with movements that were agile and swift. Each leap, every maneuver, and every shot was infused with explosive energy and a near primal beauty of strength. Sweat dampened the strands of hair on his forehead, accentuating the smooth contours of his jawline and neck, eliciting hushed gasps from the onlookers. He seemed entirely absorbed in the sport, or rather, immersed in some emotion that yearned for expression. Xiao excitedly tugged at Weiyun's sleeve, whispering comments as they watched. Wow, that explosiveness, the core strength, incredible. No wonder there's daily chatter about him on the forum. Weiyun observed the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure on the court, noting the heightened intensity in Ling Weiyun's gaze and movements, stirring an indescribable feeling within him. He couldn't shake the impression that Ling Weiyun was playing with an unusual fervor today. At that moment, with a graceful spin and a jump shot, the basketball traced a perfect arc before swishing through the net. As he landed, his gaze inadvertently swept over to the sidelines. Then, his movement faltered almost imperceptibly. He spotted Weiyun, along with the refined, somewhat out-of-place young man beside him, and the boisterous Xiao. What were they doing here? The nameless frustration he had managed to suppress through exertion surged forth, igniting even more fervently. He was oblivious to the fact that his expression had instantly turned cold, and his gaze had darkened. In the subsequent round, his defensive movements took on a distinctly more aggressive tone, even tinged with a hint of hostility, causing Shou, his opponent, to momentarily pause and cast a bewildered glance in his direction. Ling Weiyun entirely disregarded the puzzled gazes of his teammates, his attention almost uncontrollably drifting towards the sidelines. He observed Xia Xingyao excitedly whispering something into Wenyu's ear, noted Wenyu's shy smile, and saw an unfamiliar male student thoughtfully offering her a bottle of water. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated through the air. Distracted, Ling Weiyun collided with an opposing player while attempting to jump for a rebound, resulting in a slight twist of his ankle upon landing, causing him to stagger. "Weiyun, are you all right?" Shou and the other teammates quickly gathered around him. On the sidelines, Wenyu felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively taking a small step forward, her face betraying her concern. Ling Weiyun frowned as he flexed his ankle, waving his hand to indicate he was fine. Yet, his gaze swiftly and coldly swept over the sidelines, momentarily lingering on Wenyu and Su Jingran beside her, his expression inscrutable, bearing evident displeasure and detachment. He then turned to Shou and muttered that he was done playing, expressionless as he pushed through the crowd, not sparing a glance at Wenyu and the others, striding directly towards the exit of the gymnasium, leaving behind a stunned audience and teammates. Wenyu stood frozen, watching Ling Weiyun's retreating figure. Clearly filled with anger and seemingly injured, her heart felt as though it had been struck by something forceful, aching and swelling with emotion. His ankle seemed to be sprained, and he was angry. Xia Xingyao, equally taken aback, murmured softly, "What is going on? He was playing so well. Why did he leave? And he looked so displeased? Wenyu, where are you going?" Wenyu could hardly respond to Xia Xingyao's inquiry. Concern and an inexplicable urgency overshadowed her other emotions as she hastily declared, "His ankle is sprained. I need to check on him," and swiftly pursued Ling Weiyun's departing figure. "Xingyao, you and the senior can head back first," she called out over her shoulder without looking back. Xia Xingyao stared in astonishment at Wenyu's unwavering determination as she rushed away, then glanced at the inscrutable Su Jingran beside her, her eyes suddenly lighting up with familiar excitement. It was the thrill of discovering an extraordinary pairing. She let out a suppressed exclamation, gripping Su Jingran's arm in her excitement, only to release it almost immediately. "Did you see that? Wenyu is really anxious. She just chased after him like that. This definitely means something." Su Jingran remained where he was, watching Wenyu quickly vanish through the gymnasium exit, his gaze behind his lenses inscrutable. His gentle demeanor revealed little emotion, though the habitual curve of his lips seemed to tighten slightly. He gently adjusted his glasses and did not engage with Xia Xingyao's enthusiastic gossip, simply stating, "Well then, let us be on our way." Yet, his gaze lingered contemplatively in the direction from which Ling Weiyun and Wenyu had departed. Xia Xingyao remained lost in her excitement over the potential pairing, completely oblivious to Su Jingran's subtle emotional shift, happily musing about how to discreetly share her observations on the forum. As Wenyu exited the gymnasium, he anxiously surveyed his surroundings, searching for the figure who should have just departed, possibly still limping. However, the path leading to the dormitory area was deserted, save for a few scattered students ambling along. And there was no sign of Ling Weiyun. The alternate route to the campus clinic was equally quiet. Has he really left so quickly? Wenyu murmured to himself, perplexed. Can one walk so fast, even with an ankle injury? He even jogged a short distance toward the direction of Ling Weiyun's off-campus apartment, yet found nothing. It was as if the person had vanished into thin air. Standing at the crossroads, Wenyu's primary concern was worry. After all, it was only natural to check on a teammate after witnessing an injury. Yet, he sensed a certain coldness in Ling Weiyun's demeanor upon leaving. Was it merely a result of poor performance and injury affecting his mood? He took out his phone, opened the chat with the starry avatar, and sent a message. "Wenyu, I noticed you seem to have twisted your ankle. Are you all right?" After sending the message, it sank like a stone into the ocean, as he received no response throughout the weekend. Gazing at his unresponsive phone, Wenyu's concern gradually gave way to a tinge of helplessness. Perhaps he simply wished not to be disturbed, or thought that a minor injury did not warrant a reply. After all, Ling Weiyun appeared to be the type who was independent, yet somewhat aloof. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on it further. Chapter 19. Oh, you're investigating me? Thus, the weekend passed quietly. On Monday afternoon, in the group discussion room, when you arrived a few minutes early, having readjusted his mindset to its usual state. Upon pushing the door open, he discovered Ling Weiyun already seated inside, engrossed in his phone. Hearing the door creak, Ling Weiyun lifted his head. Their gazes met in the air. When you noticed that Ling Weiyun's ankle seemed to be unscathed, as he appeared to move without difficulty. Relieved, he naturally inquired, "Captain Ling, is your ankle all right now?" Ling Weiyun, looking into Wen Yu's clear and earnest eyes filled with genuine concern, felt a vague knot in his heart that he could not untangle. The subtle awkwardness that lingered since Saturday dissipated like mist under the sun, leaving behind an inexplicable sense of shame. Here was someone openly caring for him, while he had been grappling with his own unfounded emotions. Immediately, he donned his usual languid smile, adopting a casual tone. "It's nothing, just a minor issue." "Thank you." His demeanor was utterly natural, as if the person who had left in a foul mood on Saturday was not him at all. Not responding to messages? Perhaps he simply deemed it unnecessary or forgot. That was quintessentially Ling Weiyun. Seeing him say this, when you felt reassured and smiled, "That's good to hear," as he moved to take a seat. In that fleeting moment, a subtle wave of emotion did pass through Ling Weiyun's heart, but it came and went so swiftly that he couldn't even grasp its tail, let alone delve into it. Since he could not identify the cause, he decided not to ponder it further. He was adept at ignoring emotions he could not comprehend. Soon, Ji Chun, Zhang Hao, and Lin Wei also arrived in succession. Zhang Hao burst in, brimming with energy as he shared amusing anecdotes from the weekend, while Ji Chun quietly opened his laptop, and Senior Lin Wei greeted everyone with a smile. The discussion commenced. Everyone's attention swiftly converged on the project. The incident on Saturday left no visible traces. The team's discussion concluded efficiently, with everyone clear on the task milestones for the upcoming days. Senior Lin Wei closed her notebook and reminded everyone, "By the way, this Wednesday afternoon, we have no classes, remember? We will proceed as planned to Qinghe Community for preliminary research, gathering some authentic primary data and conducting user interviews." She looked at the group gently, her gaze finally resting on Wen Yu, who was diligently jotting down notes, and on Ling Weiyun, who appeared languid yet attentive. With a smile, she added, "The old residential area over there might have poor road conditions, so remember to wear comfortable shoes." "Got it." Zhang Hao was the first to respond, assuring, "I'll wear my combat boots." Yichen nodded silently. Ling Weiyun lazily gestured an okay. Wen Yu also lifted his head, replying earnestly, "All right, Senior," noted. As the meeting concluded, everyone began to gather their belongings. Ling Weiyun swiftly stowed her laptop into her backpack before naturally glancing at Wen Yu beside her. "Shall we go together?" Wen Yu zipped up his bag and looked up, as if suddenly recalling something. His eyes turned towards Ling Weiyun, his tone tentative yet inviting. "How about we grab a drink? The place you like, Yujian?" Upon finishing his sentence, a hint of nervousness stirred within him. Was this akin to asking a teammate out? Surely, it couldn't be a problem. He sensed that their previous discussion had been quite engaging, and the inexplicable awkwardness from the weekend seemed unnoticed by her. Yet, he yearned to restore a familiar atmosphere, perhaps even delicately probe into what had transpired that day on the basketball court, despite doubting he would glean any insights. Ling Weiyun appeared taken aback by the invitation, momentarily stunned. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes, which quickly morphed into a deeper smile. The familiar mischievous curve returned to her lips as she lowered her voice. Laced with playful teasing, "Oh, Yujian? The one I like?" She deliberately elongated her tone, her gaze scanning Wen Yu's face intently. "Wen Yu, are you investigating me?" Her tone was playful, leaving her emotions ambiguous. Whether she was pleased or displeased was unclear, more akin to someone discovering something amusing. Wen Yu's heart skipped a beat, warmth spreading across his face. Yet he endeavored to maintain composure, even meeting her gaze with a smile that crinkled his eyes, responding as naturally as he could. "Does this require investigation?" Wasn't I the one who spilled milk tea all over you last time? He paused, continuing, I passed by there several times before and noticed you inside. So, I guess you might like it. This explanation was reasonable, demonstrating that his insights were derived from mere observation, while downplaying any intentional scrutiny, making it seem like a casual detail he had stumbled upon. Ling Weiyun's smile deepened, intertwined with a hint of other, more complex emotions. Indeed, she frequented that tea shop, as it was conveniently located near a few spots where she could discreetly vanish for a moment. Yet, she anticipated that when you not only remembered her favorite tea shop, but also noticed her every time she passed by. The sensation of being so vividly remembered and noticed was a novelty for him. In the past, he had always been the one to remember everything and observe others. But now, there was someone capable of easily capturing the nuances of his life. Quite the keen observer, this literary genius. Ling Weiyun straightened up, shouldered his bag, and naturally gestured towards the door with a lift of his chin. Let's go. He did not delve deeper, seemingly accepting this explanation, which allowed Weiyun to breathe a silent sigh of relief. All right. Weiyun nodded, gathering her belongings. The two walked side by side out of the teaching building. The setting sun cast a warm hue over the campus, and the evening breeze, tinged with a hint of coolness, dispersed the heat of the day. As they strolled, they conversed effortlessly about the project details discussed earlier, occasionally drifting into other topics. Ling Weiyun appeared to be in good spirits, engaging a bit more than usual. The idea you proposed about using semantic role labeling to assist in determining emotional tendencies is quite ingenious, he complimented, his tone unusually direct. Thank you. When you smiled at him, with your model's high requirements, don't you think you should devise some strategies to meet them? I call this high standards and strict demands, designed to inspire your potential. Indeed, Captain Ling, amidst their banter, the familiar sign of the Eugene Milk Tea Shop came into view. At this hour, the shop was not crowded, offering a serene atmosphere. The usual? Weiyun naturally turned to ask Ling Weiyun as they approached the counter. Ling Weiyun raised an eyebrow. Can you still recall these places from memory? After all, you nearly ended up drenched. It left quite an impression. Weiyun mumbled softly, touching her nose. Ling Weiyun chuckled quietly and addressed the staff. 1 cup of jasmine milk green tea, no ice, with 3 parts sugar, and add coconut jelly. Then he turned to Weiyun. What about you? I'll have a 4-season spring tea, less sugar, Weiyun replied, as her tolerance for sweetness was not as high as Ling Weiyun's. The two took their milk teas and, in perfect harmony, chose a quiet corner by the window to sit. Outside the transparent glass, the campus night scene gradually came to life. After the soft sound of the straw piercing the plastic film, a brief silence enveloped them. The conversation about the project momentarily paused, and a subtle atmosphere, hovering between familiarity and tentative exploration, began to spread. Chapter 20. Each with their thoughts. When you bit the straw, the icy taro milk tea sliding through sweet and creamy, yet she found herself somewhat indifferent to its taste. She hesitated on how to broach the subject of Ling Weiyun's abrupt departure from the basketball game on Saturday, wanting to avoid seeming too abrupt or deliberate. She organized her thoughts, preparing to speak when, almost simultaneously, Ling Weiyun's voice broke the brief silence. Both were taken aback, exchanging glances before they couldn't help but chuckle softly, the previous subtle and tentative atmosphere shattered by this small moment of shared understanding, becoming much more natural. You go first. Ling Weiyun inclined his chin, gesturing for Weiyun to speak, while he lazily leaned against the back of his chair, adopting an attentive demeanor. It's nothing much. Weiyun pondered before asking. It's just that you left so suddenly on Saturday. I chased after you, but couldn't find you. And you didn't reply to my messages. He endeavored to modulate his tone to resemble that of a concerned teammate, concealing the underlying intensity of his inquisitiveness. Is the injury quite painful? Ling Weiyun's movement of sipping the milk tea momentarily faltered. Had he pursued him? Had he even sent a message? In the midst of his agitation following the exertion of his abilities and an inexplicable sense of loss of control, he had instantaneously teleported back to his apartment, leaving his phone neglected and unseen. A fleeting sensation of guilt, so subtle that he nearly failed to capture it himself, brushed through his mind. Yet his expression remained one of nonchalance, even managing to muster a resigned smile. "Oh, that? It's nothing, just a minor injury. I applied ice on it when I got back." He shifted his previously twisted ankle with agility, displaying no signs of distress whatsoever. He had missed the phone's silent notifications and subsequently forgot to respond. He downplayed the incident as a trivial oversight, his tone so seamless it bordered on flawless. When you acknowledged with a soft "oh" and a nod, accepting this explanation. However, his prodigious intellect instinctively recorded. The ankle exhibited full range of motion with no visible discomfort, presenting a slight contradiction to the somewhat hasty departure he had observed earlier. Yet, this incongruity was insufficient to support any conjecture. Perhaps he truly had recuperated swiftly. "What were you about to say?" When you lifted his gaze, effortlessly tossing the question back, his clear eyes fixed on Ling Weiyun, infused with a hint of genuine curiosity. "Me?" Ling Weiyun was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. What he had almost blurted out was, "Who was that boy who spoke with you on Saturday and helped you tidy your hair?" Yet, as the words hovered on the brink of his lips, he abruptly realized how absurd and intrusive the question would appear. In what capacity was he asking? As a teammate? A friend? Or something else? He swiftly suppressed that inexplicable urge to probe further, deftly redirecting the conversation to a safer, more contextually appropriate topic. "I merely wanted to inquire about the research project at that old community on Wednesday. Is there anything you're uncertain about? Or do you foresee any potential complications?" When you blinked, seemingly surprised by his abrupt shift to a more serious matter, yet he contemplated thoughtfully before responding. "Not at the moment. We can assess the situation when we arrive. It should be fine." "All right. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to inform me." Ling Weiyun nodded, lifting his milk tea for another sip to mask the abruptness of his earlier transition. With that minor interlude behind them, the atmosphere between the two resumed its natural state, oscillating between the realms of teammates and friends. The air was imbued with the sweet aroma of milk tea and an ineffable, burgeoning warmth. Ling Weiyun began to share seemingly mundane yet invaluable research tips, while when you listened intently, nodding occasionally. As dusk enveloped the sky outside, the warm yellow light of the tea shop softly enveloped their figures. They discussed research and projects, interspersing their conversation with trivial campus anecdotes. They tacitly agreed to avoid mentioning Saturday again, yet certain questions and emotions lay quietly buried within, awaiting the right moment to resurface. When the milk tea reached its end, Ling Weiyun finally stood. "Shall we head back?" "Yes," came the succinct reply. When you nodded and rose to his feet, the two exited the milk tea shop, the evening breeze caressing their faces, imbued with the refreshing essence unique to early summer nights. The path back to the dormitory was not lengthy, and they exchanged little conversation. Nevertheless, the atmosphere between them was more relaxed and natural than when they arrived. Upon reaching the base of Wenyu's dormitory, Ling Weiyun halted. "Shall we meet at the entrance of the teaching building at 1 o'clock on Wednesday?" "All right. Sounds good." Wenyu replied with a nod. "I'll head up first. Thank you for sharing your insights today." Ling Weiyun watched him. "No problem. See you on Wednesday." "See you then," Wenyu said, turning to ascend the stairs. Ling Weiyun stood below, observing his figure fade from sight before he turned away, hands tucked in his pockets, leisurely making his way toward the off-campus apartment, a faint, unperceived smile gracing his lips. On Wednesday afternoon, the weather was splendid with a gentle breeze. Wenyu arrived punctually at the school gate, discovering Ling Weiyun already waiting there. Today, he donned a simple white t-shirt and a black baseball cap, appearing more youthful and vibrant than usual. "Here," Ling Weiyun said, offering a cup of coffee. Wenyu was somewhat taken aback. "For me?" He instinctively accepted the cup, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. Could it be poisoned? He was soon amused by his own absurdity. Noticing Wenyu's dazed expression, Ling Weiyun lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Don't worry, it's not poisoned." Wenyu, slightly flustered by the directness, quickly took a sip of the coffee to mask his embarrassment. "Thank you, it's quite good." Ling Weiyun, unable to suppress a laugh at Wenyu's flustered demeanor, remarked, "I saw a lot of people buying from that shop at the gate, so I thought I'd bring you a cup." At that moment, the other team members began to arrive. Zhang Hao, with an exaggerated hiking backpack, looked as though he were preparing for a wilderness survival expedition. Ji-chun carried an exquisite instrument case, exuding the aura of a researcher. Lin Wei was the last to arrive, clutching a stack of survey questionnaires. Is everyone here? Lin Wei counted the heads. Then let us set off. Today, we are heading to Qinghe Community. It's not far, about a 20-minute walk. The group strolled merrily toward the outskirts of the campus, with Zhang Hao being the most animated, constantly cracking jokes in an attempt to uplift Ji-chun's spirits. Albeit with little success. Senior Lin Wei engaged in conversation with Weiyun about potential scenarios they might encounter during the community research and interviewing techniques. Ling Weiyun, hands in his pockets, ambled lazily beside Weiyun, occasionally smiling or interjecting a word or two when something piqued his interest. The atmosphere was light and joyful, brimming with the exuberance characteristic of university students. Chapter 21. You're quite good at retorting. Qinghe Community is an open, somewhat aged neighborhood, featuring a small open space at its entrance. At this moment, several professional-looking pull-up banners have been erected in that space, prominently displaying the title, Star Trail Future Living Experience Plan, Smart Community Home Research. A group of students, clad in matching deep blue polo shirts with identification badges, were enthusiastically engaging with residents entering and exiting the community, especially among the elderly. They distribute promotional flyers and attempt to guide them in filling out questionnaires or scheduling home visits. The leading young man is tall and striking, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his hair meticulously styled, and a flawless, amiable smile gracing his face as he engages in animated conversation with an elderly lady, his words infused with appealing terms like technology, convenience, and future care. Weiyun and his companions paused in their tracks. The Starry Orbit Society? Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, lowering his voice, wondering how they ended up here, and with such a grand affair. Ling Weiyun's previously languid demeanor sharpened slightly, her gaze sweeping over the conspicuous banners and the bustling blue polo shirts, a hint of coldness flickering in her eyes. Senior Lin Wei also furrowed her brow slightly, sensing they were on the same wavelength, or rather, that Weizha's information was always so well-informed. A trace of faint resignation laced her tone, clearly revealing her understanding of this person and his style of operation. Weizha, when you glanced at the young man in gold-rimmed glasses at the forefront, he recognized the name, frequently appearing in campus award announcements and student activity reports. The president of the Starry Orbit Society, rumored to be exceptionally capable and ambitious. Yet, this was the first time he had encountered him in person. A clear sense of aversion welled up within Weiyun. The man's perfect smile, overly refined appearance, and the unmasked shrewdness and intent in his gaze elicited an instinctive repulsion in Weiyun. It was a demeanor starkly different from the familiar individuals around him, replete with calculation and performance. Over there, Weizha seemed to have just concluded his enthusiastic conversation with the elderly lady, turning his head to precisely catch sight of their small group. His smile instantly radiated even more brightly, tinged with a hint of surprise akin to encountering an old friend in a distant land as he hurried over. Ah, is that not Weiyun? And Senior Lin Wei? What a coincidence! The familiarity with which he addressed Weiyun irked Zhang Hao, who muttered under his breath, audible only to himself. Humph, he really doesn't consider himself an outsider. Weizha eagerly extended his hand, first glancing at Ling Weiyun, then turning to Lin Wei, his movements natural and fluid. Are you here for social practice as well? His gaze swiftly scanned the simple attire of Ling Weiyun and her companions, and the ordinary folders and questionnaires they held, which paled in comparison to the refined materials of the Starry Orbit Society. A fleeting sense of superiority flickered in his eyes, yet his smile remained impeccable. Ling Weiyun merely exchanged a light handshake with him, her tone aloof, just taking a look. Senior Lin Wei maintained a polite smile, responding, indeed. I brought the younger students for a small research survey. Your Starry Orbit Society seems quite impressive. Oh, not at all. Weizha humbly waved his hand, though his tone betrayed an unmistakable satisfaction. Our society's project this time is a key incubation target. The school has provided significant support. Since we are undertaking this, we aim to do it properly, truly contributing to the community residents. His words resonated with an air of grandeur and were beyond reproach. However, The subtle implication that he regarded Ling Weiyun and the others as mere trivialities caused Zhang Hao to involuntarily curl his lip in disdain. At that moment, Wei's gaze fortuitously landed on Wen Yu, revealing a perfectly timed look of curiosity. And who might this classmate be? He seems unfamiliar. Not from the mathematics or computer science departments, I presume. Wen Yu, from the Chinese department, he replied, suppressing the discomfort within him and maintaining a veneer of politeness. He could feel the scrutiny of Wei's gaze scanning him like a scanner, imbued with an air of condescension. The Chinese department? Wei's eyebrows lifted imperceptibly, his smile deepening yet devoid of warmth. Weiyun, your team composition is rather unique. Although his words seemed complimentary, the underlying tone and expression carried an unmistakable insinuation that suggested they had brought along an irrelevant hindrance. Ling Weiyun's expression instantly cooled, ready to speak up. But when Yu calmly interjected, his voice clear and steady as he met Wei's gaze. Thank you for your compliment, senior. The intersection of disciplines indeed can spark unique insights, which is the very purpose and challenge of this interdisciplinary competition. We are actively exploring, hoping to develop genuinely profound topics rather than merely superficial embellishments. Wen Yu's tone was composed, even imbued with a hint of the appropriateness of learning and exploration. Yet the sharpness of his words was unmistakable. Wei's flawless smile momentarily faltered, his sharp gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses locking onto the Chinese department student he had assumed he could easily dismiss. He clearly did not anticipate such a direct and precise retort. The air thickened for a fleeting instant. Even Ling Weiyun turned his head in mild surprise to glance at Wen Yu, his previously stern expression softening slightly, the corners of his mouth almost imperceptibly curving upward. Well, Junior, you possess quite the insight. Wei chuckled awkwardly, swiftly regaining his composure, though his tone was no longer as relaxed as before. Depth is naturally commendable. We look forward to your results. He intentionally placed emphasis on the word depth, laced with a barely detectable sarcasm. Of course, the competition will reveal all. At this point, Ling Weiyun finally spoke, taking over the conversation with a languid tone, yet imbued with ample confidence. He had no desire to waste further words on someone like Wei. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Wei's eyes, yet his demeanor remained polished. Very well. We shall see you on the competition field. We won't disturb your research any longer. With that, he turned and departed, his back appearing somewhat rigid. Wow, Wen Gu is amazing. Zhang Hao could no longer contain his excitement, lowering his voice to exclaim, Did you see Wei's expression? He looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Let him look down on others. Senior Lin Wei couldn't help but chuckle, casting an appreciative glance towards Wen Yu. Well said, Wen Yu. You maintained your poise and struck right at the heart of the matter. Though Ji Chun remained silent, he also offered a slight nod of acknowledgement towards Wen Yu. Ling Weiyun regarded Wen Yu with a newfound interest, a spark of reassessment in his gaze. Impressive. I must say, I hadn't perceived your ability to confront others with such vigor. When you felt a tinge of embarrassment, the courage he had mustered moments ago began to dissipate, his ears slightly flushed. I merely spoke the truth. His attitude was rather disconcerting. What a pretense. Zhang Hao muttered under his breath, casting a sideways glance at Wei's retreating figure. Isn't it just a matter of garnering likes and creating a spectacle? He acts as if he's a celebrity bringing his enterprise to the countryside. Senior Lin Wei sighed. He's always been this way. However, their proactive strategy and considerable momentum will indeed complicate our subsequent research endeavors. Should the residents prematurely accept the narrative presented by Xinguang, they may develop a resistance to our interviews. Challenges do not equate to impossibilities. Ling Weiyun withdrew his gaze. All right, the irrelevant parties have departed. Let us proceed with our tasks. When you took a deep breath and nodded, Wei's subtly dismissive demeanor had, paradoxically, ignited his competitive spirit. The emergence of the Xinguang society had disrupted their previously tranquil plans, and the pressure of competition had suddenly materialized. Chapter 22. Community Research. Ling Weiyun and his companions circumvented the display area set up by the Xinguang society at the community entrance, opting instead to delve deeper into the residential complex. seeking out scenes that appeared more quotidian and relatable. The ambience of the old neighborhood starkly contrasted with the high-tech futurism exuded by the Xinguang society. Dappled shadows of trees danced on the ground, while elderly individuals engaged in chess and conversation, and children frolicked in carefree abandon. The air was infused with the aroma of home-cooked meals and a faint scent of camphor balls. Life here unfolded at a leisurely and authentic pace. "Shall we divide our tasks?" suggested Senior Lin Wei. "Let's form pairs to cover more ground and ensure safety. Jichen, how about you team up with Zhang Hao? Your primary focus will be to assess the community's public facilities and randomly converse with some young people regarding their acceptance of technology." She knew Zhang Hao's lively nature would complement Ji Chen's calm demeanor, or rather, that Zhang Hao could enliven Ji Chen. Ji Chen nodded, his expression neutral, while Zhang Hao appeared quite enthusiastic. "No problem. I assure you, we'll complete our mission. Come on, Ji Chen, let me show you that outdated fitness equipment area. I believe there's immense potential for renovation." With that, he eagerly pulled a seemingly reluctant Ji Chen aside. Lin Wei smiled and turned to the remaining trio. "So, Weiyun and Wenyu, shall we form a group? Our focus will be to conduct in-depth interviews with the elderly demographic. They have the most profound insights into community life and are often the group that so-called smart services tend to overlook or find challenging to reach." Wenyu nodded immediately. "Sounds good, Senior." This was precisely the issue he had noted in his prior literature. Ling Weiyun shrugged nonchalantly. "That is feasible." The initial phase of their research did not proceed smoothly. They endeavored to engage several elderly individuals basking in the sun below, who appeared to have ample free time. However, the outcomes proved somewhat disheartening. An elderly gentleman fanning himself with a palm leaf waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with impatience. "Research? Another round of research? Didn't that group of young people in blue ask us just moments ago? How long will this go on? Are you all in cahoots?" Another grandmother, wearing reading glasses and perusing a newspaper, was more forthright. She pointed to a member of the Star Trail Society, who was attentively assisting an elderly person nearby. "Look at that young person, so enthusiastic, even offering little gifts. What do you think will entice anyone to engage with you when all you have is a dry piece of paper?" Encountering repeated setbacks left Wenyu somewhat disheartened. The interview outline and questions he had meticulously prepared seemed utterly futile. The Star Trail Society not only seized the initiative, but had evidently employed some subtle strategies of small favors, unwittingly elevating the residents' psychological expectations and creating barriers for engagement. Ling Weiyun leaned against a weathered bicycle rack, observing Wenyue's furrowed brow and slightly anxious demeanor. Suddenly, he spoke in a clear but low voice. "Their enthusiasm is purposeful. The questions they ask are likely pre-designed, aimed at showcasing their predetermined outcomes." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the elderly individuals engulfed by the members of the Star Trail Society. His tone imbued with a keen insight. "This service resembles more of a performance and data collection than genuine listening. We need not emulate their approach." Wenyu hesitated, turning his attention to Ling Weiyun. The other's expression appeared somewhat blurred in the dappled shade, yet those bright eyes seemed capable of penetrating the superficial bustle surrounding them. Senior student Lin Wei also nodded thoughtfully. "Weiyun is correct. We must not be swayed by their rhythm. Sincerity holds more weight than technique. Perhaps we could consider an alternative method?" She surveyed the surroundings, her gaze landing on a small garden nearby, where several elderly individuals gathered around a stone table, seemingly engaged in a passionate discussion. "Let's go and observe," Lin Wei suggested. The three approached, opting not to intrude immediately, but rather to listen from a respectful distance. They soon discovered that the elderly individuals were lamenting the ineffectiveness of the newly installed garbage sorting bins in the community. The unclear signage and overly tall bins were particularly unfriendly to those with mobility issues and poor eyesight. "It looks nice, but it does not consider us elderly folks at all." An elderly man with graying hair tapped his cane on the ground emphatically. "Indeed, those old, rusty bins were far better." Another elderly woman chimed in. Wenyue and Ling Weiyun exchanged glances, recognizing the spark of understanding in each other's eyes. This was the genuine pain point, not the hollow promises of smart home features advertised on the Star Trail flyers. Lin Wei, seizing the moment, approached them naturally, her face adorned with a gentle, empathetic smile. "Excuse me, dear grandparents, we are university students conducting research related to community service. We overheard your concerns about the garbage bins. May we inquire about the specifics? Perhaps we can assist in relaying your issues to the relevant authorities." She refrained from mentioning the competition or complex models, instead diving straight into the practical issues that mattered most to the elderly, adopting a humble posture and a sincere tone. The elderly individuals regarded the three of them, noting their youthful, sincere expressions, which contrasted sharply with the overly eager demeanor of those in blue attire. Their wariness began to dissipate. "Oh, young lady, you are university students? Come, let me share with you that just moments ago, the elderly gentleman with a cane immediately opened up the conversation upon our arrival. When you promptly retrieved his notebook and pen, swiftly documenting not only the issues concerning the rubbish bins, but also following the thread of dialogue. He inquired about various other inconveniences in daily life, such as community lighting, handrails in hallways, and the distance to the market, among others. Although Ling Weiyun did not speak continuously, his keen observational skills captured every detail without overlooking anything. He noticed an elderly lady gazing at a small, neglected patch of land in the garden, prompting him to casually ask, "Madam, was that area once a flower garden?" This question instantly evoked the elder's memories and prompted her to recount the transformation of community greenery and the frustrations stemming from a lack of recreational spaces for seniors. Sincere listening, far more than self-serving inquiries, proved to be a key that unlocked her heart. Their group finally found the right rhythm, gathering a wealth of authentic, vivid, and emotionally charged first-hand accounts. These complaints and demands, brimming with the essence of life, held far greater value than any meticulously crafted survey options. Throughout their interviews, the deep blue polo shirts of their team members could be seen moving through the community, suggesting that their discussions were proceeding rather smoothly, especially with the incentive of gifts. Occasionally, Weizhi would appear in the vicinity, surveying his domain, casting a glance towards Ling Weiyun and his companions, his lips curled in a formulaic smile. Yet his eyes bore an air of scrutiny and a hint of barely concealed disdain. Just moments ago, a member of the Star Trail team attempted to intrude upon their ongoing interview, brandishing a small gift in an effort to lure away an elderly lady who was animatedly conversing with Weiyun to fill out their standardized questionnaire. "Madam, we have exquisite gifts here. It only takes a few minutes to fill out this form," the member said with a beaming smile. The elderly lady hesitated noticeably. Weiyun felt a surge of urgency and was about to speak, but Ling Weiyun moved first. He did not directly obstruct the Star Trail member. Instead, he took a half-step forward, seemingly casually positioning himself between Weiyun and the member, and then addressed the elderly lady in his uniquely relaxed yet oddly persuasive tone. "Madam, you mentioned that the hallway lights have been broken for quite some time, and the property management has yet to respond. Which building was that? Let us note it down and check it later." His words deftly redirected the focus back to the elder's primary concern, rendering the allure of the gift pale in comparison. The elderly lady was immediately drawn back into the conversation, pointing to a nearby building. "That one. Unit 3. Can you really help us?" "We will do our best." Ling Weiyun nodded, his calm gaze briefly meeting that of the Star Trail member. The member, thwarted, could see that the elderly lady clearly trusted Ling Weiyun and his companions more, and reluctantly retreated. When you observed Ling Weiyun's profile, feeling a stir of admiration within, this individual, who often appeared indifferent, exuded a sense of composure and reliability in critical moments. Chapter 23. The scene beneath the setting sun. The research continued until the evening, with both groups reconvening at the entrance of the community. Zhang Hao and Ji Chen also made significant discoveries. Zhang Hao, brimming with excitement, animatedly gestured about the potential for IoT transformation he had unearthed in the dilapidated shed. Meanwhile, Ji Chen diligently recorded numerous observations regarding blind spots in community security surveillance. Although the intervention of Xingue added some turbulence to their process, everyone left with an abundance of insights, their notebooks filled with densely packed valuable information. along with various sketches and photographs from a day. As they were organizing their findings, a sudden, distressed meowing broke through the air. Following the sound, they spotted a small orange cat trapped in a crevice of the surrounding wall, desperately struggling to free itself. "Oh dear, it's little orange," gasped a passing Andy. "This is the third time it has gotten stuck this month." Without hesitation, Zhang Hao rushed forward, exclaiming, "Don't be afraid. I'll rescue you." However, the gap was too narrow, and his hands were too large to fit through. Ji Chen attempted to guide the cat with a stick, only to frighten it further into the crevice. "This won't do." Lin Wei frowned. "We need to think of another way." "I'll give it a try," Wenyou softly offered. He then cautiously approached, using the gentlest tone to soothe the frightened feline. "It's okay. Don't be afraid." His fingers hovered in the air, refraining from making any sudden movements, maintaining his poised stance. The terrified kitten curled deeper into the wall's crack, emitting faint whimpers. Wenyu's breaths were shallow, as if he had consciously subdued his presence. After a moment, he slowly lowered his fingers, not reaching directly for the cat, but instead letting them gently rest on the ground beside it. As the kitten cautiously peered forward, Wenyu's fingers remained still, only the tips slightly curling upwards, inviting its approach. His shoulders relaxed, his entire being seeming to blend into the golden hues of the setting sun. "Wow," Lin Wei couldn't help but exclaim. "Wenyu truly embodies the essence of the Chinese department. This artistic scene is simply beautiful." The others instinctively halted their movements, quietly observing this heartwarming moment. Ling Weiyun stood nearby, her gaze drawn to the tender tableau, captivated by the serene demeanor of Wenyu, who seemed transformed from his usual inquisitive self. Finally, the kitten, having fully placed its trust in Wenyu, nestled into his palm, purring softly. He lowered his head to nuzzle the kitten's head with his nose, the corners of his eyes curving into a gentle smile. The soft contours of his profile in the sunlight, along with his tender and patient demeanor, inexplicably softened Ling Weiyun's heart. At that moment, Wenyu's entire focus was on the fluffy little creature in his hand, blissfully unaware of the several intense gazes directed at him. Just as he stood up with the kitten cradled in his arms, his foot suddenly landed on an uneven patch, causing him to stumble backward. "Be careful. It's over. Quick, catch him." A chorus of startled exclamations rang out as Zhang Hao and the two others scrambled forward in a frantic attempt to catch him. In a moment of urgency, Yu pushed and shoved, causing Zhang Hao to lunge forward in a panic, only to trip over a leg extending from the side, tumbling headlong with a comical "Save me, save me," and landing quite unceremoniously in a rather undignified manner. Behind him, Ji Chun and Lin Wei were caught off guard, and with a startled yelp, they too fell, one landing atop Zhang Hao's back while the other rolled to the side. Simultaneously, Wenyu lost his balance, the world spinning chaotically around him. Yet, he held the trembling little cat tightly in his arms, unable to spare a hand to brace himself as he fell backward unprotected. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the cold impact of the ground. However, at that moment, a strong arm suddenly encircled his waist, stabilizing his tilting form. Ling Weiyun had appeared behind him, one hand firmly around his waist, the other safeguarding the little cat, while inadvertently resting on Wenyu's hand. At that instant, Ling Weiyun felt a sudden pause in his chest, an electric thrill coursing through him. His heart raced wildly, as if startled horses had broken free. Wenyu fell into his embrace, lighter than he had anticipated. Beneath his palm, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, the supple curve of the other's waist and the warmth of their body were strikingly vivid. The warmth felt as if it carried an electric current, spreading rapidly up his arm, igniting an unprecedented shiver. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted to his nose, uniquely belonging to Wenyu, indescribably delightful. This scent invaded his senses, rendering him momentarily dizzy. Ling Weiyun's hand still rested on Wenyu's hand, the skin cool and delicate. The pulse beneath his fingertips synchronized with his own heartbeat, creating a rhythm that quickened his breath. Wenyu's hair brushed against his chin, sending a subtle tickle deep within him. He keenly sensed the sudden rigidity of the body in his arms, followed by a slight tremor, reminiscent of the frightened little cat. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace, securing Weiyun more firmly against him in a protective gesture. He smelled so good. His waist was so slender. How could he feel so light in his arms? These thoughts raced through his mind uncontrollably, overwhelming him. An unfamiliar, intense urge to protect mingled with a deeper, stirring feeling, swelling within him like a tide, nearly overwhelming his usual composure. He glanced down, observing the flushed tips of Weiyun's ears and the delicate curve of his fair neck illuminated by the setting sun. Exuding an innate allure, his gaze unconsciously drifted over the slightly reddened corners of Weiyun's eyes, finally resting on his slightly parted lips, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. In this moment, all surrounding noise faded away, leaving only the presence of the person in his arms, the unexpected intimacy of their contact, and the thunderous heartbeat within his chest that felt as if it might burst forth. He had never been so close to anyone before, nor had he ever imagined that the sensation of being near someone could be so utterly intoxicating. In a moment of dizzying chaos, the two individuals spun half a circle due to inertia. Weiyun's forehead lightly collided with Ling Weiyun's collarbone, a slight pain that rendered him momentarily rigid. He tumbled into a warm embrace, his nose brushing against the slightly open collar of the other, a faint fragrance of soapberry enveloping him, mingled with a hint of mint. Startled, Weiyun opened his eyes, and upon raising his gaze, he found himself locked in the proximity of Ling Weiyun's eyes. Those typically languid eyes now reflected his own flustered expression. His mind momentarily short-circuited, and a wave of heat rushed to his cheeks. He realized he was being cradled by Ling Weiyun in a princess carry, his heart racing as if it were about to escape his chest. Weiyun parted his lips, his throat dry. He sensed the other's arms tightening slightly, a gesture imbued with protectiveness, yet tempered with perfect restraint. Ling Weiyun seemed jolted awake by his voice, his ears visibly flushed. "Are you all right?" His gaze remained fixed on Weiyun's face, as if seeking confirmation. Weiyun shook his head, and at that moment, the little cat in his arms meowed, prompting him to remember to release the embrace he had maintained. However, just as he eased his grip, Weiyun swayed unsteadily, his footing faltering. Ling Weiyun instinctively kept his arms around him, drawing him back in, their proximity unexpectedly closing once more. They both froze in place, neither willing to retreat. An unspoken tension permeated the air, as if a long-held boundary had quietly fractured in that instant. Chapter 24. How did he get here? Oh dear. I just stepped away for a moment. What happened here? An elderly woman hurried over, immediately spotting the tangle of bodies on the ground. She rushed to assist them, chiding, "How did you all manage to fall like this?" Zhang Hao remained on the ground, wincing in pain. "Annie, help." The other two helped each other up, grimacing and rubbing their sore spots. Weiyun regained his balance and quickly handed the little cat to the elderly woman. "I'm fine. Thank you. My backside." Zhang Hao complained, rubbing the sore area. "Captain, when did you become so quick?" "Indeed." Ji Chun adjusted his crooked glasses. "I didn't even see how you got over there." Lin Wei remained silent, merely massaging her aching arm. Ling Weiyun cleared his throat, adjusting his cap in a gesture of nonchalance. "I just happened to be standing there." Once again, it was reminiscent of the incident at the library entrance, strikingly similar. Yet this time was different. This time, Weiyun was acutely aware, unable to dismiss the event as mere coincidence or a misperception born of shock. Just moments ago, Ling Weiyun had been standing at least 5 meters away, observing them rescue the cat, his expression still bearing that habitual languor. A distance of 5 meters. In retrospect, there had even been a fallen companion obstructing the space between them. How could an ordinary person possibly traverse such an obstacle in such a brief span of time? Appearing precisely behind him and catching him with unwavering steadiness? This phenomenon cannot be merely attributed to speed. Even an Olympic sprint champion would be incapable of such a feat. It fundamentally defies the principles of physics. A clear and irrefutable conclusion emerged in Weiyun's mind. Ling Weiyun did not run over. But how did he arrive? Weiyun's mind resembled a finely tuned, yet uncontrollable camera, replaying the recent scene at high speed, magnifying and deeply analyzing each detail, scrutinizing every aspect repeatedly. The entire sequence lacked any intermediary movement trajectory. There was an absence of acceleration, running, or deceleration. This was not mere speed. It felt more akin to when you gasped. A preposterous term crashing into his consciousness, colliding violently with the undeniable facts before him. Transcending space? The very notion startled Weiyun. He instinctively sought to deny it, to search for a more scientific explanation. Had he perhaps been overly startled, misperceived the events? Was there a distortion in his memory? No, that was impossible. His memory had never faltered. He distinctly recalled Ling Weiyun's previous position. Was it some form of visual deception? An issue of perspective? No. Every detail of that moment was vividly imprinted in his mind, and he could assert with absolute certainty that the 5-meter distance was an authentic barrier. If all the previously isolated anomalies he had observed were now interconnected by an invisible thread, leading toward a shared, astonishing yet unavoidable possibility, Weiyun's heart raced faster, not from fear, but from an overwhelming sense of shock and validation that threatened to overturn his understanding. He was nearly certain, an 80 no, a 90% conviction. But why? How could this be? It completely transcended his comprehension of the world. Ling Weiyun's earlier feigned cough and the excuse of merely standing there felt so flimsy, clearly aimed at evading detection. Was he aware that he might have already exposed himself? Weiyun's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. Others appeared perfectly at ease, showing no signs of unusual behavior. His mind brimmed with tumultuous questions, nearly spilling forth. But he ultimately restrained himself. He could not inquire, at least not now. Such matters were too revolutionary. What if he was mistaken? What if there existed scientific principles he was unaware of? To voice such thoughts would not only be abrupt, but also potentially fodder for gossip, with unpredictable consequences. Noticing Weiyun's furrowed brow, Ling Weiyun slightly lowered his head and asked, "You're not scared, are you?" Weiyun snapped back to reality, hurriedly shaking his head. He forced himself to divert his gaze to Zhang Hao, who was still grimacing and rubbing his backside, striving to make his voice sound normal. "How go? Are you all right?" The elder woman, cradling the rescued little orange, exclaimed, "Thank you so much. These children are truly remarkable. What were you all doing?" Ji Chun adjusted his glasses and remarked, "We are conducting community research." The elderly lady resided on the first floor in a one-bedroom apartment adorned with a plethora of greenery, with several bird cages hanging at the entrance. "Come in. Make yourselves comfortable." She greeted them warmly, offering a few small stools. "My son used to attend your school, and he is currently working abroad. Seeing you all is akin to seeing my own children." When you noticed a group photo hanging on the wall, featuring the lady and a young man. The man, wearing glasses, wore a shy smile. "This is my son," the lady noted, catching Weiyun's gaze, pride evident in her tone. "He also studied computer science. Just like you all, delving into technology." Ling Weiyun, examining the photo, suddenly inquired, "Annie, is your son named Li Wenbo? He graduated from the computer science department in 2015? The lady's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know?" "I have read his published paper," Ling Weiyun replied with a slight smile. It was about the application of machine learning and image recognition, and it was exceptionally well written. Upon hearing this, the lady, delighted to speak of her son, began recounting amusing anecdotes from his university days. As they prepared to leave, she insisted on giving each of them an apple. Although they felt somewhat fatigued, the group's spirits remained high as they discussed their experiences from the day and the forthcoming data organization tasks. The emergence of the Xinghua Society had introduced pressure and discomfort, yet it also served as a sharpening stone, fostering a deeper camaraderie among the team, one that could be aptly described as that of comrades in arms. Upon returning to school, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. They exchanged farewells at the school gate, each wearing a weary yet contented smile. Today was extraordinarily rewarding. Zhang Hao yawned. "Not only did we gather data, but we also managed to outmaneuver those from Xinghua." Lin Wei chuckled and shook her head. "Indeed, it was quite fruitful. Our cooperation has become increasingly seamless." Ji Chun adjusted his glasses again. Unusually verbose, the quality of the data exceeded expectations, particularly when used user interviews, which were rich in emotional dimensions and invaluable for model training. When you smiled bashfully, it was everyone's collaboration that made it possible. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward Ling Weiyun. only to find that the latter was also looking at him. Their eyes briefly met in the air before quickly averting. Ling Weiyun nodded at Weiyun, maintaining his usual tone. "You've worked hard today. I should be thanking you." Weiyun replied sincerely, "If it weren't for you this afternoon, I might have taken quite a spill." Ling Weiyun chuckled lightly, his tone casual. "Just a coincidence. I'm glad you're all right." He waved goodbye to the group and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment of turning away, the light-hearted smile on his face subtly diminished. "Just a coincidence. I'm glad you're all right." He mentally reiterated the words he had just spoken to Weiyun, a faint, helpless curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Once again, it was this pale and powerless explanation, one that even he found difficult to uphold. Chapter 25. Exceptionally excellent, the scenes from that day replayed uncontrollably in Ling Weiyun's mind. Fortunately, he released a breath of relief, but soon a deeper anxiety surged within him. Had he been too close this time for the other to notice? With this thought, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, his fingertips gliding over the screen as he unconsciously opened the sole photograph in his album. It was an afternoon scene, where Weiyun crouched in a corner, his fingertips lightly grazing the ground, utterly absorbed in enticing a small orange cat. It was a candid profile he had captured almost unconsciously. The soft glow of the setting sun delicately outlined the focused contours of Weiyun's face and the subtle lift of his lips, creating a tranquil and beautiful image that contrasted sharply with his memory of Weiyun in the library, flustered, diligently taking notes in the discussion room, and looking lost on the basketball court. He gazed at the photograph, gently brushing his fingertip over the smiling profile on the screen, his mind a tumultuous sea of confusion. Was it the allure of desire clouding his judgment? Ling Weiyun scoffed internally, attempting to suppress the peculiar feelings rising within him with derision, yet his ears betrayed him. Flushing uncontrollably, he instinctively denied it, yet could not fathom why he repeatedly made exceptions for this individual. Weiyun. He silently repeated the name in his mind, a sense of unprecedented contradiction seizing him. He feared Weiyun's keen memory and perceptive gaze, those eyes that could invariably detect the slightest irregularity. Each encounter was fraught with the risk of exposure. Every act of rescue could invite deeper suspicion. Yet today, upon witnessing Weiyun about to fall while steadfastly cradling the kitten in his arms, all his concerns and calculations were cast aside. His body chose before his mind could intervene. This could not continue, he told himself, his voice resonating with stark clarity in the quiet apartment. Should he confront it or withdraw entirely? How could one withdraw? Ling Weiyun closed his eyes, the answer hovering just out of reach, yet instinctively he suppressed it. He was acutely aware that Weiyun was inexorably disrupting the calm and facade he had maintained for years in a manner he could neither predict nor resist. However, he did not seem as resolute in his desire to halt this unfolding as he had imagined. A secret yearning lingered within him, an aspiration to one day lay everything bare before Weiyun. Meanwhile, Weiyun stood frozen, watching the retreating figure, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Ling Weiyun always had this way of casually glossing over the most extraordinary moments. What kind of person was he, really? Why did he exhibit such nonchalance despite his evident prowess? Why did he seem to care so little about being discreet, yet remain so recklessly exposed? "Hey, what are you looking at?" Xia Xingyao appeared from nowhere, peering along Weiyun's line of sight. "Oh, isn't that Ling Weiyun? Did you come back together?" Weiyun snapped back to reality, replying, "Yes, our team went to the community for research." Xia Xingyao's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with familiar curiosity. "How'd it go? Any special interactions?" Weiyun recalled the unexpected embrace and the proximity they had shared, feeling a slight warmth rise to his ears. Yet he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. "It was just regular work communication. We encountered members of the Xingyue society and had a minor disagreement." Is it truly necessary to gaze vacantly at someone as silhouette? Xia Xingyao playfully nudged his shoulder and inquired, "Come on, what transpired today? Are the members of the Xingyue team particularly odious?" Weiyun succinctly recounted the disturbances encountered during the research and the incident of rescuing a cat, deliberately omitting the details of being caught by Ling Weiyun. Yet Xia Xingyao, ever perceptive, immediately seized upon the crux. "Wait a moment. You mentioned nearly falling. and your other teammates did fall. Yet Ling Weiyun just happened to catch you? This narrative is all too familiar. A hero saving a damsel. When you, exasperated, replied, "What heroics are you fixated upon? It defies logic." Xia Xingyao exclaimed. "Otherwise, why did he not assist the other students and chose to aid you instead? What explanation is there?" "Stop speculating. It was merely coincidence, as he was standing closer to me, when you retorted before turning away." Yet another instance of conversation where the speaker is earnest, but the listener remains oblivious. That night, as when you lay in bed, his mind incessantly replayed the events of the day. He took out his phone and, almost inexplicably, clicked on Ling Weiyun's WeChat profile. The profound starry background appeared particularly enigmatic in the night's embrace. Reviewing the data. Today, the community gathered more feedback regarding the aging facilities than anticipated. "I believe we need to adjust the initial weight of our data analysis." He crafted what seemed a reasonable opening line. However, once the message was sent, when you realized it might come across as awkward small talk, just as he contemplated softening the moment with an emoji, a reply arrived. I see. Your interview records are quite detailed and the emotional sentiment annotations are accurate. I agree with the weight adjustment. We can discuss it further tomorrow." The tone was strictly professional, devoid of any flaws. When you stare at the response, his fingertips hovering above the screen, paralyzed for a prolonged moment. After the initial shock subsided, a profound sense of tranquility washed over him. He exerted tremendous effort to force himself into a calm state of contemplation. For Ling Weiyun's capabilities were fundamentally distinct from his own extraordinary memory. Possessing an eidetic memory might merely indicate a unique brain structure, leading to either research opportunities or labels of genius. However, the instantaneous ability to traverse spatial boundaries exhibited by Ling Weiyun blatantly contradicted the established laws of physics and defied all logic. What consequences would unfold should this be unveiled? When you scarcely dare to fathom. His initial intrigue in Ling Weiyun stemmed from that inexplicable rescue at the intersection, purely driven by a desire for exploration and understanding. Yet, as their interactions multiplied, he could not deny the compelling nature of Ling Weiyun himself. Intelligent, astute, seemingly nonchalant and irreverent, yet extraordinarily dependable at critical moments, even displaying a hint of thoughtfulness. His excellence was indisputable and all-encompassing. Now, the greatest enigma appeared to have been resolved in the most astonishing manner. That incident at the intersection was no mere illusion. Ling Weiyun indeed possessed an ability beyond ordinary comprehension. What lay ahead? Should he expose him? Wenyu's fingers slightly curled. The fleeting thought was decisively dismissed by him. Why did he have to expose someone else's secrets? Was it merely to satiate his own curiosity, or to validate his own beliefs? Such motivations were both immature and malicious. Since Ling Weiyun chose to conceal his truths, it implied a deeper significance, one that Wenyu could easily discern. It was certainly not something to be carelessly revealed to the world. What authority did he possess to dismantle another's protective barriers and subject them to unforeseen risks? He set his phone aside, leaning back against the chair, gazing vacantly at the pristine ceiling of the dormitory. Ling Weiyun was far more intricate than he had initially perceived, yet undeniably more intriguing. He seemed to be shrouded in an enigmatic mist, which now appeared to have been partially swept away by the winds, revealing a more astonishing and expansive realm of the unknown beneath, rather than inciting fear or aversion. This revelation ignited a profound desire within Wenyu to understand and draw closer, albeit without the intent of probing. After all, ISNT university life meant to be about encountering fascinating individuals, experiencing remarkable events, and discovering the myriad unexpected possibilities the world holds. It should not be a monotonous and predictable routine. This thought illuminated his mind, dispelling the entanglements and weightiness that had clouded his spirit, granting him a newfound clarity. There was no need for him to unearth anything, nor to press for answers. He merely needed to continue nurturing this relationship. The truth lay before them, and he knew that Ling Weiyun was aware of it as well. Perhaps he believed Wenyu was oblivious, but that did not hinder the inexplicable bond and understanding that had already formed between them. He even felt that safeguarding this secret was, in itself, an intriguing and unique endeavor. With this realization, a smile involuntarily graced Wenyu's lips. He picked up his phone once more, clicked on the starry avatar, and with a light-hearted tap, composed and sent a message. "Thank you for saving me today, Captain. See you tomorrow. Good night." A few minutes later, his phone lit up again, revealing a simple reply. Good night. Chapter 26. An uninvited guest. The first intensive discussion following the community research had finally concluded, and thoughts became clearer amidst the exchanges. Wenyu closed his notebook and rubbed his aching temples, only to realize that dusk had fallen outside. The matters concerning Ling Weiyun had been temporarily set aside during this focused dialogue, silently receding into the recesses of his consciousness. Ling Weiyun inscribed the final equations on the whiteboard, succinctly summarizing the day's progress and the forthcoming tasks. That was essentially it. He set down his pen, his fingertips dusted with white powder, and instinctively flicked it into the air. Ji-chan would handle data cleaning and feature extraction. I will take care of model optimization. Wenyu will continue to refine user profiling and sentiment analysis dimensions, while Zhang Hao collaborates with Senior Lin Wei to begin constructing the preliminary framework for the display platform. Please feel free to communicate any concerns in the group. Everyone nodded in understanding and began to gather their belongings. This period of close collaboration had significantly enhanced the team's efficiency, with each member fully aware of their responsibilities. Just then, a gentle knock resonated at the door of the discussion room. The closest to the door, Wenyu instinctively looked up and said, "Please come in." The door swung open, revealing Su Jingran's warm figure at the threshold. Holding 2 thick volumes of literary theory, he seemed to have just stepped out of the library. A gentle smile gracing his face as his gaze landed precisely on Wenyu. Ling Weiyun followed his line of sight. Was it him? The senior who had appeared overly familiar with Wenyu at the library entrance? His eyes discreetly shifted back to Wenyu. "Senor Su?" Wenyu stood up in surprise, a natural smile brightening his face. "Shall you?" Su Jingran replied in a gentle tone, imbued with just the right amount of surprise. "I heard a familiar voice outside and wondered if it was you. It seems my hearing is quite good." His explanation was entirely plausible. After pausing a moment to regard Wenyu's face, he turned his attention to the others in the room, offering them a polite nod. Ling Weiyun observed Wenyu's unguarded expression of surprise, his fingers gripping the pen, momentarily tightening before returning to their usual relaxed posture. Leaning against the table, he maintained a neutral expression, though his slightly lazy peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the unexpected guest. Wenyu smiled and inquired, "What brings you here, senior?" "I happen to be passing by," Su Jingran replied, entering the room with an air of poise as he nodded to everyone. "I hope I haven't interrupted anything." "No, not at all," Wenyu quickly assured the group. "This is Senior Su Jingran, a 4th-year student from the Chinese department. He often looks after me." He then turned to Su Jingran, introducing each team member in turn. Lin Wei offered a slight smile. Zhang Hao greeted him warmly, and Ji Chan adjusted his glasses and nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Weiyun merely inclined his head slightly, his gaze resting on Su Jingran for a moment before shifting away. His tone flat as he interjected, "The discussion has concluded." His implication was clear. It was time to disperse. Su Jingran appeared oblivious to the subtle dismissal, his smile remaining warm as he addressed Wenyu. "Your team atmosphere is truly delightful. It seems this interdisciplinary project is indeed quite engaging, allowing you to immerse yourself so fully." Though his words seemed to commend the entire team, it was evident that his attention was predominantly focused on Wenyu. "Indeed, I've learned a great deal," Wenyu replied, nodding naturally. Su Jingran's gaze casually swept over Ling Weiyun before returning to Wenyu's face, his tone imbued with a brotherly concern. "Just don't overexert yourself. You seem to have lost a bit of weight recently. Since we're done, shall we head back together? You mentioned wanting to borrow this book last time, and I brought it." He shook the volumes in his hand. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Senior." Wenyu's eyes lit up. He had been searching for this book for quite some time without success. "You're welcome," Su Jingran replied with a warm smile. Then, as if recalling something, turned to Ling Weiyun with a polite and considerate tone. "Classmate Ling, would you mind if we took our leave?" Ling Weiyun's fingers continued to spin the pen without interruption, lifting his eyelids slightly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Feel free. His response was professional and faultless, yet devoid of any warmth. That's good to hear. Shou Jingran smiled, as if merely making casual conversation. His gaze subtly traversed the space between Ling Weiyun and Wenyu once more. The scene from the basketball court remains vividly etched in my memory. I observed the unmistakable concern in Wenyu's eyes as he watched Ling Weiyun depart, followed by his impulsive decision to chase after him. The emotions that flickered across Wenyu's face transcended mere camaraderie typical among teammates. Shou Jingran, who had harbored feelings for Wenyu for an extended period, prided himself on understanding every subtle nuance of his expressions and emotional shifts. However, on that day, Wenyu's reaction was notably peculiar, tinged with a sense of urgency that perhaps even he was unaware of. Initially, Shou Jingran felt a twinge of confusion until the offhand remark from Xia Xingyao struck him like a thunderclap. Wenyu is clearly agitated. Something must be amiss. This statement pierced through to the very depths of Shou Jingran's heart. Indeed, Wenyu was not typically the impulsive type, especially towards someone like Ling Weiyun, who was reputed to be affable yet difficult to approach. Contemplating this, Shou Jingran's heart sank further, though his smile remained increasingly gentle and composed. He could not afford to panic, nor could he exhibit any signs of distress. Upon entering, he had caught a glimpse of Wenyu's gaze directed at Ling Weiyun, imbued with a professional focus, seemingly devoid of any other sentiments. In contrast, Ling Weiyun's demeanor was starkly indifferent, almost apathetic, treating Wenyu as just another ordinary teammate with whom he collaborated adequately, ready to depart when the time came. Shou Jingran felt a slight sense of relief, yet an instinctive unease lingered, preventing him from fully relaxing. Ling Weiyun's air of normalcy and indifference appeared too immaculate, almost as if it were a flawless guise. Unbeknownst to them, Wenyu remained oblivious to the undercurrents of their brief encounter. He had efficiently packed his bag, slinging it over his shoulder, and waved goodbye to his teammates. "We shall take our leave now. Thank you all for your hard work. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Zhang Hao enthusiastically responded. Lin Wei nodded with a smile. Ji Chun had already returned his attention to the computer screen. Ling Weiyun merely lifted his chin slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze returning to the notebook on his desk, seemingly prepared to remain in solitude for a while longer. Shou Jingran offered another polite smile to the group before walking alongside Wenyu out of the discussion room. As silence enveloped the room, Zhang Hao leaned towards Lin Wei, lowering his voice to gossip. "Senior, it seems that Senior Shou shares a close bond with Wenyu." Lin Wei smiled while organizing her belongings. "He appears to take good care of Wenyu. He seems like a genuinely nice person." "Ah, gentle and considerate, and a senior at that," Zhang Hao mused, stroking his chin. "He seems to be the type many would admire, quite unlike our Ling Ge." Mid-sentence, he sensed a faint gaze from beside him, instantly silencing himself with a nervous chuckle. "Just kidding. Ling Ge, I'll carry your bag." Ling Weiyun ignored him, simply closing his notebook and rising. His expression remained unchanged, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. "Let us go," he said flatly, leading the way out. In the corridor, Wenyu and Shou Jingran walked side by side. "Your captain, Ling Weiyun, indeed appears quite capable, though he seems a bit hard to approach," Shou Jingran casually remarked, as if engaged in friendly banter. Not too bad, I suppose." Wenyu pondered for a moment. He appeared somewhat languid, occasionally speaking rather bluntly, yet he was undeniably reliable, possessing a remarkably quick intellect and a wealth of knowledge. As he spoke, a hint of unrecognized admiration and protection subtly crept into his tone. Shou Jingran's gaze flickered slightly, yet his smile remained unchanged. "Is that so? It seems I have misjudged him. To elicit such praise from you, he must indeed be quite remarkable." He deftly shifted the conversation. "By the way, in the 7th chapter of this book, there's a viewpoint that I believe aligns perfectly with what you mentioned earlier." He successfully redirected Wenyu's attention towards an academic discussion, and the two engaged in a flowing dialogue about literary theory, their atmosphere harmonious and effortless. Shou Jingran embodied the role of a patient and reliable senior, perpetually gentle and considerate. However, deep within his heart, an indescribable sense of unease began to spread quietly. The person he had guarded for so long seemed to be drawn to someone entirely different, someone who might be completely unaware of this attraction or indifferent to it. This instilled in him an unprecedented sense of crisis, accompanied by a tinge of reluctance. Yet, he would not reveal a hint of this turmoil. Instead, he would remain steadfastly by Wenyu's side, like a true elder brother, awaiting an opportunity that may never arrive. Meanwhile, Ling Weiyun, walking alone on a different path, clenched his hands slightly within his pockets. Shou Jingran's seemingly gentle and harmless gaze, the perfectly timed intimacy, and Wenyu's unguarded acceptance of it all stirred within him a wave of inexplicable irritation. This emotion was both foreign and intense, yet he had no outlet for it. He could only quicken his pace, attempting to shake off those inexplicable feelings, try to rationalize to himself. This seems unrelated to him. However, certain ripples once stirred are difficult to quell. Beneath this surface calm, turbulent undercurrents awaited a catalyst, ready to shatter all facades. Chapter 27. What an innocent fellow. Shou Jingran's return was akin to casting a fizzy tablet into Wenyu's otherwise mundane existence, creating a surface semblance of tranquility while beneath. Bubbles began to rise. As the senior year progressed, courses became sparse, and papers dominated the agenda, granting him ample free time. He generously and cautiously devoted this time to Wenyu, everything unfolding naturally, yet concealing meticulous strategic considerations. In the afternoon, the library's expansive floor-to-ceiling window became a frame, capturing the bright yet gentle autumn sunlight and casting it onto the floor, radiant yet imbued with a refreshing quality. Wenyu contentedly closed the hefty tome, massaging the stiffness from his neck. Tired? Came a gentle inquiry from beside him. Shou Jingran timely pushed a cup of warm honey grapefruit tea towards him. Just bought this. Want to take a break? Thank you, senior. Wenyu's eyes brightened as he lifted the cup to his lips, savoring the perfectly balanced sweetness and warmth. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You always know what I need." Shou Jingran adjusted his glasses, his smile warm. "I noticed you were rubbing your neck. I guess you were fatigued. Shall I bring a U-shaped pillow next time?" His tone was as natural as discussing the weather, yet remarkably meticulous. Wenyu felt a warmth in his heart, appreciating the presence of such a considerate senior. He remained blissfully unaware that this concern surpassed the boundaries of ordinary camaraderie, simply relishing the sensation of being well cared for. "Senior, the perspective you just shared resonates with the theories of another professor," Wenyu quickly interjected, captivated once again by the academic discourse, excitedly pointing to a passage in a book. Shou Jingran seamlessly engaged in the conversation, though his gaze lingered more on Wenyu's face, which sparkled with enthusiasm. He delighted in seeing Wenyu like this, intelligent, focused, and wholeheartedly showcasing the sparks of his thoughts. Casually, he leaned in closer, their shoulders nearly brushing, his fingers seemingly inadvertently gliding across the page when he was indicating. "This is indeed exquisite." Shou Jingran's voice softened, akin to sharing a secret. "Your intuition is always remarkably keen." The sincere and specific praise filled Wenyu with a profound sense of accomplishment. In the days that followed, Wenyu's leisure time was entirely consumed by Shou Jingran. He often forgot to reply to messages from Ling Weiyun, and when he occasionally remembered, it was hours later. At that moment, Wenyu was seated with Shou Jingran in the sunniest corner of the library. The phone screen flickered to life and then dimmed as his attention was wholly absorbed by the rare poetic discourse brought by Shou Jingran. The two leaned close, quietly discussing the evolution of a particular imagery for over an hour until their conversation paused, prompting Wenyu to notice unread messages. "Reviewing the papers is beneficial." "Ah, got it. Just saw it. I'll check immediately." Ling Weiyun, observing the late reply, tapped her fingertips on the phone screen. "Tomorrow at 9. The usual place for a meeting to synchronize progress. Don't forget." When this message was sent, Wenyu had just concluded a discussion on postmodern literature with Shou Jingran and was returning to his dorm with a borrowed book in hand. Seeing the message, he perceived it as a routine notification and planned to address it upon returning to his dorm. After arriving, He was drawn into a conversation with Xia Xingyao, and it wasn't until he lay in bed after showering that he recalled he had forgotten to reply. Reviewing the papers is beneficial. Received. I will be there on time tomorrow. Ling Weiyun looked at the terse confirmation received late at night and turned off her phone screen. The room was engulfed in darkness, with only a faint light filtering in from the street lamp outside. As he lay in bed, he acutely felt a sense of exclusion and distance. Weiyun naturally found himself drawn into another rhythm, a world imbued with cultural richness and gentle care. In this realm, someone remembered all his preferences, meticulously prepared everything in advance, attentively listened to his every word, and always provided the most fitting responses. This feeling of being wholly embraced and valued was intoxicating. He even began to look forward to Shou Jingran's daily messages, as the suggestions regarding meals, entertainment, and discussions always aligned perfectly with his inclinations. In stark contrast, Ling Weiyun's terse and concise messages, laden with work content and occasionally tinged with a commanding tone, exude an air of rigidity. During team meetings, Weiyun remains focused and efficient, his intellectual exchanges with Ling Weiyun igniting sparks of inspiration. He observes Weiyun hurriedly gathering his belongings, swiftly making his way towards the figure that perpetually awaits outside the door, before departing alongside Shou Jingran, their silhouettes radiating a sense of ease and joy. Unbeknownst to Weiyun, he finds their interactions with his senior to be as refreshing as a spring breeze, consistently learning and receiving encouragement. He even begins to anticipate their daily rendezvous at the library. From behind the bookshelf at the far end of the library, Ling Weiyun gazes expressionlessly at the two closely knit heads, witnessing Weiyun's trusting smile directed at Shou Jingran, and the casual brush of Shou Jingran's hand against Weiyun's fingers. A heavy sensation akin to a damp cotton ball settles in his chest, suffocating him with discomfort. There he is again. Why does that Shou fellow linger so persistently? What infuriates him further is Weiyun's demeanor of complete acceptance and enjoyment. Where's the usual intensity he exhibits during discussions? Where's the Weiyun who demands clarity with his sharp gaze? How has he become so docile in the presence of others? An unnameable fury ignites within him. He can nearly envision Shou Jingran whispering hollow, yet seemingly sensible platitudes to Weiyun, deceiving a naive soul like him. A smirk curls upon his lips, the familiar languid and mischievous curve returning to his face, as if he has stumbled upon something amusing. He straightens up and saunters over, his footsteps nearly soundless until his figure casts a shadow over a small patch of sunlight. What are you discussing that brings such joy? His voice carries a perfectly measured languor, effectively interrupting their low conversation. Weiyun looks up, his relaxed smile still lingering. Captain Ling? He appears somewhat taken aback. Shou Jingran also raises his gaze, his expression unchanged with the perennial gentle smile. Ling, what a coincidence. However, the smile falters momentarily upon meeting Ling Weiyun's eyes. Ling Weiyun does not respond directly, instead allowing his gaze to leisurely wander over the literary theory books on the table, finally settling on Weiyun's face as if just recalling something. The optimization proposal for the third part of the model, he begins, his tone casual, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I recall the deadline is tomorrow. Have you finalized the parameters? When? He does not raise his voice, does not frown, his expression devoid of any harshness, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Yet, the terms deadline and parameters resemble two frigid stones, precisely striking the relaxed nerves of Weiyun. The smile on Weiyun's face diminishes. He instinctively sits up straighter, the focus and subtle pressure associated with work returning. I'm almost done, just running the results for the final parameter. He responds with a swiftness that slightly exceeds his usual pace. Is that so? Ling Weiyun lightly raised an eyebrow, finally bestowing a glance upon Shou Jingran, her smile deepening yet exuding an unsettling chill. It appears that Senior Shou's literature class is far more captivating than our mathematical models. Accompanied by his nonchalant demeanor, her words seem to be a mere jest. However, to Weiyun's ears, the tone subtly morphed, laced with an imperceptible reproach and a hint of condescension. Such indirect, yet profound expressions proved more challenging to endure than straightforward inquiries. Weiyun felt an inexplicable embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks warming slightly. He opened his mouth, yearning to clarify, yet the words eluded him. Chapter 28. The Unfathomable Estrangement. Shou Jingran maintained a smile, adeptly discerning the nuance in her words, and responded gently. Ling, you jest. We are merely exchanging idle chatter to refresh our minds. Shou has been wholly engrossed in the project and was just discussing how to map narrative logic onto user behavior sequences. I find it quite intriguing. Oh, mapping? Ling Weiyun interjected, her voice still languid, yet imbued with a piercing sharpness. What algorithm will you employ? What accuracy can be achieved? What does it surpass our existing models? She tossed out several cold, technical terms, precisely dissecting the romanticized elements of his statement. Her expression still one of feigned curiosity, even appearing sincere. The atmosphere grew subtle yet taut, an invisible pressure permeating the air, emanating from the seemingly most relaxed individual. When you suddenly found himself at a loss. Shou Jingran's smile finally waned slightly as he adjusted his glasses. It is merely a preliminary concept. The specifics will naturally require your expertise. Indeed, Ling Weiyun seemed to finally express satisfaction, lightly seizing the conversation, her gaze returning to Weiyun. Her tone remained casual. Then, make sure to send me the proposal before the evening, Shou Wen. Once the idle chatter is over, we must seize the moment. She placed an almost imperceptible emphasis on the words idle chatter, tinged with subtle mockery. Without allowing anyone time to respond, she casually turned and waved, sauntering away, leaving a daunting silhouette in her wake. When you watched the direction in which Ling Weiyun had vanished, glancing back at the unfinished book before him, the earlier lightheartedness had long since dissipated. He could not precisely identify which of Ling Weiyun's remarks had truly criticized him, yet he felt as if he had been invisibly spurred, unable to sit comfortably any longer. Shou Jingran fell silent for a moment before speaking again, his voice still gentle, yet seemingly tinged with a hint of coldness. It seems your team leader has quite strict expectations regarding progress. Weiyun sighed, reluctantly beginning to gather his belongings. Yes, senior, I apologize, but I must take my leave now. The resignation in his tone was palpable and clear. Shou Jingran remained warm. Yes, do hurry. Ling Weiyun's spur indeed had an immediate and tangible effect, prompting Weiyun to devote more time to preparing for the competition. The dim light of the screen illuminated his furrowed brow as he endeavored to prove his diligence through heightened efficiency. However, this transformation only served to intensify Ling Weiyun's agitation. The newly crawled data stream interface has encountered some issues. Jichen has asked you to check the logs when you have a moment, suspecting a coding conflict. Received. I will immediately connect with the server, came the prompt response. Ling Weiyun, upon reading this reply, ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. He could not comprehend why he was so preoccupied with the speed of the response. Weiyun was not his possession. Why should he remain on standby at all times? Yet, this realization did little to quell the inexplicable fire that smoldered within him. He could not bear to see Weiyun appear so utterly relaxed in the company of others, as if oblivious to everything, especially to him and their project. Ultimately, he chose not to reply. The organizing committee has updated the submission format specifications. The attachment contains annotations, particularly regarding data encapsulation. On Friday evening, after attending a small classical music concert with Shou Jingran, Weiyun was walking through the corridor amidst the dispersing crowd when his phone vibrated. Upon seeing Ling Weiyun's name, he instinctively paused. That familiar sensation of being scrutinized washed over him once again. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Okay, I'm outside now. I'll look at it as soon as I return. Ling Weiyun scoffed at the response. Outside? With that Shou Jingran, no doubt. He replied with a single word, feeling inexplicably absurd. Why should he care whom Weiyun chose to associate with? Yet, the discomfort lingered, inescapable and undeniable. During team meetings, Weiyun remained in sync with the rhythm, and their intellectual exchanges continued to be efficient. However, Ling Weiyun noticed that Weiyun no longer met his gaze as he had before when he would challenge him or excitedly share ideas. Instead, his eyes tended to drop or dart away, imbued with an indescribable caution, or perhaps a sense of detachment. When Ling Weiyun instinctively turned to Weiyun after a particularly challenging point, he found Wen Yu engrossed in note-taking. After one meeting concluded, Ling Weiyun almost instinctively began. Wen Yu, regarding the cross-domain processing logic, Ling team. Wen Yu swiftly interrupted, his speech slightly hurried, imbued with an urgency, to conclude. I understand this. I will ponder the details further upon my return. If I have questions, I'll ask online. Without awaiting a response, he hastily gathered his belongings, offered Ling Weiyun a somewhat stiff smile, and nearly fled the discussion room. Ling Weiyun stood frozen in place, watching the figure retreat with an unprecedented sense of alienation washing over him, as if struck by a spell of paralysis. It was neither anger nor the usual irritation, but rather a hollow feeling akin to suddenly stepping into thin air. Was Wen Yu avoiding him? Why? Was it merely because of their last encounter at the library? Was it perhaps that spending too much time with Su Jingran rendered him dull and harsh, leading to a reluctance to engage further? This notion left Ling Weiyun feeling increasingly perplexed. He could not fathom why he was so affected by Wen Yu's demeanor. He had always been indifferent to the perceptions of others. Whether adored or despised by many, he remained unmoved. Yet, Wen Yu was different. Why was he different? Was it because Ling Weiyun regarded him as a kindred spirit? Or had the continuous exploration over these days unwittingly bred a dependency, causing him to feel inexplicable irritation at Wen Yu's distance? Thus, he found it particularly intolerable that Wen Yu's attention had been diverted to another. Yes, it must be so. Ling Weiyun clung to this rationale to persuade himself. He would not allow himself a moment of loss of control and began to arm himself with a more frigid demeanor. He ceased to initiate conversations with Wen Yu, communicating only the most essential technical directives, devoid of any further exchange. He buried himself entirely in the preparations for the competition, erecting barriers of cold commands to isolate himself from that inexplicable agitation. Ultimately, these incomprehensible and unexpressed emotions coalesced into an even colder, more aloof aura that enveloped him. His gaze towards Wen Yu increasingly resembled that of one scrutinizing a malfunctioning program component in need of dispassionate resolution. Naturally, Wen Yu sensed this change. Initially, he assumed Ling Weiyun was merely dissatisfied with the progress of the project or overwhelmed by recent pressures. He endeavored to keep pace, striving to demonstrate his worth through flawless results. However, he soon realized that no matter how well he performed, Ling Weiyun's demeanor remained unyieldingly frosty, growing even colder. This chill was not born of harsh criticism, but rather a profound, bureaucratic indifference. It was as if he were merely a tool, a function delivering results from input parameters, rather than a living, thinking teammate. This left Wen Yu in a state of inexplicable vexation. He could not comprehend it. Everything had seemed fine before. Although Ling Weiyun was often somewhat inscrutable, there had been a spark of tacit understanding and intellectual collision between them. Now, only cold commands and silence remained. Wen Yu pondered for a long time, yet could not discern a reason. He attempted to extract answers from Ling Weiyun's expressionless visage, but found nothing but detachment. Consequently, he too began to subconsciously evade Ling Weiyun. In meetings, he ceased to speak up, preferring to direct his inquiries to Ji Chun online, even starting to wish for meetings to conclude swiftly to escape the stifling atmosphere. The low pressure within the team felt almost tangible. Even the most oblivious Zhang Hao refrained from speaking loudly, privately expressing his concerns to Lin Wei. Sister Wei, what on earth is wrong with Ling Ge? His silence is even more frightening. Lin Wei shook her head, equally in the dark, her gaze sweeping over Ling Weiyun's nearly flawless profile, which bore no emotion, only a near indifferent focus. Ling Weiyun felt that these days were stifling and chaotic, as if he were ensnared in a silent war. One where the enemy was elusive and the means of venting frustration were absent. He was utterly perplexed about the very reason for his struggle. Wen Yu shared the same sense of confusion. Clutching a hefty stack of documents while walking back to the dormitory, he gazed at the setting sun gradually sinking on the horizon, feeling an emptiness within. Both harbored their own thoughts, traversing their respective paths, despite being so near. It felt as if an invisible, thick glass separated them, preventing either from genuinely reaching into the other's world. Chapter 29. Ji Chen's frustration today marked the deadline for submitting the final proposal and data, with everyone's focus sharply directed towards the impending competition. Ling Weiyun appeared to maintain his usual demeanor, composed, efficient, and even more tranquil than usual. He swiftly reviewed the latest optimization progress of the model, his gaze keen, his tone devoid of any superfluous emotion. He deliberately avoided any eye contact with Weiyun beyond the scope of work, confining their interactions strictly to technical discussions. Weiyun, too, endeavored to cast aside his chaotic thoughts and concentrate on the task at hand. The sentiment analysis segment he was responsible for served as a crucial input for the model, leaving no room for error. He had just reported on the emotional lexicon and weighting scheme meticulously constructed from in-depth interviews within the Qinghe community, each entry having been painstakingly verified through his impeccable memory. Essentially flawless came Ling Weiyun's voice, still lacking warmth, as his gaze remained fixed on his computer screen, avoiding Weiyun entirely. Yi Chen, pay special attention to Weiyun's time series annotations during the interface integration. Any misalignment could lead to the failure of the sentiment analysis. Rest assured, Ji Chen replied without looking up, the faint sound of electronic music leaking from his headphones, his fingers dancing over the mechanical keyboard, leaving behind a blur of movement. On the other side, Zhang Hao and Lin Wei were embroiled in a heated debate over the calibration of a set of physical parameters, the flickering curves on the simulator serving as the focal point of their contention. Everything seemed to be steadily advancing towards the finish line under immense pressure. In the afternoon, Ji Chen typed the final line of code and habitually ran a quick data consistency check script. However, a sudden barrage of warning alerts flooded the screen, causing him to sit up straight, the music abruptly silenced. Damn, he muttered under his breath, yanking off his headphones, his expression darkening instantly. What is wrong, Qingge? Zhang Hao was the first to notice the disturbance. What happened? Lin Wei also paused her argument, glancing over. Ling Weiyun's sharp gaze immediately darted toward Ji Chen's screen. Ji Chen took a deep breath, his voice strained with shock and anger. Our cloud's raw data packets have been tampered with. His words detonated like a bomb in the still waters of the conference room, shattering the atmosphere instantly. What? Zhang Hao was the first to leap up, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. How is that possible? We set up triple validation for access. The server was fortified by the school. Is it a hacker attack or an internal leak? Lin Wei's complexion turned pale, her voice quivering slightly. The raw data constituted the foundation of the model. Once tainted, all subsequent efforts would be mere castles in the air. Ling Weiyun had taken several steps to position himself behind Ji Chen. Leaning forward with his hands resting on the edge of the table, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, displaying the incessantly scrolling error logs. His voice was unnervingly deep. What is the specific situation? What is the extent of the damage? The lines on his profile were taut with tension. Weiyun's heart sank abruptly, a chill racing up his spine. He instinctively clenched his fists. Ji Chen swiftly clicked open several windows, his speech racing faster than at any other time. It's not all the data. The opponent's methods are exceedingly insidious. They specifically targeted the core audio interview files of the Qinghe community. Approximately one-third, totaling 47 files, have been replaced. Replaced? When you thought he had misheard. Confusion etched on his face. Replaced with what? Replaced with interview recordings that have a similar thematic content, but entirely contradictory core viewpoints. Ji Chen pulled up the comparative interface of the audio analysis software and the automatically transcribed text, his voice rising in anger. Listen to this. He opened a file labeled Interview 07 Grandpa Wang Community Canteen. Through the speakers came the slow, dialect-accented voice of an elder. Grumbling, the dishes at the canteen are too salty. It's harsh on our throats. They tell us old folks to eat light for our health. Yet they make it so salty, it's outrageous. This is the original recording we made. Ji Chen's face turned ashen as he quickly opened another file. A counterfeit document with an identical title, but a timestamp modified to several hours later. It was still Grandpa Wang's voice, the tone, accent, and even background noise strikingly similar. Yet the content was a stark contradiction. The food at the canteen is acceptable, though it lacks variety. However, it tastes good. We older folks enjoy something flavorful. A bit salty is just right for our meals. What the hell? Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at the screen. This is a complete inversion of the truth. How do they achieve this? And this is not the only instance. Ji Chun rapidly clicked through several more samples. Key resident opinions on community greening, the activity center's opening hours, and property service had all been tampered with. Each instance reflected a reversal of core viewpoints. These forged audio files exhibited an extraordinarily high degree of fidelity. Not mere edits, but undoubtedly employed professional AI voice cloning and synthesis technology with a highly targeted approach. It's Xinguang. It must be Wei Zhe and his group behind this. Lin Wei slammed the table, her voice trembling with rage. He previously attempted to purchase our original data at a high price, but the captain flatly refused. When the direct approach fails, they resort to underhanded tactics. They want our model to yield completely opposite conclusions, to sabotage us during the defense. Ling Weiyun's expression had turned icy. He straightened up, immediately taking out his phone, his fingers dialing rapidly, his tone calm, yet laden with pressure. Professor Lee, I apologize for the interruption. Our team has encountered a targeted data tampering attack. We need to report the security incident to the organizing committee immediately and request an investigation. Yet everyone understood the harsh reality. Even with immediate reporting, the official investigation would require time, and their final deadline loomed overhead like a sword. Conducting a new community survey? That was a fantasy. What do we do now? Zhang Hao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Even though we had local backups, the task of revalidating, cleansing, and reintegrating these 47 files into the model for retraining was far beyond our time constraints. Moreover, who could say if they had other tricks up their sleeves? What if we managed to rectify everything only to be contaminated again? The meeting room was engulfed in a profound silence, and a sense of despair began to permeate the atmosphere. Perhaps it was a clear and composed voice that shattered the stillness. Wenyou lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the anxious faces of his teammates before finally resting on Ling Weiyun. We may not necessarily need to rely solely on backups. Everyone turned their attention to him. Wenyou took a deep breath and spoke with certainty. I remember all the original content of the interviews. Every word spoken by each individual, including their pauses, sighs, and even the sounds of passing vehicles during the interviews. I can fully recount the tampered portion of the data from memory. Ji Chun, you can generate the verification codes based on my recounting or directly mark the tampered files, using my version from memory as the final basis for correction. An extraordinary memory. At that moment, this often perceived peculiar ability became the only reliable beacon in the darkness. Ji Chun suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes. You are a human scanner. 100% authentic. This approach is feasible. Although the workload is immense, it is 1,000 times better than doing nothing. Boss. Ling Weiyun abruptly turned to Wenyou. In his eyes, Wenyou's figure was clearly reflected, soon replaced by a surge of deeper, indescribable emotions. His Adam's apple bobbed, his thin lips parted as if he wished to speak. But all words ultimately transformed into the most succinct and efficient directive. All right, let us do it. Chapter 30. The hidden hand of the stars. Ling Weiyun's Adam's apple bobbed. His thin lips parted as if he wished to speak, but all words ultimately transformed into the most succinct and efficient directive. All right, let us do it. Yi Chen, immediately establish an isolated verification environment locally, set the highest permissions, and prioritize locking and isolating all contaminated data. Wenyou, you will be responsible for recounting. Zhang Hao, Lin Wei, assist Ji Chun in real-time cross-validation and recording to maximize efficiency. I will simultaneously advance the complaint and reporting process and oversee the final logical verification. His commands were like military orders, instantly reinvigorating the scattered morale. The team operated once more like a finely tuned machine, accelerating into action. Wenyou closed his eyes, clearing his mind of distractions. The details of the interviews reappeared in his mind with the precision of high-definition holographic imagery. His speech was steady yet clear as he recited one tampered file ID after another. then began to recite the original content verbatim, even accurately reproducing the stutters and the faint sounds of children playing in the background. Ji-chun and the others held their breath, recording, their fingers flying as they compared line after line of code and data streams. After swiftly concluding his phone communications, Ling Weiyun joined the core of the verification effort. He stood beside Wenyou, his keen gaze scanning the text generated in real time based on Wenyou's recounting. At this moment, Ling Weiyun's mind resembled an overclocked processor, swiftly capturing keywords indicative of emotional inclinations and nodes of logical contradiction, while simultaneously aligning and confirming them with the requirements of the model at lightning speed. An astonishing display of rapidity. Time flew by in an atmosphere of intense urgency. Two individuals, both endowed with extraordinary memory, were collaborating informally for the first time, gradually breaching the data fortress that had been maliciously tampered with. Contaminations were identified and stripped away, while authentic samples were meticulously restored one by one. However, just as they reached the halfway mark and glimpsed a sliver of hope, Ji-chun's computer screen suddenly erupted in a frenzy of red flashes, accompanied by the shrill sound of alarms. My God, there are traps! Ji-chun's face turned ashen as he slammed his hand against the keyboard. The adversary had embedded a backdoor script. Once we initiate a large-scale reverse correction operation, it will trigger hidden conditions. The server's highest privileges are now locked remotely. All external upload channels have been forcibly closed. We cannot transmit the corrected data back to finalize the model. Physical access. Ling Weiyun instantly assessed the situation, her voice resolute. Someone must immediately go to the central server room of the experimental building and perform a direct physical connection. Otherwise, we will undoubtedly miss the deadline. Yet at this moment, less than 3 hours remained before the cutoff. Running to the experimental building for further processing would push the time to its absolute limits. Damn it. Zhang Hao grabbed his coat. No. Addressing the underlying server malfunction requires the highest privilege accounts and intricate command line operations, and only Ji-chun can handle it. But he cannot manage both the operations and troubleshooting alone in time. Ling Weiyun swiftly dismissed the idea, her gaze sharply scanning the group before finally settling on Wenyou. Wenyou, you and Ji-chun go. Your excellent memory will assist Ji-chun in swiftly recalling and articulating the complex operational commands and parameters, thus conserving precious time. The rest of you remain here to finalize data verification and prepare for model packaging. This arrangement was calm and rational, maximizing each person's strengths. Without hesitation, Wenyou nodded, understood. Ji-chun had also seized a backpack filled with tools and a keycard. Let's go. Taking a shortcut, the two surged out of the conference room like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the experimental building located at the opposite end of the campus. Little did they anticipate that this seemingly optimal emergency plan would inadvertently fall into another trap meticulously devised by Xingguei. As Wenyou and Ji-chun sprinted towards the experimental building, the wind whipped past them, laden with a palpable sense of urgency. Damn it, Weizhou is truly devious. Ji-chun muttered curses under his breath while tightly gripping the spare key, realizing that not only had they tampered with data, but they had also imposed authority restrictions. It seemed they were intent on driving them to their demise. Wenyou, breathless, remained silent, focusing all his energy on keeping pace. Yet his mind raced. Recalling the location of the server room Ji-chun had mentioned earlier, the potential operational command sequences needed, and all pertinent details. He had to ensure that every step was executed flawlessly. The experimental building appeared somewhat desolate. At this hour, most laboratories had already closed. They headed straight for the server room, located on the 3rd floor. The corridor stretched long, dimly lit, with only the sound of their footsteps reverberating in the vast space. Just as they were nearing the entrance to the control room, 2 logistics personnel clad in work attire unexpectedly emerged from a side passage, pushing a massive flatbed cart. The cart was piled high with equipment covered in canvas, nearly obstructing the entire corridor. Make way. Be careful, one of the workers shouted. Yet the cart seemed to veer out of control, hurtling straight towards Wenyou and Ji-chun. The incident unfolded too rapidly. Ji-chun reacted swiftly, darting aside just in time to evade it. However, Wenyu's focus was consumed by recalling the operational steps, causing him to react a beat too late. By the time he sensed the imminent danger, the heavy cart was already barreling towards him. Even more terrifying was that the stacked instruments, due to the sharp turn and acceleration, lurched violently, and the heavy metal box partially covered by canvas at the top was suddenly sliding down towards Wenyu's head. "Wenyu, watch out!" Ji Chun shouted in horror, but the distance was too great for any rescue to be executed in time. Wenyu's pupils dilated, his mind blank, unable to even make a move to dodge. A rush of unnatural wind, propelled by excessive speed, swept past him. Wenyu felt a sudden tightness around his waist, an irresistible force yanking him backward, causing him to stagger several steps before his back collided heavily with the corridor wall, letting out a muffled grunt. Almost simultaneously, clang! A deafening crash reverberated throughout the corridor. The heavy metal box crashed down onto the very spot where he had just stood, fracturing the smooth tiles beneath. The canvas flew open, revealing a chaotic jumble of discarded parts inside. The two workers pushing the cart appeared stunned, frozen in place. A shaken Ji Chun rushed over. "Wenyu, are you all right?" He felt as if he had momentarily glimpsed a shadow flash by before Wenyu was pulled away. Yet he couldn't discern who had intervened or how it had transpired. Leaning against the wall, Wenyu's heart raced as if it would burst from his chest, his breath coming in quick gasps. Instinctively, he reached for his waist where he had felt that powerful grip, still lingering with a faint, familiar scent of soapberry. He abruptly lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings anxiously. The corridor was empty except for them and the two stunned workers. That speed, that force. Yemifine. Wenyu's voice trembled slightly as he forced himself to regain composure. Ji Chun's sharp eyes fixed on the two cart pushers. "How would you push the cart without seeing anyone?" The two seemed to awaken from their daze, repeatedly apologizing. "We're so sorry. Did we hit you? It was truly an accident." Accident? Wenyu regarded the precariously stacked debris and the perfectly timed mishap, a cold smile curving his lips inward. It was clearly a meticulously orchestrated act. The intent was to delay, even at the cost of inflicting personal harm. Ji Chun, realizing the gravity of the situation, was consumed by rage. "An accident? It seems to me that you were just about to unleash your fury before Wenyu restrained you." The urgency of the control room weighed heavily on him. Wenyu lowered his voice, his gaze icy as he shot a glance at the two individuals. "We need to focus on the matter at hand. Now is not the time for distractions. The deadline looms like a sword over us." Ji Chun shot a fierce glare at the two, warning, "I'll settle the score with you later." With that, he swiftly retrieved his key card to unlock the imposing door to the control room. The two quickly slipped inside, where the frigid air and the deep hum of machines enveloped them. The door closed behind them, sealing off the outside world. Chapter 31. A silent accord when Yu and Ji Chun hastily entered the control room, immediately confronted by the chilling atmosphere and the resonant buzz of machinery. The door shut behind them, isolating them from everything outside. Ji Chun lunged towards the main control panel, inserting his key to commence operations, while muttering curses under his breath. It must be that bunch from Star Trajectory causing this mess. His words abruptly faltered as he spotted a small, folded sticky note conspicuously placed on the panel. Ji Chun and Wenyu exchanged a glance, both sensing an ominous foreboding. Ji Chun picked up the note and unfolded it. A line of text was printed, surprises abound. "How's the firewall?" Smiley face. The note bore a simplistic smiley face. Ji Chun's complexion turned ashen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Minutes later, he slumped despairingly into his chair. "It's over," he uttered hoarsely. "They not only altered the data and locked our permissions, but they've also embedded a deeply concealed logic bomb within our system core. If we attempt to make large-scale corrections or conduct a final submission verification, it will trigger and obliterate our entire cloud project library, along with the backups." When Yu's heart plummeted. To erase the project library meant that all their team's efforts over this period would be rendered void, potentially leaving them without any evidence for appeal. With just over an hour remaining until the deadline, reaching out for help from Ling Weiyun and the others was out of the question. Moreover, neutralizing a logic bomb of such magnitude was an arduous task that could not be accomplished swiftly. Is it possible to disarm it? Wenyu inquired, clinging to a shred of hope. Ji Chun, tormented, grasped his head in despair. This level of malicious code requires time, at least 3 to 4 hours, and it demands extremely high privileges and specialized tools. We are utterly helpless now. A desolation enveloped the small control room. Was it truly the end? At that moment, Wenyu's phone vibrated unexpectedly. He pulled it out to see a message from Ling Weiyun, succinctly stating, "How's it going?" Staring at those 3 words, an audacious and absurd thought flashed through Wenyu's mind. He suddenly lifted his gaze to Ji Chun. "Yi Chen, what if we could obtain the countermeasures or code samples from Star Trajectory's own server? If they could deploy such a bomb, they surely possess the corresponding control mechanisms or disarming tools. Could we possibly reverse engineer it quickly?" Ji Chun paused, then grasped the idea like a lifeline. "In theory, it is possible. If I could obtain a sample, I would be able to analyze its triggering mechanism and key, perhaps even directly uncover the deactivation command. But how could we possibly acquire it? Their servers must be fortified with stringent protections. Where is their core server located?" When you interrupted him, his voice trembling slightly with that audacious conjecture. "It should be within this very building. Weijia, eager to show off and facilitate control, has established the private server cluster of Xinhua in an exclusive laboratory on the 5th floor. Ji Chun responded, only to immediately feel deflated. "But even if we knew where it was, it would be of no use. Their access control is even stricter than here. We simply cannot get in. Moreover, time." Wenyu's fingers flew across the phone screen. He did not answer Ji Chun, but instead sent a message to Ling Weiyun. The message was exceedingly brief, yet it bore immense significance and an element of desperate trust. "The server room has a logic bomb. Triggering it will wipe the database. We require countermeasures or code samples from the Xinhua server, 5th floor. Urgent." The message was sent successfully. Wenyu gripped his phone tightly, his heart racing with unprecedented intensity. He was acutely aware of his actions. He was gambling, wagering on Ling Weiyun's extraordinary capabilities, hoping he would respond. How would he reply? With denial? Doubt? Or? The phone screen lit up almost the instant he sent the message. Ling Weiyun's response was starkly simple, consisting of just one word: wait. And then silence ensued. Time ticked away, each second stretching interminably. The server room echoed only with the hum of the servers and Ji Chun's anxious breaths. Each moment felt like an eternity. When you fixated on the time displayed on his phone, his palms slick with sweat. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes elapsed. There was no word from Ling Weiyun. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Ji Chun was on the brink of despair. "Wenyu, what on earth are you contacting the captain for? What can he possibly do?" At that moment, the previously stable server indicator lights in the room began to flicker erratically. Almost simultaneously, a series of exceedingly complex codes, clearly not part of any regular procedure, cascaded across the main control screen in a frenzy. The speed was so rapid that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. "What is this?" Ji Chun nearly leapt from his chair. "Is there an external forced access?" "No, this permission, this method of bypassing the firewall, is utterly absurd." The string of code appeared for less than 3 seconds before vanishing. Following that, an external interface indicator light on the control panel illuminated. Beep. Almost immediately, a knock echoed at the door, and the two exchanged glances. When you want to open it, only to find a sleek black high-speed USB drive that had never been seen before. Ji Chun and Wenyu stared, dumbfounded, at the suddenly materialized USB drive. Wenyu's heart nearly ceased to beat. He truly did it. Ji Chun suddenly regained his composure, disregarding how the USB drive had appeared, and with trembling hands, he inserted the rarely used physical interface, immediately attempting to read the contents of the USB drive. My heavens! Mere seconds later, Ji Chun inhaled sharply, his voice trembling with shock and exhilaration. This is the core tool library of Xinhua. Where is the complete design document for the logic bomb and the disarming key? How could this be possible? How did the captain acquire them? It has only been 10 minutes. Can he fly? Wenyu remained silent, leaning against the cold server cabinet, slowly exhaling a breath he had been holding. His legs felt somewhat weak. It was not flight, but rather an unfathomable means beyond flight. This time, he was not merely astonished. A profound sense of unspoken understanding and trust, forged through the sharing of monumental secrets and the experience of life and death urgency, quietly began to blossom within him. Forget the details. Hurry and use it. When you urged, steadying his voice. Oh, right. Ji-chun snapped back to reality and began to operate with fervor. Armed with these miraculous tools, disarming the logic bomb became a trivial task. A few minutes later, Ji-chun let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It's done. The bomb has been defused. Permissions have been restored. We can submit normally. With less than half an hour remaining until the deadline, the two dared not waste another moment and immediately proceeded to conduct the final verification and upload of all the corrected data packets. When the green progress bar, symbolizing successful submission, finally filled the screen, Weiyun and Ji-chun slumped into their chairs, utterly exhausted, exchanging a glance filled with a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Meanwhile, in the team meeting room, Ling Weiyun stood by the window, gazing at the now completely darkened sky. His complexion appeared even paler than usual, with barely noticeable beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his breathing slightly heavier than normal. He subtly adjusted his breath, as if merely fatigued. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Weiyun. Submission successful. Ling Weiyun regarded those simple 4 words, and the tension in his jaw finally eased just a fraction. His fingertip lingered on the screen for a moment before he replied with just 2 words, receive. He put away his phone, his gaze drifting across the heavy night beyond the window, a flicker of complex emotions flashing deep within his eyes. This time, the inhuman capabilities were laid bare before him with such clarity. What do you think? At that moment, in the shadowy corridor outside the 5th-floor Star Trajectory Laboratory, a figure gazed at the screen in hand, which had suddenly signaled an alarm for abnormal core data access, and, in frustration, he struck the wall with a furious fist. How could this be? How did they accomplish this? Chapter 32. Overloaded minds after the elation of successful submission came overwhelming fatigue and apprehension. As Weiyun and Ji-chun trudged back to the team meeting room, they appeared as if they had just returned from a fierce battle. Zhang Hao and Lin Wei immediately surrounded them, bombarding them with questions. How'd it go? Are you all right? Just now, Weiyun suddenly mentioned that you encountered some trouble. But it has been resolved? Lin Wei inquired eagerly. Ji-chun plopped down into a chair, grabbing an unknown bottle of water and gulping it down, finally catching his breath as he recounted the unexpected incident at the server room entrance and the thrilling bomb disposal. He gestured animatedly as he spoke, his fingers rapidly tapping in the air, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Emotions still ran high, particularly when a mysterious USB drive was mentioned. He lowered his voice, exclaiming how remarkably timely it had appeared, undoubtedly orchestrated by the leader. But how had he managed it? 10 minutes. From here to the 5th floor of the Starry Base, picking locks, searching for items, and returning, such a feat was beyond human capability, was it not? Ji-chun's eyes widened in awe, his face a canvas of admiration and disbelief. Leader, do you possess some hidden identity as a hacking genius that you haven't shared with us? All eyes turned to Ling Weiyun by the window. He had reverted to his usual demeanor, albeit with a slightly paler complexion. Upon hearing Ji-chun's words, he turned around, his expression languid as ever, tinged with just the right amount of fatigue. Rubbing his temples, he casually remarked, as if discussing a trivial matter, "It's nothing. I happen to know a friend with certain privileges at Starry Base. I made an urgent call and asked for assistance." He effortlessly downplayed the extraordinary aspects, artfully evading any probing inquiries regarding the specifics of how it was accomplished. While this explanation might seem somewhat implausible, what sort of friend could procure the opponent's core toolkit in 10 minutes? It appeared to be the most reasonable assertion at the moment. After all, compared to other more fantastical speculations, this answer was far more palatable. Wow, leader, you were just out there connecting with hidden contact for that long? That's incredible. Zhang Hao immediately believed it, his face alight with admiration. Lin Wei also breathed a sigh of relief, declaring, "Regardless, the issue is resolved. That was truly perilous." Ling Weiyun was acutely aware of Wen Yu's keen observational skills and logical reasoning, which far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. He sensed the weight of that calm gaze upon him, as if it could penetrate the elaborate facade he had constructed, reaching the most profound of secrets. He felt a flicker of fear that Wen Yu might probe further, that the thin veil of secrecy might be pierced, exposing the inexplicable abilities to the glaring light of day, along with the unknown risks that could ensue. He dared not meet Wen Yu's gaze, deliberately avoiding his direction. Pretending to be fully engrossed in checking Ji Chen's recently restored server permissions and the final submission confirmation, his fingers swiftly gliding over the tablet, striving to mask the turmoil of unease and guilt within. Wen Yu stood silently beside him, saying nothing. He simply observed Ling Weiyun, noting how the latter, with his exquisite acting, seemingly rational explanations, and perfectly timed details, once again gently concealed that secret. Zhang Hao had already begun to shout about where they should go to celebrate with a nice meal, while Ji Chen excitedly speculated on the hacking prowess Ling Weiyun had employed to crack the code. The team's atmosphere revitalized, the relief of having survived washing away the prior tension. They began discussing where to dine in celebration. Wen Yu too wished to smile and join the conversation, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to even lift the corners of his mouth. Since the afternoon's revelation of the data tampering, his mind had been operating like a supercomputer at maximum speed, never resting for a moment. The precise recollection of vast interview details, the act of retelling, proofreading, and coping with unforeseen circumstances culminated in an ultimate plea for help, all while enduring an excruciating mental strain. This relentless exertion was draining his extraordinary mind. Such prodigious memory comes at a considerable cost. The continuous output of such high intensity and precision exacts a tremendous toll on one's mental fortitude. At this moment, the taut string that had been stretched to its limits suddenly relaxed upon the confirmation that the crisis had passed. A powerful wave of dizziness surged, as if a tide were crashing over him, causing the surroundings to spin and blur. The excited voices around him seemed muffled, as if filtered through a thick glass, becoming distant and unreal. Wen Yu, what is wrong with you? You look so pale. Zhang Hao finally noticed his unusual state, his smile freezing, as he reached out to offer support. Wen Yu attempted to shake his head and assure him that he was fine, but even this simple movement eluded him. The world around him rapidly faded, darkening, accompanied by a sharp ringing in his ears. His final sensation was the uncontrollable collapse of his body forward and Zhang Hao's terrified shout. Wen Yu, hey, don't scare me. Then, he fell into complete unconsciousness. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Ling Weiyun was the first to react. Almost at the instant Wen Yu's body fell limp, he discarded the tablet he was holding and dashed forward with astonishing speed, even faster than Zhang Hao, who was closer. Wen Yu. Ling Weiyun's voice trembled slightly as he knelt, carefully avoiding any potential injuries. His fingers trembling, yet striving to remain steady as they swiftly searched for a pulse at Wen Yu's neck. Upon feeling a faint but undeniable heartbeat beneath his fingertips, the tension in his heart eased just a fraction. However, seeing Wen Yu's lifeless, pale face tightened his chest as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing a deep, suffocating pain. How is he? Lin Wei also rushed over, anxiously inquiring. There's a pulse, but it is very weak, Ling Weiyun responded swiftly, suppressing overwhelming concern as he looked up urgently at Ji Chen. Yi Chen, did he sustain any injuries in the control room? Did he bump into anything? His mind immediately recalled the earlier incident in the corridor, fearing it might have harmed him. Ji Chen's face turned pale as well, shaking his head repeatedly. No, the box in the corridor didn't hit him. He was fine after coming out, just he looks especially exhausted. Lin Wei, being observant, noted Wen Yu's condition. He has a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. Could it be low blood sugar? Or perhaps he is simply too worn out and tense. And when he finally relaxed, he fainted. Ling Weiyun pressed his lips together, remaining silent. As a fellow possessor of extraordinary memory, he instinctively resisted delving into the cost of such a gift. Yet he could not deny the truth. He was all too familiar with this level of mental exhaustion and the collapse that follows the overexertion of the mind, even if he had never allowed himself to reach such a state. At this moment, he was certain Wen Yu's remarkable recall was indeed the same ability he possessed. Yet it was confirmed in such a distressing manner. A surge of profound heartache and self-reproach overwhelmed him. He did not hesitate, carefully slipping one hand beneath Wen Yu's knee while the other supported his back. With a firm embrace, he lifted Wen Yu effortlessly. "Ling, shall I assist you?" Zhang Hao stepped forward upon witnessing the scene. "No need." Ling Weiyun's voice was heavy with an instinctive resistance, as if he believed this burden was solely his to bear. To his surprise, Wen Yu felt lighter than anticipated, curled in his arms, intensifying the ache in his heart. "To the infirmary," Lin Wei immediately declared. "No," Ling Weiyun asserted once more, his tone resolute. "We must go directly to the campus hospital for a comprehensive examination. The infirmary cannot handle this situation. I must ensure he is unharmed." He cradled Wen Yu close, moving swiftly yet steadily towards the exit, fearful of causing even the slightest jolt to the person in his arms. With all the team members nearby, he felt unable to utilize any special abilities, a wave of uncontrollable anxiety sweeping over him for the first time. Zhang Hao, Lin Wei, and Ji Chun hurried to keep pace, their faces etched with concern. Ling Weiyun lowered his gaze, focusing on Wen Yu's pale countenance, his breaths faint. An unprecedented panic and heartache engulfed him. The deliberate distance, the childish stubbornness, the worries about secrets, all seemed ludicrous and trivial in that moment. All he knew was that he could not afford to falter. He must remain unscathed. Chapter 33. Unable to restrain my thoughts, Ling Weiyun rushed into the emergency hall of the school hospital, cradling Wen Yu as if propelled by urgency. His expression was more wretched than ever. The usual languor and composure entirely vanished, replaced by sheer anxiety and panic. Doctor, he has collapsed." His voice was hoarse and strained from the urgency. The emergency staff quickly gathered, swiftly placing Wen Yu onto a stretcher and wheeling him into the examination room. Ling Weiyun intended to follow, but was halted at the door by a nurse. "Family members, please wait outside. The doctor needs to conduct a detailed examination." Unable to enter, he remained outside, a trapped beast, fists clenched in frustration. Zhang Hao, Lin Wei, and Ji Chun soon arrived, breathless. "How is he? What is happening with Wen Yu?" Ji Chun asked anxiously. "He is still being examined," Ling Weiyun replied in a low voice, his gaze fixed on a closed door as if willing it to open. Time dragged on, each second feeling interminable. Ling Weiyun leaned against the cold wall, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. He regretted allowing Wen Yu to visit the computer room. He could not bear to think of the consequences if Wen Yu were to suffer any aftereffects from this overexertion. After what felt like an eternity, the examination room door finally opened. A middle-aged doctor emerged. "Doctor, how is he?" Ling Weiyun rushed forward, followed closely by Zhang Hao and the others. The doctor removed his mask, speaking in a relatively calm tone. "Do not worry too much. Preliminary examinations show no organic lesions, and his vital signs are stabilizing." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. But how could he have collapsed so suddenly? Zhang Hao pressed, urgency lacing his inquiry. "Based on your description and our examination, the preliminary assessment indicates that the sudden fainting spell is a result of extreme fatigue and heightened mental stress, akin to neurogenic shock. His cerebral activity appears to be unusually hyperactive, as if he has undergone an overload of processing, leading to a self-protective shutdown." The doctor explained, casting a puzzled glance at the group of young individuals. "Have you participated in some extreme competition that could exhaust someone to this extent?" Ling Weiyun's heart sank suddenly. When would he awaken? Ling Weiyun's voice was somewhat hoarse. "It should be soon. We have administered glucose and electrolytes, and he just needs to rest adequately. I recommend observing him overnight." The doctor continued, looking at them. "Who among you is his family? Please complete the necessary paperwork." Ling Weiyun instinctively opened his mouth, but immediately halted. He was not a family member. "We are classmates and teammates." Lin Wei interjected hastily. "The teacher will be here shortly. We have already informed the counselor." The doctor nodded. "That's acceptable. One of you may proceed to handle the paperwork. The patient has been transferred to observation room 307. One person can accompany him, but please avoid disturbing his rest. I'll take care of the paperwork. Zhang Hao volunteered. I'll call the counselor and professor to explain the situation. Lin Wei added. I'll go buy some water and snacks. Jichen also found something to do. Soon, the corridor was left with only Ling Weiyun. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door to room 307. The ward was tranquil, with only the faint ticking of medical instruments. When you lay on the white hospital bed, his complexion still unwell, yet compared to his previous lifeless state, his breathing seemed considerably more stable. And 4 drip was inserted into the back of his hand, with a clear liquid gradually flowing into his veins. Ling Weiyun approached quietly, pulling a chair to sit by the bedside, moving gently as if afraid to disturb Weiyun. This was his first time observing Weiyun so closely and undisturbed. The usually bright and intelligent eyes, often glimmering with wit and occasional mischief, were now peacefully closed, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows on his pallid skin. His nose was well-defined, and his lips appeared somewhat parched, pressed together in a way that conveyed an unusual fragility. Ling Weiyun's heart felt as though it had been lightly nudged, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. Memories flooded back, Weiyun frowning slightly while engaged in earnest discussions, the eye rolls he made when exasperated by Ling Weiyun's antics, the satisfaction that lit up his eyes while enjoying milk tea, and the focused, powerful aura he exuded during moments of absolute recall. Unable to resist, he extended his hand, his fingertips hovering in the air for a long moment before gently brushing aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen across Weiyun's forehead. The instant his fingertips made contact with the cool skin, an unfamiliar, tingling sensation spread from his fingertips. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand, his heart racing. Ling Weiyun averted his gaze in a fluster, feeling his ears involuntarily heat up. He forced himself to regain composure, yet he could not dismiss the tumultuous waves stirred within him by that fleeting touch. He remained there, his gaze reluctant to rest lightly upon Weiyun's face. Instead, fixating on the steady drip of liquid from the forebag, his heart in a tumultuous disarray. Questions about the secret of his abilities, the enigma of Weiyun, and the peculiar turmoil within himself intertwined, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. How would he confront Weiyun when he awoke? The brilliance of Weiyun's mind surely hinted that he had discerned something. Should he continue to conceal the truth? How much longer could he sustain such a facade? The lights in the hospital room were dimmed to their lowest setting, leaving only a solitary wall lamp in the corner, casting a soft, hazy glow that faintly outlined Weiyun's serene sleeping visage and Ling Weiyun's tense profile. Time seemed to elongate. With each passing second, Ling Weiyun could distinctly hear the rapid thrum of his own heartbeat, accompanied by the almost imperceptible yet rhythmically unsettling sound of the 4 drip. He maintained a rigid posture, his gaze lowered to a crease in the white bedsheet, daring not to look at Weiyun. Yet, even without visual contact, Weiyun's presence enveloped his senses entirely. The gentle sound of his breathing, the faint, antiseptic-tinged scent that was uniquely Weiyun, wrapped around his consciousness like invisible threads. What was happening to him? Why did his heart race so? Why did merely sitting beside him, watching him sleep peacefully, evoke an indescribable sense of fulfillment and an urge to draw nearer? This unfamiliar and intense emotion filled him with dread. He was accustomed to controlling everything, to shrouding himself in indifference and distance, isolating himself from the external disturbances he could neither comprehend nor bear. Was it guilt? A compensatory feeling stemming from his indirect role in Weiyun's fainting? Was it curiosity, as Weiyun was the only one capable of unraveling his secrets? Or something else entirely? A deeper emotion, one he dared not name, surged like an undercurrent in deep waters, threatening to breach the psychological barriers he had long constructed. Frustrated, he closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling within. At that moment, the figure on the hospital bed emitted a faint, discomfort-laden whimper. Ling Weiyun's eyes flew open, his body instinctively leaning forward, all his turbulent thoughts cast aside. His focus entirely on Weiyun. He observed as Weiyun's long eyelashes fluttered delicately, resembling butterfly wings, while his brow furrowed unconsciously, seemingly struggling to awaken from the depths of darkness. When you? Ling Weiyun's voice came out softly, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp and tension. Are you awake? Chapter 34. Unspoken loss when Yu's eyelids struggled to part, revealing a narrow slit of confusion and disorientation. His gaze lacked focus. Unable to adjust to the dim light or comprehend his surroundings, he instinctively attempted to move, only to emit a faint gasp due to weakness and the needle in his hand. Don't move. Ling Weiyun instinctively reached out, gently pressing down on Wen Yu's uninfused arm to halt his motion. Wen Yu's gaze gradually focused, looking somewhat bewildered at Ling Weiyun. His voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. Ling Weiyun? Where am I? His tone carried the fragility of someone recently awakened. You're in the hospital. You fainted. Ling Weiyun succinctly explained, his eyes intently fixed on Wen Yu's face, not missing a single subtle expression, striving to gauge his current state. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? His voice was laced with urgency and concern, the habitual indifference and aloofness evaporating in this moment. When you blinked, seemingly taking a moment to digest this information, memories began to resurface: data tampering, the server room, the logic bomb, that plea for help, the mysteriously appearing USB drive, and a last wave of dizziness that nearly engulfed his consciousness. His gaze fell upon Ling Weiyun's face, etched with worry, before slowly shifting to his own arm. Gently held down, Ling Weiyun's palm was warm, the heat penetrating through the hospital gown, emanating a reassuring strength, yet inexplicably inducing a sense of unease. He subtly moved his arm, as if reminded. Ling Weiyun abruptly withdrew his hand, fingers curling into his palm, his tone attempting to regain its usual calmness. Though it still bore a hint of stiffness, the doctor said you have overexerted yourself and need a rest. A subtle, awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. When you lowered his eyelashes, eyeing the needle on the back of his hand, softly inquiring, the competition data has been successfully submitted. It's all right. Ling Weiyun replied immediately, pausing briefly before adding, you did very well. The final phrase he uttered was light, yet imbued with sincerity. When you pondered, once certain matters were broached, discomfort was inevitable for both. Sensing the reluctance to discuss, perhaps a tacit silence was the wisest choice. He refrained from questioning the origin of a USB drive or how he had infiltrated the Xinguang system, merely responding with a gentle hum. His lack of inquiry, however, left Ling Weiyun feeling increasingly unsettled. A blend of relief, guilt, and an indescribable sense of loss unfurled within him. For a moment, neither spoke. In the quiet hospital room, a subtle, unspoken current began to stir. After a while, Ling Weiyun rose. You've just woken up? You must be thirsty. I'll get you some water. He approached the water dispenser, filling a paper cup. His entire posture inexplicably conveyed a sense of panic, as if he were fleeing in haste. Wen Yu's gaze lingered on that silhouette, his complex expression interwoven with myriad unspoken emotions. The delicate silence of the room was shattered by a polite knock at the door. Ling Weiyun, as if discovering a reprieve, swiftly turned to open it. Standing outside were the professor, Mr. Li, and the college counselor, Ms. Wang, both wearing expressions of concern and urgency. Mr. Li, Ms. Wang, Ling Weiyun stepped aside to let them in. How is the situation? Is Wen Yu all right? Mr. Li inquired anxiously upon entering, his eyes darting to Wen Yu on the bed. The doctor said it was due to overexertion, resulting in fainting. He needs to rest and be observed. Ling Weiyun briefly reported on the doctor's words. Counselor Wang approached the bedside, gazing at Wen Yu's still pallid face, feeling a mix of compassion and reproach. You children, he began, engaging in competitions is commendable, yet you mustn't push yourselves to such extremes. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. You truly frightened us this time. A hint of embarrassment crossed Wen Yu's features as he managed a faint smile, his voice still weak. I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you worry. I'm fine now. That's good to hear. Very good indeed. Professor Li sighed in relief, then turned to Ling Weiyun. I've heard from Lin Wei and the others about the situation at the competition. You handled it excellently and promptly. The school will communicate with the organizing committee regarding subsequent matters and will ensure a serious response. Ling Weiyun nodded appreciatively. Thank you, teacher. The two instructors then inquired further about Wenyu's condition, urging him to rest well and to momentarily set aside thoughts of the competition. Once they confirmed that Wenyu was indeed out of danger, they felt a sense of ease. Well then, take good care of yourself. We'll take our leave now, Counselor Wang said, giving Wenyu's shoulder a gentle pat. Thank you, teacher, Wenyu replied softly. Professor Li addressed the group. You must be exhausted after the day you've had, right? Upon hearing this, Wenyu quickly interjected, Professor Li is right. Everyone has worked hard today. Please go back and rest. I'm truly fine here with doctors and nurses around, so don't worry. I'll stay with him. Ling Weiyun interjected calmly, yet firmly. I am the captain. It is my responsibility. The two teachers were momentarily taken aback by Ling Weiyun's assertion, but upon glancing at the bedbound Wenyu, who indeed required care, they nodded in agreement. Very well. Thank you for your dedication. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call us, Professor Li instructed. Understood, Ling Weiyun replied. After the two teachers departed, it wasn't long before Zhang Hao, Lin Wei, and Ji Chen returned, carrying congee and some fruit. Wenyu, are you feeling any better? We brought you some light congee. Do try to eat a little, Lin Wei said, placing the items on the bedside table. Thank you. Wenyu smiled. Ji Chen still looked visibly shaken. You truly scared us. You mustn't push yourself like that again. Zhang Hao leaned closer to Ling Weiyun, lowering his voice. Boss, all the paperwork is sorted. You must be exhausted. Why not rest? We could take turns watching over him. Ling Weiyun shook his head without a moment's hesitation. His voice steady yet subdued. No need. You all should return to rest. I will stay. His gaze instinctively flickered to the bed where Wenyu lay, then quickly averted as he added, Tomorrow, whoever is free can come to switch shifts. The three exchanged glances, recognizing Ling Weiyun's steadfastness today. They understood that as core members of the project, he might have more to discuss with Wenyu regarding the aftermath of the competition, so they did not press further. All right, boss, we appreciate your effort. We'll come back early tomorrow. Zhang Hao clapped Ling Weiyun on the shoulder. Wenyu, rest well. We'll see you tomorrow. Lin Wei and Ji Chen also offered their encouragement. Thank you all, Wenyu said softly. After a few more words of encouragement, the teammates exited the ward. As the door gently closed behind them, the noise and concern of the outside world were silenced, leaving the room once again with just the two of them. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence, even more subtle than before. Ling Weiyun approached the bedside, lifted the bowl of porridge that Lin Wei had purchased, and removed the lid, discovering it still warm. He stirred it silently with a spoon, seemingly weighing his words, or perhaps attempting to calm his own emotions. Would you care for something to eat? He murmured, avoiding Wenyu's gaze, his attention drawn to the wisps of steam rising from the bowl. All right, Wenyu replied softly. He indeed felt somewhat weak and fatigued. Ling Weiyun hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating how best to feed him. Sensing his discomfort, Wenyu extended his hand. I can manage. I just lack the strength, not the ability to move. Ling Weiyun appeared to exhale in relief, yet seemed a touch disheartened as he cautiously handed the bowl and spoon to Wenyu, observing him as he slowly ate, albeit with some difficulty. Throughout this process, neither of them spoke. The previous, deliberate estrangement and discomfort dissipated, replaced by an ineffable atmosphere mingled with awkwardness, tension, concern, and an inexplicable essence, silently permeating the quiet hospital room. Chapter 35. Together in the hospital room, the mental exhaustion from the previous night was overwhelming. Wenyu could hardly recall when he had fallen asleep again. Perhaps it was after consuming the warm porridge. Or perhaps it was during Ling Weiyun's silent yet profoundly present companionship that his heavy eyelids could no longer bear the weight, plunging him into a dreamless abyss of slumber. He slept deeply until the gentle morning sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, tenderly gracing his eyelids and rousing him from the depths of his sleep. Wenyu slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the soft light within the room. His mind was no longer clouded as it had been the previous night. Instead, it felt refreshed and at ease. Instinctively, he attempted to move, only to discover that his left hand seemed to be pinned down, a bit numb. He tilted his head slightly and glanced down, his heart racing unexpectedly. The rabbit was indeed hopping again. Ling Weiyun had fallen asleep at the side of his hospital bed, resting his face against his own arm, turned towards Wenyu. The eyes that usually bore a languid detachment were now peacefully closed, casting a small fan-shaped shadow beneath his long, thick eyelashes. The morning light perfectly outlined the contours of his profile, from his full forehead to his straight nose, and then to his jawline, which, though sharply defined, appeared unusually gentle at this moment. A few rebellious strands of light brown hair cascaded down, resting on his smooth forehead and slightly furrowed brow, as if even in slumber he could not entirely relax. His lips were gently pressed together, a healthy, soft red, stripped of the usual aloofness and sharpness, revealing an unguarded, almost childlike softness. Wenyu's gaze was magnetically drawn to him, unable to look away. In this moment, Ling Weiyun shed all pretense and armor, retracting every thorn and distance, resembling a large feline that had finally sheathed its claws, resting in exhaustion, revealing an unknown tenderness that was almost fragile. His sleeping face possessed a remarkable beauty, not the aggressive handsomeness he typically exhibited, but a serene, exquisitely delicate charm that softened the heart. When you could even distinctly perceive the subtle sheen on the tips of his eyelashes glimmering in the sunlight, discern the minuscule, faint mole on his nose bridge, and feel the incredibly gentle yet warm breath he exhaled brushing against the fingers resting at the edge of the bed. Time seemed to slow down and thicken in that moment. When you held his breath, daring not to stir, fearing that even the slightest sound would disturb this dreamlike tranquility and awaken the vision before him, a scene he had never dared to hope to witness. Suddenly, his phone on the bedside table vibrated. He furrowed his brow slightly, cautious not to disturb the slumbering figure beside him, and carefully reached for the device. The screen lit up, revealing a flurry of gossip from Xia Xingyao. Xia Xingyao. Yeah. Why didn't you return to the dorm yesterday? What were you up to? Could it be that you were with the handsome guy from Ling University? When you glanced at the message, and then at the defenseless, sleeping visage of Ling Weiyun beside him, a peculiar feeling, intricate and indescribable even to himself, welled up within him. He rolled his eyes in resignation and, with his fingertip, typed a candid reply. When you? Yes, we are together. Sure enough, the next moment, Xia Xingyao's response detonated like a bomb. Xia Xingyao. Really? Wow. Bombard me with emojis. Elaborate. What's the situation? Is it the handsome guy? When you could almost envision Xia Xingyao jumping for joy on the other end of the phone. He sighed and had to douse the excitement with cold water. When you? However, we are at the hospital. Xia Xingyao. Hospital? What happened? Shock and horror. Who was in the hospital? Why? Is it serious? When you? I fainted from exhaustion yesterday. Xia Xingyao. What? How did that happen? Which hospital? The campus hospital? When you? Yes, emergency observation room 307 at the campus hospital. There was silence, or perhaps shock, on the other end for about 10 minutes. Then, when you heard hurried, yet deliberately subdued footsteps approaching from the corridor, though it was clearly ineffective in masking their urgency. The hospital room door creaked open, and Xia Xingyao's fluffy head peeked in, her face a tapestry of anxiety and curiosity. Yui, how are you? She exclaimed, but as soon as the words left her mouth, when you urgently gestured for her to be quiet, his expression tense as he signaled towards the bedside. Xia Xingyao, momentarily taken aback, followed his gaze and nearly bit her tongue in shock. There lay Ling Weiyun, hunched over the bedside, seemingly disturbed by the commotion, frowning slightly as he lifted his head. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were still clouded with the lingering haze of sleep and annoyance at being interrupted, locking onto the unexpected intruder at the door. Xia Xingyao froze in place, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth forming an A shape as all words caught in her throat. Ling Weiyun, he was truly here, and in this protective posture, sleeping by Wenyu's bedside. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming, almost frying her CPU. Ling Weiyun gradually regained consciousness. Upon recognizing Xia Xingyao, the flicker of displeasure in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by his usual indifference, albeit with a hint of warmth, lacking the stark distance typically present. He naturally straightened his posture, stretching his somewhat stiff neck and arms. His gaze briefly swept over Wenyu, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. You're awake. Do you feel better? Wenyu nodded. Much better. Ling Weiyun acknowledged, glancing at Xia Xingyao as a form of greeting before addressing Wen Yu. You two chat. I'll go buy breakfast. His voice was remarkably casual. Without lingering even a moment longer, he strode towards the door, brushing past the still-dazed Xia Xingyao, and exited the hospital room. It was only when Ling Weiyun's footsteps faded at the corridor's end that Xia Xingyao snapped back to reality, dashing to Wen Yu's bedside. Lowering his voice, yet failing to conceal his overwhelming excitement. WC. 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 What is going on? How could Ling be here? And sleeping by your bedside? Did you really spend the whole night together? What happened when you fainted? Hurry. Spill all the details. Wen Yu regarded his friend's exuberance with a resigned sigh. Fully anticipating this reaction, he rubbed his still-throbbing temples and began to recount the events of the previous day's competition and the circumstances surrounding his fainting spell. Even so, Xia Xingyao was taken aback, ultimately thumping his chest. You scared me. I'm relieved you're all right. But his tone shifted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Ling took care of you all night? He even volunteered to buy breakfast? Yeah. It seems he really likes you. When you retorted, be quiet, drink your water. He tossed an unopened bottle of water from the bedside table to Xia Xingyao, his ears involuntarily warming. Outside the ward, Ling Weiyun, poised to step away, was suddenly struck as if by an invisible bolt of lightning, his feet halting abruptly. Xia Xingyao's query resonated clearly through the door. Likes? What kind of liking? He had never permitted himself to ponder in that direction. Those inexplicable attentions, the uncontrollable desire for proximity, the intense emotional upheaval stirred by Wen Yu, frustration, jealousy, panic, and the heartache witnessed when he was vulnerable. Was it all due to affection? He had always attributed these feelings to the anxiety of potential exposure, curiosity regarding his unique abilities, or merely the instinctive attraction and protective instinct of a strong individual towards a peer. If such feelings could indeed be termed as liking, then perhaps it was a profound affection. He mulled over the phrase, savoring it like an extraordinary revelation. The clamor of Xia Xingyao's voice in the room faded into obscurity, leaving only those two words swirling in his mind. Chapter 36. Ready for discharge, the morning air carried a refreshing chill, momentarily dispelling the unusual heat on Ling Weiyun's face. He shook his head, attempting to temporarily silence Xia Xingyao's words and his own introspection. The immediate priority was to procure breakfast. Yes, breakfast. A tangible, actionable task that wouldn't overwhelm his mind. He navigated with familiarity to a nearby breakfast establishment renowned for its light flavors, procuring soy milk, fried dough sticks, several steam buns, and some side dishes. As he made his way back with the breakfast in hand, his emotions were as tangled as a ball of yarn. Upon reaching the doorway of the hospital room, he could hear the incessant chatter of Xia Xingyao, which seemed to have transitioned from gossip analysis to astrological compatibility. Ling Weiyun took a deep breath, adjusted his expression in an attempt to revert to his usual languid demeanor, and pushed open the door. The scene inside the room momentarily stunned him. Wen Yu was half reclining against the headboard, wearing a slightly helpless smile. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyao was animatedly gesturing about something, and upon noticing Ling Weiyun's entrance, his voice abruptly ceased. His face instantly adopted an exaggerated expression of feigned innocence, and he displayed an overly radiant yet foolish grin towards Ling Weiyun. Ling God, good morning. You're back. Xia Xingyao sprang to his feet with a suddenness akin to a coiled spring. Wen Yu, noticing the breakfast in Ling Weiyun's hands and the barely concealed, somewhat stiff expression on his face, cleared his throat and remarked, You're back? Ling Weiyun responded softly, his gaze quickly scanning Wen Yu's face, confirming that he appeared to be in slightly better spirits than before, and then awkwardly shifted his attention to the breakfast bag. Breakfast? He placed the food on the bedside table with a somewhat mechanical motion. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, which then swung open. Zhang Hao Linwei and Ji Chen entered, their presence filling the room. Wen Yu, we're here to relieve you. Did the boss bring breakfast? Zhang Hao held up his own breakfast. Linwei greeted with a smile. Wen Yu, how are you feeling? Are you any better? Ji Chen settled onto the bench beside Wen Yu, asking, Are you doing okay? Instantly, The small hospital room became lively. Upon seeing the arrival of the larger group, Xia Xingyao seized the opportunity to exit and continue spreading gossip. He chuckled, "Well, as long as you're fine, I can relax. Ling God is back, and the teammates have arrived, so I'll take my leave. I still need to secure a seat." With that, he winked at Wenyu and offered a friendly smile to Ling Weiyun before slipping out of the room like an eel. It was easy to guess that he was eager to return to the dormitory group to provide live updates on the front line. Ling Weiyun watched Xia Xingyao's retreating figure with a sigh of relief. The boisterous fellow's presence always made him feel as though the label of affection was glaringly affixed to his forehead, leaving him uncomfortable. Now, with only teammates remaining, the atmosphere felt considerably more relaxed. "Boss, you've also been here all night. You should go rest. We got this." Zhang Hao patted his chest. "Yes, Weiyun. You don't look too well either. You should take a nap," Lin Wei urged. Ji Chun had already taken the initiative to help Wenyu with breakfast, saying, "Wenyu, hurry and eat while it's warm." In truth, Ling Weiyun did not wish to leave. The question of his feelings remained unresolved, and, subconsciously, he longed to stay by Wenyu's side, even if it meant saying nothing at all. However, he could not find a suitable reason to remain, and after a sleepless night, he felt quite fatigued. As he hesitated, a doctor clad in a white coat entered the room, accompanied by a nurse for a routine checkup. The doctor conducted a brief examination, measuring his temperature and blood pressure, while inquiring about his sensations. Recovery seems to be progressing well. Your temperature and blood pressure are both normal. The dizziness and fatigue should have alleviated considerably, correct?" the doctor remarked while documenting the findings. He nodded in response, "Much better, though I still feel a bit weak." "That is to be expected. The exertion was significant, and recovery will take time. We shall observe you for the morning. And if there are no special circumstances in the afternoon, you may be discharged," the doctor advised. "Upon your return, ensure you rest adequately, replenish your nutrition, and refrain from engaging in high-intensity mental labor immediately." Upon hearing that he could be discharged in the afternoon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits lifting. "Hooray! We can go home," Zhang Hao exclaimed. "Wonderful," Lin Wei added with a smile. Ji Chun had already opened a bowl of millet porridge, releasing its enticing aroma into the air. Hearing the doctor's words calmed Ling Weiyun's heart considerably. He gazed at Wenyu and naturally continued the conversation. "So, how will you return this afternoon?" Although he intended to ask how she would get back, he hesitated, feeling the question was somewhat redundant. Wenyu seemed to understand his unspoken concern. She smiled and replied, "I'll have Xingyao or Hao Gu assist me with the discharge procedures this afternoon. It should be straightforward. Rest assured, boss, we got it covered." Zhang Hao immediately assured her. Ling Weiyun nodded, feeling that there was truly no reason to linger any longer. He glanced at Wenyu as she sipped her soy milk, realizing there was no need for him to do anything further. "I'll take my leave then," he said, striving to maintain a neutral tone. "Yes, do return and rest." Wenyu lifted her gaze to him. "Thank you for everything last night." Though her expression of gratitude seemed ordinary, Ling Weiyun sensed a plethora of emotions within it that he could not reciprocate or dare to explore. He hastily averted his gaze, muttering a vague acknowledgement before turning and exiting the room, his footsteps even quicker than before. As he stepped out of the hospital, sunlight flooded over him, yet he felt a hollow emptiness in a corner of his heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. He dismissed this peculiar feeling, deciding to return to his apartment for a good rest. Perhaps upon awakening, his mind would clear, and he would no longer dwell on such chaotic thoughts. In the ward, once Ling Weiyun departed, Zhang Hao sprang into his usual lively demeanor. "Wow, Boss Ling is truly cold on the outside yet warm on the inside. He even went out to buy breakfast," Zhang Hao remarked, taking a bite of a bun while speaking indistinctly. "Indeed, he even kept vigil all night," Lin Wei concurred, thoughtfully pushing some side dishes toward Wenyu. "Wenyu, do eat more." Ji Chen pondered. However, Boss seemed a bit strange just now. Could it be that he is too fatigued? As Wenyu sipped her warm soy milk, feeling the comforting warmth in her stomach, her heart was a bit tumultuous. Perhaps. He certainly faced considerable pressure yesterday, Wenyu replied vaguely. Speaking of yesterday, it was indeed thrilling. Zhang Hao was immediately diverted, passionately recounting the harrowing events of the previous day. You should have seen Boss Weiyun's expression when he discovered the data had been tampered with. It was so cold it could freeze a person. Later, a single phone call resolved the issue with the USB drive, which was quite impressive. Although he claimed to have consulted a hacker friend, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't that straightforward. Lin Wei shot him a glare. You're starting to jump to conclusions again. As long as the problem is resolved, that's what matters. However, when you truly frightened us yesterday. You mustn't push yourself so hard in the future. Indeed, Zhang Hao remarked, still shaken. When you fainted, Boss Ling's reaction was alarmingly swift. He rushed over and scooped you up, his face as pale as yours. When you paused momentarily, spoon in hand, did he really hold me? At that moment, I was completely unconscious. He couldn't help but recall Xia Xingyao's teasing question. Does he like you? He quickly dismissed the thought, reassuring himself that Ling Weiyun was merely responsible and caring towards his teammates. Is that so? He murmured, the peculiar sensation in his heart resurfacing. Indeed, Zhang Hao continued. Without a second thought, he carried you straight to the hospital. It was quite a sight. I was utterly stunned. When you felt a slight flush creep onto his cheeks and buried himself in his bowl of congee. Fortunately, the conversation swiftly shifted to mocking the shamelessness of the Star Trail Society and where to feast after his discharge, thus sparing Weiyun from further embarrassment. Chapter 37. Breakfast delivery again. Ling Weiyun returned to his desolate, tranquil apartment, shedding his coat before collapsing onto the bed. As exhaustion washed over him, he closed his eyes. Yet his mind remained unusually alert. The serene image of Weiyun sleeping, his bewildered gaze upon waking, and the delicate profile he presented while drinking congee, along with Xia Xingyao's repeated phrase about liking someone, flashed through his mind like a looping film reel. What does it truly mean to like someone? Perhaps he was too fatigued. He buried his head beneath the pillow. Ultimately, overwhelming weariness triumphed over his chaotic thoughts, and he drifted into a fitful slumber, his brow slightly furrowed even in sleep. In the afternoon, when you successfully completed his discharge formalities, Xia Xingyao and Zhang Hao came to pick him up, with Xia Xingyao attempting to elicit information throughout the journey, all of which Weiyun coldly disregarded. Upon returning to his familiar dormitory and lying on his own bed, Weiyun finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. The fatigue lingered in his body, but his spirits were considerably lifted. He retrieved his phone and opened the familiar chat window. After a moment's hesitation, he sent a message. Reviewing is beneficial. I have returned to the dorm after my discharge. Thank you for your care. Please rest well. The message was successfully dispatched. He gazed at the screen, a mix of inexplicable anticipation and anxiety brewing within him. A few minutes later, his phone lit up. Rest well. A response typical of Ling Weiyun, succinct to the point of seeming cold. When you stared at those few brief words, and his flicker of hope felt akin to a balloon that had been punctured, deflating swiftly. Deep down, when you pondered, was it merely concern from a teammate? What was he truly expecting? He set his phone aside, buried his head into the pillow, and resolved to dismiss his wandering thoughts, opting for a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Ling Weiyun had, in fact, long been awake, or rather, he had never truly slept soundly. Upon seeing Weiyun's message, he responded almost instantaneously. After replying, he found himself staring at the cold, unfeeling words he had just typed, feeling a twinge of regret. He wished to articulate more, perhaps inquire if there were any lingering discomforts or what one might desire for dinner. Yet, his fingertips hovered hesitantly above the screen for a prolonged moment, ultimately failing to add a single superfluous character. In a fit of despondency, he tossed his phone aside, returning to his bed to gaze vacantly at the ceiling. Ling Weiyun took a deep breath, attempting to compel himself to remain calm. Yet he was acutely aware of an indescribable joy subtly seeping from the depths of his heart. The painstakingly crafted proposal had been safely submitted. Ling Weiyun enforced a rest period upon himself, with ample justification. The reading group required recuperation after a period of heightened tension, needing to decompress to face the impending defense in optimal condition. In truth, he himself desperately needed this time to process the topic he cherished and to recalibrate his mindset. He endeavored to temporarily confine the restless fawn of his thoughts, at least until the competition was over. During his respite, he isolated himself within his apartment, attempting to fill his mind with mathematical formulas and model codes. Yet the effect was negligible, for the figure of Weiyun persistently intruded upon his thoughts. What was it? Ling Weiyun irritably raked his fingers through his hair, realizing that his once proud self-discipline was facing unprecedented trials. He felt as if Xia Xingyao's words had taken root in his heart like a seed, growing wildly. On Saturday morning, the dormitory was unusually tranquil, as most indulged in the rare pleasure of a leisurely slumber. Weiyun remained lost in dreams, when suddenly, the phone beside him buzzed insistently. Groggily, he reached for it, squinting to see the sender's name, which immediately sharpened his awareness. It was a message from Ling Weiyun. "L, are you awake? I brought you breakfast, waiting for you downstairs." Weiyun sat up, rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. Ling Weiyun's inexplicable actions from before were still somewhat unclear, and this morning's gesture both puzzled him and stirred a warm sense of being cared for. Weiyun mused, "So early? He even brought breakfast?" His movements as he got up successfully roused Xia Xingyao from the opposite bed. Xia Xingyao blinked sleepily and through half-closed eyes. He observed Weiyun hastily changing out of his pajamas, appearing eager to leave. Xia Xingyao instantly became more alert, narrowing his eyes in secret scrutiny. Something is amiss. Very amiss. This early in the morning, Yeye is rushing out without even washing his face? Who is he going to meet? 5 minutes later, Weiyun hastily splashed cold water on his face, brushed his teeth, and with hair hastily arranged, dashed downstairs. Upon exiting the dormitory, he immediately spotted Ling Weiyun leisurely leaning against the large banyan tree at the entrance. He wore a simple white shirt, the top button casually undone, with sleeves meticulously rolled up to his elbows, revealing a glimpse of his elegantly toned forearms. Sunlight bathed his light brown hair and clean face, rendering him both refreshing and poised, seamlessly blending with the languid weekend atmosphere, while simultaneously standing out remarkably. Ling Weiyun once again donned a languid and leisurely demeanor today, as if the recent chill and detachment had never existed. When Yue was momentarily taken aback, pondering the capricious nature of this individual. Upon noticing him, Ling Weiyun straightened his posture and handed over a paper bag, his tone effortlessly casual. "Our sandwiches and milk," both warmed. When Yue quickly regained his composure and accepted the breakfast. "Thank you. No need for pleasantries," replied Ling Weiyun, his eyes twinkling with a deeper mirth. Ling Weiyun himself was uncertain why he had come, his thoughts simply guiding his feet to this place, merely wishing to see Wen Yue without needing any justification. Meanwhile, hidden behind the dormitory entrance, Xia Xingyao was nearly fainting with excitement. He clamped his mouth shut, terrified of letting out a squeal. Oh my heavens! Ling Weiyun actually came to deliver breakfast. What a divine scenario. Trembling, he fished out his phone, snapping several pictures of the scene outside, murmuring to himself, "This is true love." In the photos, Ling Weiyun slightly bowed his head to gaze at Wen Yue, his eyes radiating a tenderness that could drown one in affection. Wen Yue, looking up, had a smile that turned his eyes into crescent moons. The sunlight bathed them perfectly, creating a tableau as beautiful as a movie poster. Xia Xingyao, gazing at the photos on his phone, nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. The composition, the light and shadow, the chemistry. It would be a loss for the entertainment industry if I didn't pursue paparazzi work. He chuckled to himself while backing up the photos to the cloud, internally exclaiming, "This is a rare gem." The two individuals in the distance remained blissfully unaware of their clandestine photographer. When Yue took a bite of the sandwich, his eyes instantly lighting up. "This is the tuna sandwich from the Eastgate shop. How did you know I liked this?" Ling Weiyun smiled faintly. "Guess," he teased, his gaze lingering on the small tuft of hair that had risen due to Wen Yue's haste, a barely perceptible amusement in his eyes. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under Ling Weiyun's gaze, Wen Yue lowered his head to take another bite of the sandwich, and in his haste, he choked slightly. Ling Weiyun chuckled softly, naturally reaching out to wipe the crumbs from the corner of Wen Yue's mouth. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." This intimate gesture momentarily stunned both of them. Wen Yue felt his cheeks flush with warmth, and quickly bent over to sip his soy milk. Ling Weiyun glanced at the time and casually inquired, "Do you have any plans for today?" Wen Yue swallowed his food and shook his head. "Nothing special. Perhaps just going to the library to catch up on some reading and schoolwork I've fallen behind on." During this period, aside from competition materials, he had hardly touched any other books. Coincidentally, Ling Weiyun pulled out his campus card from his pocket and waved it nonchalantly. "I was also thinking of heading to the library to find a few leisurely reads. Shall we go together?" Wen Yue felt a slight surprise, but promptly nodded. "That sounds good. Let us go." Ling Weiyun naturally took the bag of soy milk from Wen Yue's hand to carry it, walking and eating without losing any time. Just then, Wen Yue's phone vibrated wildly. Xia Xingyao had sent a flurry of messages. "Xia Xingyao, I saw it. Xia Xingyao, Ling, the handsome guy, has brought you breakfast. Xia Xingyao, he even helped you wipe the corner of your mouth. Xia Xingyao, you are going on a date. Xia Xingyao, I told you he likes you. He really likes you. Xia Xingyao, yeah, you've done well. I'm quite pleased." When you stared at his phone, utterly frozen. Chapter 38. Interactions in the library. When you stiffly lifted his head and glanced around, and indeed, behind the dormitory window, he spotted a familiar figure frantically waving. Ling Weiyun followed his gaze, instantly understanding. It was the fellow who had been proclaiming his affection for Wen Yu. Though Ling Weiyun was uncertain about the nature of his feelings for Wen Yu, he was unmistakably aware of the kind of affection Xia Xingyao referred to, yet he remained nonchalant. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, "Shall I go explain it to him?" "Absolutely not." Wen Yu quickly grasped his arm. He asked just that easily excited. A mischievous thought, laced with a hint of provocation, quietly formed in his mind. Ling Weiyun leaned forward, tilting his head slightly, bringing his lips close to Wen Yu's ear. Should we make him even more excited? He spoke, his voice a hushed, feather-like whisper that grazed the most delicate nerve endings. Ling Weiyun mused to himself. This situation is quite amusing. Since the misunderstanding had already occurred, a little closer contact wouldn't be out of line, would it? When you felt a rush of warmth by his ear, the deep, magnetic tone sent a shiver through him. The content of Ling Weiyun's words caused his mind to momentarily falter. What does he mean by even more excited? What kind of audacious words are these? Suddenly, he turned to discern Ling Weiyun's expression, trying to ascertain whether he was joking. However, the proximity was so close that his turn nearly brushed against Ling Weiyun's nose. Their eyes locked, and the closeness allowed them to see reflections of themselves in each other's gaze. Wen Yu's heart raced uncontrollably, his breath caught in his throat, and the temperature on his cheeks soared, spreading warmth to his neck. He opened his mouth, but found himself utterly speechless, completely taken aback by Ling Weiyun's unexpected gesture. Ling Weiyun observed every flustered, surprised, shy, and flabbergasted reaction from Wen Yu. He could clearly see Wen Yu's eyelashes quivering in nervousness and a seductive blush rapidly spreading across his fair skin. Without waiting for any response from Wen Yu, he straightened up, creating a more comfortable distance between them. Then, while Wen Yu remained in a state of shock and confusion, Ling Weiyun turned calmly toward the dormitory window, directing a particularly radiant and bright smile towards Xia Xingyao, even cheerfully waving his hand. Xia Xingyao, behind the window, nearly screamed, hastily lifting his phone to capture the moment with fervent snaps. Once Wen Yu regained his composure, he could only facepalm and lament, "It's over. I can't wash this off even if I jumped into the Yellow River." Ling Weiyun chuckled lightly. Why would you need to wash it off? He naturally draped his arm over Wen Yu's shoulder, suggesting they should head to the library before all the seats were taken. Wen Yu glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and then at Ling Weiyun, who was grinning like a mischievous fox. Internally, he wondered if something was amiss with this person today. Behind them, Xia Xingyao had already begun to excitedly broadcast in their dormitory group chat. Xia Xingyao, guys, this is solid proof. Ling Weiyun and Wen Yu are the real deal. Xia Xingyao, pictures, pictures, pictures. Xia Xingyao, Ling Weiyun personally delivered breakfast, and he has got his arm around him. Xia Xingyao, what a divine romance. I'm all in. Wen Yu's phone began to vibrate incessantly. He didn't need to look to know the frenzy brewing in the chat. He helplessly turned to the instigator, exclaiming, "You are definitely doing this on purpose." Ling Weiyun innocently blinked, replying, I'm merely providing material for your roommate." The statement left Wen Yue momentarily speechless. On their way to the library, while munching on a sandwich, Wen Yue stole glances at Ling Weiyun beside him. The morning light outlined his distinct profile, stripping away the usual aloofness and revealing an aura of tranquility. Noticing Ling Weiyun's prolonged silence, Wen Yue could not resist softly inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" Ling Weiyun turned his head at the sound, a charming smile gracing his lips as his gaze settled on Wen Yue's face. "I was thinking about you." Wen Yue, mid-sip of milk, choked upon hearing this and quickly turned away to cough, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Nearly choking on his drink, he thought to himself, "What is up with this person today? How can he be so flirtatious?" Ling Weiyun observed Wen Yue's flustered demeanor, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. He spoke the truth. He truly was thinking about Wen Yue, though his thoughts were more about memory. The echoes of their morning conversation lingered as they walked into the familiar library. This place held a special significance for them. It was not merely a frequent haunt, but also the very site of their first encounter. The air was still permeated with the tranquil essence of aged pages and wooden shelves, and time seemed to flow at a leisurely pace here. They moved in unison toward their usual section. Wen Yue deftly navigated through the towering shelves of literature, quickly retrieving a hefty collection of literary critiques and a contemporary novel. Ling Weiyun's choices, however, surprised Wen Yue. Instead of gravitating toward the mathematics and physics section as usual, he paused in the nearby social sciences area, browsing with apparent interest. Ultimately, he selected a beautifully bound astronomical photography book and what appeared to be an obscure historical travelogue. Wen Yue mused, "So he actually reads these? I thought he was solely interested in formulas and codes." The two found a quiet spot by the window to sit, sunlight streaming through the glass and casting warm patches of light on the table. Wen Yue soon immersed himself in the world of the novel, his fingertips gliding over the pages while occasionally jotting down fleeting thoughts in an open notebook. Meanwhile, Ling Weiyun leisurely flipped through the hefty astronomy book, the profound night skies and vibrant nebulae seemingly captivating his entire attention, a rare expression of focus and relaxation gracing his features. Ling Weiyun suddenly lifted his head, gently pushing the book in his hands towards Wen Yue, his fingertip resting upon an exceptionally vivid photograph of the Andromeda Galaxy. "Look at this," he murmured, his voice low as if whispering, yet clear enough to reach Wen Yue's ears. M31. Located 2,540,000 light-years away. Imagine. What we see now is actually its appearance from 2,540,000 years ago. Wen Yue raised his gaze from the text, following his fingertip. The photograph was indeed breathtaking, with stars coalescing into a colossal whirlpool, emanating ethereal hues of blue and crimson. Light-years serve as both a measure of distance and a unit of time. Wen Yue softly replied, his eyes still fixed on the image. Each time he gazed at the night sky, he felt an indescribable sense of insignificance and romance. After uttering the last three words, he shyly pressed his lips together. Ling Weiyun turned to look at him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. A sense of romance? Because what we behold is merely a glimpse into the past. His tone carried a familiar, teasing lilt, yet his gaze remained earnest. "Yes," Wen Yue nodded, relaxing as he continued. "It's akin to reading a grand historical tome penned by the universe, where each star represents a character." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossed Ling Weiyun's eyes, and he nodded gently. "That metaphor is intriguing. It certainly sounds more engaging than cold, hard observational data." At that moment, two girls passed by, seemingly recognizing Ling Weiyun, and whispered excitedly to each other, casting glances in their direction. Ling Weiyun appeared oblivious. But once they had walked past, he furrowed his brow slightly, though it quickly smoothed again. Wen Yue noted this subtle detail, as well as his previous nonchalant reaction to their greetings, and could not help but ask softly, "It seems like you often have chance encounters with people. Don't you find it disruptive?" Chapter 39. Senior Shou's nervousness. Ling Weiyun lifted his eyes, diverting his gaze from the pages to Wen Yue's face, his tone casual. "I've grown accustomed to it, though sometimes it can interrupt my train of thought." He looked at Wen Yue, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "But today is fine." At least no one has come to ask math questions. Wenyue was nearly amused enough to laugh aloud, quickly stifling it, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him. Curling upwards, he realized that Ling Weiyun was not as aloof and private as he appeared, perhaps even possessing a touch of dry humor. It seems I have benefited from enjoying a quiet Ling classmate, Wenyue jested lightly. Ling Weiyun raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. Indeed, you are relatively quiet. After speaking, he returned his attention to the nebula atlas, as though merely stating a fact. However, Wenyue felt a flush creeping to his ears and hastily lowered his head, pretending to resume reading. Silence enveloped them once more. It was no longer the pure stillness of before. Instead, it flowed with a relaxed and subtle atmosphere. Ling Weiyun was leafing through the historical travelogue, seemingly discovering something intriguing. He pushed the book towards Wenyue again, this time indicating a passage describing the peculiar customs of a remote town. If the account was accurate, their celebratory traditions were indeed quite unique. He spoke softly, his finger tracing the text. Wenyue leaned in closer, scrutinizing the description, unable to suppress a chuckle. Indeed, envisioning that scenario seemed quite amusing, albeit potentially chaotic. If the opportunity arises, shall we go and see? Ling Weiyun suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers, his tone oscillating between casual and earnest. Wenyue was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether this was mere pleasantry or a genuine invitation. Go there? Ling Weiyun observed her bewildered expression, the mirth in his eyes deepening, yet his demeanor grew languid. Just a passing remark. Continue reading. He withdrew his hand, leaning back against the chair, as if his earlier comment had been an impromptu jest. Wenyue responded with an "oh," but inwardly. She couldn't help but indulge in the whimsical notion, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Time slipped away in the midst of these occasional whispers, quiet reading, and the sporadic sharing of delightful passages. The sunlight gradually shifted, becoming ever warmer and brighter. When Wenyue finally lifted her gaze from the pages, stretching her slightly aching neck, she discovered that Ling Weiyun had closed his book at some point, gazing out the window with a hint of distraction. His sharply defined profile, illuminated by the interplay of light and shadow, appeared particularly gentle, rendering him less distant than usual and imbued with a serene tranquility. Wenyue chose not to disturb him, simply observing the scene, feeling a sense of peace and satisfaction swell within her. Su Jingran, following the school's practical arrangements, had spent 3 days assisting at a primary school in the suburbs. Upon hearing from a classmate about Wenyue fainting a few days prior, he was consumed with anxiety and hurried back to campus, making a beeline for Wenyue's dormitory. Coincidentally, Xia Xingyao was in the dorm, chuckling at the computer screen, likely engrossed in foreign discussions. Upon opening the door to find Su Jingran, she instantly understood. Senor Su, looking for Yeye? Xingyao, I heard Wenyue fainted a few days ago. How is she now? Is it serious? Is she in her room? Su Jingran's barrage of questions revealed his concern. Oh, it's nothing serious. Nothing at all. Xia Xingyao quickly waved her hands, reassuring him. She just overexerted herself during the competition preparations and fainted for a bit. She's been lively again for a while now. The doctor said she's fine, just needs to rest more. Upon hearing this, Su Jingran let out a long sigh of relief, his usual gentle smile returning. That's good to hear. You truly startled me. Is she around? She went to the library. Said she needed to catch up on the coursework she missed these past few days. She left a while ago, but she should be back soon. Xia Xingyao indicated towards the library. Su Jingran nodded, his tone warm. That's fine. I have no other business, so I shall head to the library to find her. Absolutely. Senior, you'll definitely find her there. She usually sits in her old spot, Xia Xingyao added enthusiastically. Su Jingran expressed his gratitude and turned towards the library. Inside, Wenyue had just closed a hefty tome on literary theory, gently rubbing the corners of her slightly strained eyes. Almost done? A low voice beside her inquired, imbued with the library's characteristic tranquility. Turning his head, Wenyue met Ling Weiyun's inquiring gaze and replied softly, Yes, I feel a bit dizzy from reading. As he spoke, he began to tidy the scattered stationery and the notes filled with annotations on the desk. Just as Wenyue zipped up his backpack, producing a faint rustling sound. Ling Weiyun closed the open travelogue with a lingering expression. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted. A gentle and familiar voice resonated from a distance, cutting through the silence between the pages. Shou? Wen Yu looked up in response, spotting Su Jingran standing at the intersection of two rows of bookshelves, the afternoon sunlight casting a halo around him. He appeared to have hurried over, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, his face adorned with just the right mix of concern and a warm smile. "Senior, you're back?" When you stood up, somewhat surprised. "I heard you weren't feeling well a few days ago. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort?" Su Jingran approached briskly, his tone filled with natural concern, embodying the thoughtful demeanor characteristic of a senior. A warmth spread through Wen Yu's heart as he smiled. "I'm really fine now. I was just a bit tired that day." "I've recovered." As he spoke, he instinctively turned slightly, revealing Ling Weiyun behind him. "Captain is also here to look up information." Only then did Su Jingran seem to notice Ling Weiyun, elegantly shifting his gaze towards him, his smile remaining gentle and his tone courteous. "Ling, you're here as well." What a coincidence. He noticed the travelogue beside Ling Weiyun, which had no relation to mathematics, and the natural ease between the two, causing a slight tremor in his heart. At the moment Su Jingran appeared, Ling Weiyun, who had been casually leaning against the table, straightened slightly. His habitual languid expression remained unchanged, but the subtle smile in his eyes faded. He nodded lightly in acknowledgement, his voice devoid of emotion. "Senior Su." Ling Weiyun thought to himself. It seems this presence is truly unshakable. An invisible tension surged quietly among the three, yet Wen Yu appeared oblivious, simply pleased that his senior had returned to inquire about him. Ling Weiyun observed Su Jingran's demeanor, which seemed naturally suited to stand beside Wen Yu, then glanced at the unassuming Wen Yu, who even smiled at Su Jingran, feeling a perplexing sense of discomfort in his heart. Suddenly, he forced a smile that lacked warmth, his tone deliberately detached. "Since Senior Su has come specifically to find you, you two can chat. I shall not intrude." With that, he swiftly stuffed the travelogue into his shoulder bag and prepared to leave. Wen Yu instinctively exclaimed, "You're leaving?" Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, he paused, his gaze following Ling Weiyun. "Well, I need to head out too. How about we go to the cafeteria together? I heard the third cafeteria has sweet and sour spare ribs today." He added this last part with a hint of unacknowledged hope that the other would stay. Su Jingran maintained his impeccable gentle smile, turning his gaze to Ling Weiyun, his tone generous and appropriate as he replied, "I have no objections. Ling, why not join us? I haven't eaten yet either." The words initially appear to be a warm invitation, yet they subtly delineate an invisible boundary, underscoring the distinctions between us and you. Chapter 40. Likes and dislikes. Ling Weiyun observed the scene before him and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Upon hearing Xia Xingyao express her fondness for Wen Yue, his first reaction was one of surprise, even bewilderment. However, upon reflection, whether stemming from admiration or some other sentiment, he acknowledged that he indeed harbored a rather unique inclination towards Wen Yue. Yet, at this moment, confronted by Su Jingran, his feelings were starkly different. The aversion he experienced was vivid and direct, utterly unmasked. He could not quite fathom why, but he found the other's pretentious demeanor utterly intolerable. Every expression, every gesture, appeared to him as contrived and hypocritical. It was in this instant that the boundary between affection and disdain crystallized within him more clearly than ever before. Ling Weiyun let out a cold snort internally, while maintaining an outward appearance of nonchalance. With a casual wave of his hand, he slung his backpack over his shoulder, deliberately adopting a tone that seemed somewhat aloof. "Never mind, it's probably not appropriate. You seniors and juniors haven't seen each other in a long time. Surely you have much to discuss. I shall refrain from being a third wheel. You two carry on." His use of the term third wheel was intentional, as he declined Wen Yue's invitation. Having said this, he turned away with a decisive swiftness, striding towards the library entrance, leaving behind a seemingly carefree silhouette. Wen Yue watched him depart, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within, a tinge of subtle disappointment washing over him, rendering him momentarily unresponsive even to Su Jingran's conversation. seemingly oblivious to Wen Yu's distraction. Su Jingran gently patted his shoulder, his voice still melodious. Come on, Xiaoya, what would you like to eat? Senior is treating, and it's just the right opportunity to replenish you. You look a bit pale. However, Ling Weiyun had intended to leave just like that. As he exited the borrowing area, thoughts raced through his mind, a flicker of reluctance and calculation evident in his peach blossom eyes. Just then, a petite girl nearby was struggling to place a stack of heavy professional books back onto a shelf that nearly reached her head. The books teetered precariously. Ling Weiyun's gaze flickered, and a plan formed in his mind. He approached swiftly, speaking with an air of casualness, his voice slightly louder than usual. Classmate, do you need assistance? That position seems a bit high. The girl paused, her cheeks flushing slightly upon realizing it was Ling Weiyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ah, thank you. Senior Ling, I'm sorry to trouble you. Just a small favor, he replied, taking the top 2 hefty volumes from her stack and turning to face the shelf. His height was sufficient for him to place the books with ease. However, just as he raised his hand to position the books on the topmost shelf, his elbow seemingly inadvertently struck a metal storage box housing outdated magazines at the edge of the shelf. A sharp crack echoed through the otherwise silent library, strikingly jarring. The box toppled over, and its contents scattered across the floor, stirring up a fine cloud of dust. At that moment, Ling Weiyun emitted a subdued groan, audible enough for those nearby. Hiss. He swiftly retracted his right hand, his brow furrowing tightly, while his left instinctively covered the back of his right hand. A rapidly appearing red mark was faintly visible between his fingers, with a few droplets of blood seeping out, creating a rather alarming sight. Senior Ling, are you all right? I'm so sorry. A nearby girl gasped in shock, her face paling with a mix of concern and panic. This unexpected commotion successfully captured the full attention of Wen Yu and Su Jingran, who had not yet walked far. Upon hearing the exclamation and recognizing Ling Weiyun, Wen Yu's heart tightened, and he instinctively turned around, pushing aside the obstructive chairs, and hurried over. He immediately noticed Ling Weiyun's injured hand and the glaring red mark, as well as the scattered magazines on the floor. Ling Weiyun, Wen Yu's voice, laced with an urgency he was unaware of, rushed to the forefront as he approached Ling Weiyun, momentarily disregarding Su Jingran. What happened? Did something fall on you? Is it serious? Let me see. He instinctively reached out to grasp Ling Weiyun's wrist to assess the injury. Ling Weiyun lifted his gaze, meeting Wen Yu's worried expression, and a fleeting glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, knowing that Wen Yu's character would compel him to return. Yet, he feigned a well-timed expression of pain and a hint of helplessness, attempting to keep his tone light, even laced with self-deprecation. It's nothing. I just accidentally knocked something over and wasn't paying attention. He released his grip, revealing a shallow but lengthy cut on the back of his right hand, where blood was slowly oozing from the wound, stark against his fair skin. Wen Yu's brow immediately knitted in concern, his tone insistent and unwavering. You've bled. How can you say it's nothing? This needs disinfecting and bandaging. Let us go to the infirmary. He appeared even more anxious than the injured party. Su Jingran followed closely behind, observing the scene with a sharp gaze that scanned Ling Weiyun's injured hand and the scattered items on the floor. He glanced at Wen Yu's anxious face, and the gentle curve of his lips seemed to momentarily stiffen. However, he quickly returned to his usual demeanor, his tone remaining concerned and tactful. Indeed, Ling, that wound looks serious. It's best to have it treated. The library's items may not be thoroughly cleaned, so be cautious of tetanus infection. Ling Weiyun seemed to just notice Su Jingran's presence, casting him a fleeting glance that held a subtle, almost provocative glint, quick enough to elude detection. His gaze returned to Wen Yu's face, filled with worry, and he nodded in acquiescence, his tone almost obedient. All right, I'll go get it treated. He furrowed his brow slightly, as if the pain in his hand had just become apparent. Seeing his agreement, Wen Yu immediately turned to Su Jingran, his tone apologetic yet resolute. Senior, I'm truly sorry, but perhaps you should go have your meal first. I'll accompany the team leader to the infirmary. A fleeting whisper of displeasure and indignation swept through Su Jingran's heart, yet his handsome visage remained adorned with an impeccable, gentle smile, his tone even more considerate. "It's quite all right. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Do you require my assistance?" When you promptly waved his hands in refusal. "No, no, I can accompany him just fine." "Senior, you've just returned. You must be weary. Please, go have your meal." His attention was entirely captivated by Ling Weiyun's injury, his words imbued with an undeniable inclination. Observing this, Su Jingran ceased to insist, offering only a tender smile, his gaze lingering for a brief moment on Ling Weiyun's seemingly innocent face. "Very well. Do take care. Shou, I shall contact you later." He deliberately emphasized the phrase later, as if underscoring an unfinished business. "All right, senior, goodbye." When you responded hurriedly, his thoughts already drifting to Ling Weiyun's wounded hand. Su Jingran elegantly nodded and turned to depart. In the instant he turned away, the flawless smile upon his face slightly faltered, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 41. Doctor, you misunderstood on the way to the infirmary when you cautiously cradled Ling Weiyun's wrist with one hand, while the fingertips of the other lightly rested on Ling Weiyun's forearm. The subtle warmth of his touch entirely diverted Ling Weiyun's attention from the burning pain in the back of his hand. "You really need not support me." Ling Weiyun spoke softly, his voice retaining that languid tone, yet softened a few degrees, even tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of a smile. "I merely have an injured hand, not a crippled leg." It dawned on you just how intimate his actions had been. Like being jolted by an electric shock, he swiftly withdrew his hand, his cheeks flushing slightly. "I apologize. I was just a bit worried as it looks quite painful." His gaze instinctively flickered back to the injured hand. "It's nothing." Ling Weiyun observed Wen Yu's sudden stillness and the faint blush of embarrassment on his face, and he felt as though the sharp sting on his hand had been replaced with a curious, light-hearted delight. This act of feigned injury seemed to yield greater dividends than anticipated. The school nurse in the infirmary was a kind-hearted middle-aged woman who adjusted her glasses, sliding down her nose, and meticulously examined the back of Ling Weiyun's hand. "What happened to you, young man? Did you get into a fight?" She scrutinized the injury, which was not severe but sufficiently conspicuous, and cast a glance at Wen Yu, who was visibly anxious as if he were the one injured, her gaze inquisitive. Ling Weiyun rarely adopted a compliant demeanor. Shaking his head, "I accidentally got scratched by a falling storage box in the library. Fortunately, there are no injuries to the tendons or bones," the nurse remarked, skillfully disinfecting and dressing the wound, continuing to speak, "But the cut isn't shallow. Please avoid water and exertion for the next few days. And remember to come back for a dressing change." Ling Weiyun nodded in eager agreement. "All right, I will remember." Once the nurse completed the bandaging, she turned to see Wen Yu beside her, wearing a serious expression, seemingly committing the medical advice to memory, and couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly saying, "Make sure your boyfriend has a light diet for the next few days and avoid spicy and stimulating foods. When you return, you can use a towel to wrap an ice pack for him. It will help reduce the swelling." Wen Yu froze, suddenly resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, flustered and hurriedly waving his hands. "No, no, that is not it, doctor. You misunderstand. He is not us." The school physician adjusted her glasses, peering over the lenses at him, and with a gentle wave of her hand, interrupted, all right, no need to explain to Andy." The look in his eyes earlier was rather peculiar, wasn't it? As someone who has been there, I can tell. She winked at Ling Weiyun, lowering her voice to chuckle. "You're quite adorable. This nervous demeanor of yours is rather endearing." Wen Yu was instantly rendered speechless, opening his mouth, yet finding any explanation utterly inadequate under the Annie's knowing gaze. His face flushed with embarrassment, almost crumpling with discomfort, while his ears burned crimson. Ling Weiyun cleared his throat, suppressing a smile that threatened to spill over, but found Wen Yu's flustered expression amusing. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from clarifying, merely murmuring, "Thank you. Doctor, we will be cautious." The school physician nodded in satisfaction, offering a few more words of advice. Throughout the encounter, Wen Yu was blushing intensely, too shy to meet anyone's gaze, responding with hasty nods. As they exited the infirmary, Wen Yu remained in a daze, nearly colliding with the doorframe. Ling Weiyun, quick-witted, pulled him back with his uninjured left hand, cautioning, "Be careful." When you jumped back as if scalded, stammering, "That doctor," her eyes were wandering. She just couldn't look at Ling Weiyun. Observing his flustered and incoherent state, Ling Weiyun felt a mischievous urge to tease him. Intentionally lowering his voice with a hint of mockery, he inquired, "How so?" Tilting his head slightly, his gaze fell upon Wen Yu's flushed ears. "Do you think I am unworthy of being your boyfriend?" Wen Yu's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly frozen with his mind blank, even forgetting to breathe. Ling Weiyun, witnessing his petrified expression, finally succumbed to laughter, his shoulders shaking slightly. It was just a jest, of course, a misunderstanding. Knowing when to withdraw, Ling Weiyun restrained his mirth, lightly patting Wen Yu's shoulder, and resumed his usual tone. "Let us go. If we linger any longer, the doctor might actually hand us sweets." At that, Wen Yu seemed to rediscover his ability to breathe, exhaling a long, secret sigh, though his heart continued to race uncontrollably. He stole a glance at Ling Weiyun's graceful profile, but his mind began to race. Wen Yu's inner monologue. "Wait, didn't the doctor mention something about his peculiar gaze towards me? What kind of gaze? What did he look at me with? How'd I not notice? What are you pondering?" Ling Weiyun, as if reading his thoughts, suddenly turned to ask. Still lost in his reverie, Wen Yu, without a moment's thought, blurted out, "I was thinking about what flavor of sweets we should have." At those words, the world seemed to fall silent. Wen Yu's inner monologue. "Oh no, what an idiot I am. What have I just said?" He wished he could instantly burrow into the ground or simply vanish on the spot. The heat in his cheeks surged to unprecedented heights. Ling Weiyun was evidently taken aback by such a response. He paused for a moment, then could no longer contain himself, laughing to the point where his shoulders trembled slightly. His peach blossom eyes sparkled with genuine mirth, more radiant than the afternoon sun. He cleared his throat, striving to make his voice sound more composed. "Well then, let us go with chocolate flavor. I believe you will enjoy it." In his heart, Wen Yu silently pleaded, "Oh heavens, grant me the chance to escape this planet." Or perhaps let Ling Weiyun forget everything that transpired in the last minute. He relinquished all attempts at resistance, bowing his head in self-deprecation, wishing he could bury his face in the collar of his shirt. The two walked side by side along the campus path, the afternoon sun casting elongated shadows of their figures, while Wen Yu remained engulfed in the profound embarrassment of social death, staring at the ground and feigning invisibility. Ling Weiyun was in high spirits, a subtle smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Occasionally, he would glance at the shrinking figure of Wen Yu, feeling that this visit to the infirmary was indeed worth every moment. It was not until they reached a fork in the road that Wen Yu mumbled, "Where are you headed?" Initially intending to ask if they should grab a meal together, he swallowed the words, recalling the earlier incident with the candy. Ling Weiyun tilted his head and queried, "Sweet and sour ribs are quite delectable, aren't they?" The abruptness of his question caught Wen Yu off guard, and he momentarily paused before recalling he had mentioned it casually in the library. I suppose they're all right. Are you planning to eat there?" His tone wavered with uncertainty. "Sounds good," Ling Weiyun replied eagerly, as if he had been awaiting this very invitation. Wen Yu couldn't help but glance up at Ling Weiyun, noticing that the subtle smile on his lips seemed to deepen, appearing all the more vivid under the sunlight. In his heart, Wen Yu mused, "He seems particularly special today." Chapter 42. Su Jingran's sense of urgency when Yu returned to the dormitory, enveloped in an indescribable blend of social embarrassment and an inexplicable thrill. Upon opening the door, he found Xia Xingyao wearing headphones, laughing foolishly at the computer screen, likely engrossed in some forum discussing pairings. Upon hearing the door, Xia Xingyao abruptly removed her headphones, her eyes sparkling as she turned to face him. "Yeah, you're back. How is it?" When you momentarily faltered. "What do you mean? How was it?" "Senor Su," Xia Xingyao exclaimed, a puzzled expression crossing her face. "Didn't he go to the library to find you? Did you not see him?" Setting down his backpack and taking a sip of water, Wen Yu finally replied, albeit slowly, "Oh, I saw him, but we didn't eat together." "Huh? Why not?" Xia Xingyao paused, then suddenly gasped, her voice rising an octave with incredulous excitement. Could it be that you had a meal with the handsome Ling? Weiyun was startled by her loud exclamation, feeling a bit bashful as he gave a soft affirmative, essentially admitting to it. The memory of Ling Weiyun casually placing sweet and sour ribs onto his plate, coupled with his own timid demeanor, made his ears flush with warmth. Wow! Xiaoxingyao instantly sprang from her chair, excitedly grasping Weiyun's arm. Quickly, tell me everything. How did it happen? How could Ling be dining with you? What about Senior Shou? Did he just leave? What did you two discuss? Did anything happen? He raised his eyebrows and winked, every pore exuding an air of gossip. Weiyun felt dizzy from his antics and reluctantly withdrew her hand. It's nothing. He just hurt his hand a bit. I accompanied him to the infirmary, and afterward we went to eat. Of course, he wouldn't mention the doctor's misunderstanding. Is it serious? How did it happen? Xiaoxingyao immediately seized on the keywords, inquiring with concern, though the excitement in his eyes remained unabated. Just a minor cut, nothing serious. Weiyun replied succinctly, wishing to avoid further explanation. Oh, Xiaoxingyao elongated his tone, wearing a mischievous smile. So you accidentally went with him and then had a meal. Tut tut tut. Our Weiyun is truly exceptional, beloved by all, blooming like flowers. Even the aloof flower of the mathematics department has been captivated by you. Su Xuezhang must be heartbroken. Upon hearing him ramble on, Weiyun felt her scalp tingle and hastily interrupted. Don't talk nonsense. That's not true. It's just two ordinary classmates having a meal together. If this continued, who knew how she would be misrepresented? Ordinary classmates. Xiaoxingyao raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Could an ordinary classmate draw someone like Ling Weiyun close? Would an ordinary classmate make you forsake the gentle and considerate Su Xuezhang to accompany him? Weiyun, admit that you are exceptional. I'm tired, it's time for a nap. Weiyun could no longer endure the conversation, fearing he might utter something outrageous. She decisively interrupted the flow of dialogue, kicked off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, clearly signaling her refusal to engage further. I want to sleep. Hey, don't sleep. Let's chat a bit more. Details. I want details. Xiaoxingyao, unwilling to concede, clawed at the edge of her bed. Weiyun tightly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep, even deliberately producing faint snoring sounds. Seeing her ostrich-like demeanor, Xiaoxingyao realized he couldn't pry any more information from her and reluctantly returned to his computer. However, the excitement on his face had not faded. His fingers flew over the keyboard as he likely headed to some anonymous forum to share the latest sweet tidbits. Meanwhile, Ling Weiyun had also returned to his spacious, quiet off-campus apartment. He kicked off his shoes and lazily sank into the sofa, lifting his bandaged right hand to inspect it under the light. The school nurse had wrapped it meticulously. The white gauze was neat and clean, yet the faint scent of antiseptic lingered, reminding him of today's escapade. He recalled Weiyun's flushed face and her speechless demeanor in the infirmary. At the cafeteria, her head bowed low, seemingly wishing to bury her face in her bowl, made Ling Weiyun's lips involuntarily curve upward. Those clear eyes, tinged with confusion and helplessness, were particularly amusing. Internally, Ling Weiyun mused, a chocolate-flavored sweet treat. He took out his phone, his fingertips unconsciously sliding across the screen, opening the chat with Weiyun. He hesitated, pondering whether to send a message, ask what she was doing, or simply tease her a bit more. After much internal conflict, he ultimately locked the screen and tossed the phone aside. Su Jingran sat alone in his dormitory, his lunch tasteless before him. He recalled the scene in the library. Weiyun's unwavering choice to accompany Ling Weiyun to the infirmary, her eyes filled with concern, and Ling Weiyun's seemingly casual yet provocative gaze. In a library, the atmosphere between the two was one of natural familiarity. Having known Weiyun for quite some time, he had always been met with politeness and respect, accompanied by the reliance and trust of a junior toward a senior. Yet, he had never displayed the kind of instinctive tension and urgency that he showed towards Ling Weiyun today. A profound sense of crisis coiled around Su Jingran's heart like a vine. He had always believed that with patience and gentle companionship, he would eventually witness Weiyun's enlightenment. He relished the gradual process of getting closer, confident in his unique position within Weiyun's heart. However, Ling Weiyun's emergence had completely disrupted his rhythm. This individual intruded into Wen Yue's world with an assertive and undeniable presence, exuding an air of mystery that effortlessly captivated Wen Yue's full attention. Such is human nature. One may profess the virtue of silent guardianship, yet when the realization dawns that the delicate care one has nurtured, which ought to belong to oneself, is on the verge of being claimed by another, the latent possessiveness and unwillingness to concede will burgeon uncontrollably. Shou was no exception. Adjusting his glasses, the gaze behind the lenses transformed from its usual warmth to a shade of profound darkness. He could no longer afford to wait passively, like a frog in boiling water. Some things, if not actively pursued, could indeed be lost forever. He required a compelling and reasonable justification that could not be refused to draw Wen Yue's attention back to himself. He picked up his phone, opened Wen Yue's chat window, and pondered for a moment before sending a message. Xia Xingyao had left at some point, and the buzzing of the phone on the bedside awoke the still sleeping Wen Yue. Struggling momentarily, he reached out to check. Shou Jingran. Hey Wen Yue, are you free tonight? I have some thoughts regarding the recommendation slot for the International Literature Seminar next semester that I wish to discuss with you over dinner. Upon seeing the mention of the International Literature Seminar, Wen Yue's attention sharpened slightly. This seminar held great prestige, and the recommendation slots were invaluable, greatly benefiting his future development. The senior had previously mentioned he would keep an eye out for him. As Wen Yue recalled having left his senior hanging at noon, a twinge of guilt washed over him, momentarily overshadowing the subtle inclination to decline. He quickly typed a response. Wen Yue. Sure, senior. I'm free. Thank you for considering me. What time and where shall we meet? The reply came almost instantaneously. Shou Jingran. 6:30 at Jingzhai by the north gate of the school. The environment is quite serene, suitable for discussions. Wen Yue, all right. See you then. Wen Yue exhaled lightly. Interacting with Senior Shou was always like this. The latter was perpetually considerate, arranging everything meticulously, leaving no room for critique. Outside the window, the sky was already draped in a warm orange hue. Chapter 43. Dinner at Jingzhai. As Wen Yue stepped out of the dormitory building, he immediately spotted Shou Jingran standing a short distance away. Dressed in light-colored attire, his impressive stature of 185 centimeters naturally drew attention, further enhanced by his gentle gaze and the soft smile gracing his lips. It is no wonder that passers-by frequently turned to look. Senior, Wen Yue called out cheerfully. Hastening towards him, Shao Yu, Shou Jingran responded with a smile, his gaze lingering on Wen Yue's face for a moment, seemingly to ascertain his well-being. Did you sleep well this afternoon? You seem quite refreshed. Yes. I thought you would be waiting for me at the north gate, but I didn't expect you to come down, Wen Yue said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I was worried you might have trouble finding me. So I decided to come and meet you, Shou Jingran replied, his tone naturally considerate, as if this were the most ordinary of gestures. A warmth spread through Wen Yue's heart, and recalling the events of noon, he expressed his apologies. You have been so kind to me, senior. I truly regret not being able to join you for lunch this morning, fearing that Wen Yue might bring up Ling Weiyun again. Shou Jingran quickly interjected with a gentle smile. It's nothing, just a minor inconvenience, so don't dwell on it. Let's go. I've made reservations at Jingzhai. He skillfully shifted the topic, guiding Wen Yue towards the north gate. Nestled within a serene bamboo grove, Jingzhai indeed offered the tranquil ambience Shou Jingran had promised. The private dining room featured rustic wooden sliding doors, adorned with exquisite porcelain and a small pot of lush green asparagus fern. A faint aroma of sandalwood and tea wafted through the air, creating an atmosphere that felt worlds apart from the bustling campus outside. Shou Jingran had chosen this setting in hopes of cultivating a unique atmosphere, one that distinguished his treatment of Wen Yue from that of others. Alas, Wen Yue's straightforward nature led him to perceive Shou Jingran merely as a senior who looked after him, rendering the intended ambience somewhat lost on him. The waiter quietly arranged the dishes before discreetly retreating, gently closing the door behind him. Shou Jingran adeptly prepared the tea, his movements fluid and graceful, exuding an elegance that Wen Yue found difficult to emulate. He presented a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea, its clear hue glistening in the light, and kindly said, "Have a sip to soothe your throat. The Long Jing here is quite good. It's made from pre-chuming tea." "Thank you, senior." When you accepted the teacup, the warm steam carrying the fragrant aroma of the tea towards him. "Please see if the dishes suit your palate." Shou Jingran gestured towards the table, which was laden with delicate, light dishes, evidently chosen with consideration for Wenyu's recovery. "Let us eat and converse." Wenyu nodded, picking up a piece of stir-fried asparagus, its crisp sweetness delightful on his tongue. His focus soon shifted back to the matter at hand. "Senior, regarding the recommendation for the International Literature Symposium." Shou Jingran smiled slightly and opened a folder he had brought along, sliding it across the table to Wenyu. Inside lay neatly printed official notifications of the symposium, the agenda, a review of past events, and a detailed analysis of the qualifications and evaluation criteria for recommenders. Wenyu, somewhat taken aback, picked up the analysis report, which not only listed the rigid requirements, but also meticulously examined the academic preferences of several key members of the review committee, the trending fields of interest in recent years, and even noted the research directions and application characteristics of students who had been successfully recommended in the past. "I reached out to a few friends and did some research," Shou Jingran said in a calm tone, as if merely performing a trivial task. "Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries is never a disadvantage. Your academic achievements and potential are undoubtedly commendable. However, competition for such opportunities has always been fierce, where often meticulous details and direction can dictate success or failure." As Wenyu perused the pages, his heart brimmed with gratitude and admiration. The value of this material far exceeded his expectations, and it was evident that Shou Jingran had devoted considerable time and effort to it. "Senior, I am profoundly thankful. I truly find myself at a loss for words." Wenyu lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with sincere appreciation. Shou Jingran, observing the pure gratitude and rekindled passion for academia reflected in Wenyu's eyes, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "There's no need for such formality with me," he replied with a smile, using serving chopsticks to place a delicate piece of fish on Wenyu's plate. "I have always recognized your capabilities. What you lacked was merely a better platform and opportunity. This seminar presents an exceptional starting point." Shou Jingran appeared thoroughly prepared. He was not only well-versed in the seminar's proceedings, but also adept at pinpointing Wenyu's current research interests. Thus, the two engaged in a seamless conversation that traversed preferences for evaluations, angles for topic selection, material composition, and potential interview questions. Shou Jingran showcased his full charm as an esteemed senior and a prospective academic mentor. Knowledgeable, clear-minded, thoughtful, and exceptionally skilled at listening and guiding. Wenyu found himself entirely immersed in this high-quality exchange of ideas, his mind occupied by this rare opportunity and the invaluable insights offered by Shou Jingran. Observing Wenyu's intense focus, his brow occasionally furrowing in contemplation, then suddenly brightening with understanding, Shou Jingran's sense of fulfillment deepened. This was precisely the effect he desired. He aimed to make Wenyu acutely aware of who could provide him with the most substantial and effective support on the academic path he valued. The depth of intellectual engagement and the alignment of shared objectives were incomparable to any superficial, fleeting allure. During this time, Wenyu's phone screen lit up, signaling a new message. He merely glanced at it, saw it was neither from family nor from Xia Xingyao, and promptly dismissed it, returning to the previous discussion without any intention of checking further. Shou Jingran noted this small detail, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Their meal lasted nearly 2 hours, most of which was spent in fervent discussion. The dishes on the table gradually cooled, yet both seemed entirely unperturbed. Finally, as Wenyu gazed at the densely packed notes and that precious material, his heart swelled with gratitude and motivation. "Senior, you are truly remarkable. To think of so many details. Without your guidance, I would have likely overlooked numerous critical points. I feel so much clearer now. Thank you immensely. I am glad to be of assistance," Shou Jingran replied with a smile, organizing the folder in his hands. Wenyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "However, the competition presentation is approaching." Shou Jingran gently placed his hand on Wenyu's shoulder his tone warm. "Do not place excessive pressure on yourself. Simply follow the plan step by step. Should any questions arise, feel free to come to me at any time." Indeed, Weiyun nodded vigorously. As Weiyun made his way back to the dormitory, he remained enraptured by the earlier discussion, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he revisited several key points. Su Jingran occasionally responded with a smile, yet his gaze unintentionally lingered on the profile of Weiyun, observing him regain his spirited demeanor, wholly engrossed in thought. A warm smile graced Su Jingran's eyes, and a special feeling within him rippled gently like water. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Su Jingran waved goodbye. "Hurry up and head inside." "Okay, good night, senior." "Good night." Su Jingran stood still until Weiyun's figure completely melded into the glow of the dormitory lights. The turbulence within him, stirred by Ling Weiyun, gradually subsided, restoring his usual composure and sense of control. Everything that transpired this evening unfolded according to his meticulously crafted script, as he successfully employed warmth and shared topics to subtly draw Weiyun back to his side. Weiyun returned to the dormitory in high spirits, the lingering warmth of their parting smile still on his lips. He felt elated by the good news from the international seminar shared by his senior, while mentally planning his schedule for after the interdisciplinary competition. A sense of limitless learning washed over him, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his heart, illuminating his path ahead and causing his steps to become involuntarily lighter, almost buoyant. Chapter 44. The wealthy scion. After a brief respite, the day of the competition presentation drew ever closer. That afternoon, the team reconvened to enter the final and most critical phase of preparation. As Ling Weiyun stepped through the door, the observant Zhang Hao exclaimed, "Wow, Ling, what happened to your hand? Are you hurt?" Lin Wei and Ji Chen also looked over with concern. Before Ling Weiyun could respond, Weiyun instinctively interjected, "Oh, I accidentally scratched it in the library." Once those words escaped his lips, Zhang Hao immediately seized upon the key phrases, "library" and "accidentally bumped." He elongated his tone. "So you two were secretly working hard behind our backs, huh?" Lin Wei stifled a laugh. Ji Chen adjusted his glasses. Ling Weiyun remained silent, but did not divert the conversation as he usually did. Instead, he calmly shook his injured hand, stating, "It's just a minor injury. It won't affect our discussion." When you felt a bit embarrassed by Zhang Hao's teasing, rubbed his nose, and quickly returned to his seat. "Let's begin our discussion." The atmosphere within the team became even more relaxed and lively due to this brief interlude. They continued to immerse themselves in fervent discussion. Perhaps the shared experience of the harrowing data crisis had forged an unprecedented bond within the team. With aligned goals and pure intentions, their efficiency was beyond question. The debates between Zhang Hao and Lin Wei became increasingly direct and effective, while Ji Chen's code debugging seamlessly complemented Ling Weiyun's model optimization. Moreover, the subtle barrier that had developed between Ling Weiyun and Weiyun due to previous intentional distance dissipated unnoticed during their collaborative efforts. The atmosphere was bustling yet exceptionally harmonious, brimming with the vitality of striving toward a common objective. However, Ling Weiyun occasionally found himself distracted. At this moment, Weiyun stood before the projection screen, simulating the presentation for their defense. His voice was clear and steady, marked by a meticulous logic. Whenever he encountered a point that required emphasis, he instinctively accompanied his words with a brief yet powerful gesture, exuding an air of focused confidence. Ling Weiyun leaned against the back of his chair, unconsciously twirling a pen in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Weiyun. He found Weiyun strikingly attractive, possessing a sharpness that contrasted with his usual gentle demeanor, rendering him all the more captivating. "Boss, Team Ling." Zhang Hao's voice jolted him back from his reverie. Ling Weiyun came to, realizing that everyone was staring at him. Weiyun inquired whether the conclusions of the sensitivity analysis should be elaborated upon during the defense, a question that Lin Wei repeated with barely concealed amusement. It seemed she had noticed that their captain often drifted into thought, and his distractions followed a rather predictable pattern. Maintaining his composure, Ling Weiyun swiftly refocused on the matter at hand. "No need for elaboration. Just state the conclusion. If the judges ask, we can explain in detail. The emphasis should be on the robustness of our model." Understood, Weiyun nodded, continuing his presentation. Ling Weiyun took a discreet breath, admonishing himself to remain attentive. They proceeded to simulate various defense scenarios, anticipating all conceivable, challenging questions and preparing appropriate responses. Throughout the process, Ling Weiyun's phone screen illuminated several times. Yet he did not lower his gaze, remaining fully engaged in the discussion. As the spirited and efficient team discussion neared its conclusion, everyone began to gather their belongings in preparation to depart. Zhang Hao, stuffing his computer into his bag, exclaimed, "I'm starving. Let us head to the cafeteria. Team Ling, we're leaving." Lin Wei and Ji Chen also bid farewell to Ling Weiyun with smiles. He nodded in acknowledgement, but his gaze subtly lingered on Weiyun across the room. Weiyun swiftly stuffed his notebook and materials into his backpack, zipping it up and swinging the strap over his shoulder, seemingly in a hurry to leave, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. Ling Weiyun's brow twitched ever so slightly. He casually shifted a step, positioning himself strategically between Weiyun and the exit. Weiyun nearly collided with him, stopping abruptly and looking up with a hint of confusion. "Team Ling?" Ling Weiyun wore his customary expression, a blend of languor and inscrutable emotion, raising an eyebrow slightly. "When? You seem rather rushed. Is there something urgent?" Not overthinking it, Weiyun replied candidly, "Oh, Senior Shou mentioned the International Literature Seminar to me yesterday. I want to secure a spot, so I need to head to the library for some research and prepare in advance." As he spoke, he unconsciously glanced at the time, as if worried about arriving too late to find a seat. "Oh." Ling Weiyun's tone elongated slightly, carrying a casual yet distinct undertone. "The senior is waiting for you?" He deliberately emphasized the word senior. Weiyun shook his head, completely oblivious to the subtle bitterness in his tone. "Not at all. It's just my own desire to gather information." Upon hearing that it was Tisu Jingran who had invited him, Ling Weiyun felt a significant portion of his inexplicable displeasure dissipate. However, he maintained a neutral facade and continued to inquire, "When is the seminar?" "Next semester." "There is still some time left," Weiyun answered earnestly. "Oh." Ling Weiyun nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly turned to Weiyun with an almost capricious expectation in his eyes. "It's nothing urgent. I'm feeling a bit down today. Come accompany me outside." Weiyun was momentarily taken aback, unable to keep pace with Ling Weiyun's sudden shift in mood. Downcast? Hadn't their earlier discussion gone rather smoothly? He reflected carefully and truly found no reason for concern. However, Ling Weiyun merely curved the corners of his mouth and gently draped his arm over Weiyun's shoulder. "No need to ask so many questions. Let's go." Weiyun allowed himself to be led a couple of steps forward, unable to resist glancing sideways at Ling Weiyun. The latter still bore a smile, yet his gaze seemed heavier than usual, as if he were genuinely a bit melancholy. Out of camaraderie as teammates, coupled with a curiosity he could hardly articulate, Weiyun refrained from further questioning. Upon reaching the school gate, just as Weiyun was about to inquire about their destination, he noticed Ling Weiyun striding directly toward an elegant black sedan parked by the roadside, which exuded an air of affluence. The car's sleek lines gleamed brightly, starkly contrasting with the surrounding student atmosphere. A driver, impeccably dressed in a suit and donning white gloves, spotted them approaching and promptly exited the vehicle, respectfully opening the rear door for them. Weiyun was taken aback, his eyes brimming with questions. "What is this?" Ling Weiyun glanced at him, a glint of mischievous delight flickering in his eyes, though he feigned indifference in his tone. "What? Are you afraid I'll sell you off?" Weiyun chuckled at this remark, his astonishment transforming into curiosity. "It's not that. It's just a bit unexpected." He had never delved into Ling Weiyun's family background, only aware of his exceptional abilities and seemingly affable yet elusive nature. He had never considered that Ling Weiyun was a privileged heir with a personal chauffeur at his disposal. However, this surprise barely scratched the surface. After all, Weiyun himself hailed from a distinguished family. Both his parents were prominent leaders, and he had been raised with a strong sense of decorum and humility. To him, wealth and power were merely external trappings, not worthy of ostentation or envy. Ling Weiyun being affluent was simply new information, one that would not alter his perception of the person himself. "Let us get in." Ling Weiyun gestured. Weiyun followed suit, and the car glided away from the school, smoothly isolating them from the bustling campus atmosphere. as when you gazed at the rapidly receding cityscape through the window. The towering buildings gradually replaced the familiar academic structures. Stealing another glance at the serene Ling Weiyun beside him, he noted that the latter seemed entirely disinclined to explain the reason for his discontent, simply reclining comfortably against the seat back, his profile shadowed in the flowing light, exuding an air of inscrutability. Chapter 45. The bubbling affection. What is this? When you observe the elegant yet tasteful courtyard before him, a hint of confusion in his expression. Ling Weiyun opened the car door, his voice still bearing an air of calm, yet seemingly concealing a complex array of emotions. It's my parents' house. When you paused, momentarily stunned. Your parents' house? So this isn't just a casual outing or a meal, but rather a return home? However, his cultivated demeanor restrained him from manifesting too much surprise, merely nodding before disembarking. The question lingering in his mind regarding Ling Weiyun's discontent seemed to gain some clarity, perhaps related to familial matters. As they stepped into the courtyard, a well-dressed, kindly middle-aged woman approached them, her face adorned with a warm smile. The young master has returned. Her gaze naturally fell upon Wen Yue, tinged with curiosity, yet predominantly marked by politeness. Ling Weiyun visibly furrowed her brow, seemingly uncomfortable with the title of young master, responding only with a faint At that moment, an elegantly attired lady with a regal demeanor hastily emerged from the house. She appeared well-preserved, her face radiating joy and anticipation, her gaze immediately locking onto Ling Weiyun. Xiaoyun, you have truly returned. I thought you would claim to be too busy again this time. Her voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of caution. Subsequently, her attention shifted to Ling Weiyun's hand, her tone transforming into concern. What happened to your hand? Ling Weiyun replied nonchalantly, just a minor injury, nothing serious. Yet, Ling's mother frowned. You've been injured. How can you say it's nothing? A note of impatience crept into Ling Weiyun's voice as she reiterated. I said, it's a minor injury. Her expression stiffened slightly, becoming somewhat awkward, before her gaze unexpectedly fell upon Wen Yue beside her. A flicker of surprise crossing her face. And who is this? Ling Weiyun maintained her composed tone as she introduced, this is my classmate, Wen Yue. Turning to Wen Yue, she added, this is my mother. Wen Yue stepped forward slightly, bowing respectfully, his demeanor polite yet not overly humble, striking the perfect balance. Hello, Auntie. I apologize for the intrusion. His actions exuded a natural grace, neither awkward nor ostentatious. Ling's mother regarded Wen Yue with astonishment and delight. She knew her son well. Throughout his upbringing, he had seldom brought friends home, let alone a classmate who appeared so clean, refreshing, and well-mannered. No intrusion at all. Oh, how wonderful. Xiaoyun is bringing a friend home for the first time. I'm so pleased. Ling's mother beamed, her joy evident as she warmly urged them, come in, come in. Don't just stand at the door. And Zhou, please brew some tea and prepare some fruits and snacks. Ling Weiyun observed her mother's overly enthusiastic reaction with a tinge of helplessness, yet upon noticing Wen Yue's poise, who showed no signs of discomfort, a modicum of the irritation stemming from being compelled to return began to dissipate inexplicably. Was he perhaps feeling a secret satisfaction? Upon entering, Wen Yue swiftly yet politely surveyed the surroundings. The decor blended Eastern and Western styles, exuding considerable value without being gaudy, clearly reflective of the owner's taste. Unlike the austere and orderly atmosphere of the government compound he had grown up in, this place leaned towards a refined comfort, yet still emanated an intangible sense of distance. Ling's mother ushered Wen Yue to sit on the sofa, kindly inquiring, You're Wen Yue, right? Are you in the same major as Xiaoyun? Is your family local? Wen Yue smiled as he replied, Auntie, Xiaoyun and I are part of the same competition team. My home is not far from here, in the neighboring S city. He answered appropriately. S city? A flicker of understanding passed through Ling's mother's eyes. This was a place of economic significance, capable of nurturing children of such remarkable temperament, implying that the family must be extraordinary. However, she possessed the wisdom to refrain from probing deeper and merely smiled, offering her compliments. How wonderful. It is evident that you are an exceptional child. Ling Yun, known for his aloof personality and difficulty in making friends, would require the assistance of his classmates in the future, she stated. Yet, Ling Weiyun interjected, his tone laced with a desire to halt the conversation. He was uncomfortable with his mother dissecting his character in front of others, even if that other was Wenyu. Wenyu, however, skillfully deflected the situation. Auntie, you're far too kind. Ling Weiyun is truly remarkable, the cornerstone of our team, and we rely heavily on him. This compliment not only elevated Ling Weiyun's status, but also naturally fostered camaraderie within the team, causing Ling's mother to beam with delight. While Ling Weiyun cast a sidelong glance at Wenyu, his expression tinged with complexity. The more Ling's mother observed Wenyu, the more she favored him, and their conversation grew increasingly animated. Ling Weiyun remained seated, mostly silent, responding only with a few curt remarks when prompted. He observed the lively exchange between Wenyu and his mother, noting Wenyu's innate composure, which he maintained even in unfamiliar surroundings. An inexplicable fondness bubbled up within him. Initially, he had brought Wenyu home on a whim, seeking an excuse to prevent him from visiting Su Jingran and inadvertently shortening his own time at home. Yet now, he found himself reconsidering the decision, realizing that with Wenyu nearby, the home that usually made him feel constrained and uneasy seemed more bearable. Before long, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. Shortly after, a tall, serious-looking middle-aged man, exuding an unspoken authority, entered. It was Ling Weiyun's father. The atmosphere in the living room shifted subtly with his arrival. Ling's mother's smile diminished, her demeanor becoming more dignified. The languor and indifference on Ling Weiyun's face were swiftly replaced by an instinctual tension. "You're back," he said, his voice low as he scanned the room. Pausing momentarily upon noticing Wenyu, his gaze imbued with scrutiny. "Dad." Ling Weiyun's tone was even more subdued than before. Wenyu immediately rose, maintaining a respectful yet unyielding demeanor, greeting him politely. "Hello, uncle. I am Ling Weiyun's classmate, Wenyu." Ling's father nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on Wenyu for 2 seconds. Well-versed in reading people, he discerned that this young man possessed clear, sincere eyes and a composed demeanor, showing neither the usual timidity of youth nor an overt eagerness to please. Indeed, a rarity. Internally, he nodded in approval, though his expression remained neutral. "Please have a seat," Ling's father said, removing his coat and handing it to Auntie before taking his place at the head of the table. Dinner was prepared swiftly. The long dining table was lavishly adorned with exquisite dishes, the cutlery gleaming, creating a sense of ritual. At the table, Ling's mother endeavored to enliven the atmosphere, frequently serving Wenyu and posing innocuous questions regarding school and competitions, avoiding any matters of privacy. Wenyu responded with poise, his words sincere yet measured, occasionally referencing classical literature, which revealed his cultivated intellect. This elicited a fleeting glimmer of appreciation in Ling's father's eyes, marking the first genuine expression of the evening. This meal, for Wenyu, constituted a social experience that demanded a constant balancing act. For Ling's mother, it was a rare delight to have her son bring a friend home. For Ling's father, it served as a routine examination of his son and his social circle. And for Ling Weiyun, it was a silent, exhausting resistance. He disliked the distant concern and expectations from his parents. The primary reason he preferred to reside in an off-campus apartment was to minimize such interactions. However, today, with Wenyu by his side, everything seemed somewhat different. Wenyu's presence was like a gentle light, inadvertently easing the cold tension that surrounded them. He was not required to do anything. Simply by being there, with his calmness and intelligence, he subtly shielded Ling Weiyun from some of the pressure, even allowing him to occasionally feel that this home was not entirely unbearable. Chapter 46. A night of honest conversation. After dinner, they lingered for a while, and then Ling Weiyun stood to take his leave, citing the need to prepare for a competition presentation the following day. Ling's mother immediately displayed her reluctance, grasping Wenyu's hand. "Are you leaving already? It's so late. The journey home will be quite a hassle. Xiaoyun, it's rare for you to come back. Why not stay the night?" She turned to Wenyu, her tone eager and her eyes filled with anticipation. "Listen to Annie, stay over tonight. We have a guest room ready, and tomorrow the driver can take you both back. It won't delay anything. Ling's father also set down his teacup, his tone less overt than his wife's. Yes, it is quite late. Since you're back, you should stay for the night. You can leave tomorrow. His gaze swept over Ling Weiyun, carrying a hint of a desire to make amends. Weiyun momentarily found himself at a loss, instinctively looking towards Ling Weiyun, silently seeking his opinion. In such a scenario, as an outsider, he felt it was inappropriate to make decisions for the host. Ling Weiyun caught Weiyun's glance, then looked at his mother's eager eyes and his father's insistence. The initial impulse to flee was ultimately subdued. He softened his tone. All right then, we'll leave tomorrow. Ling's mother immediately brightened, hastily calling for the maid to prepare the guest room. The maid, quick on her feet, soon arranged a spacious and comfortable guest room next to Ling Weiyun's bedroom. Everything was brand new, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. When Shou, if you find anything lacking, do let me know, the maid said warmly. It's already perfect, thank you, Weiyun replied politely. After exchanging goodnights, they each retreated to their rooms. After washing up, Weiyun lay on the soft, large bed, yet sleep eluded him. The atmosphere within Ling's home, the underlying sense of estrangement masked by superficial harmony, coupled with Ling Weiyun's subtle resistance and weariness, filled him with an uneasy feeling. Just as he was lost in thought, gazing at the soft light along the ceiling, there was a light knock on the door. Puzzled, Weiyun got up to open it. Standing outside was Ling Weiyun, dressed in pajamas, his hair slightly damp, as if he had just bathed, radiating a refreshing aura, his eyes appearing somewhat unfocused in the dim corridor light. Still awake? Ling Weiyun's voice was very low. Yes. I can't seem to fall asleep, Weiyun replied. Weiyun stepped aside to allow him to enter. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Ling Weiyun walked into the room but did not take a seat. Instead, he stood awkwardly by the window, gazing at the hazy nightscape of the courtyard outside. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, his voice imbued with an unusual, faint perplexity. I'm not quite sure why I came here. I just can't seem to fall asleep. Weiyun took a seat on the nearby single sofa, cradling a soft cushion. I also feel a bit out of sorts. A brief silence enveloped them. Yet it was not uncomfortable. Rather, it wrapped around them like a gentle fabric. Today, Ling Weiyun suddenly spoke again, his voice clearer than before. Thank you for coming. Weiyun lifted his gaze to him. Although Ling Weiyun's eyes remained fixed outside, his tone was earnest. I mean, my mother could be quite talkative. I hope she didn't make you uncomfortable? Not at all, Weiyun replied, shaking his head gently, his tone warm. Auntie is very welcoming, and Uncle is quite concerned about you. It's just, he paused thoughtfully, lowering his voice a touch. It seems like you're back home, yet you appear somewhat tense. Upon hearing this, a faint, bitter smile tugged at the corners of Ling Weiyun's mouth. He lowered his head, and after a long pause, softly admitted, perhaps, I've grown accustomed to it. He lingered in silence for an extended moment, long enough for Weiyun to think he would say no more. The clock in the room ticked steadily. When I was young, they were always busy. Ling Weiyun's voice suddenly broke the quiet. Most of my memories are of various nannies. They came and went, and sometimes I couldn't even recall what the previous one looked like. Occasionally, when I returned from school, I would find a stranger's face, only to realize, another one has been replaced. He spoke in a flat tone, devoid of complaint, merely recounting his experiences. Yet, when you could discern a deep-seated loneliness, smoothed by the passage of time, nestled within that monotone, he could almost envision a young Ling Weiyun, standing alone in an empty living room with his backpack, silently adapting to the repeated farewells and unfamiliar faces of nannies. We are, in fact, much better now, Ling Weiyun continued, his fingers tightening slightly. They try to make time to come back, asking about my studies, inquiring about my life. They won't be good to me. I'm aware of that. He paused, a hint of confusion creeping into his voice. Yet, it seems I no longer know how to interact with them. Each time I return, seated at that dining table, I always feel out of place. It's as if whatever I say or do is somehow wrong. Thus, I often yearn to return to my own space. As he finished speaking, silence reclaimed the room, broken only by his gentle breaths and Weiyun's subtle attentiveness. A tightening sensation gripped Weiyun's heart, accompanied by a wave of poignant discomfort. The Ling Weiyun he had always known appeared strong, composed, and even somewhat distant. Only at this moment did he glimpse the buried memories of separation and estrangement that lay beneath that hardened exterior. The expensive toys, the spacious house, and the exclusive chauffeur could not fill the emotional void he felt. He placed the cushion aside, rose to his feet, and walked over to Ling Weiyun, leaning against the windowsill beside him. The distance between the two individuals diminished, their arms nearly brushing against one another. When you did not gaze at him, instead looking out at the meticulously tended, yet somewhat lonely courtyard. "My parents are quite busy with work." He spoke softly, his voice as gentle as the night breeze. "When I was a child, I often spent time alone at home, immersed in books. There were many rules in our household, specific times for specific activities. At times, it felt rather stifling." He shared a fragment of his past, devoid of comparisons, simply a gentle resonance. "So, the next time you return, try not to overthink it. Consider it merely a chance to enjoy a good meal and have a restful sleep." He turned his head to look at Ling Weiyun, a hint of sincere smile gracing his lips. "If you ever feel that dining alone is not appealing and need a companion, I will be quite willing to join you for a meal if I am free. Auntie's cooking is delightful." At last, Ling Weiyun turned to face him. The proximity allowed him to clearly see the flickering light reflected in Weiyun's eyes. There was no pity, no sympathy, only a profound understanding and gentle companionship. Weiyun's words flowed like warm water over frozen earth, slowly and resolutely seeping into the hardened crevice of his heart. An unprecedented warmth began to spread within his chest, dispelling the long-accumulated chill and sense of loneliness. He gazed at Weiyun's face, so close, radiating with kindness, and an intense urge surged within him, almost bursting forth. He yearned to move a little closer, just a fraction more. His fingers twitched slightly, nearly brushing against the back of Weiyun's hand resting on the windowsill. Yet, in the end, he merely took a deep breath and slowly, genuinely smiled. It was not the usual perfunctory, lazy, or sardonic smile, but one that blossomed from deep within, unburdened and even tinged with a sense of relief, akin to moonlight breaking through clouds, clear and bright. "All right then, it's settled. I'll be sure to come by for another meal next time." His voice carried a softness and assurance. The two exchanged smiles, a multitude of unspoken words and the quietly closing distance merging into the tranquil night. This evening, marked by an unexpected overnight stay and a candid conversation, felt somewhat different. The invisible barrier between them seemed to have thinned considerably, their hearts slightly ajar, allowing starlight to quietly seep in. Chapter 47. The proximity of distance the following day. The driver promptly returned both to school. Having departed from the somewhat detached family environment, they re-entered the familiar campus. The afternoon discussion session concluded smoothly, and everyone began to pack their belongings in preparation to leave. Weiyun was contemplating visiting the library to research materials for the seminar when Ling Weiyun approached, halting at his desk. While their teammates were still engaged in lively chatter, Ling Weiyun's voice cut through clearly to Weiyun, laced with cautious inquiry. "Weiyun, after class, would it be possible for me to take up a bit of your time?" Weiyun paused in his task of gathering his books. His original plan remained to go to the library. He raised his gaze, meeting Ling Weiyun's eyes. In those typically languid eyes, illuminated by the light from the window, he discerned a glimmer of anticipation. A faint trace of anxiety lingered, as if he feared rejection. In those brief moments of hesitation, he perceived a glimmer in Ling Weiyun's eyes, which dimmed slightly due to his silence. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Yet Weiyun's heart stirred with a tender sense of reluctance. He recalled last night, leaning by the window, as Ling Weiyun softly recounted the shadows of his childhood solitude, revealing a rare vulnerability and honesty. Suddenly, he felt that delaying his visit to the library for a day would be inconsequential. He pressed his lips together, and then allowed them to curve gently upward, forming a warm arc as he nodded, uttering a simple, "all right." This unassuming word instantly transformed Ling Weiyun's expression, as if a spring breeze had swept across his face. The uncertainty that clouded his eyes dissipated, replaced by a bright and genuine smile, imbued with a youthful purity. As Weiyun beheld his smile, it felt as though a light had illuminated a corner of his heart, warming him profoundly. After school, as they approached the school gate, the familiar black sedan was quietly parked by the roadside. Ling Weiyun opened the rear door of the car with intention. Wenyou thought to himself that, given Ling Weiyun's character, he usually preferred to operate independently around the school, rather than utilizing the family driver. However, he refrained from probing further and simply bent down to enter the vehicle. Ling Weiyun followed suit, instructing the driver with a destination. The car glided smoothly out of the university town, navigating through the increasingly bustling streets, eventually halting in a serene area brimming with greenery. Before them stood a modern yet elegant building, its entrance understated, featuring a minimalist metallic logo, reminiscent of an upscale club or lounge. "We've arrived," Ling Weiyun announced, guiding Wenyou through the sliding glass doors. The lobby within was spacious and bright, adorned with soft carpeting and infused with a subtle fragrance. The front desk staff acknowledged Ling Weiyun with a warm smile and a nod, displaying familiarity without excessive inquiry. They proceeded to an internal elevator that required a card to operate, ascending directly to the 6th floor. As the elevator doors silently parted, a refreshing breeze greeted them, carrying the sense of foliage and distant mountains. Wenyou's vision expanded dramatically. The rooftop unveiled itself as an expansive garden, meticulously designed and cultivated. The floor was laid with slip-resistant wooden planks, surrounded by sturdy transparent glass railings that ensured safety while offering an unobstructed 360-degree view. In one corner of the terrace, a few potted ornamental plants were artfully arranged, their verdant leaves swaying gently in the evening breeze. At the center, 2 inviting outdoor loungers and a petite coffee table awaited. "This place is," Wenyou inquired once more, astonished by the unexpected scenery. It was unlike any location he had envisioned. Ling Weiyun approached the glass railing and gestured for Wenyou to look down. Following his gaze, Wenyou discovered that beneath the building lay a meticulously manicured expanse of lush greenery. On the rooftop of a golf club, Ling Weiyun elucidated that it operates on a membership basis, and typically, the place is sparsely occupied, particularly at this hour when almost no one ascends. He approached the edge of the terrace, hands tucked into his pockets, as the evening breeze tousled the strands of hair falling over his forehead. Turning around, he gazed at Wenyou, his eyes softened by the golden hues of the setting sun. "Do you remember that astronomy photography album I borrowed from the library?" he inquired, his voice low and gentle. Wenyou nodded, recalling it vividly. Every detail concerning Ling Weiyun seemed to be etched clearly in his memory. "The view here is splendid, and the light pollution is considerably less than in the city," Ling Weiyun continued, his gaze fixed on the darkening sky. "The weather is lovely today. We will be able to see countless stars tonight, and with a bit of luck, the Milky Way as well. In times of solitude, or when I felt downcast, I would occasionally come here to gaze at the stars. It's a tranquil place that brings peace to the heart." He pressed his lips together and added, "In truth, I don't have many friends and struggle with social interactions, but I want to thank you for listening to me yesterday. Thus, I wish to share this place with you today. I hope you would be willing to join me." Though Ling Weiyun's words lacked fluidity and were tinged with a certain awkwardness, so different from his usual composed and decisive demeanor in the team, this very clumsiness and sincerity rendered his sentiments profoundly genuine. Wenyou listened quietly, the evening breeze caressing his garments and stirring his emotions. He observed Ling Weiyun, whose silhouette was outlined distinctly by the sunset, those eyes, always concealing secrets, now reflecting his own image with cautious anticipation. For reasons unknown, Wenyou recalled their conversation from the previous day, a tender part of him was stirred once more, an amalgamation of empathy, understanding, and a comforting sense of being trusted gradually unfurling within him. He advanced a few steps, positioning himself beside Ling Weiyun, both gazing at the deepening night sky, soon to be illuminated by starlight. Then, tilting his head, he bestowed upon Ling Weiyun a clear and affirming smile, his eyes curving into a pleasing arc. "I would love to," he said softly, yet imbued with warmth. "I am truly glad you consider me a friend and are willing to share your cherished place with me." As Ling Weiyun beheld the warm smile etched on Wenyou's face by the sunset's glow and listened to his affirming words, the anxiety that had lingered since his invitation fell away, settling contentedly in the softest recesses of his heart. This sensation was both unfamiliar and intense, more exhilarating than witnessing the most resplendent galaxy alone. The night enveloped the sky like a vast velvet curtain soaked in deep blue ink. In silent accord, they made their way to two comfortable lounge chairs and settled into them at ease. Weiyun slightly tilted his head back, his gaze entranced by the increasingly profound night sky, where stars began to emerge in succession. His profile, illuminated by the celestial glow, exuded tranquility and focus, his long eyelashes fluttering occasionally as if silently recording the whereabouts of each star. Ling Weiyun, however, did not gaze at the stars. His eyes lingered on Weiyun's profile for an extended moment, bathed in the soft glow of starlight and the distant city's faint reflections. The gentle contours of Weiyun's face became distinctly visible, along with the elegant bridge of his nose and lips that were slightly parted, seemingly sighing in silent awe at the beauty of the night sky. As he watched, a warm current began to ripple silently within him. An unprecedented sense of tranquility and contentment enveloped him. He realized that the feeling of companionship could be so profound. There was no need to force conversation, no requirement to perform. Merely sitting together in serene silence, sharing the same sky and stillness, was sufficient to soothe all the restless corners of his heart. They remained in quietude, exchanging an occasional succinct comment about a particularly bright star or a vague nebula. The distant starlight gently cascaded down, enveloping the two figures on the rooftop, as if silently witnessing the gradual shortening of the distance between their hearts. In that moment, the stars and moon served as the celestial backdrop. The rooftop became the stage, and they were each other's sole audience and protagonists. Chapter 48. The tension before the finals time on the rooftop seemed enchanted, passing silently. It was only when he realized the night dew had become heavier and the stars had blanketed the sky that he acknowledged the lateness of the hour. In the car on the way back, the atmosphere remained quiet, yet it was a stark contrast to the subtle tension and apprehension of their earlier journey. A comfortable, unspoken tranquility permeated the vehicle. Eventually, the car came to a smooth stop at the school gate. "Well, we've arrived." Ling Weiyun's voice emerged softly in the stillness. The two alighted from the car, the cool night air invigorating their senses. At the entrance of the dormitory, a solitary street lamp cast a warm yellow glow on the ground. "Let us head up. It's getting late," Ling Weiyun said, hands tucked into his coat pockets, looking at Weiyun. "Yes, you should get some rest too." Weiyun nodded, yet his feet seemed rooted, not turning immediately. The brilliance of the starry sky and the tranquility of the rooftop lingered in his mind, filling his heart with a warm, nostalgic feeling. Ling Weiyun did not leave right away either. He watched Weiyun standing under the light, a profound reluctance quietly spreading within him, prompting a desire to say more, though he was uncertain of what to express. "Good night. Thank you for taking me to see the stars tonight. I truly enjoyed it," Weiyun said, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "I'm glad you liked it," Ling Weiyun replied, the words imbued with a unique warmth. Weiyun finally turned, walking towards the dormitory entrance. His steps were slow, akin to a scene in a film played in slow motion. Ling Weiyun stood rooted, watching his silhouette fade into the glow of the dormitory's entrance light until he was entirely out of sight before he turned to leave. In the team discussion room, an almost palpable seriousness hung in the air, starkly contrasting the tranquil comfort of the previous evening. With only a few days remaining until the final competition presentation, every detail was of utmost importance, allowing no room for error. The whiteboard is filled with intricate formulas and derivations, erased and rewritten repeatedly, its edges accumulating a faint layer of chalk dust. Printed drafts of plans and data charts cover the long table, adorned with a myriad of colored annotations. Ling Weiyun stands before the whiteboard, his brow furrowed, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the cap of a marker as he contemplates the optimization possibilities of the model's final parameter. His speech accelerates beyond its usual pace, the logical connections remarkably tight, allowing no room for error. Here, the threshold for verification must be raised by another 0.5 percentage points, his voice calm, yet resolute. Otherwise, it would fail to completely account for the extreme anomalies in the previous attack data on the stellar trajectory. Agreed. Lin Wei responds immediately, her fingers dancing swiftly across the laptop. I will rerun the simulation and adjust the parameters. The database index requires further optimization to ensure flawless retrieval speed during the defense presentation. Ji Chen does not lift his gaze. The reflection of rapidly scrolling lines of code glimmering on his glasses. The results of the final pressure test will emerge in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao is surrounded by a pile of hardware connection diagrams and physical components, multimeter in hand, muttering, the output stability is fine, but the backup power switch needs to be expedited by another 0.3 seconds. Weiyun sits at his station. A thick volume of literature and meticulously organized interview records spread before him. He is responsible for the final review of theoretical support and textual data analysis. His eyes quickly scan the rows of text and data, his mind functioning like a high-precision scanner, ensuring that every citation and data conclusion is accurate and logically coherent. Occasionally, he looks up to observe Ling Weiyun, who is intensely discussing a technical detail. In his work, Ling Weiyun embodies a different state, focused, meticulous, even somewhat aggressive, radiating an aura of commanding presence. Yet, when you can discern the heightened tension and pressure concealed beneath his calm exterior, evidenced by his slightly furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips. Recalling the somewhat awkward Ling Weiyun from the rooftop last night, sharing solitude under the starry sky, and contrasting him with the meticulous core of the team before him, Weiyun feels a peculiar sensation, as if glimpsing more of the layers hidden from public view. When Ling Weiyun's gaze occasionally sweeps over, briefly meeting Weiyun's eyes, the softness in his expression vanishes almost instantly, returning to the intense discussion. Yet Weiyun captures that subtle shift, stirring a quiet ripple in his heart. The discussion persists for an entire afternoon, with only a brief 5-minute respite for everyone to sip water. All right, let us do a final review of the presentation process, Ling Weiyun states, setting down the marker. His voice, slightly hoarse from prolonged speaking, remains clear as he directs Lin Wei to begin, outlining the theoretical framework and innovations, strictly adhering to a 3-minute limit. Each person channels their utmost focus as they enter the final sprint and refinement phase. The tension hangs palpably in the air, yet it fosters an extreme level of concentration and efficient collaboration. As Ling Weiyun placed a heavy circle around the final version of the drawing on the whiteboard, the taut atmosphere in the conference room seemed to release with a low hum. The fatigue brought on by prolonged concentration and mental exhaustion swept over everyone like a tidal wave. Zhang Hao was the first to collapse into his chair, dramatically exhaling as if he had just completed a marathon, not even wanting to move his fingers. Lin Wei closed her laptop, massaging her sore neck and temples, her face reflecting deep weariness, yet her eyes held a glimmer of relief. Her mind had reached its limit and needed a reboot. Ji Chen silently removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose, his bloodshot eyes clearly revealing the toll the final stress test and code optimization had taken on him. Even Ling Weiyun, barely perceptibly, relaxed his long-held straight posture, raising a hand to rub his slightly swollen forehead, his face betraying undeniable fatigue. Weiyun also felt an overwhelming sense of mental weariness. The relentless precision of memory verification and logical deduction had caused a dull ache in his temples. He gently closed the thick documents before him, shut his eyes, and pressed his fingers against the sides of his nose, attempting to alleviate the discomfort. In the conference room, only the sound of their weary breaths remained, mingling with the distant clamor of dusk outside. After a brief moment of emptiness, Zhang Hao struggled to stand. I can't take it anymore. I need to replenish my energy. The cafeteria probably has nothing good left. I'm heading off campus for some skewers. Who's joining? Lin Wei waved her hand. I just want some hot soup and then to lie down. Ji Chen, sounding drained, replied. Just bring me a fried rice. Thanks, Hao. Zhang Hao turned to Ling Weiyun and Weiyun. Ling, what about you? Before Ling Weiyun could respond, his gaze fell on Weiyun's face. Seeing Weiyun with his eyes closed, fingers pressed against his temples in discomfort, a familiar worry tightened in his chest, remembering the last time when you fainted. That sense of concern surged within him. Without hesitation, he said to Zhang Hao, "I think I'll pass." Then, his voice naturally shifted to Wenyu. "You don't look so well. Are you experiencing another headache? How about we get something light to eat? I know a decent kanji shop. I'll take you for some hot porridge, and then you should head back to rest." His words flowed smoothly and naturally, as if this were merely the captain's ordinary concern for his team member. Wenyu opened his eyes, surprised to look at Ling Weiyun. That meticulous observation and timely care felt like a warm current, quietly alleviating his physical discomfort and mental fatigue. He indeed had a poor appetite and wanted something easy to digest, but before he could respond, Zhang Hao, noticing Wenyu's pallor, interjected, "Porridge is great. It's good for the stomach. So Ling, you must take good care of Wenyu. We'll head out first." Lin Wei smiled faintly, picked up her bag, and Ji Chun quietly closed his laptop. Soon, only the two of them remained in the conference room. Wenyu avoided Ling Weiyun's gaze and quietly said, "Actually, it's not necessary to go through all this trouble." "It's no trouble at all," Ling Weiyun interjected decisively. "I'm also hungry. Let us go together. You fainted last time, so we can't afford to be careless again." He picked up his belongings and stood up, glancing at Wenyu. "Are we able to leave?" Wenyu nodded and also rose to his feet. Although he felt somewhat fatigued, it was not to the extent that he could not walk. However, Ling Weiyun stood beside him, seemingly ready to offer support at any moment, which made Wenyu find the situation rather amusing. Chapter 49. It was deliberate the discussion room was located in the annex of the library. Although part of the same building, traversing from this secluded corner to the main exit required passing through a quiet corridor and a section of the library. Just as when Yu and Ling Weiyun had taken a few steps out of the discussion room, a familiar figure came into view. Su Jingran stood by the window at the end of the corridor, seemingly admiring the sunset outside. However, upon hearing their footsteps and turning around, his gaze landed squarely on Wenyu, his face breaking into a gentle smile. "Xiaoyu," he greeted warmly, stepping forward as naturally as ever. His voice as soothing as always. Seeing Su Jingran, Wenyu was somewhat taken aback. "Senior, were you waiting for me?" He instinctively assumed that Su Jingran had come to discuss the international seminar. Su Jingran maintained a smile, his tone relaxed and casual. "Not entirely. I happened to come to the library today to gather some materials and thought your team might be preparing for the finals here. So I stopped by to see if you were around." His words flowed seamlessly, as if it were indeed a mere coincidence. Yet, he had been lingering outside the window for nearly half an hour, estimating the conclusion of their discussion. In recent days, he had deliberately avoided appearing in the reading area frequented by Wenyu, knowing that with the competition approaching, Wenyu would be wholly devoted to his team's preparations. Given Wenyu's usual patterns, it was indeed easy for him to encounter him. However, he had not seen him these past couple of days, prompting him to come here directly to wait. He had anticipated that Wenyu would emerge with his teammates, perhaps allowing him to suggest dining together and inquire about his progress. What he did not foresee was that only Ling Weiyun was by Wenyu's side, and the atmosphere between the two, though lacking overt intimacy, exuded an unspoken, natural closeness, as well as a momentary understanding and ease when their gazes met, which was unmistakable. This realization sent a sudden chill through Su Jingran's heart. Nevertheless, he maintained his impeccable, gentle smile, even appearing more concerned. "Has the discussion concluded? You seem quite worn out." Ling Weiyun stood half a step behind Wenyu, hands casually tucked into his pockets, wearing his characteristic slightly languid expression. Observing Su Jingran's impeccable demeanor of warmth and consideration, he felt an inexplicable irritation and headache. To him, this display of concern seemed both hypocritical and tedious. However, he said nothing, merely narrowing his eyes slightly, standing there leisurely as if watching a performance unrelated to himself. Unaware of the silent tension between the two, Wenyu candidly replied, "Yes, we just finished." It was a bit tiring. He rubbed his temples, honestly revealing his fatigue. No matter how busy one is, rest must be prioritized. Health is paramount. Su Jingran spoke with a perfectly balanced tone of reproach and concern. He naturally shifted his gaze to Ling Weiyun, his smile unwavering. "You too, Weiyun. It must be exhausting leading the team." Ling Weiyun lazily lifted his eyelids, a cool smile gracing his lips. It's manageable. His words were sparse, entirely devoid of any inclination to engage further. Undeterred by Ling Weiyun's indifference, Su Jingran continued to address Wen Yu. Haven't had dinner yet, have you? I know of a newly opened place. However, Wen Yu gently interrupted him, an apologetic expression on his face. Thank you, senior, but I have a bit of a headache. The captain said he would take me for some warm porridge to help ease it. He unconsciously echoed Ling Weiyun's suggestion, feeling no sense of impropriety in doing so. As those words left his lips, Su Jingran's smile momentarily faltered. Ling Weiyun is taking you? A headache? He glanced at Ling Weiyun, who maintained his languid demeanor. Yet his eyes held a glimmer of nonchalance. A chill gripped Su Jingran's heart, but he quickly composed himself, his tone turning even gentler. A headache? Are you overexerting yourself? You should go and rest. He feigned utmost consideration, as if his earlier invitation had merely been a casual remark. Yes, thank you for your concern, senior. Then, shall we take our leave? Wen Yu inquired. Sure, off you go. Su Jingran nodded with a smile, his gaze remaining warm upon Wen Yu. Just as the two turned to leave, having traversed a short distance, Ling Weiyun's arm casually slipped around Wen Yu's shoulder from behind, resting lightly on the other side. This gesture bore an air of intimate familiarity, as if they had repeated it countless times. He tilted his head slightly, nearly resting his chin against the nape of Wen Yu's neck, and in a tone that starkly contrasted his usual icy demeanor, almost playful, he whispered in Wen Yu's ear. Actually, I feel a bit tired too, and my head is spinning. Would you mind if I borrowed your shoulder for a moment? His breath was warm, brushing against Wen Yu's ear. Wen Yu froze at this sudden closeness and the almost coquettish tone, his ears turning crimson with visible speed. Turning to face Ling Weiyun's mischievous gaze mere inches away, he stammered. Huh? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Are you all right? Seeing Wen Yu's innocent worry and flustered demeanor, the amusement in Ling Weiyun's eyes deepened, reminiscent of a cat that had gotten its way. Maintaining his position, he continued to murmur softly, candidly admitting, I was just teasing you. I simply wanted to rest my head on your shoulder. Wen Yu was utterly speechless, his face aflame with embarrassment. Finally realizing the fellow was being deliberately playful. Unable to restrain himself, he gently nudged Ling Weiyun with his elbow, attempting to create some distance from this unexpectedly clingy and impudent individual. All right then, resting for a minute costs 500. He attempted to mask his rapid heartbeat with humor. Ling Weiyun not only refused to let go, but instead, with a languid demeanor, draped half of her weight onto Wen Yu, her shoulders quivering slightly with laughter as she lowered her voice to respond. Then I'll take a monthly package. Cash or card? Their intimate whispers and physical interaction, though muted, were unmistakable. Wen Yu's ears flushed crimson, and the indulgent smile gracing Ling Weiyun's face did not escape the keen gaze of Su Jingran, who stood behind them. The gentle smile that Su Jingran had maintained for so long finally froze, slowly melting away into a palpable chill. His hands hanging by his side, clenched silently, his eyes, now imbued with icy fury, fixated intensely on the two figures nearly glued together as they departed. Ling Weiyun did not even glance back. Leaning against Wen Yu, she adopted a childish posture that declared ownership as they leisurely turned the corner of the corridor, vanishing completely from Su Jingran's sight. Alone, Su Jingran stood rooted in place, exuding an aura of cold and suppressed anger. Ling Weiyun, he abruptly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions and digest the scene that had just unfolded. Chapter 50. The clash of the finals. The porridge shop indeed lived up to Ling Weiyun's description, presenting a serene and elegant atmosphere. The porridge was soft and warm, accompanied by several light and refreshing side dishes. One bowl of steaming porridge seemed to gently smooth out the fatigue accumulated in the discussion room. Wen Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as he ate, occasionally lifting his gaze to smile at Ling Weiyun, a smile imbued with gratitude and relaxation. Yet witnessing this, Ling Weiyun's heart sank unexpectedly. If he did not have to conceal that secret ability, Wen Yu would not have had to traverse this extra distance. He would not have to sit here idly, wasting time, but could instead return home to rest sooner. It was clear that with just a thought, He could deliver everything when you needed right to his fingertips, or even take him any place he wished to rest and view the sights he longed to see. Although physically, it seemed he was not quite ready for such exertion. Yet, paradoxically, at this moment, that very power became his greatest burden. He possessed such capability, yet out of fear, he could only choose the clumsiest and least efficient means to care for him. Wen Yu's remarkable memory could still be deemed a rare gift, remaining within the realm of human comprehension and acceptance. But what of his own ability? It completely defied logic, transcending understanding, resembling not a gift, but an aberration that would be regarded as a bizarre tale, potentially inviting danger. He often pondered if when you were to learn the truth, would that pair of always bright and candid eyes be instantaneously replaced by fear and rejection? Would he distance himself? Would the bond of closeness and trust, painstakingly established and quietly cherished, shatter in an instant? It appeared that some secrets still required time to muster the courage to confront. For now, being able to interact as friends was quite sufficient. Throughout the meal, Ling Weiyun barely touched her food, silently observing as Wen Yu sipped his porridge in small, measured bites. What's wrong? Wen Yu set down his spoon, concern etched on his face. Are you truly unwell? Or is it the pressure of the competition that is weighing too heavily on you? He recalled that Ling Weiyun had mentioned feeling tired just moments ago. Ling Weiyun suddenly regained her composure, swiftly concealing all emotions, and flashed him a relaxed smile. Yes, I am a bit tired. With the competition approaching, I can't help but worry that I might not be fully prepared. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu appeared to relax, breaking into a smile. His eyes sparkled with a hint of mischievous trust as he playfully patted Ling Weiyun's arm. It's all right, Team Ling, just take it easy. He exaggeratedly prolonged his tone, mimicking Ling Weiyun's usual languid yet confident manner. I've got your back. This half-joking remark was like a lollipop, sweetening Ling Weiyun's heart. The earlier weight of anxiety and frustration seemed to dissipate considerably. They exchanged a glance, and couldn't help but laugh. The soft lighting in the porridge shop created a warm atmosphere. After finishing their meal, Ling Weiyun did not linger, noticing Wen Yu's weariness. He settled the bill and insisted on accompanying him back to the dormitory. The atmosphere in the finals hall of the National College Innovation and Technology Competition was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. The air was infused with the scent of ink from printed materials, the faint warmth radiating from high-end equipment, and the omnipresent tension hormones characteristic of top scholars. A massive electronic screen hung behind the podium, alternating between introductions of the finalist teams and their project logos, the cold light illuminating the youthful yet serious faces. Ling Weiyun and Wen Yu's team was scheduled to present towards the middle of the lineup. Their seating area resembled a small island, surrounded by the furtive glances and whispers of other teams. Rumors regarding the Xinguang Society's underhanded tactics and the organizing committee's investigation had evidently become an open secret on the day of the finals. Zhang Hao rushed into the venue, holding a cup of hot milk. Spotting the group already seated, he quickly made his way over. His gaze immediately landed on Wen Yu, who had previously fainted. And given the intense preparation over the past few days, everyone was concerned about his health. Zhang Hao's tone inadvertently carried a note of concern. Wen Yu, why are you here so early? Are you feeling okay? Wen Yu appeared to be in good spirits. He accepted the milk from Zhang Hao with a smile, reassuring him. Imperfectly fina, Hao Ye. A good sleep worked wonders. Don't worry. Lin Wei furrowed her brows, her voice lowered but laced with concern. Wen Yu, if you start feeling unwell on stage, please don't push yourself. Even Ji Chun, who had been focused on the computer screen, looked up, adjusting his glasses. I have thoroughly checked the data backup and presentation flow 3 times. There are sufficient redundancies. Wen Yu, try not to overexert yourself. Let Ling Weiyun handle the key sections. Ling Weiyun, who had remained silent, shifted his gaze from his phone screen to Wen Yu's slightly fatigued face. Instead of expressing concern directly like the others, he silently pushed a bottle of open mineral water towards Wen Yu, his tone gentle. Just listen to the commands. If I tell you to take a break, then take a break. No need to be stubborn. His gaze lingered on Wen Yu's face for 2 seconds, confirming that he appeared stable, before redirecting his attention forward. A warm feeling enveloped Wenyu's heart as he nodded. Yes, I understand. Thank you, everyone. Xia Yao, feeling uneasy about him, decided to accompany him. She leaned closer to Wenyu, lowering her voice, her tone laced with concern. Yeah. I heard that Wei Zhe and his team were summoned by the organizing committee for a discussion yesterday, but it seems they didn't extract anything substantial. They appear far too composed today, and it sends shivers down my spine. When you followed her gaze towards the Star Trek Society area, Wei Zhe, clad in a suit, was smiling as he conversed quietly with his teammates, his demeanor calm, as if the previous turmoil had no bearing on him. He even glanced this way, and when his gaze met Wenyu's, the slight curve of his lips formed an unsettling smile. Let them come, Wenyu thought, retracting her gaze, her voice steady. Yet her hand, resting on her knee, tightened slightly. His memory allowed him to vividly recall the unease he felt upon hearing those rumors, as well as the fleeting glimmer of concealed malice beneath Wei Zhe's seemingly flawless expression. This man clearly had no intention of backing down. What are you afraid of? Ling Weiyun's languid voice interjected. He lounged in his seat, one long leg casually extended, twirling a pen between his fingers, exuding an air of disheveled nonchalance, as though the decisive finals before him were merely a tedious lecture. Only when he occasionally lifted his eyelids to survey the room did a fleeting sharpness flicker in his peach blossom eyes. With the organizing committee watching and all eyes upon them, could he still pull any tricks? Though he said this, his body subtly angled towards Wenyu, forming a protective stance. Zhang Hao clenched his fists and muttered, "If he dares to play tricks, I'll..." He swallowed the second half of his sentence under Ji Chen's cold gaze rising from his laptop screen. Resorting to violence is the least effective option, Zhang. Ji Chen adjusted his glasses, the screen displaying a complex back-end monitoring interface. Currently, the network connection is stable, and our backup files are secure. As for adapting to circumstances on-site, we must ensure not to falter at critical moments. Ling Weiyun scoffed lightly. Yet the pen that spun between his fingers came to a steady halt. The defense began in the order determined by a draw. Teams took the stage one by one, showcasing their meticulously prepared projects and facing the judges' incisive questions. Those who made it to the finals were no amateurs. Each project had its highlights, and the judges' inquiries struck at the core, occasionally eliciting bursts of enthusiastic applause or sinking into thoughtful silence. When you listened intently, categorizing the highlights and flaws of each project, the judges' questioning tendencies, and even the professional backgrounds of certain judges. Occasionally, he would lean towards Ling Weiyun to exchange a few words. The underlying logic of the data model in the third group has a minor flaw that the judges seem unaware of, but we should avoid similar phrasing during our defense. Yes, I noticed. That Professor Lee with glasses seems particularly interested in interactive visualization. We should emphasize our real-time rendering part later. Their exchanges were swift, often requiring only a few keywords to convey their full meaning. This unspoken understanding left Xia Yao, observing them, wide-eyed with excitement, desperately suppressing the urge to ship them. Now is the time for battle. As time passed steadily, it was the turn of the Starry Sky Society to take the stage. Wei Zhe adjusted his collar and confidently stepped onto the platform. Their project was an advanced artificial intelligence-based dynamic monitoring system for campus safety, boasting a sophisticated technical stack. The presentation flowed seamlessly, accompanied by exquisite videos and detailed data, prompting the judges to nod in approval. However, during the question and answer segment, an elderly judge, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Student Wei Zhe, your system claims to achieve anomaly detection and alerting within 0.1 seconds. Is this latency data based on an ideal laboratory environment, or does it account for potential network fluctuations and variations in device performance during actual deployment?" The question was both professional and incisive. Wei Zhe appeared well prepared, responding with composure. "Professor, our data has undergone rigorous stress testing, encompassing various simulated anomalies," as he listed several technical parameters that sounded flawless. Yet, in the audience, when you furrowed his brows slightly, his memory bank was rapidly searching, immediately detecting a discordant note. He was obfuscating concepts. Wenyu's voice dropped to a near whisper. audible only to the closely positioned Ling Weiyun. The test standard number he had just mentioned differed by a single letter from the suffix in his submitted written report, which employed a lower standard of testing protocol. Ling Weiyun's gaze sharpened as he scanned the eloquent Wei Zhou on stage, then shifted to the panel of judges. The questioning judge seemed satisfied with Wei Zhou's answer and did not probe further. "Are you certain?" Ling Weiyun's lips barely moved. "Absolutely." Wen Yu's eyes glinted with sharpness. Wei Zhou's oral presentation had exaggerated the performance metrics compared to the written materials. Moreover, the paper he cited had been issued a correction notice by its authors just last week, rectifying a critical parameter error, yet Wei Zhou's model still utilized the erroneous parameter. This was a disparity in information. Wei Zhou likely did not anticipate that seated among the audience were not one, but two individuals capable of instantly recalling all details and cross-referencing them in real time, like human databases. A cold smirk played on Ling Weiyun's lips. Intriguing. The presentation of Starry Sky concluded amidst applause. As Wei Zhou descended the stage, his gaze swept over in their direction once more, this time carrying a hint of barely perceptible provocation. Soon, the host announced the name of Ling Weiyun's team. "It's our turn." When he took a deep breath and stood up. As he walked, Ling Weiyun finally shed his casual demeanor, rising to his feet, fixing his gaze on Wen Yu, and softly uttering, "Let us proceed as planned." Their project was a system for predicting and analyzing cultural trends based on social media data. The core of their work lay in Wen Yu's ability to discern subtle, recurring patterns and the evolution of cultural symbols from the vast, chaotic expanse of real-time online information, utilizing his absolute memory, while Ling Weiyun, building upon this foundation, constructed astonishing algorithms to forecast the diffusion paths and influence of these trends. The presentation was led by Wen Yu. Standing on stage, his handsome visage exuded calm composure, with a clear logic and steady pace in his speech. The screen behind him displayed a torrent of data, the precise process of model construction, and striking comparative visuals of optimization effects, all unfolding in harmony with his narration. When it was Ling Weiyun's turn to elucidate the core algorithm, he strolled onto the stage and took the laser pointer. In that instant, the languid aura surrounding him was instantly supplanted by an overwhelming confidence. A subtly mischievous smile graced his lips, and his gaze swept across the judges below, exuding an effortless sense of control. He employed the most accessible language to render complex mathematical logic and programming concepts comprehensible, interspersing clever quips that drew faint smiles from the otherwise stern panel of judges. He even adeptly modified a segment of code logic in real time in response to an impromptu question from one of the judges, demonstrating remarkable adaptability and a solid foundation. Everything proceeded exceptionally smoothly, arguably even surpassing expectations. The judge's interest was fully piqued, leading to increasingly profound inquiries. However, just as the defense approached its conclusion and the atmosphere seemed most congenial, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A previously reticent judge, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, later revealed to be connected to Wei Zhou, suddenly posed a particularly challenging question. One intriguing concept, esteemed colleagues. However, he shifted his tone. Your system essentially monitors, analyzes, and predicts public discourse and behavior. Is this not a more advanced, albeit sugar-coated, form of cultural surveillance? How can you ensure that such capabilities will not be misused? Or rather, how do you resist the temptation of such scrutiny and manipulation? The question was sharp and weighty, piercing directly to the ethical core of the project. The room fell silent. This was no longer a technical inquiry, but a profound examination of values. It was a loaded question, presupposing an extreme and unlikely negative scenario, directly targeting the project's potential risks, making it exceedingly difficult to provide a satisfactory answer. A poor response could diminish all the previous brilliance. The hearts of the entire team raced. Lin Wei covered her mouth, Zhang Hao's eyes widened, and even Ji Chen's fingers paused mid-typing. Wei Zhou, seated below, wore a subtle, cunning smile, reveling in the success of his scheme. Utilizing his status as a judge, he had launched a lethal strike at the last moment. He had even assisted in adjusting the order of the defense beforehand, ensuring that a trusted colleague would pose the final question. Ling Weiyun narrowed his eyes slightly. This question was indeed formidable, and the conventional routes of response would struggle to evade risk perfectly. Just as he pondered how to articulate his thoughts, Wen Yu, standing slightly behind him, suddenly stepped forward, leaning closer to the microphone on the table, and spoke in a clear and steady voice. "Thank you for your insightful question, Professor. The risks you mentioned do exist and are challenges that all data-dependent systems must confront." All eyes immediately focused on the two of them, as Ling Weiyun prepared to respond. Wen Yu took another step forward. His complexion seemed a shade paler, yet his back remained straight, and his gaze met that of the judge with clarity and determination. "Thank you for your question, Professor. The risks you speak of have been extensively considered by us. Our model is not a telescope of surveillance, but rather a translator of understanding." He paused for a moment, then continued sincerely. "Culture is not a collection of cold data. It embodies the emotions, thoughts, and creativity of living individuals. Our original intention is to better hear and understand these voices, particularly those nascent expressions that are often overlooked by the mainstream. Our aim is to build bridges rather than to stand in judgment from lofty platforms." As Wen Yu took a breath, glancing at Ling Weiyun beside him before turning to the judges, he remarked, "While we cannot promise what the future holds, we can assure you of our reverence and caution in the present. Our algorithms are designed with multiple safeguards to prevent tracking of specific individuals and malicious manipulation. We chose this subject matter because we believe that understanding fosters better communication instead of more refined control. We aspire to utilize it to discover the beautiful cultural sprouts that are on the verge of flourishing." He refrained from citing any cold, hard stipulations. Instead, he responded to this heavy inquiry with sincere contemplation and simple values. Chapter 52 finally came to a close. Wen Yu brilliantly transformed a question that sought to corner them into a splendid showcase of the thoroughness of their project considerations, the solid foundation upon which it rests, and the rigor of their response strategies. He concluded, "Thus, we believe our project possesses the capability to address various risks, including malicious data interference, within complex real-world environments. Of course, no system is perfect, and we will take the extreme scenario you mentioned as one of the crucial testing grounds for our subsequent iterations." "Thank you." A silence enveloped the room for a few seconds before it erupted into the most fervent and sustained applause of the day. The questioning judge opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, awkwardly adjusting his glasses while joining in the applause. Wei's smile froze, his expression turning grim. Ling Weiyun turned to glance at Wen Yu, the stage lights illuminating Wen Yu's earnest and confident profile, as if casting a halo around him. His heart felt as though it had been gently nudged by something, a rush of mixed admiration, pride, and indescribable excitement flooding his chest. He picked up the microphone, returning to the conversation with a tone that resumed his previous languid teasing, but now carried an unprecedented confidence. "It seems my partner has articulated everything that needed to be said, and far better than I had imagined." His humorous remark once again elicited a wave of good-natured laughter and applause from the audience. The defense concluded successfully amidst an exhilarating atmosphere. As they descended from the stage, Ling Weiyun deliberately lagged a step behind, gently grasping Wen Yu's wrist for a fleeting moment and softly saying, "Well done, Wen Yu." A warmth crept into Wen Yu's ears. The composure he had maintained on stage seemed to wane slightly as he looked up at Ling Weiyun, his eyes sparkling. "It was just that his question happened to align with my point." "That requires your point to be well-armed as well," Ling Weiyun chuckled, his eyes glimmering with unabashed admiration. Zhang Hao and Lin Wei rushed over excitedly. "Wen Yu, that was incredible. I was moved by what you said." Lin Wei whispered, "Amazing. You left that old man speechless." Zhang Hao added, lowering his voice, "Ji-chun, the public opinion has taken a dramatic turn. The Star Trail team, in their futile attempts, have ultimately suffered a loss. Well done, Wen Yu. The final outcome is unequivocal." As the chair of the judges announced that Ling Weiyun's team had secured victory by a landslide, the spotlight illuminated them, and thunderous applause ensued. Amidst the cheers, Ling Weiyun accepted the trophy, yet instinctively glanced towards Wen Yu beside him. Wen Yu, with a radiant smile, met his gaze, eyes sparkling with joy and a sense of accomplishment. In that moment, Ling Weiyun felt as though the profound solitude he often experienced, stemming from his exceptional abilities, was somewhat alleviated by the fervent applause and the warm gaze of those around him. Meanwhile, Weizhi stood in the shadows, observing the two individuals enveloped in flowers and accolades, his fists clenched, eyes dark and brooding. The interdisciplinary competition had finally concluded. The tension and pressure of the finals dissipated entirely with the lifting of the championship trophy, replaced by overwhelming joy and exhilaration. As the group exited the conference hall, the sunlight outside seemed extraordinarily radiant. "Champion! We are champions!" Zhang Hao was the first to burst forth, waving his fists and shouting in excitement like a child, drawing the attention of passers-by. Yet he remained oblivious to their stares. "Marvelous! All the hard work was worth it." Lin Wei also wore a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clapped her hands. Although Ji Chun maintained his usual stoic demeanor, the frequency of his glasses adjustments had noticeably decreased, and the corners of his mouth seemed to lift ever so slightly, lingering on the trophy for several moments. Xia Xingyao, brimming with enthusiasm, linked arms with Wenyu, bouncing with joy. Yeah. Your data rebuttal at the end was so impressive. It was a stunning comeback. It made my blood boil. And Ling, you were incredibly steady. Your ability to control the scene was extraordinary. The synergy between you two was flawless. Wenyu, swept up in the exuberance of the moment, felt a rosy flush of happiness spread across his face as he graciously accepted the congratulations. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Ling Weiyun. Ling Weiyun, holding the hefty trophy, wore a relaxed smile free of burdens, a true sense of relief washing over him. He seemed to sense Wenyu's gaze, turning his head to meet it, his eyes shimmering with a gentle, joyful light, silently conveying appreciation and shared happiness. "We must celebrate." Zhang Hao's loud suggestion shattered the moment's delicate atmosphere. "I know a new barbecue place has opened at the back gate of the school. The food is exquisite, and they have private rooms. How about we go there?" "Agreed. Let us go." Everyone chimed in, immersed in the euphoria of victory, eager for an outlet to express their overflowing excitement. "Sounds good." Ling Weiyun, clearly in high spirits, readily acquiesced, even managing to crack a rare joke, shaking the trophy in his hand, suggesting it could serve as a vessel for drinks, as the champion's toast should be particularly delightful. Upon hearing Ling Weiyun's agreement, Zhang Hao grew even more animated, rallying the team. "Captain is mighty, so it's settled. Today, no one leaves until we're all drunk. No escape for anyone." Ling Weiyun raised an eyebrow, promptly interrupting him. "No, when you cannot drink." Xia Xingyao's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter as her gaze darted between Wenyu and Ling Weiyun. "I can't believe it." "Oh." Yet, she fought to stifle her mirth. Zhang Hao scratched his head in confusion. "Huh? Why not? When you can't possibly have such poor tolerance for alcohol, can she? It's a celebration." Ji Chun adjusted his glasses and shot him a deadpan glance. Lin Wei immediately understood, shooting Zhang Hao a knowing look. "Are you foolish? When you just fainted from exhaustion recently, her body hasn't fully recovered. How can she drink?" Zhang Hao suddenly realized, smacking his forehead. "Right? I got so excited. I completely forgot about that. My bad." Wenyu herself felt it was no big deal. Seeing everyone so lively, she didn't want to dampen their spirits and gently said, "I can handle a little bit." "No," came a chorus of voices in unison, with even Xia Xingyao joining the ranks of those dissuading her. Wenyu looked into their concerned yet resolute eyes, feeling warmth in her heart, and finally relented with a smile. All right, I'll listen to you. How about I drink some sour plum juice instead?" "Now, that's more like it." Everyone finally seemed satisfied. The group cheerfully made their way to the barbecue restaurant. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Xingyao scooted closer to Wenyu and whispered excitedly in her ear, "Did you see that? Ling Shun treats you so specially. Such protectiveness. I'm dying from it." Wenyu shot her an annoyed glance, gently nudging her with an elbow and lowering her voice. "Shut up. If you keep babbling, I will." "What will you do?" Xia Xingyao was unfazed, grinning as she skipped ahead to share the latest gossip with Lin Wei. Wenyu instinctively glanced at Ling Weiyun, who happened to look back at her. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and they exchanged a smile. Chapter 53. Xiaoxingyao Ships, CP, the barbecue restaurant at the back gate of the school, was indeed as bustling as Zhang Hao had boasted, filled with the vibrant atmosphere of smoke and fire. Autumn had arrived, yet the enormous fan continued to blow, unable to disperse the rich blend of charcoal, cumin, chili powder, and various meaty aromas. Instead, it stirred the air more fervently, invading the nostrils with its savory scent. The din of voices, the sounds of drunken revelry, and the owner's booming shouts intertwined, brimming with the vitality of grassroots life. With their large group, the owner had set up a long table for them. Zhang Hao began ordering enthusiastically, 20 skewers each of lamb, beef tendons, grilled leeks, grilled eggplants, and grilled buns, 2 jars of sour plum juice, and by the way, no honey on the chicken wings, when you doesn't tea like them sweet. His sudden remark made Weiyun, who was engrossed in the menu, look up in surprise. Glancing at Zhang Hao with unexpected appreciation, Ling Weiyun, holding a teacup, paused momentarily, his peripheral gaze subtly sweeping over Weiyun before he nonchalantly continued pouring his tea, though the flow seemed slightly more hurried than before. Wow, how's he? You know Weiyun's tastes so well. Xiaoxingyao immediately seized on this detail, her eyes sparkling as she sensed an opportunity for mischief, as though she had discovered a new continent. Zhang Hao, oblivious, confidently replied, of course. During our last gathering, I noticed that Weiyun had an aversion to sweets and wouldn't even touch anything spicy. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Weiyun quietly protested, it's not that exaggerated. Before he could finish, Xiaoxingyao chimed in with a mischievous grin, persistently teasing, Oh, brother Hao, you seem quite concerned about Weiyun. Do you have something on your mind? Zhang Hao only then realized what Xiaoxingyao was insinuating. Instead of feeling embarrassed, he perked up, puffing out his chest in jest, of course. I secretly harbor feelings for Weiyun. What's wrong with that? Is it unacceptable? While saying this, he exaggeratedly winked at Weiyun. Ugh, how's he? That's enough. Is that how you use harboring secret affections? Did your language arts teacher happen to be a physical education instructor? The others were thoroughly amused by Zhang Hao's antics, erupting into a chorus of laughter that filled the room with a lively atmosphere. Weiyun, too, was entertained. Watching Zhang Hao clown around and the others reveling in merriment brought a light-hearted smile to his fair features, his eyes curving into a charming arc. He was completely captivated by the joyous banter. Only Ling Weiyun, at the moment when Zhang Hao blurted out harboring secret affections, experienced a fleeting pause as he raised his teacup to drink. His gaze instinctively, almost uncontrollably, drifted toward Weiyun, who was laughing, his brows and eyes relaxed, his lips curving in an easy grin, fully immersed in the playful antics of his teammates. He seemed to find Zhang Hao's jest amusing rather than offensive. Ling Weiyun's attention lingered on Weiyun's smiling profile for a brief moment, perhaps due to the presence of others. He couldn't behave as casually and comfortably as he did in their private moments. Suddenly, a subtle sensation brushed past his heart, a fleeting, elusive feeling that could not be grasped, yet undeniably existed, akin to a sense of estrangement from the periphery, or perhaps it felt like something he had silently observed was abruptly labeled by another. Even if merely a jest, stirring a hint of discomfort and an indefinable concern within him, he quickly averted his gaze, lowering his eyelids to conceal the fleeting ripple of emotion. When he raised his eyes again, his expression had reverted to its usual languid demeanor, with the corners of his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile, as if he too were enjoying the spectacle, seamlessly blending into the surrounding jovial atmosphere, as though the momentary pause had never transpired. All of this did not escape the keen eyes of the mischief maker, Xiaoxingyao. The instant Zhang Hao uttered harboring secret affections, Xiaoxingyao feigned laughter along with the others, but his perceptive gaze immediately locked onto Ling Weiyun. He accurately caught the nearly imperceptible pause as Ling Weiyun raised his teacup and the instinctive glance he cast toward Weiyun. Xiaoxingyao's inner monologue. He paused. He hesitated. He looked. The great Ling actually looked. There's a reaction. I knew it. His heart raced excitedly in his chest, as if it contained a rabbit, while he struggled to maintain an exaggerated smile, hoping not to be discovered. Immediately, he noticed Ling Weiyun lowering his eyelids. Although he quickly resumed his languid demeanor of observing the scene, that fleeting gesture and brief silence in Xia Xingyao's eyes were utterly revealing. Xia Xingyao's inner thoughts. He looked down. He is concealing something. He undoubtedly cares. Jealousy is in the air. It must be jealousy, even if it's just a hint. But this is the beginning. How? Your assist is impeccable. On the other hand, when you remain blissfully unaware of the subtle, silent ripple he had inadvertently created, still smiling innocently and joyfully, immersed in his teammates' banter. The contrast, the disparity, Xia Xingyao felt as if he were about to burst. He gulped down a large mouthful of sour plum juice, the icy liquid nearly choking him, causing him to cough violently, his face turning crimson. Xingyao, are you all right? Lin Wei hurriedly patted his back upon hearing the commotion. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. He waved his hand while coughing, conveniently masking his overwhelming excitement and the uncontrollable expression on his face. Xia Xingyao's inner thoughts. I can't take it anymore. This is too delightful. The secret concern juxtaposed with blissful ignorance. What an exquisite treat. How? Although you are a straightforward man, you are a true brother. He pinched his thigh forcefully, compelling himself to regain composure. Soon, sizzling skewers, aromatic and glistening, alongside the refreshing sour plum juice, were served at the table. The pangs of hunger and the joy of victory rendered everyone oblivious to appearances as they eagerly indulged. Wow, this beef tendon is incredible. Hao's recommendation was spot on, Lin Wei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, completely shedding her usual demure demeanor. This toasted bread with honey is delicious. Xia Xingyao mumbled with his cheeks stuffed, offering his praise indistinctly. Ji Chun, though maintaining a refined manner of eating, did not hesitate in his pace, clearly satisfied as well. Come, let us celebrate our victory. Zhang Hao raised his glass, his voice boisterous, though only he was drinking alcohol. Cheers! Everyone responded, lifting their glasses, the clinking of glass resonating cheerfully, each face radiating relaxed and joyful smiles. Ling Weiyun's manner of eating was quite pleasing to the eye. Even in such a lively atmosphere, he retained an innate elegance. He leisurely blew on the food, carefully avoiding the sharp points of the skewers, chewing at a measured pace. However, when you noticed that the cup of sour plum juice in front of him was rapidly diminishing, while the skewers remained largely untouched. Is he not hungry? Wen Yu's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. Ling Weiyun seemed to sense this, looking up with a slight arch of his brow. Not at all. What's wrong? Nothing. Wen Yu quickly lowered his head, pretending to focus intently on gnawing at a chicken wing, though his ears betrayed him, tinted with a faint blush. Just then, a perfectly grilled, golden, and glossy chicken wing was placed on his plate, sugar-free and non-spicy. Wen Yu paused, looking up in surprise. Ling Weiyun, seemingly unfazed, withdrew his hand, took a sip of his sour plum juice, his gaze drifting to Zhang Hao and Ji Chun, who were vying for the last piece of grilled bun. Speaking casually as if discussing the weather, this flavor is decent. If you like it, feel free to have more. His movements flowed seamlessly, exuding an effortless grace, as if performed with little thought. When you glanced at the chicken wings and softly uttered a word of thanks, Ling Weiyun's lips curved into the faintest of smiles. This all transpired swiftly, nearly drowned out by the cacophony surrounding them. Yet, how could it escape the keen gaze of Xia Xingyao, who remained perpetually vigilant? Chapter 54. Returning together before long. The sizzling skewers, glistening with oil and fragrant with spices, along with the chilled sour plum soup, graced the table. The pangs of hunger, coupled with the elation of victory, rendered everyone oblivious to their decorum as they indulged heartily. Wow, this beef tendon is exquisite. Hao's recommendation was spot on, Lin Wei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, completely shedding her usual demure demeanor. This grilled bread brushed with honey. Delicious. Xia Xingyao, cheeks stuffed, mumbled her praise indistinctly. Ji Chun, though maintaining a refined eating style, was no less swift with his chopsticks, clearly relishing his meal as well. Come, let us celebrate our championship. Zhang Hao boomed, raising his cup filled with sour plum soup. Cheers! Everyone lifted their glasses, the clinking of glass resonating with a crisp sound. Each face adorned with relaxed and joyful smiles. Ling Weiyun's eating manner was truly a sight to behold. Even amidst the clamor, he retained an innate elegance, savoring his food leisurely, carefully avoiding the sharp ends of the skewers, his chewing deliberate and unhurried. However, when you noticed that he was rapidly consuming his sour plum soup, while the skewers remained largely untouched, could it be that the flavors here did not suit his discerning palate? Or perhaps he simply lacked appetite? Observing his distracted demeanor, Wen Yu's voice bore a note of concern. Ling Weiyun seemed to snap back to attention, his brows slightly raised, his tone as nonchalant as ever. Not at all. What is the matter? It was as if the person who had been lost in thought over the sour plum soup was a stranger. Nothing, Wen Yu replied, seeing him dismiss her concern. She picked up a skewer, contemplating how to take a bite. At that moment, a perfectly grilled chicken wing was placed onto her plate. Startled, she looked up to see Ling Weiyun casually retracting his hand, taking a sip of his sour plum soup while his gaze lingered on Zhang Hao and Ji Chun, who were vying for the last piece of grilled bun, speaking as casually as if discussing the weather. This flavor is quite acceptable. If you like it, feel free to have more. His actions were fluid and natural, seemingly done with little effort. Wen Yu glanced at the chicken wing, then quickly lowered her head, murmuring another thank you. After hearing her, Ling Weiyun's lips formed the faintest smile once more. This all transpired swiftly, nearly lost amidst the surrounding noise. Yet, how could it escape the watchful eyes of Xia Xingyao, seated diagonally across from Wen Yu, who had witnessed the entire exchange of the chicken wing between Ling Weiyun and Wen Yu? Xia Xingyao was nearly bursting with excitement, struggling to contain her enthusiasm by stuffing grilled eggplant into her mouth. Zhang Hao, completely oblivious, continued to shout, "Wen Yu, hurry and eat. Why are you dawdling? Boss, you should eat too. Don't just drink. Meat is what truly invigorates." Ji Chun adjusted his glasses, casting a fleeting glance between Ling Weiyun and Wen Yu before lowering his head to continue munching on his corn, as if oblivious to everything around him. As the meal drew to a close, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed, and casual chatter ensued. The evening breeze brought a hint of coolness, dissipating the heat from the charcoal fire. Ling Weiyun glanced at the time and naturally stood up, stating, "It's getting late. We have matters to attend to tomorrow." Only then did everyone realize how late it had become. Zhang Hao, slightly tipsy and with a flushed face, attempted to rally for another round, but was met with Ji Chun's impassive hand on his shoulder. Lin Wei, smiling, began to gather her belongings. Before Wen Yu could decide whether to leave with the group or not, Xia Xingyao suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "Oh yeah, you all go ahead. Sister Lin Wei and I still want to explore the night market and pick up some trinkets." Lin Wei, catching the cue, nodded in agreement. "Yes. You all should head back." Ji Chun adjusted his glasses once more, glancing at the somewhat dazed Zhang Hao, succinctly informing Ling Weiyun and Wen Yu, "We're leaving. See you tomorrow." Effortlessly, he slung one of Zhang Hao's arms over his shoulder, half supporting him as they turned to leave. Xia Xingyao, cheerfully pulling Lin Wei along, quickly melded into the throng of the night market, vanishing from view. In an instant, the once lively barbecue stall was left with only Ling Weiyun and Wen Yu standing in place. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away with their friend's departure, leaving behind an unexpected, slightly tranquil space of solitude. The raucousness was far behind them, and the campus pathways at night appeared particularly serene. Streetlights cast a warm yellow glow on the ground, elongating their shadows, intertwining and then separating. Walking side by side, neither spoke a word. Silence enveloped the air, with only the sound of footsteps and distant laughter faintly echoing. When you glanced at the person beside him, Ling Weiyun had his hands stuffed in the pockets of his coat, gazing ahead, his profile sharply defined in the lamplight, as if deep in thought. At that moment, Ling Weiyun suddenly called out, "Wen Yu." Wen Yu instinctively responded. Ling Weiyun slowed his pace slightly, his gaze still fixed on a distant point in the void. He frowned slightly, his voice betraying an unmasked sense of perplexity. "I've encountered a particularly unique topic lately." He paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "There are no reference cases, numerous variables, and all the initial data seems to be continuously self-updating, making it elusive to grasp. It appeared that Ling Weiyun was still mulling over the phrase hidden affection. Xia Xingyao had previously mentioned that Ling Weiyun liked Wenyu. But had she not also implied that Zhang Hao had an interest in Wenyu today? Thus, what did his expression of affection genuinely signify? Admiration among friends, or something more? If his feelings for Wenyu were merely platonic, then what was the source of this inexplicable discomfort upon witnessing him grow closer to others? Was it merely because Wenyu was his first friend, leading to such a strong sense of possessiveness? Wenyu listened attentively, believing that he was contemplating a profound mathematical or programming conundrum, and thus adopted a rigorous attitude towards academic discourse. Is it a matter of constructing a mathematical model, or perhaps a bottleneck in algorithmic logic? Ling Weiyun shook his head, a trace of faint, self-deprecating amusement lacing his voice. Neither. It is far more intricate than that. There exists no standard answer. In fact, there may be numerous solutions, each seemingly viable. He paused momentarily, turned his head, and cast a glance at Wenyu, his face betraying confusion and contradiction. Yet I have contemplated many possibilities, he continued, his voice growing somber, only to discover that none truly align with my innermost expectations for the optimal solution. Hence, there lies a contradiction. I am uncertain how to proceed, even somewhat at a loss regarding how to define the very subject itself. His words were veiled, akin to a riddle. Chapter 55. The Enigmatic Dilemma, when you appear to comprehend the profound confusion and struggle embedded in his words. He recalled the secret shrouding Ling Weiyun, that pervasive sense of detachment, perhaps stemming from the burden of an intricate issue known only to him. An inexplicable impulse to offer comfort surged within him. Wenyu softened his tone, much like he would when providing suggestions during discussions, and sincerely remarked, "It indeed sounds quite challenging. However, if a clear path to resolution remains elusive and you're not urgently seeking an immediate outcome, why not set it aside for the moment?" Ling Weiyun halted his steps and turned to face him. Wenyu too paused, meeting his gaze, the glow of the streetlight illuminating the clarity of his eyes, rendering them particularly sincere. Some questions, the more one grapples with them, may lead to a more convoluted entanglement. Perhaps in an unguarded moment, when you cease to deliberately seek answers, you will suddenly realize that the choice you yearn for has already become strikingly evident. He spoke with a hint of smile, imbued with playful teasing and utmost trust. So, what is there to be anxious about? You are Ling Weiyun, the universally acknowledged academic prodigy. If even you are perplexed by this dilemma, how could anyone else possibly provide you with the answer you truly desire? Ling Weiyun stood still, his gaze firmly fixed on Wenyu, as if attempting to peer through his eyes and into the depths of his heart. Wenyu, feeling somewhat bashful under his scrutiny, rubbed his nose and added in a soft voice, I merely spoke offhandedly. I'm not sure if it's correct." Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Ling Weiyun inhaled sharply, and the confusion in his enchanting eyes seemed to dissipate, revealing a radiant clarity. Indeed, what was he entangled in? What was he afraid of? Is affection truly so daunting to confront? This thought cleaved through all his hesitation and unease like a bolt of lightning. He had been analogizing and evading with intricate issues, variables, and optimal solutions, attempting to rationally dissect and deconstruct the tumultuous flutter of his heart. He harbored a profound fear of the uncertainties and risks that this affection might bring, apprehensive of disrupting the equilibrium, terrified of rejection, and even more so of situations beyond his control. Yet, Wenyu's words acted as a gentle key, softly unlocking the shackles of his self-imposed confinement. The most suitable choice he yearned for was already crystal clear within him. If he himself could not discern it, how could anyone else provide the answers he truly sought? The answer had always resided in his heart, unmistakably evident. What he desired was the person before him, irrespective of gender or the bewildering abilities, simply because they were Wenyu. The resolution of this emotion never needed to be sought externally, nor required convoluted justifications. It existed right there, simple, direct, and overwhelming, awaiting his courageous acknowledgement and confrontation. All the entanglements, contradictions, and anxieties dissipated in that moment. An unprecedented sense of ease and clarity enveloped his entire being. He felt the tension in his shoulders release, his lips curving upward uncontrollably, revealing a genuine, liberating smile bright enough to dazzle Wenyu's eyes. Indeed, Ling Weiyun chuckled softly, shaking his head as if mocking his previous fixation. You are right. I truly overthought it. In an instant, he seemed to shed a heavy burden, reclaiming a languid composure that was even more radiant than before. Ling Weiyun suddenly took a small step forward, diminishing the space between them. He sought confirmation, wondering if his heart would uncontrollably quicken with proximity. The answer was evident. Not only would being close hasten his heartbeat, but he also felt an impulse to draw the other into his embrace, though, of course, he would refrain from doing so. The street lamp's light was obstructed by him, casting an oppressive shadow that enveloped Wenyu. Startled by his sudden approach and the shift in atmosphere, Wenyu instinctively retreated half a step, his back gently resting against the trunk of a nearby tree. He could distinctly feel the heat of Ling Weiyun's gaze upon him. Have you figured it out? Wenyu's heart began to race, his voice trembling slightly. He sensed that what Ling Weiyun had come to understand was not merely the topic at hand. Ling Weiyun responded, his voice deep and magnetic, imbued with an enchanting allure. He leaned slightly forward, his intense gaze fixed upon Wenyu's eyes, which widened in surprise. A smile playing on his lips that stirred a restless flutter within. I have figured it out, he reiterated, each word articulated with exceptional clarity, as if declaring a significant resolution. I understand completely. Ling Weiyun's gaze was too direct, too fervent, filled with emotions that Wenyu could not fully comprehend, yet instinctively felt a pang of anxiety at. The intensity of his stare made Wenyu's cheeks flush, his breath hitching, as if he were drowning in the suddenly profound and focused depths of his gaze. At that moment, the words of Xia Xingyao echoed in his ears. Yeah, he likes you. He likes you. Ling Weiyun likes you. Wenyu attempted to anchor himself back to reality. Thinking to himself, I must be losing my mind. He averted his gaze in a fluster, stammering, well, that's easily resolved. Let's hurry back. It's getting late. He attempted to escape from Ling Weiyun's shadow, yet Ling Weiyun did not yield. Instead, he let out a light chuckle. That laughter brushed against Wenyu's eardrums, sending a shiver down his spine. All right, let's go back, he said, acquiescing, finally straightening up and creating a slight distance to grant Wenyu some breathing room. However, his subsequent action sent Wenyu's recently calmed heartbeat spiraling into chaos once more. Ling Weiyun effortlessly withdrew his hand from his pocket and, in a remarkably natural manner, grasped Wenyu's wrist. It was not a hand-holding, but merely a grip on his wrist. Yet, his palm was warm and dry, the pressure just right and gentle. Wenyu froze, his entire being immobilized, eyes wide as he stared at the wrist being held, his mind a blank slate. Let's go. Ling Weiyun spoke as if oblivious to his astonishment, his tone casual and untroubled, leading him onward by the wrist. The evening breeze is cool. We must return swiftly. You are still unwell and cannot afford to catch a chill again. His reasoning was impeccable and unassailable. Wenyu felt like a marionette led along, all his senses seemingly focused on that wrist being held. The skin there was blazing, as if he could feel the steady and powerful pulse emanating from Ling Weiyun's palm, rhythmically tapping against his nerves. What does this mean? Wenyu's mind crashed entirely, rendering him incapable of thought. He tried to retract his hand, attempting twice. Yet the other party showed no intention of releasing him. He surrendered, allowing himself to be led in this manner. Ling Weiyun's lips were perpetually curled in an almost imperceptible, contented smile. He ceased to speak, simply holding Wenyu's wrist steadily, his pace leisurely as he walked ahead. Chapter 56. An unexpected encounter. What a remarkably relaxed and languid weekend it was. Wenyu reveled in the rare tranquility, devoid of alarms or pending data to verify. Only the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains and the cheerful chirping of birds outside. He nearly slept until he awoke naturally, feeling like a piece of cotton fluff warmed by the sun, imbued with a long-lost sense of comfort, just as he snuggled under the covers, contemplating whether to linger in bed a while longer or rise to find something to eat. his phone screen illuminated, revealing a message from Su Jingran. Su Jingran, little you. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I hesitated to reach out, knowing you've been preoccupied with competitions. Are you free today? Shall we have a meal together? I heard a new Hangzhou cuisine restaurant has opened nearby, with a light flavor that I believe you would enjoy. It would also serve as a celebration for your recent victory. When you gaze at the words on the screen, feeling a gentle stirring within. Immersed in competitions, he had nearly severed all social ties, and now, seeing the consistently warm and considerate invitation from his senior indeed brought a sense of relief. As if returning to the rhythm of daily life. Su Jingran was always like this, perfectly attentive without being overly clingy, appearing at just the right moments to offer a sense of stability and comfort. He truly needed some ordinary activities to shift his mood. Sure, senior. What time? How about 12:30? It might be quieter then. I'll meet you downstairs at your dorm. Okay, thank you, senior. Their lunch was arranged at an elegantly decorated Hangzhou cuisine restaurant. The serene environment, accompanied by the faint sound of guzheng music, indeed matched Su Jingran's description of tranquility. The dishes arrived promptly. Longjing shrimp, Westlake vinegar fish, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, each meticulously crafted with a delicate and fresh flavor that perfectly suited one's palate. Su Jingran, possessing a wealth of knowledge, engaged in light-hearted conversation, making it effortless for Weiyun to chat with him. Rather than immediately probing into the details of the competition, he began with recent intriguing anecdotes from the literary circle and developments in academia, naturally transitioning into observations and reflections on future choices during their senior year, gradually leading the conversation towards the latest updates on the international seminar preparations. How is the application material coming along? Have you encountered any difficulties? Ling Weiyun sotfeli. As he used the communal chopsticks to serve Weiyun a piece of carefully deboned fish. Weiyun swallowed his food and shyly shook his head. I haven't had the chance lately. I'm still reviewing last year's selection criteria and recommendation letter requirements. There's quite a bit of information to sort through, and I need to take my time. The competition had just concluded, and he had not fully transitioned to the next task mode. There's no rush. Time is on our side. If you need any assistance, such as with recommendation letters or an overview of research directions, feel free to let me know. Su Jingran's tone was sincere. Given your academic foundation and potential, your chances of securing a spot are quite promising. Thank you, senior. I will prepare diligently. Weiyun replied with a grateful smile. Su Jingran then seamlessly steered the conversation towards the recently concluded competition, patiently listening as Weiyun recounted the tension of the finals and the team's harmonious collaboration, offering timely praise and candid evaluations. To withstand the pressure and achieve a turnaround is truly impressive. The teamwork appears to have been remarkably successful. Their lunch unfolded in a comfortable and harmonious atmosphere. Su Jingran's thoughtfulness and gentleness were like a warm breeze, gently dispelling the lingering fatigue from the competition. After the meal, Su Jingran suggested taking a stroll around the campus. Weiyun readily agreed. The early autumn afternoon was refreshingly cool, filled with a subtle floral fragrance, making it exceptionally pleasant. Walking side by side on the main avenue of the campus, Su Jingran shared intriguing observations and anecdotes from the literary field. Weiyun listened attentively, a relaxed and comfortable smile gracing his face. However, the campus was not vast enough to escape some inevitable encounters. When Weiyun inadvertently lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the playground not far away, he halted in his tracks as a familiar figure caught his eye. Noticing Weiyun's sudden stop, Su Jingran followed his gaze. Not far off, Ling Weiyun appeared to have just finished running, clad in a dark gray sports outfit. His forehead damp with sweat, a few unruly strands sticking to his smooth brow. He was slightly out of breath, his cheeks flushed from exercise, exuding a vibrant and vigorous aura. Beside him stood a striking girl, tall and elegant in her fitted dance practice attire, radiating an exceptional grace. Weiyun did not recognize her, but her attire clearly indicated she was from an art academy. She was speaking to Ling Weiyun, her head tilted back, her smile radiant, and her gaze astonishingly bright. The girl, rather naturally, reached out and wrapped her arm around Ling Weiyun's. It seemed that his attention was entirely captivated by her words. Or perhaps more likely, he was becoming somewhat impatient with the entanglement. his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze drifting elsewhere, and he did not immediately push away the arm that had encircled him, yet there was no trace of pleasure on his face, only a faint, distracted indifference. He appeared focused on managing the situation at hand, completely oblivious to Wen Yu and Su Jingran not far away on the main road. Just then, the girl seemed to say something else, causing Ling Weiyun's frown to deepen, the evident impatience almost bubbling over. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist with a somewhat hasty motion, pulling her along in a manner that bordered on brusque, as he turned and swiftly made his way toward a quieter path, as if eager to escape something or to find a more secluded place to resolve the trouble before him. Wen Yu was utterly taken aback. He had never witnessed Ling Weiyun permit any female to approach him so closely, let alone to so boldly, even roughly, tug at a girl. Even Lin Wei from their team maintained a clear boundary. Who was this girl? What was their relationship? That physical contact and pull did not seem unfamiliar. A faint, unfamiliar emotion quietly crept into his heart, light yet sufficient to dim the residual smile on his face. Su Jingran, timely, spoke up with a gentle voice, laced with just the right amount of curiosity and concern. "Oh, it's you, Ling. Is she your girlfriend? Are you two having a quarrel?" He deliberately posed the most ordinary and least erroneous conjecture, his tone casual, as if merely mentioning it in passing. Yet his gaze meticulously observed every subtle change in Wen Yu's expression. Wen Yu's reaction was as anticipated, a swift, instinctive denial, though he did not voice it. Yet his micro-expressions betrayed him, soon replaced by confusion and a hint of mild discomfort. "Let us go, senior," he said, withdrawing his gaze, suppressing the inexplicable unease within, and continued walking forward with Su Jingran, as though he had merely witnessed an inconsequential scene. However, during the subsequent stroll, his words noticeably dwindled, and his occasional responses seemed somewhat absent-minded. Su Jingran, considerate, refrained from probing further and shifted the conversation to lighter campus anecdotes. Yet, Wen Yu's thoughts had already unconsciously drifted away. Meanwhile, Ling Weiyun was indeed becoming increasingly impatient with Kong Weiwei's persistence. His mother had asked her to bring something, and she mentioned some social dance event, of which he had no interest. "Come on, just help me out, will you?" Kong Weiwei attempted to persuade him, her fingers unconsciously tugging at his sleeve. Ling Weiyun coolly withdrew his arm, his tone indifferent. "I don't have time. I received the items, thank you. I'll be on my way." "You always do this," Kong Weiwei exclaimed, somewhat irritated, yet she dared not truly provoke him. "I'll come find you again next time." Ling Weiyun, disinterested, turned and walked away, leaving Kong Weiwei and her words behind. He was preoccupied with thoughts of the subsequent report following the competition and the individual who had recently helped him resolve a significant conundrum. Recalling the words and expressions of Wen Yu from the previous night, a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. Chapter 57. A journey to a place after bidding farewell to Su Jingran. Wen Yu returned to his dormitory. The absence of Xia Xingyao rendered the room eerily quiet. He settled at his desk, attempting to immerse himself in a book, yet found himself grappling with a restless mind. His phone lay silently on the surface, devoid of any new notifications. Unbidden, the image of that radiant girl surfaced in his mind, affectionately linking arms with Ling Weiyun, who, despite his furrowed brow, did not push her away. The competition had concluded. What would he do next? Would he go on a date with that girl? What was their relationship, after all? A subtle, indefinable emotion lingered within him, akin to a small obstruction trapped in his throat, rendering him unable to find peace. Just as he endeavored to cast aside these chaotic thoughts and concentrate on his book, his phone screen unexpectedly illuminated, vibrating gently. Almost instinctively, he grasped the device, his heart inexplicably racing. The sender displayed on the screen momentarily stole his breath away. The message was astonishingly simple. In the dorm, staring at those 3 words, his finger hovered momentarily over the screen, and a peculiar dissonance emerged between his conjectures about a date and the reality before him. Wasn't he meant to be with that girl? Why was she suddenly inquiring if he was in the dorm? He tapped the screen, replying with a single word. Almost instantaneously, as if the other party had been vigilantly awaiting his response, a new message appeared, "Come downstairs." Wen Yu was utterly taken aback. What did those disjointed words mean? Why go downstairs? Ling Weiyun's subsequent reply addressed his confusion, yet deepened his bewilderment. "Are you free this afternoon? I'll take you to a place." Take him to a place? When you scrutinized the message, his curiosity intensifying. Hadn't he just been entangled with that girl from the art academy at the gym? How could he possibly be whisked away so soon? Even if Ling Weiyun possessed the ability to teleport, the time lapse seemed insufficient for a date, let alone an in-depth conversation. Suppressing the tumult within his heart, he replied with a question, "I have no classes this afternoon." "Where to?" Ling Weiyun's reply was succinct. "You'll know when you get there. Change into something comfortable and wait for me downstairs." Gazing at his phone, Wen Yu hesitated for a mere 2 seconds. His curiosity and the urge to unravel the mystery surrounding that girl ultimately overpowered his reservations. He responded, "All right, I'll be down shortly." He swiftly retrieved a loose white knit sweater and a pair of athletic pants from his wardrobe, adjusting his hair in the mirror. Realizing his actions seemed overly eager, he compelled himself to slow down, taking a deep breath before descending the stairs. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Ling Weiyun lifted his head, his gaze precisely capturing the figure of Wen Yu as he emerged from the foyer. Having changed out of his running attire, Wen Yu now donned a well-fitted charcoal gray sweatshirt paired with matching athletic trousers, his tall frame lazily leaning against a tree. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the layered leaves, casting a refreshing and leisurely glow upon him, completely dispelling the faint impatience and aloofness he had exhibited moments earlier with Kong Weiwei. Noticing Wen Yu's change into comfortable clothing, a flicker of satisfaction passed through Ling Weiyun's eyes, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Quite swift, indeed. Wen Yu approached him, still somewhat puzzled. "Where exactly are we headed?" The air of mystery surrounds this outing. Ling Weiyun straightened up, opting not to respond directly, but rather to tease. "A place that will allow you to unwind, free from the constant thoughts of competitions and papers. I've observed that you seem overly tense lately. A balance of work and rest is essential." As he spoke, he naturally turned and gestured for Wen Yu to follow. "The car awaits at the entrance. Let us proceed." Wen Yu trailed behind, observing Ling Weiyun's back, his initial doubts regarding another girl momentarily supplanted by intrigue. A balance of work and rest? This was not typically a concern of Ling Weiyun's. Where could he possibly be taking him? Upon reaching the school gates, the familiar black sedan awaited silently. The driver, upon seeing them, respectfully opened the rear door. Once seated inside, Wen Yu could no longer restrain himself and inquired once more, "Can you finally divulge our destination?" Ling Weiyun turned to him, the shifting light outside dancing across his handsome profile, a hint of a smile gracing his eyes. "The golf driving range." "Do you play?" Wen Yu paused, not surprised by the choice of golf per se. Given his family background, such venues, while not frequented, were by no means unfamiliar. He was taken aback by Ling Weiyun's sudden suggestion. A faint smile crept onto his lips, his tone calm and nonchalant, exuding an air of assurance. "Certainly." Now, it was Ling Weiyun's turn to be slightly astonished. The corners of his striking eyes arched upward as he reassessed Wen Yu. While he was unaware of the specifics of Wen Yu's family situation, Ling Weiyun's keen perception detected a certain sophistication in Wen Yu's demeanor, taste, and the ease with which he mentioned golf, indicating that his family was far from ordinary. This revelation sparked a deeper glimmer in Ling Weiyun's gaze, his smile broadening into a more pronounced arc of curiosity and interest. "Oh?" He elongated his tone, his voice laced with unabashed admiration and a hint of playful intrigue, suggesting that there were indeed many delightful surprises hidden within Wen Yu. This sensation was exhilarating, akin to unearthing treasures. Wen Yu felt a slight warmth rise to his ears under Ling Weiyun's unabashedly interested gaze, yet he maintained his usual composure, even responding with a teasing humility. "Ling, you flatter me. Compared to you, I merely know the rules." His words were neither overly boastful nor devoid of nuance. Ling Weiyun chuckled heartily at his response and phrasing, his laughter bright and his spirits evidently high. "As long as you know the rules, it will be manageable. I hope you will show some restraint later." Leaning back against the chair, He adopted a more relaxed and expansive posture, as if he had stumbled upon an exceptionally delightful revelation and agreement. Ling Weiyun continued, speaking with a familiar tone. You should be well acquainted with the location. It's the club where we last gazed at the stars. When you suddenly realized it was that place. The golf club with an exquisite rooftop view, its prestige and exclusivity aligning perfectly with his perception. He nodded, a genuine sense of anticipation blooming within him for the upcoming activity. It was not merely for relaxation. Perhaps there lingered a subtle hope of sharing a moment in his familiar realm with this unpredictable individual beside him. Indeed, the environment there is quite pleasant, when you affirmed. His tone natural. The car glided smoothly towards the familiar expanse of greenery. The scenery outside gradually opened up, and the air seemed infused with the refreshing scent of grass. Observing Ling Weiyun's bright and joyful smile, reminiscent of a discovery of a new world. When you suddenly realized that the person who could elicit such unburdened laughter and profound interest in him was, in fact, himself, and a sweet warmth surged within his heart. Chapter 58. He has many surprises. The golf practice range was even more spacious and tranquil than the rooftop view. Expanses of verdant grass stretched under the sunlight, delineating individual practice areas, while the flags on the distant greens swayed gently in the breeze. The air was saturated with the fragrant warmth of sun-drenched grass and earth, uplifting the spirit. Ling Weiyun was evidently a regular here, as the staff respectfully guided them to an excellent vantage point where two sets of top-tier professional clubs awaited them. Shall you go first? Ling Weiyun gestured invitingly, lazily leaning against the armrest of a nearby chair, adopting an observer's stance. When you did not decline, he approached the teeing area, skillfully donned his gloves, and selected a driver. Gripping the club, he assumed his stance and adjusted his breath, executing a series of movements that were fluid and precise, exuding a restrained elegance that spoke of thorough training. Ling Weiyun's gaze sharpened instantly, the previous languor dissipating. He watched as when you slightly turned, his shoulders creating a beautiful line, his arms swinging to carve a powerful and accurate arc. The crisp sound of the ball being struck resonated, and the white sphere soared into the air, tracing a high and distant parabola before landing firmly on the wide fairway. Bouncing a few times before coming to rest in an optimal position. An impressive drive, every aspect from power to angle to landing spot was flawless, surpassing the level of mere rule knowledge. As when you retracted his swing, he exhaled softly and turned to Ling Weiyun, a faint smile gracing his lips. I hope I didn't embarrass myself. Ling Weiyun did not respond immediately. He merely gazed at Weiyun, his eyes deep as a tranquil pool, brimming with unabashed admiration and a deeper, compelling allure. The afternoon sun gleamed in his eyes, igniting two flickering flames in the shadows. He chuckled softly, his voice slightly husky. Weiyun, what you displayed is far beyond mere knowledge of the rules. This truly offered him an immense surprise. The person he admires consistently reveals a strikingly enchanting side, often in an unguarded moment. He rises, seizes his golf club, and positions himself beside Weiyun. His aura transforms abruptly. No longer is he the indifferent bystander, but rather a formidable opponent worthy of earnest engagement, radiating an intense, competitive pressure. It seems that true skill must be summoned. Ling Weiyun's lips curve into a subtle smile, his gaze fixed on Weiyun with a hint of challenge. Weiyun's heart races under Ling Weiyun's intense stare, yet an innate pride stirs within him. He slightly raises his chin, his tone remaining gentle. I am more than willing to engage. Ling Weiyun's smile deepens. He steps onto the tee, his movements fluid and powerful, each detail executed with textbook precision, yet imbued with his distinctive, effortless languor. In the moment of his swing, an astonishing burst of energy is unleashed. Crack! His ball soars forth in a more aggressive trajectory, flying straight and far, even landing beyond Weiyun's previous shot, nearly reaching the end of the fairway. They're evenly matched. Their eyes lock, and the air crackles with an invisible electric spark. A silent camaraderie of competition unfolds across the verdant field. Round after round, they strike the ball from the tee to the iron, even exchanging techniques on putting. Weiyun's skills are solid and steady, his demeanor calm. Each swing is executed with precision, exuding a refined, unhurried charm. In contrast, Ling Weiyun is more audacious and untamed, his strength and control exemplary, often delivering astonishing and imaginative shots. His focus, combined with an occasionally fierce determination, is irresistibly captivating. They speak little, preferring to communicate through their skills. Occasionally, Ling Weiyun will suggest subtle adjustments to Wen Yu's technique, prompting Wen Yu to ponder for a moment, offering insights from the perspectives of mechanics and aesthetics. The atmosphere between them transcends mere competition, evolving into a mutual appreciation and exchange of artistry. Ling Weiyun's gaze remains almost magnetically fixed on Wen Yu. The slight furrow of Wen Yu's brow as he concentrates, and the glimmer of challenge in his eyes when he occasionally glances at himself after a well-struck shot, captivate Ling Weiyun completely. A profound sense of possessiveness and an indescribable satisfaction fills his chest. This side of Wen Yu is known only to him, a unique revelation reserved for his view alone. After a beautifully executed chip shot lands the ball firmly on the green, Wen Yu exhales in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, his face flushed with the exhilaration of exertion. Ling Weiyun offers him a bottle of open water. "Thank you," Wen Yu replies, taking a few sips. The cool water soothes his parched throat. Ling Weiyun does not withdraw his hand. Instead, he naturally extends a finger, gently wiping away the droplet of sweat poised at the tip of Wen Yu's nose. The motion is so swift it nearly seems illusory. The warmth and softness of his fingertip create a faint electric current that surges through Wen Yu's skin. Wen Yu found himself frozen. The motion of drinking water halted. His eyes slightly widened as he gazed at Ling Weiyun. Yet, Ling Weiyun appeared to engage in the most ordinary of actions, his expression devoid of any awkwardness. Simply looking at him with a profound gaze. "I am quite happy today." His tone carried an unadulterated joy and appreciation, unmasked and sincere. Wen Yu's heart raced, as if scorched by that low, husky voice and the directness of his gaze. The spot on his nose that had been touched still radiated warmth, and he could even feel the heat rising swiftly to his ears. Instinctively, he averted his eyes from Ling Weiyun, lowered his head, and took another sip of water, attempting to conceal his momentary fluster. His voice tightened slightly. "Yes, I haven't felt this relaxed in quite a while." Ling Weiyun observed his subtle reaction, a deeper mirth glimmering in his eyes. Yet he did not encroach further, instead lazily leaning back against a golf bag, savoring the delightful ambience of the moment, the sunlight, the verdant expanse, and the exquisite comfort brought by the company beside him. Next time, he suddenly spoke, his tone imbued with an air of inevitable agreement. "Shall we try squash? Or perhaps fencing? I have a feeling you will surprise me even more." Wen Yu lifted his gaze, looking at Ling Weiyun bathed in sunlight. His face bore a relaxed and genuine smile, eyes brimming with admiration and interest, almost overflowing. A clear arc formed at the corners of Wen Yu's lips, his eyes sparkling with brightness. "All right, perhaps next time I shall emerge victorious?" His voice regained its usual gentleness, yet imbued with a hint of buoyancy. Ling Weiyun burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing across the expansive green field. "I look forward to it." Chapter 59. Rooftop dinner. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the skyline in warm hues of orange and violet, akin to splattered oil paints, magnificent and tranquil. The clamor of the golf course had long dissipated, leaving only the gentle rustle of the breeze through the grass. After meticulously wiping down the last club and placing it into the bag, Wen Yu felt a slight ache in his muscles from sustained exertion, yet his mind was refreshingly clear and relaxed. He straightened, flexed his wrist, and gazed at the verdant expanse gently enveloped by the sunset's embrace. Ling Weiyun stood a few paces away, having just set down his club as well. The sunset outlined the silhouette of his tall figure, diminishing the usual air of aloofness, adding a touch of casualness after the exertion. He did not look at Wen Yu, but instead stared into the distant horizon where the sun sank, his gaze seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, as if sensing Wen Yu's gaze, he turned his head. "Are you still enjoying yourself?" he asked rather abruptly. Wen Yu paused for a moment, then smiled. "Very much. Thank you for bringing me here." It was heartfelt, Both the afternoon's contest and the scenery before him now filled him with comfort. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Ling Weiyun's mouth. Seemingly pleased with the response, he walked closer, standing shoulder to shoulder with Weiyun, both gazing at the resplendent sky. They maintained an ideal distance, feeling each other's presence without infringing upon one another's personal space. I prepared some refreshments for them, and Ling Weiyun's tone remained as unassuming as if you were discussing the weather. It was still early, and they could sit on the rooftop, where the expansive view might reveal stars at night. The rooftop, when you recalled their brief stay there last time. The tranquil night sky and the distant city lights had indeed left a lasting impression. He had no reason to decline such a pleasant suggestion. All right, he nodded in agreement. Ling Weiyun said no more, merely gesturing in the direction and leading the way. His pace was leisurely, just right for Weiyun to keep up effortlessly. The two traversed the elegantly designed corridors of the club in silence, taking the private elevator directly to the rooftop. The central arrangement was simple yet thoughtful. A low, soft couch accompanied by a wooden dining cart draped with a linen tablecloth, beside which stood a telescope, pointing towards the stars yet to fully emerge. There was no overtly romantic atmosphere. It resembled a cozy spot prepared for admiring the night view, with a previous lounge chair replaced by a more comfortable couch. Please sit, Ling Weiyun said, taking the first seat on one side of the couch, his posture relaxed. When you settled beside him, separated by a decorative pillow. The couch was quite comfortable, cradling his slightly weary body. Ling Weiyun lifted the food cover, revealing a selection of shareable dishes, small cuts of roasted ribs, vegetable skewers, a cheese platter, and fresh fruit. Simple yet appetizing. He offered Weiyun a glass of chilled soda, while he took a bottle of mineral water for himself. The two dined quietly, accompanied by the deepening twilight. Their conversations occasionally blossomed, only to pause naturally. The topics were trivial, perhaps revolving around a recent play or the taste of a particular dish, but more often they savored the tranquility of unforced silence. The atmosphere was relaxed and natural. As the last glimmers of daylight faded and the deep blue sky began to unveil the stars, Ling Weiyun set down his water bottle. He rose and approached the telescope, expertly adjusting the focusing knob, producing a subtle yet precise sound of gears engaging. Did you also prepare a telescope? Weiyun's voice came from behind. Yes, he replied, his hands continuing their work, his tone calm as he considered that if time permitted, it might come in handy, hence the driver had brought it along. Once calibrated, he straightened and slightly turned his head. Would you like to take a look? The weather is quite nice today. We should be able to see something. Weiyun complied and stepped closer, standing beside him. Ling Weiyun moved aside slightly, indicating the observation position with his gaze. Weiyun leaned in, bringing his eye close to the eyepiece. Instantly, his view was filled with a dazzling array of points of light, far clearer and more striking than what the naked eye could perceive. Distant celestial bodies were drawn nearer, revealing a hazy and mysterious halo. What do you see? Ling Weiyun inquired from beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. Many stars, larger than I imagined. Weiyun replied softly, still engrossed in his observation. There's a faint band of light. That's part of the Milky Way. Ling Weiyun explained calmly, exuding a serene confidence in sharing knowledge. In the direction you're currently focused on, you can just about see Jupiter and its moons like a collection of tiny points of light aligned together. When you gently adjusted the telescope, meticulously searching the night sky, when he finally discerned the orderly arrangement of small luminous points, an exhilarating sense of wonder and the thrill of exploration surged within him. He concentrated on adjusting the focus, striving for clarity. Ling Weiyun did not disturb him, standing quietly to the side. His gaze was not fixed on a telescope, but rather on Weiyun's slightly lowered focus profile. The soft glow of the stars and moon tenderly outlined his features, and his eyes shone with clarity and seriousness, as if the entire universe were condensed within the small eyepiece. An overwhelming calmness enveloped Ling Weiyun, and he had never felt such profound satisfaction merely by standing beside someone, sharing the silence of a starlit sky. The usual restless impulse to draw near and to touch was curiously soothed by this tranquil ambience. He did nothing but quietly observe, imprinting this scene in his mind, ensuring it would forever remain vivid in his memory. After a considerable time, when Yu straightened, his eyes still reflecting a sense of awe at the cosmos' grandeur, he turned to meet Ling Weiyun's gaze. The other's eyes appeared particularly profound in the night, devoid of any oppressive weight. Instead, they resembled a serene deep sea, vast and encompassing. "It's breathtaking," when Yu whispered, sharing his sentiments. "Indeed," Ling Weiyun replied softly, his gaze shifting from when Yu's face back to the expansive night sky, occasionally glancing to find that many worries seemed trivial in comparison. The words he spoke carried a clarity that belied his usual demeanor. When Yu was somewhat surprised, yet found it entirely reasonable. Those with such extraordinary abilities perhaps require a transcendent perspective to attain tranquility more than others. As the evening breeze grew cooler, it tousled the loose strands of Wen Yu's hair. Ling Weiyun noticed this subtle motion, retracting his gaze and returning to his usual calm tone. "It's getting windy. Shall we head back?" Wen Yu indeed felt a slight chill and nodded in agreement. All right. The return journey was equally quiet, with both leaning against their respective windows, gazing at the flowing cityscape outside. The fatigue from the afternoon's exertion gradually washed over Wen Yu, his eyelids growing heavy, and his consciousness began to blur in the warm, serene compartment. He seemed to drift into a brief slumber. It was only when he sensed the vehicle slowing to a stop that he abruptly awoke, realizing he had unknowingly tilted towards the center, his head nearly resting on Ling Weiyun's shoulder. The latter sat upright, exhibiting no movement, seemingly unaware. Wen Yu hastily sat up straight, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his forehead. "Have we arrived?" "Yes," Ling Weiyun replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "Thank you." Wen Yu expressed his gratitude again, this time for the arrangements of the entire afternoon and evening. "I had a wonderful time." Chapter 60. The overbearing subtlety. As Wen Yu's words lingered in the air, Ling Weiyun posed a sudden question. "What are your plans for the weekend?" His inquiry seemed abrupt, his gaze fixed upon Wen Yu. Wen Yu turned his head, somewhat taken aback by the abrupt shift in topic. Yet instinctively he responded with candor. "I currently have no specific plans. However, Senior Su Jingran mentioned that perhaps we could discuss the details of the seminar application this weekend, if he is available." "No," Ling Weiyun interjected almost instantaneously, his tone resolute and unyielding, exuding an air of assertiveness. He finally turned his head, the fleeting light outside the car window reflecting his clear displeasure, a stark contrast to his usual languid and indifferent demeanor, revealing a childish and domineering side. "From Wednesday to Friday," he declared, as if delineating his territory, "I permit you to go to the library." Then he directed his gaze back at Wen Yu, his eyes intense and commanding, articulating each word with clarity. "But on the weekend, I want to be with you." Wen Yu was utterly stunned, his mouth slightly agape, momentarily unable to process this string of information. "Huh?" he stammered, producing two meaningless syllables as his mind faltered. Ling Weiyun observed his bewildered expression and seemed to realize that his words had been overly direct and forceful. He pressed his lips together, momentarily averting his gaze, his voice softening, the pace of his speech slowing, infused with a subtle, awkward vulnerability. "Didn't Tiwi mention a quaint little town with unique customs last time?" Wen Yu recalled the conversation, remembering that it had been mentioned in a travelogue he had seen in the library. "The weekend coincided with their festival, and I thought it would be nice to see it." Ling Weiyun looked at him, the feigned assertiveness in his eyes gradually replaced by a more genuine, stubborn anticipation, his voice dropping to a whisper, as if murmuring, "You will agree, won't you?" This sudden transformation, from the previously domineering figure to the one before him, now tinged with a touch of grievance and expectation, as if fearing rejection, pulled at Wen Yu's heartstrings. The annoyance and shock that had arisen from Ling Weiyun's assertiveness dissipated in an instant, swept away by the earnestness in his eyes, which bore an awkward sense of longing. He suddenly felt that rejecting such a Ling Weiyun would be a rather cruel act. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Wen Yu let out a resigned yet indulgent sigh. "All right then." As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed Ling Weiyun's eyes brightening almost instantaneously, the earlier hint of grievance and caution vanishing, his lips curving into an unabashedly cheerful smile, radiating satisfaction and pure joy. Then it settled. His tone shifted to one of light-hearted certainty, as if the previous moment of vulnerability had never occurred. He even added cheerfully, "You can invite Xia Yao." When you was taken aback again. The topic had shifted too swiftly. Ling Weiyun appeared entirely at ease. Zhang Hao, Ji Chun, and Lin Wei seemed to want to explore nearby as well. The more, the merrier. He paused, glancing at Wenyu, his eyes sparkling. "After all, your time this weekend belongs to me." Observing Ling Weiyun's unabashed joy, reminiscent of a young boy receiving his most coveted gift, Wenyu could not help but smile, shaking his head with a hint of playful teasing. "All right, I shall invite Xing Yao." Ling Weiyun was the first to alight from the vehicle, his spirits evidently high as he stood by the roadside awaiting Wenyu. Upon reaching the base of Wenyu's dormitory, Wenyu remarked, "I shall head up now." "Good night." "Good night," replied Ling Weiyun, his lips still curled in a smile. Wenyu nodded, and as he stepped out of the car, it dawned on him that his weekend had seemingly been orchestrated by Ling Weiyun with meticulous clarity. Moreover, he had unwittingly acquiesced to it. He raised a hand to rub his brow, yet could not suppress a chuckle. Entering the dormitory, he was enveloped by the coolness of the night along with a subtle, unarticulated buoyancy. Summer Xing Yao, engrossed in a game, heard the commotion but did not turn around, fingers dancing across the keyboard, while his mouth ran unceasingly. "Oh, you're back? I must say, academic overachiever one, you've been rather elusive lately. Vanishing right after class, confess. Have you been clandestinely cultivating a secret social circle? I didn't think you required such engagements." Wenyu hung up his coat with a smile at the directness and vitality of Xing Yao's banter. Approaching his desk, he refrained from immediate response, instead taking a sip of water, as if weighing his words. Then he turned to face Xing Yao, who was stretching and swiveling in his chair after concluding game. "Xing Yao," he began, striving for a casual tone, "are you free this weekend?" Xing Yao paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Huh? The weekend? I have no plans." "Why?" His eyes brightened. "Is it related to that academic seminar with Senior Su Jingran?" "No, that wouldn't suit someone of my humble status." Wenyu was amused by his vivid imagination and shook his head. "It's not a seminar. Ling Weiyun has invited us for an outing to a nearby ancient village. He asked me to include you." "What? Ling Weiyun? Inviting us? An outing? And specifically requested you bring me?" He echoed the key phrases, his expression swiftly transitioning from shock to exhilaration. "No way. Of course I'm free. I must be free. Even if the sky were to fall, I would be free." He nearly lunged towards Wenyu, grasping his arm, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Quick, tell me everything. What's the situation? Why the sudden outing? Did Ling Weiyun actually suggest it? He organizes group activities now. The sun must be rising in the west. You two R&T." Wenyu, dizzy from his fervor, quickly withdrew his arm, chuckling in exasperation. "Calm down. It was merely a casual mention. He said it would be more lively with a larger group. Zhang Hao and Ji Chun seem to be going as well." "Wow, those esteemed individuals are joining too? Fantastic." Summer Xing Yao was even more animated, rubbing his hands together and pacing the dormitory. "An ancient village? That sounds intriguing, with young Master Ling at the helm. It will undoubtedly be splendid. Oh dear, I must contemplate what to wear and what snacks to bring." "Young Master Ling?" Wenyu replied in a composed tone, tinged with a touch of understanding. Xia Yao was immersed in the joy of an outing and contemplating her attire when she paused at the remark and leaned closer to Wenyu, lowering her voice. "Oh, from your tone, it seems you've known all along. The illustrious Lin is indeed from a prestigious family," she said, giving a discreet thumbs up. "I've heard that both of his parents are exceptionally accomplished. The specifics are a topic of much speculation, but the term immensely wealthy is certainly applicable." She straightened up, stroking her chin in analysis. "However, Lin's demeanor is notably understated. He neither flaunts his wealth nor draws attention to it. His daily needs are merely a notch above ours, without any ostentation." Yet, she shifted her tone, her eyes taking on a significant glint. One can easily discern that his aura, the grace in his every gesture, is far beyond what mere wealth could cultivate. Xia Xingyao spoke passionately. Everyone at school probably knows that his family is well off, but how well off remains a mystery to most. According to reliable sources, They belonged to the filthy, rich category. Suddenly recalling something, she smacked her thigh. Oh, just a few days ago, someone caught a glimpse of Lin getting into a limited edition luxury car outside of school. The photos went viral on the forums, but they were swiftly removed. When you listened quietly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, he responded with a gentle, acknowledging her fervent chatter. I'm off to freshen up, he said lightly, deflecting any further inquiries from Xiaoxingyao. Watching his calm retreat, she muttered to herself, it seems he is privy to more details than I am. She then redirected her focus back to the weekend outing, eagerly planning ahead. As when you stepped into the bathroom, warm water cascaded over him. Yet his mind unexpectedly wandered to the opulent decor of the Lin household. Indeed, it was remarkably understated, so much so that without personal experience, one could never glean even a hint of it from Ling Weiyun's usual languid and aloof demeanor. He chuckled softly, shaking his head to wash away such thoughts. Ultimately, others' family circumstances were their own affairs. What truly excited him was the anticipation for the weekend outing. Chapter 61. From Wednesday to Friday on Wednesday evening. Weiyun emerged from the classroom, clutching his books and rubbing his slightly sore neck as he made his way to the library. The almost tyrannical agreement with Ling Weiyun lingered in his mind, prompting him to feel that it would be best to address the seminar matters before Friday. The library was suffused with the familiar aroma of books and tranquility. Weiyun settled into his usual window-side seat, and shortly after he spread out his materials, someone gently pulled out the chair beside him. Shou, came a warm voice laced with a hint of mirth. Weiyun looked up to see Su Jingran, dressed in a clean, light-colored sweater, with a pair of slender-framed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of refined elegance. He held a few printed documents and a book in his hands, naturally taking a seat beside Weiyun. Senior, Weiyun greeted with a smile, not surprised by Su Jingran's arrival, as they had indeed scheduled a discussion. Has it been long? Su Jingran placed the materials gently before Weiyun, catching sight of several newly released journal articles. I thought these might be beneficial for your section, so I printed them out. He pointed to the elegantly bound, thread-bound book and added, in this one, I recall you expressed great interest in last time. I happen to have it with me, so I brought it for you to peruse. His thoughtfulness was always impeccably timed, gently nurturing like a silent stream. He never exhibited overwhelming enthusiasm, but consistently managed to provide precisely what was needed for literary exploration, or even just something of vague interest. Thank you so much, Senior. I truly appreciate your help. When you expressed sincerely as he accepted the materials and books, his fingertips grazed the slightly coarse cover of the ancient text, and genuine affection glimmered in his eyes. It was but a small effort, Su Jingran replied with a warm smile, his gaze drifting over Weiyun's open notes. Shall we begin? Regarding the thesis angle you proposed, I find it exceptionally intriguing. Their discussion unfolded softly and with great focus, as they both immersed themselves in the realm of academia, where thoughts collided and viewpoints intertwined. Su Jingran, with his profound knowledge, effortlessly cited references without imposing an oppressive presence, always steering the conversation towards guidance and inspiration. Weiyun, equally quick-witted and receptive, occasionally offered insights that sparked admiration in Su Jingran's eyes. The atmosphere between them flowed harmoniously, akin to two cups of perfectly brewed tea, exuding a subtle fragrance of ink and elegance, creating a scene of unparalleled understanding and rapport to onlookers. Su Jingran excelled at cultivating such a safe, high-quality space brimming with intellectual allure, allowing Weiyun to revel in this efficient exchange of respect and understanding, nearly oblivious to the subtle emotions quietly blossoming around them. Yet, this tableau appeared glaringly vivid to another observer. In the gap between the bookshelves at the far end of the library stood Ling Weiyun, his expression impassive. Having just come to find Weiyun, he was met with the sight of Weiyun and Su Jingran seated side by side, engaged in hushed conversation. Weiyun slightly tilted his head, listening intently, occasionally nodding, a faint yet focused smile gracing his lips. Su Jingran leaned in with an approachable demeanor, speaking gently, his warm gaze resting on Weiyun's face as he pushed the materials and books toward him. That atmosphere, that tacit and tranquil ambience, tightened around Ling Weiyun's heart as if gripped by something fierce, leaving him feeling both sour and stifled. He understood the need to give Weiyun space from Wednesday to Friday, recognizing that they were discussing serious matters. However, Weiyun's lack of ulterior motives did not imply that Shou Jingran's intentions were purely innocent. At that moment, the male instinct was acutely sensitive. Allowing Weiyun space did not mean Ling Weiyun was free from jealousy. That intense possessiveness and envy grew wildly like creeping vines, tightening their grip around him. He felt an overwhelming urge to step forward. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket, the buzzing sound starkly jarring in the silent library. He abruptly snapped back to reality, quickly silencing the call, but had already drawn the attention of several nearby students. Taking a deep breath, he cast one last glance at the still harmonious scene, forcing himself to turn away. Once outside the library, he retrieved his phone. It was a call from a highly esteemed professor in his department, urgently requesting his assistance in organizing an emergency report. Ling Weiyun closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. "All right, Professor, I will be there immediately," he responded in a calm tone, devoid of any discernible anomaly. After ending the call, he cast a glance back at the brightly lit windows of the library, pressed his lips tightly together, and ultimately turned, striding purposefully towards the professor's office. Inside the library, the discussion between Weiyun and Shou Jingran was drawing to a close. "Let us call it day," Shou Jingran suggested, glancing at the time and thoughtfully refraining from taking up more of Weiyun's time. "If needed, we can quickly review the remaining parts on Friday." "All right. I truly gain a lot today." "Thank you, Senior," Weiyun replied sincerely while organizing her belongings. "There's no need to be so polite with me," Shou Jingran said with a smile, naturally extending his hand to assist Weiyun in neatly stacking the heavy reference books, his thoughtfulness subtle yet evident. "Shall we head out together?" he inquired gently as he picked up his things. Weiyun nodded, clutching her books, and they exited the reading area side by side. As they stepped out of the library, the cool evening air greeted them, infused with the freshness of grass and trees, slightly alleviating the fatigue in their minds. Shou Jingran turned his head to observe Weiyun's fair profile, softening his voice further. "Shou, after such a long discussion, your eyes must be tired. Since it's still early, would you like to take a walk and unwind?" His suggestion was always so reasonable and imbued with care that it left little room for other interpretations. Weiyun smiled slightly at his words. "Not today, Senior. You've been busy all day too. You should head back and rest." Her refusal was natural, reciprocating the senior's consideration. Shou Jingran's smile remained unchanged, still elegant and gentle. As he readily nodded, "All right then, let us leave it at that for today. Take your time with the materials. There's no rush." "Thank you, Senior. Goodbye," Weiyun said politely, nodding in farewell. Take care." Shou Jingran stood still, watching until her figure vanished into the interplay of light and shadow cast by the street lamps, the flawless warmth of his smile gradually fading. He remained in place, his gaze becoming profound and inscrutable, staring in the direction Weiyun had departed, lost in thought. The gentle evening breeze added an elusive tranquility to his graceful demeanor. After a moment, he gently adjusted his glasses, turned, and walked in a direction starkly different from Weiyun's. Meanwhile, she, cradling her books, made her way back to the dormitory, unaware of the subtle shift in Shou Jingran's gaze moments ago, nor the tumult that her natural response had stirred within him. Little did she know that just moments earlier, behind the heavy wooden shelves in the library, someone had been consumed by a tumult of jealousy and envy, leaving quietly, shrouded in a chilling aura. Ling Weiyun, who had been hastily summoned by a phone call, sat before his computer screen, expressionless, fixated on the rapidly scrolling data. The materials required by the professor were not complicated to organize, and with his capabilities, his fingers danced across the keyboard with such speed that they almost left a blur, achieving remarkable efficiency. However, his expression was as cold as a layer of ice that never thaws, his jawline taut with tension. The warm glow of the office lights seemed incapable of melting the palpable aura of detachment that enveloped him. The professor, satisfied with the progress, offered a few words of praise, yet he remained unresponsive, merely grunting in acknowledgement. His mind was efficiently processing tasks, while deep within, he repeatedly replayed the image of that moment in the library when he witnessed the focused and trusting smile on Shou Jingran's profile. With each recollection, his fingers struck the keyboard with increasing intensity, turning white from the pressure. Damned space. Damned Wednesday to Friday. And that ever-smiling, seemingly harmless Shou Jingran. Chapter 62. What right does he have? As when you entered the library, clutching a stack of books, he immediately spotted Ling Weiyun. The latter stood by the circulation desk, arms laden with a thick compilation of materials, his tall and commanding figure casting a sharp shadow beneath the overhead lights. The scene felt hauntingly familiar, almost as if it were a replay of their initial encounter. He appeared oblivious to Weiyun, his profile turned away, his jawline taut, exuding an air of nonchalance, perhaps solely preoccupied with the burden of his materials. However, this time, before he could inadvertently scatter his documents, a classmate eagerly approached, relieving him of much of his load. Ling Weiyun instinctively released his grip, a lazy smile curling at the corners of his lips as he murmured a thank you. That smile, though faint, might seem merely polite to others, but to Weiyun, it resembled the fleeting warmth of winter sunlight, brief yet inexplicably captivating. He was also the teacher's prize student, his presence here entirely justified, echoing the afternoon of their first meeting. Weiyun watched as Ling Weiyun, with the remaining few books in hand, made his way to the technical section of the library, choosing a seat in a corridor-adjacent spot. From his usual window seat, when you could only catch a blurred glimpse of his profile and the occasional movement of his arms, it appeared that he was genuinely engrossed in his research. His head bowed, a pen spinning unconsciously between his fingers. Weiyun averted his gaze, forcing himself to immerse in the literature laid before him. Before long, Shou Jingran arrived as expected. He greeted warmly, provided just the right materials, and engaged in a logically coherent discussion centered around the literary topics of the seminar. An aura of tranquility flowed in the air, a scholarly frequency unique to the two of them. Yet, when you found it challenging to engage fully as he usually did, his eyes would drift uncontrollably beyond the edge of the pages, drawn to that familiar direction. He could see Ling Weiyun occasionally rise, weaving through the bookshelves, quickly returning with new volumes. He also noticed the occasional presence of girls who, seemingly by chance, approached his vicinity, attempting to strike up a conversation or merely passing through. Ling Weiyun's responses were typically subdued, often just a slight nod, his gaze never straying from the pages. Yet that space seemed to naturally attract the eyes and attention of those around. "Shall you?" Shou Jingran's gentle voice interrupted his reverie. "Are you unwell? Or is there something on your mind?" He had sensed Weiyun's unusual distraction today, as Weiyun suddenly regained his composure. A hint of apology graced his lips. "I apologize, senior. It's nothing. Please continue." Shou Jingran smiled, signaling his understanding as he resumed the previous topic. Yet, his gaze subtly followed the direction in which Weiyun had momentarily strayed. There, amidst the technical books, a striking figure captured his attention. His smile remained unchanged, his voice still gentle, but it bore an almost imperceptible weight, akin to a feather gently descending. "Weiyun, who are you just looking at?" Weiyun hesitated, instinctively replying, "It's nothing, senior. Captain Ling Weiyun is over there." He employed the past title, as if doing so would lend a semblance of legitimacy to his observation. Shou Jingran responded with a soft acknowledgement, his fingertips gliding along the edge of the page, his tone casual and unaffected. "The team collaboration has concluded. I suppose Ling is no longer your captain." At that moment, when you noticed Zhang Hao burst into the library with fervor, his target unequivocally the technical book section. His face was a canvas of evident urgency and ire, so much so that he neglected to lower his voice, gesturing animatedly towards Ling Weiyun from afar. Almost instantaneously, Ling Weiyun stood up, the previous languor and nonchalance evaporating in an instant. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet an icy intensity enveloped him. He scarcely had time to close the book before he exchanged a few swift words with Zhang Hao and promptly followed him out of the library, his strides brisk and urgent, disappearing into the shadows cast by the entrance. The sequence of events unfolded with remarkable swiftness. akin to a sudden gust of wind disturbing the serene surface of water, leaving behind ripples and a profound silence. Su Jingran observed him in silence, refraining from resuming their earlier conversation, his gaze behind the lenses settling into a contemplative stillness. Time in the library seemed to stretch, ensnared by an almost viscous substance. Wen Yu's gaze lingered at the doorway, where Ling Weiyun and Zhang Hao had vanished, his fingertips absent-mindedly twisting the corner of a page, creating a slight crease. However, before long, that tall figure re-entered his line of sight. Ling Weiyun returned alone, his expression unreadable, yet a trace of lingering coldness remained in his eyes. He carried the books he had left open earlier, heading straight for the circulation desk, seemingly intent on leaving without returning. Wen Yu felt as though something had gently pricked his heart, rendering his posture uncomfortably rigid. He closed the book before him and turned to Su Jingran, his voice slightly hurried. "Senior, shall we conclude our discussion for today? Thank you for your insights. I will review these topics at home and reach out if I have any questions." Su Jingran lifted his gaze. The warmth on his face resembled a meticulously crafted porcelain glaze, smooth and unwavering. Yet deep within his eyes, an almost imperceptible chill began to settle, a quiet accumulation of emotions. He discerned the subtle urgency in Wen Yu's gaze, as if it were being silently tugged toward the circulation desk. A tumultuous undercurrent of possessiveness and anger surged within him, yet his formidable self-control suppressed it deep within. Ling Weiyun did nothing at all. He merely sat there, appeared, and then departed, like a stone inadvertently cast into the heart of a lake, yet effortlessly disturbing the tranquil reflection upon its surface. "Wen Yu," Su Jingran began, his voice maintaining a gentle timbre, even more patient than usual. He extended his hand to lightly tap the open literature before them. This segment of the core framework is crucial, intertwining with the comprehension of several pivotal points that follow. I can take a few more minutes to swiftly clarify the logical connections for you. This way, your review will be far more effective. Want it? His reasoning was impeccable, considerate, entirely positioned from a U.S. perspective. There was even a hint of helplessness in his tone, as if he simply wished to assist his junior in completing his studies more effectively. The words on the tip of Wen Yu's tongue were stifled. He found it difficult to refuse, especially in light of the other's goodwill and sound rationale. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the borrowing and returning desk, where Ling Weiyun had efficiently completed his transactions, placing the books into the return cart, turning and walking straight towards the library's entrance, his eyes unwavering. Throughout, his attention did not waver even slightly from this corner, as if their presence was merely an inconsequential backdrop. A faint sense of loss, like a transparent spider's web, gently enveloped Wen Yu's heart. He withdrew his gaze to find Su Jingran patiently awaiting him, his expression warm and understanding. He inhaled softly, suppressing the inexplicable emptiness within, and straightened his posture. "All right, then I shall trouble you, senior." Su Jingran's lips curved into a gentle arc as he began to elucidate clearly and methodically. His pace neither hurried nor slow, each point landing precisely on the critical aspects. Wen Yu forced himself to concentrate, striving to keep up with his thoughts. It was not until the sky outside had darkened completely, and the streetlights shone with clarity and steadiness, that their discussion truly concluded. Su Jingran accompanied him to the dormitory entrance, bidding him a gentle farewell. As he watched Wen Yu depart, the impeccable, genteel smile on his face vanished like a candle's flame extinguished by the wind. Ling Weiyun. This name ignited the nearly seething anger that had been forcibly suppressed throughout the night, threatening to scorch his very insides. How dare he? He merely needed to appear, not even casting a glance, to draw away all of Wen Yu's attention like a magnet. How could his nonchalant, almost rude demeanor so easily disturb the serene frequency that Wen Yu had painstakingly cultivated to align with his own? This provoked an almost humiliating fury within Su Jingran. He slowly inhaled the cold night air and exhaled it just as slowly, a faint, almost temperatureless expression resurfacing on his face. Turning away, his strides remained unhurried, his tall figure blending into the thickening night as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 63. The Ruthless Rabbit. Ling Weiyun lay on the sofa in his apartment, the glow of his phone screen casting a dim light upon his expressionless face. Today was intentional. Like a meticulously crafted yet uncelebrated solo performance, he had calculated the timing, the location, and even the subtle stir his presence would inevitably provoke. He comprehended the effects of his appearance and reputation among the crowd with a certainty akin to his grasp of mathematical formulas. It was impossible for Weiyun not to notice him. After enduring 2 days without contact, he had nearly exhausted all his patience. The so-called promise of giving the other person space felt like a poor joke, searing his chest repeatedly. Habits can be fearsome, especially when one has grown accustomed to the quiet presence of a certain individual. Even a brief separation becomes unbearable. Not to mention, he stubbornly believed that he harbored feelings for the other person. This deliberate estrangement over the past couple of days had reached his limits. Thus, he sent Zhang Hao a message regarding the unfounded plagiarism allegations from the Star Trajectory Society. He understood Zhang Hao's explosive temperament well enough to know he would rush over in a frenzy. He needed some commotion, a plausible reason to be present in the library, to appear within Weiyun's line of sight. The first part of his plan unfolded flawlessly. Zhang Hao arrived, and he naturally took his leave, even making a point to return some books, ensuring his presence was felt. Yet, until he departed, the individual seated by the window cast no further glance his way, nor did they approach to inquire about what had transpired, which he had secretly hoped for. A sense of disappointment washed over him like a quiet tide, enveloping his heart in a cold, bittersweet embrace. In that moment, he felt akin to a rain-soaked cat, overlooked by its owner, curled up in a corner, fragile and awkward, yearning for a comforting touch, yet too proud to draw near. It was late, and that rabbit avatar remained eerily silent, not even a customary good night. What a heartless rabbit. Countless times he tapped on that avatar, silently lamenting, his fingertips hovering over the input box, hesitating whether to send a message. Just as he was about to give up, the screen of his phone suddenly illuminated. Beside that rabbit avatar he had gazed at innumerable times, a bright red dot appeared. "Yuan, are you asleep?" Those 3 simple words unleashed a tidal wave of emotion within him. All his feigned indifference and pent-up frustration disintegrated in an instant, replaced by a nearly euphoric sensation that seized him, causing his fingertips to tingle with the unexpected message. He yearned to reply instantly, typing a flurry of no. "Where are you?" But the last remnants of rationality and that absurd pride restrained him. He held back, staring at the time on the screen as it ticked by slowly, each second stretching out like a century. 5 minutes. He granted himself a full 5 minutes of agony. "Oh, not yet, what's up?" He endeavored to keep his reply as casual as possible. Almost in the very next second after sending his message, a response popped up, so swiftly that it made his heart skip a beat. "Yuan, I'm downstairs at your apartment." Ling Weiyun abruptly straightened, as though all the blood in his body surged through his brain in an instant. He barely had time to think before his fingers swiftly typed out a reply. "Oh, wait for me." At the moment of sending, he exerted all his willpower to refrain from instantly teleporting downstairs. However, he could not do so, not yet at least. He hurried down the stairs at the fastest pace he could control, his footsteps echoing in the vacant stairwell, betraying all his inner thoughts with their urgency. Just as he was about to round the corner of the corridor, on the verge of being illuminated by the light below, he abruptly halted. His chest rose and fell dramatically from the swift exertion, his breath coming in disarray. He stood in the corner, forcing himself to take deep breaths, attempting to suppress the eagerness that might have been too evident on his face, and to calm any tremor or joy that might have lingered in his tone. Only when his heartbeat ceased its chaotic assault on his eardrums did he adjust his expression, striving to transform that urgency into an appropriate blend of surprise and languor. With deliberate calmness, he sauntered out from around the corner, emerging into the cool, stark light, placing himself within Weiyun's line of sight. The cold light carved the open space beneath the apartment, building into a realm of shadow and illumination. Weiyun watched as Ling Weiyun strolled leisurely from the shadows, his gait relaxed and his demeanor typically languid, as if he had merely come downstairs for a breath of fresh air, rather than in response to an invitation. The two stood a few paces apart, the air momentarily thick with tension. The night breeze swept through the buildings, carrying a subtle whisper. For a moment, Weiyun found himself at a loss for words. The lines he had prepared felt jarringly out of place against the other's seemingly untroubled appearance. It was Ling Weiyun who broke the silence first, his voice sounding as normal as ever, tinged with a slight raspiness, as if he had just awakened. "Weiyun, what brings you here?" He tilted his head slightly, as if somewhat surprised. This tone eased the inexplicable tension within Weiyun, yet it mingled with a hint of undefined disappointment. He pressed his lips together, opting for the safest opening. "I saw you at the library today." Ling Weiyun responded. His reaction unremarkable, his gaze fixed on Weiyun's face, seemingly awaiting further words. His eyes were as calm as a deep pool, concealing whether any other emotions lay beneath the surface. Weiyun felt compelled to continue, attempting to pry open a small gap. "I noticed Zhang Hao hurriedly coming over. Was there something going on?" he asked with a hint of caution, uncertain if the other would be willing to share. "Nothing much," Ling Weiyun replied swiftly, almost instinctively, his tone dismissive, even shrugging slightly. Yet, only he knew how exhausting it was to maintain such an air of nonchalance. The excitement and anticipation within him surged like an ever-rising tide, nearly ready to breach the dam. He had seen everything. But if he had seen it, why had he not come over? Why had he waited until now? It must be because of that Su Jingran. Suddenly, a profound weariness washed over him. He no longer wished to uphold this facade. Weiyun seemed to sense that further inquiry would yield no fruit, and lingering felt somewhat awkward, so he softly remarked, "As long as everything is all right, I'll take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to depart. In that fleeting moment, Ling Weiyun abruptly reached out, grasping his wrist firmly. The motion was so swift it seemed to stir the air, the force somewhat hasty, even forgetting to exercise restraint, causing Weiyun to momentarily freeze. The warmth of their skin's contact radiated an almost scalding sensation. Ling Weiyun, as if having abandoned all pretense, no longer maintained his usual languid demeanor. His voice lowered, imbued with a directness that bordered on audacious. "Since you're here, why not take a seat?" Without awaiting Weiyun's response, he swiftly followed up with another inquiry, his gaze firmly locked onto the other, as if seeking to capture the slightest reaction. "After 2 days apart, did you miss me?" Weiyun was utterly taken aback, his eyes widening slightly, caught off guard by this overly candid question that transcended the boundaries of typical conversation. Stammering, he opened his mouth, his cheeks involuntarily flushing with warmth, momentarily at a loss for any coherent words. Observing his usual blend of fluster and embarrassment, Ling Weiyun suddenly chuckled softly. The laughter bore a hint of triumph and a sense of relief. With the facade lifted, he felt at ease. Upon hearing the laughter, Weiyun immediately comprehended the intention behind it. This man was being deliberate once again. With a resigned sigh, he attempted to pull his wrist free from the firm grip, but to no avail. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Ling Weiyun's lead, following him into the building with a sense of reluctant acceptance. The motion-activated lights in the stairwell illuminated in succession with each step they took. Lowering his head, Weiyun observed their elongated shadows cast by the lights, occasionally intertwining, silently rebutting within himself. Miss him? He always uttered such statements that left no room for response. Yet in the depths of his heart, he honestly acknowledged that seeing this person indeed brought him joy. Chapter 64. A tinge of concern. Ling Weiyun's fingers deftly pressed a sequence of numbers on the keypad. A series of beeps followed, and the door lock clicked open. He pushed the door aside, gracefully stepping aside to offer space. The room was softly lit, illuminated only by a floor lamp beside the sofa that emanated a warm, yellow glow. The air was imbued with a clean, cool essence, mingling with a faint scent reminiscent of cedar and crisp air, a signature of Ling Weiyun himself. Weiyun followed him inside, and the door closed automatically with a soft click, isolating them from the outside world. This sound inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him, as if he had stepped into a realm uniquely belonging to Ling Weiyun. Without glancing at the empty foyer, which held nothing but a minimalist decorative piece. Ling Weiyun walked directly toward the kitchen area, his voice echoing back with a hint of spaciousness. Water or something else? Just water. Thank you, when you replied. Standing in the center of the living room, feeling somewhat awkward, his gaze instinctively wandered around. The apartment was vast, yet its decor was starkly minimalist, even appearing somewhat barren. A monochromatic palette of black, white, and gray dominated the space, exuding a coldness that lacked the warmth of life. Save for a jacket casually draped over the sofa and a few professional books stacked in a corner, hinting at signs of habitation. This place, much like its owner, possessed à distance, unattainable. Ling Weiyun returned with 2 bottles of water, offering one to him. The chilled bottle swiftly dispelled the slight sweat that had formed in the palm of Ling Weiyun's hand due to nervousness. He seated himself comfortably into the plush gray sofa, gesturing to the adjacent spot. When Yu complied and settled down, the sofa sank more than he had anticipated, thereby diminishing the distance between them. He could distinctly perceive the rich, crisp scent emanating from the other person. Silence began to envelop the room, yet it was not stifling. Rather, it bore an odd tension, as if both were cautiously probing one another. The light from the floor lamp delineated the contours of Ling Weiyun's profile. He tilted his head back to sip water, his Adam's apple bobbing, and his jawline sharp and defined. Setting down the bottle, he turned his gaze towards Wen Yu, his typically languid eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. So, he began, his voice lower than usual. You came all this way just to confirm if Zhang Hao had any business with me? His direct inquiry caught Wen Yu off guard, as if he could see through the clumsy pretense that had cloaked his earlier excuse. Wen Yu clutched the icy bottle, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the condensation on its surface. He lowered his eyelashes, fixating on the line where light and shadow intersected on the floor, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he admit it was because he noticed Ling Weiyun seemed troubled when he left? Or should he confess to his vague, yet undeniable concern? Ultimately, he opted for a somewhat ambiguous, yet closest to the truth, response. His voice was soft, as if not wishing to disturb the tranquility that enveloped the dimly lit room. Ling Weiyun, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. He merely observed Wen Yu, his gaze heavy with unspoken weight, resting upon Wen Yu's downcast eyelashes, slightly pursed lips, and the nape of his neck, which appeared exceptionally fair under the light. After several seconds, he let out an almost inaudible chuckle, the sound revealing nothing of either satisfaction or something else entirely. Worried about me? He echoed, his tones slightly elevated, imbued with a playful curiosity, as if genuinely seeking confirmation. Wen Yu felt a flush creeping to his ears. He lifted his head, striving to make his expression appear more composed. After all, they had collaborated during the previous competition. Yet this rationale felt feeble and unconvincing. Ling Weiyun's lips curved into a slight smile, and he refrained from pressing further. Leaning back into the sofa, he exuded an air of relaxation, even a hint of satisfied languor. Suddenly, he shifted the topic, casually remarking, "That Su Jingran, does your discussion with him never end?" The abrupt change in subject carried a subtle undertone of suppressed envy. Wen Yu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Senior is simply very serious about academics." Ling Weiyun interjected, seemingly uninterested in delving deeper into that person's character. He turned back to Wen Yu, his expression becoming somewhat elusive under the warm light. "Next time you're concerned about me, you can simply message me." He paused, lowering his voice to a near conspiratorial whisper, yet carrying an earnest weight. Or, like today, come find me directly. I will always be here. The halo of the floor lamp enveloped the 2 individuals in a small patch of warm yellow light, while the vast expanse beyond sank into a deeper darkness, enveloped in silence. Wen Yu found himself at a loss for words, his gaze dropping as he fixated on his own distorted reflection on the smooth surface of the bottle. Ling Weiyun remained silent as well, seemingly unhurried in his demand for a response. He maintained a languid posture, yet his gaze bore down on Wen Yu with a tangible intensity, almost greedily tracing the subtle unease in the other's demeanor and the unusually pale nape illuminated by the light. After what felt like an eternity, time seemed suspended, And suddenly, Ling Weiyun stirred slightly. He reached for his water bottle, not towards Wenyu, but took a sip. The sound of his atoms, apple, moving, resonating sharply in the overly quiet space. It was rare for anyone to visit here. Isn't it a bit empty? Ling Weiyun broke the silence, his tone reverting to its usual lazy cadence. When you looked up, surprised by the shift in topic, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the apartment's immaculate, tidy appearance, akin to a meticulously arranged yet and used model home, with an air that felt perpetually cool. A bit, when you admitted honestly, pausing before adding, but it's very quiet, suitable for contemplation. Ling Weiyun seemed to find this amusing, a faint smile curving his lips. Contemplation? He echoed, his inflection playfully teasing, as if to suggest, for instance, pondering why you worry about me. He deftly redirected the conversation, much like a patient cat toying with its bewildered prey. When you felt the warmth that had just subsided in his ears rise again, he realized that in the face of Ling Weiyun's demeanor, his usual composure and decorum were rendered nearly ineffective. The other person could effortlessly peel away the layers of politeness, reaching the most genuine and vulnerable parts within. With a hint of resignation, he sighed, Ling Weiyun. The response came swiftly, his eyes brightening, seemingly pleased to hear his name, especially in that slightly drawn-out tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Wenyu carefully considered his words, wishing to deter him from uttering such unanswerable remarks. But as they lingered on his lips, he found that any phrasing would seem pretentious. Ultimately, he refrained from speaking. Ling Weiyun chuckled softly, no longer pressing him. He set down the water bottle and leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between them. The once crisp air now felt more invasive. Wenyu, he looked into his eyes, his voice lowered to a whisper, like the night breeze brushing against the window pane. Next time you see me in the library, you can come over directly. His gaze was calm and focused, devoid of any previous teasing, leaving only a pure seriousness. It doesn't matter whether others are present or if serious discussions are underway. As long as you wish to, you may approach. Though this statement fell softly, it stirred a tremendous tempest within Wenyu's heart. He stared blankly at Ling Weiyun, catching sight of his own clear reflection in the depths of the other's eyes, momentarily forgetting to breathe. After Ling Weiyun finished speaking, he reclined back into the sofa, as though that near promise laced with an assertive possessiveness was merely a casual remark. He picked up the remote control and activated the projector in the distance, allowing the screen to descend slowly, casting a cool white light upon a small section of the wall. "Shall we watch a movie?" he inquired, his tone as casual as if nothing had transpired. "Or would you prefer to return?" He lightly tossed the decision back, as if the person who had nearly breached the other's defenses was not himself. When you gazed at the flickering selection interface on the screen, the light and shadow dancing across his face, his heart continued to race violently from that earlier statement, thumping rhythmically, clear, and audible. After a few seconds of silence, he gently leaned back into the soft embrace of the sofa. "Let's watch for a while," he said. Chapter 65. Without a trace, the light and shadow on the screen flowed silently, the narrative advancing within the cool-toned imagery. Initially, when you watched intently, the tightly woven plot captivating his attention. However, at some indeterminate moment, the breathing beside him gradually transformed into a long, steady cadence, imbued with the unique rhythm of deep slumber, gently punctuating the still air. Wenyu's focus was drawn to this subtle shift, and he instinctively turned his head. Ling Weiyun had fallen asleep. He was deeply nestled within the soft cushions of the sofa, his head slightly tilted to one side, his neck forming a smooth and relaxed line, his Adam's apple gently rising and falling with each steady breath. The warm yellow glow enveloped him, dissolving the usual aura of detachment. His eyelashes descended, casting a small, tranquil shadow beneath his eyes. His straight nose and relaxed lips exuded an unguarded innocence. He slept soundly, his brows unfurrowing, erasing even the faintest hint of weariness that typically lingered, leaving only a pristine tranquility. As when you continued to watch, his gaze seemed drawn by an invisible thread, unable to return to the screen. The air was filled solely with the low hum of the projector and the gradually clarifying rhythm of his own heartbeat. Thump, thump. Each beat resonated against his eardrums, heavy and unfamiliar. His gaze transformed into a silent scrutiny, tracing the contours of the other's face. It glided over the striking brows, caressed the gently closed eyelids, followed the elegant curve of the nose, glided past the slightly reserved yet soft cheeks, and ultimately, tenderly rested upon the softly parted lips, which seemed almost delicate. Weiyun felt as though he were under the spell of an invisible force. Time thickened and slowed. The story on the screen continued. It had already faded into a blurred background sound. Weiyun held his breath, his body seemingly moving beyond his control, slowly leaning forward. The soft cushions of the sofa silently accommodated the shift in his weight. The distance between them diminished to mere inches. He could feel the warm, steady breath of the other brushing against his lips, carrying the faint, clean scent that belonged to Ling Weiyun. So close. Too close. Close enough to count every drooping eyelash. His heart pounded wildly within his chest, almost breaking free from its confines. An emotion, entwined with immense panic and an indescribable yearning, drew him in, rendering him vulnerable. Driven by an uncontrollable impulse, he seemed hypnotized, gently closing his eyes before softly pressing his lips against the others. The sensation was even softer than he had imagined. Cool and slightly moist, a fleeting touch. It was as ephemeral as a mirage, leaving him no time to register any warmth or texture. Yet, the ensuing shock surged through him like a tsunami, engulfing his entire being in an instant. He recoiled sharply, as if scorched, his back colliding heavily with the sofa's backrest. His cheeks, ears, and neck ignited in a conflagration of heat, astonishingly intense. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. In disbelief, he covered his mouth, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the still sleeping Ling Weiyun, utterly oblivious to the moment that had just transpired. What had he done? A wave of overwhelming confusion and shame washed over him. He almost stumbled as he rose unsteadily from the sofa, his vision darting anxiously across Ling Weiyun, noting the slightly open collar of his shirt and the thin fabric that clung to him. Instinctively, Weiyun grasped a light blanket nearby, unfolding it with a delicate yet trembling motion, draping it over Ling Weiyun, ensuring the corners were tucked in meticulously, as if this could conceal the earth-shattering secret. Having completed this act, he could not linger for another second. Like a fugitive fleeing a crime scene, he dared not glance back, nearly stumbling as he rushed towards the door, his fingers trembling as he turned the lock, slipping outside and softly closing the door behind him, fearful of disturbing the stillness within. The frigid night air enveloped his feverish body, yet it did nothing to quell the seething heat beneath his skin. He nearly ran back to his dormitory, his steps unsteady and his heart pounding like a drum. That fleeting, almost non-existent sensation continued to sear his lips. That night, silence reigned in the dorm. Weiyun lay in the darkness, eyes wide open, gazing at the blurred shadows upon the ceiling. The tumult within him surged like an unceasing tide, relentlessly eroding the dam of his rationality, keeping him awake through the night. In the early hours, Ling Weiyun awoke amidst an enveloping stillness. His consciousness surfaced slowly from the depths, like a sunken vessel rising from the sea. The projection had extinguished at some unknown moment, leaving only a blank expanse of white. The floor lamp still glowed, casting a warm yellow circle in the vast emptiness of the living room, surrounded by heavy darkness. He shifted his stiff neck, still drowsy, instinctively glancing to his side. Empty. The space beside the sofa lay vacant and undisturbed, as if no one had ever occupied it. Only a faint, crisp scent lingered in the air, foreign and refreshing, hinting that what had transpired was not merely a figment of his dreams. He had left. When had he departed? Ling Weiyun remained unaware. Was it the film's conclusion, or after he had succumbed to slumber? How had he slept so deeply that he had not even heard the sound of the other's exit? A subtle, cool sense of loss seeped into his heart, like night dew silently trickling in. His gaze descended, brushing against the gray, delicate blanket draped over him. The fine wool texture shimmered softly under the light, its edges meticulously tucked in, enveloping him snugly. He had been here. Not only had he come, but he had also noticed him asleep and even covered him with the blanket. Was out of concern for him, catching a chill. A subtle warmth of satisfaction quietly blossomed within him, dispelling the faint chill of disappointment. The corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched upward, just slightly. It felt peculiar, as if a vacant corner of his heart had been silently filled with a small, comforting peace. He instinctively lifted his hand, his fingertips brushing against the soft edge of the blanket, as if he could feel the careful concern that lingered there. Yet, why had he departed so quietly? Not even a word of farewell. Joy and disappointment intertwined, inseparable like light and shadow. He felt a flutter of delight for the other's secret care, yet a lingering sense of melancholy for the silent departure. Humans are indeed contradictory. He maintained his waking posture, sitting for a while in the stillness and light, allowing these two emotions to collide and dissolve silently within his chest. After a while, he tightened the blanket around himself, sensing a trace of comforting warmth that seemed to belong to another. Then, he exhaled softly, almost inaudibly, dissolving into the long silence that belonged solely to the early hours of dawn. Chapter 66. The only choice is to hide the afternoon sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting dim, blurred patches of light on the dormitory floor. Weiyun wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, as if this small, dark space were the only safe cocoon to shield him from the outside world. His heartbeat remained erratic at times, and the ethereal sensation on his lips lingered, bringing waves of scorching shivers with each recollection. He was unsure how to face Ling Weiyun, or even how to confront the version of himself that was aware of this secret longing. Hiding had become his most instinctual choice. Xing Yao glanced anxiously at the unmoving lump of blankets above him, quietly asking for the third time, "Weiyun, are you really okay? You haven't eaten all day. Would you like some porridge?" A muffled response came from under the blankets, nasal and subdued. "I'm fine, Xing Yao. Thank you. I'm really not hungry." After the sound of footsteps and a soft closing door, silence returned to the dormitory. Just as Weiyun let out a sigh of relief, a knock resonated at the door, followed by the sound of it being pushed open. His body stiffened, instinctively pulling the blanket tighter around him. Could it be him? The thought left him breathless, his fingers unconsciously clutching the blanket's edge, even holding his breath. "Shall you?" Instead, it was Su Jingran's gentle voice, laced with evident concern. "Xing Yao said you weren't feeling well. I haven't seen you all day." The tension in his nerves suddenly eased, but what followed was a more complex sense of loss that he couldn't quite articulate. Weiyun still did not reveal himself, his voice muffled beneath the blanket. "Senior, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired and want to sleep for a while." Su Jingran approached the bedside, gazing at the tightly wrapped blanket, standing still for a moment. He could sense the underlying resistance and agitation emanating from beneath, which starkly contrasted with the gentle and courteous demeanor he was accustomed to from Weiyun. He attempted to express a few words of concern, yet the responses remained consistently distant and succinct. A certain sharp intuition caused his gaze, veiled by lenses, to grow momentarily tranquil. He perceived that the other party currently wished to be undisturbed, and being ever so considerate, he ultimately said with a soft tone, "Very well. Do take your rest. Contact me whenever needed." The sound of footsteps faded away, and the door closed once more. Yet, Weiyun, beneath the covers, closed his eyes in increasing agitation. Where could Ling Weiyun be at this moment? Had he inadvertently stolen a kiss? Where'd he think? Meanwhile, Ling Weiyun awoke in his apartment to find that it was already afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the expansive living room, a reminder that he had already missed a day's worth of classes. Memories of the previous night gradually resurfaced. Weiyun's arrival, his own unexpected slumber, and the other's silent departure. The warmth stirred by the blanket rapidly dissipated upon recalling the abrupt farewell, replaced by a vague sense of indignation. Had he truly left just like that, without so much as a word? He tidied himself, and, assuming Weiyun was undoubtedly at the library, a fleeting thought struck him. His figure soon appeared in the secluded restroom stall of the library. After adjusting his attire, he stepped out with an expression of calm, his sharp gaze sweeping over the window side area where Weiyun usually sat, now conspicuously empty. Even the bothersome Su Jingran was nowhere to be found. Furrowing his brow, he took out his phone and messaged the rabbit avatar. "Elle, where are you?" The message sank into silence, receiving no response for an extended period. Impatience and a barely perceptible worry began to take root. Lacking Xia Xingyao as contact information, he turned to Lin Wei, almost issuing a command to obtain Xia Xingyao as WeChat. The addition was instantaneous. "Elle, where's Wenyu?" Xia Xingyao. Upon seeing Ling Weiyun's name on the screen, felt a surge of excitement that caused her hand to tremble, and she promptly replied, "Xia Xingyao. Ling Deshen? Wenyu seems to be unwell, lying in the dormitory. I'm on my way to get him some food." Unwell? Ling Weiyun's brow furrowed tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he found himself standing at Wenyu's dormitory door, his movements swift enough to stir a faint breeze. The dormitory was quiet, with only the bulging blanket on the upper bunk indicating the presence of someone within. Ling Weiyun approached step by step, his footfalls light, yet imbued with an imperceptible pressure. Wenyu, hearing the commotion, assumed it was the returning Su Jingran, growing increasingly irritable. A muffled voice emerged from beneath the covers, tinged with unrecognized grievance and rejection. "Senior, I've told you I'm fine. Truly, you need not concern yourself with me. I wish to be alone." Before he could finish, the blanket was abruptly yanked away, flooding the space with sudden light that caused Wenyu to squint uncomfortably. Yet, the tall figure standing before him against the light, with a familiar yet presently rigidly cold expression, was certainly not Su Jingran. It was Ling Weiyun. Wenyu's eyes widened in an instant, his pupils filled with sheer astonishment and an overwhelming sense of panic, leaving him with no escape. The air seemed to be instantly siphoned away, leaving him with a sensation of cardiac arrest, as if blood were flowing in reverse. He stood frozen in place, forgetting even how to breathe. Ling Weiyun observed the ghostly pallor on his face, reminiscent of someone who had seen a specter, and his initial irritation was inexplicably supplanted by a more intense emotion. He leaned down, drawing near to that colorless visage, his brow furrowed deeply, nearly grinding his teeth as he admonished him in measured tones. "Breathe, inhale." The low, commanding timbre of his voice jolted Wenyu, who gasped sharply, erupting into a violent fit of coughing, his pale cheeks swiftly blooming with color. In a disheveled manner, he threw aside the covers and stumbled out of bed, rushing to the desk to pour himself a glass of cold water. He tilted his head back, gulping down the icy liquid, which coursed down his throat and barely quelled the agonizing cough. With his back turned to Ling Weiyun, he grasped the cool glass tightly, his knuckles turning white, his shoulders trembling slightly. Water droplets cascaded down the glass, sliding along his quivering wrist, leaving behind a trail of chilling moisture. Meanwhile, the handsome Ling was engulfed in the unbidden anger ignited by the abrupt departure of the previous night. Upon encountering Wenyu, instead of displaying any hint of guilt or offering an explanation, he appeared as though he had seen a ghost, his complexion ashen, breath halted, now coughing with a thunderous ferocity, as if his mere presence were a source of mortal terror. This reaction was like a bucket of oil poured onto the flickering flame of Ling Weiyun's emotions. "Am I truly that fearsome?" His voice emerged through clenched teeth. Colder than before, as he stepped closer, looming behind Wenyu, his towering figure almost casting a shadow over him, making it difficult to breathe. Wenyu felt the oppressive weight of Ling's presence and the nearly searing anger emanating from him, rendering his body even more rigid. He set the glass down and turned around, compelled to tilt his head back and meet Ling Weiyun's terrifying gaze. The oxygen seemed to grow sparse once more, and he struggled to swallow, the phantom sensation upon his lips igniting once again, making it nearly impossible to maintain eye contact. I didn't." His voice was weak, hoarse from coughing, lacking any semblance of persuasion. "Didn't he?" Ling Weiyun stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking to a point where they could almost feel each other's breath. He lowered his gaze upon Wenyu's eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears, now filled with confusion and helplessness, and the fire within him blazed ever fiercer, mixed with a tinge of frustration that he himself was reluctant to admit, stemming from Wenyu's evident discomfort. Then why did you appear as though you were on the brink of asphyxiation? Senior Shou can come, and yet he nearly ground his teeth. Every word laced with icy shards. And yet my presence is so unbearable to you? This question was unreasonable, even brazen, a product of his emotions overpowering his judgment. However, he could not restrain himself. The mere thought of such differential treatment, of Weiyun perhaps being more inclined to accept the proximity of others rather than his own, ignited something within him, as if a volatile force was about to erupt from his chest. It was ablaze. He felt himself nearing the ignition of an indescribable fury and suffocating frustration. Chapter 67. Uneasy and flustered, Weiyun found himself momentarily choked by the words directed at him. A torrent of explanations and grievances lodged painfully in his throat. He was acutely aware that Ling Weiyun was incensed by his earlier, ghostly reaction. Yet how could he possibly articulate the secret weighing upon his heart? Should he confess that his feelings were rooted in the stolen kiss from the night before, leaving him engulfed in a shameful guilt? That thought struggled to escape his lips. He felt akin to a clam, cornered and opting for silence, resolutely shutting his shell. Bowing his head, he neither explained nor met Ling Weiyun's gaze, fixating instead on the cold cracks in the floor tiles beneath him, as if they concealed the answers he sought. Ling Weiyun's eyes were drawn to the fragile yet stubborn nape of Weiyun's neck, his jaw clenched tight. Weiyun's refusal to communicate doused Ling Weiyun's seething anger with a chill, igniting a crackling intensity within him, an unquenchable fire raging in his chest, leaving his insides in a simmering ache. Moreover, the unusual flush on Weiyun's face had yet to fade, and his eyes remained glassy, suggesting a genuine discomfort. Ling Weiyun inhaled deeply, exhaling with force, nearly gritting his teeth as he managed to utter a single word. You. In a sudden motion, he raised his hand, infused with frustration yet tempered in force, gently pushing Weiyun's shoulder. He turned away, seeking to catch his breath and suppress the ignited flames of his indignation. However, Weiyun had lain on the bed all day, his limbs weakened. The gentle push felt like a significant force to him. His legs gave way suddenly, and he gasped, his body toppling uncontrollably to the side. In a flurry of instinct, he reached out to grasp something, his fingers inadvertently clutching the fabric at Ling Weiyun's waist. Ling Weiyun, unaware and still brooding with his back turned, was taken aback by the sudden tug. The unexpected force sent him staggering backward, while Weiyun propelled himself forward. The collision of retreat and advance was so perfectly timed that it rendered one breathless. As Ling Weiyun regained his footing, he was astonished to feel a warm, crisp presence pressing against him from behind. Two arms, driven by panic and the need for balance, instinctively encircled his waist. At that moment, Ling Weiyun froze. All his anger, questions, and anxiety shattered under the weight of this unexpected embrace, leaving his mind momentarily blank. The warmth radiating from behind and the quickened breath of the person clinging to him sent electric currents coursing through his body. Weiyun, still reeling from the near fall, instinctively pressed his cheek against Ling Weiyun's solid back, inhaling the familiar, crisp scent of cedar that enveloped him. He was oblivious to his own actions, merely clinging to this singular support while gasping softly. Just as the atmosphere thickened, both of them suspended in this peculiar posture, the dormitory door creaked open. Xia Xingyao, with a takeout bag in hand, entered humming a tune, calling out, "Weiyun, dinner is ready. Are you feeling better?" Her words abruptly halted. Xia Xingyao's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, as if her jaw might drop to the floor. He stood in stunned silence, gazing at Ling Weiyun, who was rigidly facing the door in the center of the dormitory, while Weiyun, who had spent the entire day feeling unwell, clung tightly to Ling Weiyun's waist from behind, his face pressed against her back in a posture of dependence and affection. The three of them, 6 pairs of eyes, collided awkwardly in the air. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. The first to regain composure was Weiyun. The shocked expression on Xia Xingyao's face and his abrupt silence jolted him awake. He suddenly realized what he was embracing and, as if burned, withdrew his hands in a flash, staggering back 2 steps, his cheeks flushing crimson and extending to the roots of his ears, wishing he could evaporate on the spot. "I'm not Xingyao," he stammered, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, feeling utterly bereft of tears. Ling Weiyun slowly turned around. After the initial shock, seeing Wan Yu's mortified and furious expression, his face flushed with embarrassment, and casting a glance at the petrified Xia Xingyao at the door. An indescribable and peculiar emotion surged within him. There was awkwardness, absurdity, but more importantly, an unexpected amusement that curiously quelled his anger at the sudden embrace and the dramatic scene unfolding before him. Yes, it was amusing. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and then, as if unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a soft chuckle from deep within his throat. This light laughter resonated clearly in the otherwise silent dormitory. Xia Xingyao abruptly regained his composure, his expression swiftly shifting to one of understanding, that he ought not to be present and should disappear immediately. He hurriedly placed the takeaway bag at the door, stammering that, "The food is here. You two carry on. Sorry for the interruption." With that, he slammed the door behind him, vanishing without a trace. Ling Weiyun observed Wan Yu, who wished he could sink into the ground, and a deeper smile flickered in his eyes. He cleared his throat and, adopting a tone that seemed entirely natural, as if the earlier incident had been a trivial mishap, said leisurely, "It seems the discomfort was feigned, but the inability to stand is quite genuine." Wan Yu's cheeks burned, filled with both embarrassment and anger as he shot a glare at the instigator. "You're still laughing. What are you doing pushing me? Now I really can't clear my name." His voice carried a note of suppressed tears and unexpressed indignation. Rather than retreating, Ling Weiyun met his gaze head-on, his eyes gleaming with unmasked mischief and deeper amusement, and he responded slowly, "If you can't clear your name, what shall we do then?" He deliberately elongated his tone, teasing, "Am I to be responsible for you?" This remark ignited the final fuse. Wan Yu, thoroughly infuriated, disregarding his embarrassment and weak legs, pointed emphatically toward the door. "Ling Weiyun, you get out right now. Out?" Ling Weiyun repeated languidly, savoring the words as if relishing them. "Just moments ago, you were the one who threw yourself into my arms, almost tearing my clothes. Now you want to kick me out?" He paused and added leisurely, with an innocent yet provoking tone, "Senior Wan, would this not be akin to burning bridges after crossing them?" Noticing Wan Yu fall silent again, Ling Weiyun's playful demeanor suddenly shifted. He ceased his teasing, turned toward the door, bent down to pick up the takeaway bag that Xia Xingyao had left on the floor, and returned to Wan Yu's side. The plastic bag rustled softly as he retrieved a still-warm meal box, lifting the lid to release a gentle waft of aromatic food. His voice lowered, shedding all jest and infused with an unmistakable warmth. "Come here, eat." Wan Yu, feeling awkward with flushed cheeks, turned away, avoiding both him and the enticing meal, murmuring, "I'm not eating." Ling Weiyun cast a glance at him, but ceased to persuade further. He picked up another untouched meal box along with disposable chopsticks, opening it and nonchalantly scooping up a bite of vegetables, stating matter-of-factly, "If you don't eat, I will. I haven't eaten all day." With that, he genuinely began to eat. His manner was not crude, yet he consumed the food with a notable urgency, revealing his true hunger. The sound of his chewing resonated distinctly in the quiet dormitory, and the aroma of the food grew ever more tempting. When you caught glimpses of him from the corner of his eye, observing him eat with apparent enjoyment, his own empty stomach stirred in protest. Just as Ling Weiyun poised to bring another bite to his mouth, Wan Yu acted before his thoughts could catch up, suddenly reaching out to snatch the meal box. Cradling it protectively as if guarding a treasure, his voice laced with faux bravado born of shame and anger. "This was bought for me by Xingyao." Ling Weiyun's movement froze mid-air, chopsticks suspended. He lifted his gaze to meet Wan Yu's, who was clutching the meal box tightly, cheeks flushed, eyes shimmering yet feigning indignation. A moment of silence passed. Then, unable to contain himself any longer, he erupted into a deep, hearty laughter. "Ha ha!" His laughter rang out, filled with a sense of relief and genuine delight, instantly dispelling the lingering awkwardness, embarrassment, and inexplicable anger within the dormitory. He laughed so hard his shoulders shook, watching Weiyun's comical and hungry expression, desperately clinging to his possession, and felt the pent-up frustration from the previous night's abrupt departure and today's futile search dissipate in an instant. Chapter 68. The Tapestry of a Nation. The weekend morning light draped gently as a sleek and spacious double-row luxury business vehicle smoothly departed the city. The interior was serene, the air conditioning maintaining a comfortable temperature. Xia Yao and Zhang Hao occupied one row, their faces nearly pressed against the window, expressing low murmurs of awe and discussion at the ever-changing scenery outside. Ji Chun, though quieter, revealed his anticipation through his gaze, occasionally chiming in. Lin Wei held up her phone, capturing the picturesque landscapes and moments shared among friends along the way. Weiyun sat comfortably in the plush leather seat, his gaze contemplatively directed out the window. As a student of the Chinese department, he harbored a profound academic and aesthetic interest in the ancient town they were about to explore. The fields, distant mountains, and gradually appearing scattered homes transformed in his eyes into the prelude of a forthcoming canvas. He occasionally redirected his gaze, engaging in conversation with Ling Weiyun across from him, their topics often revolving around the upcoming itinerary or sights glimpsed outside, his demeanor natural, imbued with the observant nature of a scholar. Ling Weiyun leaned back relaxedly in his seat, responding to Weiyun's remarks, occasionally sharing light-hearted banter with the excited Xia Yao and Zhang Hao. He had arranged this trip with the intention of allowing everyone to unwind, and seeing Weiyun's interest brought him great satisfaction. The exchange between the two was calm and fluid, as if the subtle awkwardness from their previous encounter had never transpired. After a considerable drive, the silhouette of the city was long left behind. As noon approached, the vehicle gradually decelerated, entering a distinctly different region. Quaint residences with white walls and dark tiles began to appear, arranged in a picturesque manner. The gracefully curved eaves and weathered gable walls outlined the skyline, while a crystal-clear stream meandered through the town, and the cobblestone path glistened warmly under the sun, exuding a sense of history. The vehicle finally came to a halt in front of a residence that elegantly balanced taste and respect for tradition. The plaque inscribed with the words Yunju was both simple and refined. Attendants in modest attire had already been waiting nearby. "We have arrived," Lin Weiyun's gentle voice resonated. As everyone alighted, Xia Yao took a deep breath, exclaiming, "The air is delightful. This place feels amazing." Zhang Hao and Ji Chun curiously surveyed their surroundings, while Lin Wei's camera began to capture the moment. Lin Weiyun briefly confirmed the reservation details with the approaching steward, who smiled and led them inside. The interior of the guest house was a tranquil haven, adorned with rockeries and flowing water, lush greenery enveloping the space and instantly isolating them from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. Their luggage was silently transported to their respective rooms. They were guided to a spacious hall by the water, where a round table was already laden with an array of local delicacies, steam and aromatic scents intertwining to stimulate their appetites. "Please enjoy your meal and take a moment to rest," the steward politely announced before taking his leave. The group, already famished, eagerly took their seats. The dishes predominantly featured wild vegetables, stream fish, local pickled specialties, and pastries, all boasting a fresh and unique flavor that garnered much praise. The atmosphere at the table was relaxed and joyful, with Xia Yao and Zhang Hao enlivening the mood, while Ji Chun and Lin Wei engaged in more conversation. Weiyun savored the food, attentively noting the combinations and flavors, tasting the cultural traces embedded within, occasionally exchanging thoughts with Ji Chun or Lin Wei, his demeanor focused and appreciative. After lunch, the steward guided them to their rooms for a brief rest. The rooms, distributed throughout a serene courtyard, were elegantly furnished, with windows offering picturesque views. The half-day journey had indeed brought some weariness, prompting everyone to retreat to their rooms for a short respite. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the sunlight softened, and once they had rejuvenated, the group reconvened, brimming with energy to explore the town. The atmosphere in the town today was evidently extraordinary. Each household had hung decorations crafted from special plant branches at their doorsteps, and intricate red paper cuttings adorned the lintels. The streets were bustling with people, many residents donning vibrant ethnic garments embroidered with unique patterns, their faces radiating festive cheer. The air was perfumed with a refreshing scent reminiscent of mugwort mixed with spices, occasionally intermingled with the sweet aroma of steaming glutinous rice. "Have we stumbled upon a local festival?" Lin Wei exclaimed, capturing these vibrant scenes with her camera in delight. "It appears so, when you observed the exquisite garments and decorations." His eyes shimmering with keen interest. These patterns and customs were distinctive, reminiscent of some ancient celebratory rite. Zhang Hao approached an elderly man watering his doorstep, inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, what festival is being celebrated today? It seems quite lively." The elderly man looked up, his face beaming with a smile, and warmly responded in accented Mandarin, "Ah, visitors from afar? You are indeed fortunate. The oldest Zeta festival in our vicinity is upon us." "The Zeta festival? What is it a celebration of?" When you step forward, polite and curious, to inquire. "It is a time to honor the deities and pay respect to our ancestors, beseeching the heavens for favorable weather and safety." The elder replied with a smile. "Honoring the deities?" Xia Xingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, at night, a bonfire will be lit in the square, and a grand ceremony will take place to venerate the gods and ancestors." The elder gestured towards the town's center with a grin. This anticipation filled everyone with eagerness for the night ahead. They ambled along the cobblestone path towards the heart of the town. As they ventured deeper, the festive atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Stalls lined the roads, offering a variety of celebratory goods. Intricately woven colorful ropes, auspicious embroidered pouches, vibrant rice cakes, fragrant herbal sachets, and an array of unfamiliar wild fruits and snacks. Ling Weiyun, like the others, curiously examined these culturally rich items, occasionally purchasing treats to share with the group. He handed Weiyun a piece of glutinous rice cake wrapped in leaves, which she graciously accepted, savoring it before commenting, "The rice is tender and sticky, imbued with the fresh aroma of bamboo leaves, and the sweetness is just right." At the town's center lies a vast square of bluestone. In its midst, a bonfire base constructed from sturdy logs has been erected, adorned with colorful flags. On one side, an ancient stage buzzes with activity, where elders dressed in elaborate attire prepare for the ceremony. On the opposite side stands a magnificent ancient tree, its branches lush and verdant, festooned with red prayer ribbons, its gnarled trunk telling tales of time's passage. Weiyun immersed himself in this rich, archaic ambience, keenly capturing details, from the stitches of garments to the design of ritual implements, from the expressions of the people to the layout of the structures, all etched vividly in his impeccable memory. He exchanged observations with Lin Wei and Ji Chun, their tones imbued with discovery and appreciation. Ling Weiyun walked beside them, listening to their discussions, occasionally voicing his own queries or expressing curiosity about certain striking customs. His demeanor akin to that of a fellow explorer. As the sun gradually sank behind the distant mountains, the crowd in the square swelled. The somber yet rhythmic beating of drums resonating from an unknown source, echoing through the air like an ancient summons. The atmosphere was infused with the sense of mugwort, food, earth, and the fervor of the crowd, a jubilant, primal energy steadily building, fermenting, awaiting the arrival of night. When darkness enveloped the town in its entirety, the bonfire ignited in an instant. Towering flames soared into the sky, bright and fervent, illuminating the entire square and igniting the collective enthusiasm of all present. The drumming became fervent and exhilarating, and a haunting yet powerful mountain song rang out as men, women, and children joined hands and encircled the blazing bonfire, engaging in a simple yet profoundly infectious communal dance. The spirited atmosphere enveloped Ling Weiyun and his companions like a warm current. They were swept away by this unadulterated joy, laughing as Xia Xingyao, Zhang Hao, and the others mimicked the local dance steps, merging into the sea of song and dance. Weiyun stood at the edge of the jubilant crowd, his gaze penetrating the spectacle before him, the soaring flames, the simple yet fervent smiles. and the ritualistic sense of history and faith that enveloped the scene. Ling Weiyun stood not far from him, the firelight dancing in his profound eyes. His gaze swept over the revelers, ultimately resting on Weiyun's tranquil profile. He perceived in the other's demeanor a deep immersion in the cultural ambience, a heartfelt appreciation akin to that of a scholar, marked by genuine engagement and joy. The thunderous drumming and resounding singing heralded the ancient festival, which blossomed in the night with resplendent brilliance. Chapter 69. The unexpected surge of the crowd, the fervent atmosphere of the bonfire party had yet to subside when, driven by some ancient call, the crowd began to surge en masse toward a certain direction deep within the town. Amidst the cacophony, local voices rose in dialect, heralding the imminent commencement of the core rituals honoring the gods and ancestors. Those who had been gathered together were suddenly scattered by the unexpected tide of humanity. "Be careful," Xia Xingyao exclaimed, instinctively gripping Lin Wei's wrist amidst the throng. Lin Wei, also pushed off balance, immediately clasped back onto him. The two were swept along like leaves caught in a torrent, unable to steer their course or seek out companions, struggling only to maintain their balance and avoid falling. Once the force of the push finally subsided, they managed to halt at the mouth of an unfamiliar alley, leaning against a weathered wall to catch their breath. Surrounded by an entirely alien vista. "Goodness, where are we?" Xia Xingyao surveyed the surroundings, bewildered. Lin Wei checked her camera, relieved to find it intact, then pulled out her phone, her brow furrowed. "There's no signal. It seems we've been pushed to a remote area." Since they could not contact anyone for the moment, the two decided to follow the scattered flow of people, eventually discovering a smaller altar nearby, where they observed from a distance. Ji Chun had initially attempted to locate others amidst the dispersal, but soon became disoriented in the crowd. His composed nature led him to conclude that continuing the search would pose greater risks, so he resolved to return to the familiar Yunjiu to devise a new plan. Upon returning to his lodgings, his phone regained signal, and he promptly messaged the group to inform them of his location and inquire about their well-being. Zhang Hao, somewhat later, returned in a rather disheveled state, hair awry, muttering about the horrors of the crowd. Upon seeing Ji Chen's message, he quickly reassured the group of his safety. During the chaos, Ling Weiyun reacted with remarkable swiftness, instinctively shielding Wenyu with his own body, absorbing much of the crowd's force. His brow furrowed as he endeavored to steady himself, yet he was still propelled forward by the surging throng. Only when he found a relatively spacious corner did he exhale in relief, urgently checking on Wenyu. "Are you hurt?" Wenyu shook his head. Though his breath was somewhat unsteady, he was uninjured. He noticed that Ling Weiyun had scraped the outer side of his arm in his efforts to protect him. The two retrieved their phones, discovering Ji Chun and Zhang Hao's messages of safety, but Xia Xingyao and Lin Wei had yet to respond. "Xingyao and Lin Wei have not replied?" Wenyu's brow furrowed with concern. Ling Weiyun attempted once more to reach the two individuals by phone, yet the line remained unresponsive. Perhaps they had ventured into a signal dead zone. There was no need for excessive concern. Nevertheless, after waiting for about half an hour, Xia Xingyao and Lin Wei were still untraceable. The four returned to their lodgings, and after some deliberation, it was decided that Ling Weiyun, Ji Chun, and Zhang Hao would set out in search of them, while Wenyu would remain behind to await their return. Time seemed to stretch interminably in the midst of this anxious waiting. Wenyu, restless, frequently checked his phone. At long last, a notification chimed. A message from Xia Xingyao had arrived. "Xia Xingyao, Wenyu, we are fine. We've been pushed to a rather secluded altar area, and we've just regained signal. I'm not sure exactly where we are, but I'll send you our location." Location information. A great weight lifted from Wenyu's heart. He promptly forwarded the message and location to the group chat, informing his three companions who were searching. "Xingyao and Lin Wei have been located, and the position has been sent. Everyone, please return to our lodging for a regroup." After sending the message, Wenyu gazed at the pinpointed location. His exceptional memory was swiftly activated, allowing him to construct a detailed map of the town in his mind and accurately compare the location with his recollections from earlier that day. The area was indeed remote, seemingly requiring passage through numerous intricate alleys, perhaps even nearing the foothills outside the town. A thought crossed his mind. Since the exact location was known, and given his adeptness at navigation and memory, it would be prudent to go and assist Xia Xingyao and the others, enabling a quicker and safer return to regroup. Driven by concern for his companions and confidence in his sense of direction, he hesitated not a moment longer. After briefly explaining his intentions to the staff at the inn, he ventured into the night, guided by the mental map and coordinates. The initial stretch of the journey proceeded relatively smoothly, despite the dim lighting. The main thoroughfares were still discernible. However, as he drew closer to the designated point, the paths became increasingly winding and treacherous, with numerous forks in the road, many of which were not recorded on standard maps. The limitations of night vision posed significant challenges, even with his remarkable memory. The complexity of the environment and inadequate lighting made errors in judgment inevitable. At a dimly lit junction, when you, relying on his memory and sense of direction, chose the left path that appeared to lead toward the coordinates, the trail narrowed as he progressed, with residences becoming sparse and the path turning into a weedy embankment, the distant lights and sounds of civilization fading behind him. Sensing something was amiss, he intended to retrace his steps for confirmation, but suddenly his foot slipped. The loose soil and stones at the roadside, softened by recent rains, offered no support. Caught off guard, his startled cry was stifled in his throat as he lost his balance, tumbling down the overgrown slope. With a thud, he landed heavily at the bottom, a cloud of dust rising around him. Agonizing pain erupted from his right ankle, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he surveyed his surroundings, and despair washed over him. He found himself in a near-dry, shallow gully, approximately 2 to 3 meters deep, surrounded by steep slopes covered in loose earth and low shrubs, making it difficult to climb. His position was exceedingly concealed. Anyone passing by on the upper path would find it challenging to notice him unless they specifically sought him out. He endured the pain as he attempted to prop himself up with his hands, yet the sharp agony radiating from his right ankle rendered him utterly incapable of standing. He endeavored to ascend, but the soil beneath his hands and feet continually crumbled away, providing no stable foothold. After several futile attempts, he found himself exhausted, covered in mud, with no progress to show for his efforts. An icy silence swiftly enveloped him, leaving only the rustling of the wind through the bushes and the faint, indistinct chirping of insects in the distance. A chilling sense of isolation crept up his spine. In a rush, he fished out his phone. The cold light of the screen illuminated his anxious face, yet the signal was utterly absent. He was in a complete dead zone, taking a deep breath. He tried to call for help, but his voice sounded weak and thin in the vast wilderness, quickly dissipating into the night breeze without a response. Leaning against the cold, damp earthen wall, he futilely rubbed his rapidly swelling ankle, staring at the glaring no-service message on his screen, then glanced up at the narrow path above, seemingly out of reach and shrouded in darkness. As night deepened, the chill in the mountains began to pervade the air, clad only in a thin jacket. He couldn't help but shiver. The danger and coldness silently encircled him, minute by minute, as time slipped away. Chapter 70. Wrath and despair. Xia Xingyao and Lin Wei inquired along the way, and after much effort, they finally returned to Yunju. Upon entering, they encountered Ling Weiyun, Ji Chun, and Zhang Hao, who had also just returned, their expressions grave. "You're back." Zhang Hao exhaled in relief. "Is everything all right?" "Everything is fine. We just got separated and had no signal," Xia Xingyao explained as she and Lin Wei entered the hall. Ling Weiyun's gaze immediately bypassed them, sweeping toward the space behind them, his voice taut. "Where is Wenyu?" "Wenyu?" Xia Xingyao was taken aback. "Wasn't he waiting for us here?" Ling Weiyun's expression darkened instantly, a grim premonition tightening around him. At that moment, a staff member nearby, having heard the commotion, approached to add, "Mr. When left about half an hour ago. He mentioned he saw a location sent by a classmate and went to check on it. He asked me to inform everyone upon your return. He went alone. He didn't he mention it in the group chat?" Yichen exclaimed, pulling out his phone to check. Indeed, there were no messages from Wenyu indicating he was going out. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point. Xia Xingyao and Lin Wei gradually realized something was amiss, their faces turning pale. If they had gotten lost as a group, how would Weiyun fare alone in this unfamiliar and intricate ancient town at night? Meanwhile, in the cold, earthen ditch, Weiyun cradled his injured ankle, the chill and pain relentlessly gnawing at his consciousness. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he faintly heard footsteps above on the path. They were not the loud, boisterous sounds of a group, but rather solitary, unhurried footsteps. Instinct for survival ignited a surge of strength within him. He craned his neck and summoned all his energy to shout, "Help! Is anyone there? Please save me." The footsteps hesitated momentarily, as if confirming the source of the sound. Then a youthful face appeared at the top of the slope, gazing downwards in the dim light of the moon. He was a young man, seemingly around 18 or 19, his eyes reflecting both confusion and vigilance. "Is someone down there?" he inquired, his voice thick with a local accent. "Yes. I accidentally slipped. I've injured my foot and I can't climb back up." Weiyun responded hurriedly, her voice trembling slightly from excitement and the cold. The young man crouched down, scrutinizing the situation below and her disheveled appearance, seemingly deducing that it was not a trap. He was evidently well acquainted with the terrain, showing no hesitation as he found a relatively gentle slope, using both hands and feet to deftly slide down, landing securely beside Weiyun. His movements as graceful as a mountain cat. He crouched down, examining Weiyun under the moonlight, his brow furrowing. "You've hurt your foot? TSK. You shouldn't be here at night." His tone bore a hint of reproach, but was predominantly filled with concern. "Can you move? Try it." Weiyun attempted to shift her ankle, but a sharp pain caused her to gasp, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "No, it hurts too much to move." The young man clicked his tongue, observing her condition. "It seems like a serious injury. Don't move around. This slope is too slippery, and you won't be able to get up alone." He stood up and surveyed the surroundings. "I'll carry you up. This place is usually deserted at night. We must leave quickly." Weiyun glanced at his not particularly robust frame, hesitating. "This is too much trouble for you. I'm quite heavy." However, he waved his hand dismissively and turned his back to her, crouching down. "It's no trouble. I often run in the mountains and can carry you. Just hold on to my neck and stay steady. The sooner we get you up, the sooner we can find someone to check your foot." His tone was straightforward and brisk, imbued with the characteristic warmth and sincerity of a mountain dweller. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Weiyun ceased her reluctance and carefully climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. The young man stood firm, adjusting his posture as he instructed, "Hold on tight. I'm about to go." Taking a deep breath, he chose a patch of earth that seemed more solid, with roots for leverage, and began to ascend, his steps deliberate and steady as if he were intimately familiar with every inch of the ground. Before long, he had carried Weiyun to the top of the slope, gently setting her down on a flat area beside the path. "Thank you. Truly, thank you so much." Weiyun expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her voice choked with the relief of having escaped a perilous situation. The young man smiled broadly, revealing a row of white teeth. "It's nothing. How could I not help when I encountered you? You need to tend to that foot quickly. Can you reach your friends? Or should I call a doctor in town for you?" Weiyun hastily pulled out her phone, only to find the screen still displaying no signal. Shaking her head in dismay. "TSK, the signal is terrible in this corner. Let's go. I'll help you to a place with better reception, or I could take you back directly. Which are you staying at?" As he spoke, he extended his hand to assist Weiyun, allowing her to lean most of her weight on him. "Yunju," Weiyun replied, struggling to balance on one foot with his support. "Oh, Gyenju, I know it. It's not far. Come on, I'll take you back." The young man nodded, guiding Weiyun as they slowly made their way towards the lighted path ahead. At this moment, Ling Weiyun resembled a restless beast trapped in a corner, frantically dialing Weiyun's number repeatedly, only to be met with the icy response that the number he dialed is currently unavailable. Every terrifying possibility gnawed at his sanity, and he barely managed to issue a command through gritted teeth. "From this moment forth, no one is to leave this door. Ji-chun, keep an eye on them. I shall go and search." With that, he abruptly turned, ready to plunge into the night in search of answers. Just then, in the halo of light at the entrance of the inn, two figures emerged. One was a fair-skinned, handsome youth clad in local attire, who was carrying someone on his back, walking steadily towards them. The person on his back had their head weakly resting on the youth's shoulder, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. It was Weiyun. Weiyun. Xiaoxing Yao was the first to exclaim. Instantly, everyone rushed forward. Ling Weiyun's footsteps froze in place, his gaze piercing like an arrow directed at the unfamiliar youth. Particularly unsettling was the sight of Weiyun, utterly unguarded, peacefully resting on the stranger's back. A wave of frantic, almost furious jealousy surged within him, overwhelming the anxious concern that had previously consumed him. Upon noticing the crowd approaching, the youth was momentarily taken aback, then carefully set Weiyun down, helping him to stand on one leg. In the process, the injuries on Weiyun's palm, seeping with blood, were revealed. Weiyun awoke from the commotion, groggily opening his eyes to the anxious faces around him, somewhat bewildered. Everyone is back? Weiyun, you scare us half to death. Where have you been? How did this happen? Xiaoxing Yao bombarded him with questions, her heart aching at the sight of his swollen ankle and bleeding palm. I went to look for you all, Weiyun replied, a hint of remorse evident as his awareness gradually returned. I received Xing Yao's location and thought I'd come meet you, but I forgot to inform everyone and ended up slipping down the slope. I twisted my ankle, and my phone lost signal. He glanced at the youth beside him, expressing gratitude, thanks to this friend who happened to pass by and saved me, carrying me back. The youth smiled shyly, revealing a set of white teeth that shone brightly in the light. It's no trouble. I was just finishing some ancestral rites on a mountain nearby and heard the cries for help, so I went over. His explanation was natural and forthright, his eyes clear and sincere. However, Ling Weiyun's gaze remained fixated on Weiyun's hand resting on the youth's arm, and the faint red marks left on his cheek from resting against the stranger's back. An uncomfortable possessiveness gnawed at his insides. How could he be so defenseless? Sleeping on a stranger's back? Did he not realize how worrying this was? How much jealousy it provoked? The intense jealousy mixed with lingering concern and fear darkened his expression, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the air around him. He stepped forward, almost violently pulling Weiyun away from the youth, positioning himself protectively between them, his voice cold. What happened? Why are you running around? Chapter 71. Have I become detestable to you? Ling Weiyun's voice was both frigid and harsh, like a sudden shard of ice that froze the surrounding atmosphere. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting him to launch into a scolding right from the outset. Weiyun was abruptly yanked, causing his injured ankle to buckle under the sudden strain, leading him to stumble. The agonizing pain elicited a muffled groan, draining the color from his face, leaving only a bewildered expression mixed with a hint of shock at the rough treatment. The fair-skinned youth also appeared momentarily stunned. Yet, instead of releasing his grip on Weiyun's arm, he instinctively tightened it for support. He lifted his gaze toward Ling Weiyun, his brows furrowing slightly, and with a clear, resonant voice laced with palpable disapproval, he remarked, "Why are you being so harsh? Can't you see he is injured?" These words fell like a log tossed into the already smoldering embers of Ling Weiyun's heart. He fixated on the youth's hand resting on Weiyun's arm, his hostility and a deeper, unassailable possessiveness barely concealed. "I am speaking with him." Ling Weiyun's voice dropped further, carrying an unmistakable tone of warning. The implication was clear. There was no room for your interjection. The youth was momentarily rendered speechless by Ling Weiyun's demeanor, seemingly finding him utterly incomprehensible. He opened his mouth, eager to retort. Observing this, Weiyun, enduring the excruciating pain in his ankle and the burning sensation in his palm, hastily interjected to defuse the tension. "I apologize. My friend, thank you for bringing me back today." He directed a sincere gaze of gratitude towards the youth, concealing a sense of urgency to quell the situation. The youth glanced at Weiyun, then shot a sidelong glance at the stern-faced Ling Weiyun, as if he grasped the underlying dynamics. He nodded at Weiyun, his tone softening. "Well, since you're safely home, I shall take my leave." He then broke into a bright smile, adding, "By the way, I'm Sun Haiyang. I hope we have the chance to meet again." "Yes, thank you, Haiyang. Goodbye." Weiyun responded promptly. Ling Weiyun stood by, watching as the two exchanged words before him, even trading names and promising to meet again, as if his earlier fury and concern had evaporated into thin air. A surge of jealousy coursed through him, akin to molten lava crashing within his chest, threatening to incinerate the last remnants of his composure. His expression turned ashen, his jaw clenched tightly, fixating on Sun Haiyang's retreating figure before abruptly shifting his gaze back to Wen Yu's face, his eyes clouded with darkness. The atmosphere, thick with an invisible chill, was permeated by an awkward tension. Ji Chan cleared his throat, attempting to shatter the frozen silence. Zhang Hao scratched his head, his gaze flitting between Ling Weiyun and Wen Yu, wisely choosing to remain silent. Wen Yu pressed his lips together, the lines of his profile taut, his eyes cast into the distant darkness, deliberately avoiding the imposing presence beside him that radiated an unyielding pressure. The pain in his ankle and palm surged in waves, yet it paled in comparison to the suffocating sense of indignation and grievance at being treated so roughly in public. Xia Xingyao glanced from one to the other, ultimately allowing his concern to prevail. He cautiously moved closer to Wen Yu, his voice imbued with empathy. Wen Yu, is your ankle and hand still hurting terribly? Shall I help you inside to sit down? As he spoke, he reached out, intending to assist Wen Yu's arm. However, before his fingertips could brush against Wen Yu's sleeve, Ling Weiyun suddenly drew near, seemingly oblivious to Xia Xingyao's outstretched hand and unheeded words. He swiftly bent down, adopting an almost forceful stance, and effortlessly lifted Wen Yu into his arms. Taken aback, Wen Yu instinctively grasped the fabric of Ling Weiyun's chest to steady himself. The unexpected movement sent a sharp pain coursing through his injured ankle, causing his face to pale and momentarily erasing any lingering anger. With a hint of embarrassment in his voice, he exclaimed, "Ling Weiyun, put me down." Yet, Ling Weiyun appeared undeterred, turning and striding purposefully into the depths of the cloud residence, his expression still grim. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers remained rooted in place, exchanging bewildered glances, silence enveloping them. Zhang Hao's mouth hung slightly agape, while Ji Chun adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lin Wei blinked in surprise, as if about to voice something, but ultimately let out a faint sigh. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken speculation, a tacit understanding passing among them in the quiet. At the back of the group, Xia Xingyao watched as Ling Weiyun's figure, cradling Wen Yu, swiftly vanished around the corner of the porch. Glancing down at his own hand still suspended in midair, just shy of making contact, he blinked and murmured, almost incredulously, "No way. Even you, handsome Ling, are jealous of me?" The air stilled for a moment. His soft utterance landed in the silence like a popping candy, releasing a subtle sweetness laced with mischief. Zhang Hao was the first to break the tension, a stifled snicker escaping him, quickly masked by a feigned cough as he turned away, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Ji Chun paused, the corners of his mouth twitching upward by a mere millimeter before he composed himself, feigning an earnest examination of the wooden grain on the doorframe. Lin Wei, closest to Xia Xingyao, immediately shot him a warning glance, urging him to silence, realizing too late that he may have inadvertently exposed their shared secret. Xia Xingyao shrank back, raising a hand to his mouth in a zipping motion, though his eyes couldn't resist glancing toward the direction in which Ling Weiyun and Wen Yu had disappeared, sparkling with repressed curiosity. Ultimately, it was Ji Chun who cleared his throat, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. "All right, enough standing around. Let's check on Wen Yu's ankle and see if he needs assistance." He paused, his tone light, though it seems Ling, our dashing gentleman, has it well in hand. This comment elicited another chuckle from Zhang Hao. With that, the group shared a laugh, the atmosphere lifted as they playfully nudged one another, their steps quickening as they made their way inside. The door closed behind them, muffling the faint sounds from the outside. Ling Weiyun gently placed Wen Yu on a soft chair in the parlor, his movements lacking tenderness, enduring the sharp pangs radiating from his limbs. Wen Yu furrowed his brow and looked at him. "Ling Weiyun, what on earth are you doing?" His voice carried irritation mixed with a barely perceptible touch of grievance. "I know you're worried and angry, but must you be so fierce?" Ling Weiyun knelt to examine Wen Yu's swollen ankle, lifting his gaze at the sound of his voice. The light cascaded down from above, casting deep shadows beneath his eyes, rendering his gaze somewhat chilling. Was it truly fierce? He curled his lips slightly, the icy curve devoid of the gentleness exuded by your senior Shou. Nor did it possess the tender warmth of that gentle person from Hainan a moment ago. Did it? As he uttered that name, his tone remained flat and unperturbed. Yet somehow it sent a shiver down one's spine, even less considerate than Xia. Wasn't it? The sharpness of this insinuation was painfully evident, tinged with a naivete that bordered on childishness, probing for answers. Weiyun, irritated by his nonsensical reasoning, averted her gaze. You are utterly unreasonable. Thus, Ling Weiyun's voice softened. Yet the tenderness with which he examined her ankle contrasted starkly with his demeanor, creating an eerie dissonance. It is indeed irksome, isn't it? Weiyun, in her vexation, retorted without a second thought. Yes. Is that sufficient? Ling Weiyun paused momentarily in his actions. He ceased to speak, lowering his head in silence. Retrieving the medical kit from beside him, extracting the spray and ointment, and meticulously tending to the injuries on her ankle and palm. The air thickened with tension, punctuated only by the soft sounds of cotton swabs and the placement of bottles. After a considerable pause, he finally whispered, Fortunately, nothing is fractured. Weiyun gazed at his lowered lashes, which appeared unusually focused, and her anger inexplicably dissipated by half. She pressed her lips together and murmured, Thank you. At that moment, others began to cautiously enter the room, the atmosphere tinged with a subtle, uneasy quiet. Upon seeing that Weiyun's injuries had been adequately addressed and posed no serious concern, they collectively exhaled in relief, exchanging a few words of care. Weiyun, feeling fatigued, wished to retreat to her room for rest. She rose, her steps still somewhat unsteady, under the gaze of the crowd. Their eyes instinctively drifted towards the silently packing Ling Weiyun, before quickly averting. The atmosphere grew hesitant. Weiyun's gaze swept across the group, ultimately resting on Xia. Xia immediately responded, stepping forward to support her arm. I will help you back. Ling Weiyun continued his task of packing the medical kit without faltering, as if he had neither heard nor seen. His profile, illuminated by the light, appeared excessively rigid. Thus, Xia assisted Weiyun, slowly making their way out of the hall, leaving the silence behind. Chapter 72. Tinder disruption. The remaining time of the weekend concluded under a blanket of low pressure. Inside the vehicle on their return journey, the air was stiflingly silent. Ling Weiyun and Weiyun leaned against their respective windows, as though an invisible wall of ice separated them. No one endeavored to shatter this impasse. Even the usually vivacious Xia maintained an unusual silence, though he often reveled in mischief and gossip. To jest when the joke brushed against the core of reality felt decidedly disloyal. The palpable tension oscillating between the two was unmistakable. If he failed to acknowledge it, he would truly be a fool. Su Jingran, unable to reach Weiyun over the weekend, learned through a message that their group had gone on an outing. Upon discovering that Weiyun had sustained an injury, he immediately expressed profound concern. In the 3 days following their return to school, he attended to Weiyun with meticulous care, assisting with meals, reserving seats, and delivering materials, all with a gentle and thoughtful demeanor. Under his care, Weiyun's foot injury healed rapidly, allowing him to walk normally, though lingering discomfort would occasionally arise after prolonged standing. Deep down, Weiyun felt a sense of guilt. Although it was indeed Ling Weiyun who had inexplicably lost his temper that day, his own parting words, uttered in a moment of pique, were rather harsh. He did not genuinely harbor dislike for Ling Weiyun. It was merely the latter's arrogance and the ensuing comparisons that had clouded his judgment. However, since that day, Ling Weiyun seemed to have vanished from the world, leaving no messages, no calls, and no serendipitous encounters. He had completely disappeared from Weiyun's life. Weiyun refrained from reaching out, and in Ling Weiyun's outwardly strong yet unexpectedly fragile and sensitive heart, this silence was interpreted as disdain, prompting him to withdraw further. The phrase, "So, I have become someone you detest, have I?" coupled with Weiyun's resolute affirmation, felt like a chilling curse that ensnared him. He mulled over those words repeatedly, each reflection bringing a stinging clarity. Given that the other party had clearly expressed their aversion, he resolved not to intrude any further. Thus, he concealed himself within a shroud of icy silence, as if by disappearing entirely, the unpleasantness of that day and the hurtful words would have never transpired. Wen Yu's life appeared to regain a semblance of tranquility. He forced himself to immerse entirely in preparing for the recommended slots at the International Literary Symposium, spending countless hours in the library and study rooms, filling every moment with exhaustive reading and literature organization, striving to shield himself from the inexplicable void within. Su Jingran provided meticulous guidance and invaluable resources, and their discussions were both frequent and fruitful. To Wen Yu, the senior remained profoundly knowledgeable, with a clear thought process, and his suggestions were always incisive. In his interactions with Su Jingran, he remained polite, grateful, and attentive to every piece of advice. Yet, the once unreserved sense of reliance and trust seemed to cast a subtle shadow. He became more conscious of maintaining distance, avoiding unnecessary physical contact, and approached questions with a newfound deliberation. Su Jingran, ever perceptive, swiftly detected Wen Yu's subtle detachment and occasional inattentiveness. Rather than retreating in response to this newfound distance, he escalated his gentle and dependable approach to unprecedented levels, much like a masterful weaver, skillfully employing delicate threads to envelop Wen Yu once more, crafting an even tighter fabric of connection. His care became specific and timely, permeating the minutiae of their interactions. Gone were the vague inquiries of, "Do you need help?" Instead, he would message in advance, "Shou Yu, still at the library? I brought you a hot Americano, double cream, no sugar, refreshing yet gentle on the stomach." Or, following a late night of research, he would send, "I heard from Xing Yao that you were up late last night. I brought you breakfast, tuna sandwich, and plain soy milk, left it in your usual spot in the study room. Remember to eat." It felt as though he was perpetually attuned to Wen Yu's activities, yet he executed it with perfect timing, substantiated reasoning, and in a manner that was disarming, leaving Wen Yu with the comforting sensation of being thoughtfully regarded. The assistance he provides transcends mere platitudes, manifesting instead in an extraordinarily precise and prescient manner. For instance, he would directly source a recent academic paper from abroad that aligns impeccably with the direction of Wen Yu's research, yet remains obscure and difficult to locate, and send it over in a bundled format. Such timely and thoughtful support, akin to a lifeline in the snow, compels Wen Yu to accept it with gratitude, while simultaneously deepening his appreciation for Su Jingran's invaluable contributions, thus unwittingly accruing a greater sense of indebtedness. After the discussions at the seminar conclude, he does not hastily bring the meeting to a close. Rather, he seamlessly introduces light-hearted new topics, artfully merging learning with life and study with leisure. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, he encroaches upon the boundaries of Wen Yu's personal time, establishing himself as a stable and frequent presence in his life. In what appears to be casual conversation, he continually sketches and reinforces a shared vision of their future. Once the recommendation slots are confirmed, they can begin refining the presentation and PowerPoint in advance. He mentions a sinologist based in North America whose clear and powerful style would greatly benefit Wen Yu, suggesting that they could seek his guidance online when the time comes. He posits that this seminar is merely the beginning, with numerous similar international exchange opportunities on the horizon, such as the upcoming Summer Youth Scholars Forum next year, where their continued collaboration could yield remarkable achievements in their field. Such words, coupled with his impeccable gentleness and irreplaceable assistance, wield a potent impact. Nevertheless, as Wen Yu listens to these commendations and meticulous plans, he finds that his feelings have evolved beyond mere excitement and gratitude. An inexplicable sense of pressure and a subtle, almost ineffable exhaustion, as if wrapped in something soft yet gradually tightening, silently burgeons within him. Wen Yu muses, the senior is truly exceptional, attending to every detail. Yet, why do I feel somewhat suffocated? He realizes that he must consciously strive to maintain focus in order to keep pace with his senior's meticulous and swift thoughts. When his mind occasionally wanders, it no longer conjures complex theoretical concepts, but rather a familiar face, exuding a languid aloofness yet consistently pinpointing the crux of issues at critical moments. a figure whose mere silent presence in the library corner brings him inexplicable comfort and relaxation. The existence of this individual, striking and vivid, carries an undeniable flaw and authenticity, starkly contrasting with the flawless and meticulous demeanor that Shou cultivates. This silent juxtaposition plays out repeatedly in Weiyun's mind, leaving him increasingly perplexed and adrift. Shou perceptively observes Weiyun's occasional lapses, his forced composure, and the subtle detachment that is not easily discernible, calculating his next moves with greater depth. He does not rush to confront or inquire, but instead adopts an even more considerate and magnanimous demeanor, showcasing an extraordinary level of empathy. On one occasion, when Weiyun's pallor and fatigue are evident from consecutive late nights, he timely presents a cup of warm ginseng tea he has brought, his tone imbued with just the right amount of concern that brooks no refusal. "Shou, you look weary. Your complexion is poor. There will always be more work to do, so do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Your health is the foundation of your endeavors." He paused for a moment, seemingly unconsciously adding in a soft tone, as if merely expressing a casual sentiment based on friendship. His voice was gentle enough to evoke tears, and sometimes, the emotional fluctuations of those around us can indeed drain one's mental energy without us even realizing it. You must learn to shield yourself from such distractions and take better care of your own well-being. This phrase struck like a finely polished, soft thorn, precisely and gently pricking him. Weiyun pondered, is capriciousness also a form of distraction? He did not respond verbally, merely accepting the scorching ginseng tea, his fingertips slightly reddened by the heat, yet seemingly devoid of sensation. The warm steam rose, blurring his vision and momentarily obscuring the turmoil and subtle resistance within him, born of the contrast between chilling silence and excessive warmth. Shou observed his lowered, seemingly submissive brows and knew that his words had once again been accurately conveyed. He did not need to directly disparage. A timely, gentle pointing out of certain truths sufficed, subtly linking Weiyun's exhaustion with another's emotional volatility, completing the comparison in a manner that was almost imperceptible. Shou thought, "Shou, you will come to understand that stability and maturity far outweigh impulsiveness and fervor. I am the one who can offer you a future and security." This gentle strategy unfolded like a soft spring rain, appearing mild yet penetrating every crevice, intent on dismantling all possible resistance. Chapter 73. The dancer on the forum. Ling Weiyun's beauty was an acknowledged truth. With an upright posture and excellent grades, he could effortlessly capture countless admiring or inquisitive gazes, even while lazily leaning against the wall. He had long grown accustomed to being the center of attention, also learning to erect an invisible wall of eyes to keep such scrutiny at bay. He had never contemplated revealing his heart to anyone, for he understood better than anyone that beneath that seemingly flawless exterior lay a fragile soul devoid of security. From a young age, his parents, preoccupied with their vast business, traveled the world, leaving him with only a vast, cold mansion and a rotating series of nannies. He learned to eat, sleep, face the darkness, and confront all the challenges of growing up on his own. The companions who had been with him the longest were not the warm embraces of parents, but rather the silent toys and the myriad of profound books that temporarily allowed him to forget his loneliness. He yearned for attention, yet feared abandonment. He craved closeness, yet dreaded pain. This contradiction was deeply imprinted in his character, compounded by the burden of a secret he could never share with anyone, the extraordinary ability that set him apart from the ordinary world. This secret acted as an eternal shackle, isolating him from normalcy and forcing him to constantly wear a mask. He had grown accustomed to solitude, even relying on the false sense of security it provided. Until he met Weiyun, everything began to change quietly. Initially, he was indeed drawn to Weiyun, sensing a similar uniqueness. However, he soon realized that Weiyun was entirely different from him. While Weiyun possessed extraordinary memory, he seemed never to regard it as a burden or a flaw to be concealed. He embraced everything with positivity, radiance, and composure, even managing to transform it into a formidable advantage. Like a plant growing towards the sun, he exuded warmth and vitality. This quality held a fatal allure for Ling Weiyun, who had lived in coldness and concealment for so long. Unbeknownst to him, his attention increasingly gravitated towards this singular individual who might understand him and lived so brightly. Over time, the initial curiosity and exploration morphed into a longing that he himself had not yet recognized. He yearned to draw near to that warmth, to bask in that sunlight. However, when Yu's expressed disdain for him left him in a state of turmoil, unsure of how to proceed. He dared not advance further, as each step might lead to irrevocable consequences. It seemed that the only way to attain a semblance of safety was to seal himself away completely. One Yu's next encounter with Ling Weiyun occurred in the campus forums gossip section yesterday. A strikingly bold thread title caught her eye. Image and video shocking. Mathematics department's high-altitude flower Ling Weiyun and dance department's goddess Kong Weiwei at the social dance. This beauty and chemistry. They must be the ultimate couple I ship. Her heart constricted as if gripped by an unseen force, and her fingers uncontrollably clicked on the post. The main feature was a brief video lasting mere seconds. The moment she pressed play, her breath nearly caught in her throat. The scene was illuminated brilliantly, with melodious music playing in the background. Ling Weiyun appeared in a flawlessly tailored deep blue suit, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his stature tall and imposing. His usually somewhat casual light brown hair was meticulously styled, revealing a smooth forehead and prominent brow. He slightly lowered his head, obscuring his full face. Yet the lines of his profile were sharp and fluid, the tension in his jaw suggesting he was not enjoying the moment. Paradoxically, this aloof and restrained demeanor only added to his allure. His right hand gently rested on Kong Weiwei's waist, while his left hand clasped hers, guiding her in a graceful twirl on the dance floor. Kong Weiwei resembled a true butterfly in flight, adorned in a champagne-colored off-shoulder gown, the hem fluttering like blossoming petals with each step. Her chestnut curls were elegantly styled, revealing her delicate swan-like neck and exquisite collarbone. Her makeup was radiant, her smile dazzling, and the gaze she directed at Ling Weiyun was filled with unabashed admiration and joy. Their movements were indeed remarkably synchronized. Advancing, retreating, spinning, and swaying, they glided effortlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Though Ling Weiyun's expression remained neutral, every lead and follow was executed with precision, while Kong Weiwei responded flawlessly, her skirt billowing. Radiant in the spotlight, the image froze in a moment after a spin, with Ling Weiyun slightly bowing and Kong Weiwei leaning back gracefully, their eyes briefly meeting. The light enveloped them, reminiscent of a scene from a romantic drama. When Yu's heart sank, he had attended the dance, looking so splendid. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged from deep within her, accompanied by a suffocating sense of despair. In a rush, she swiped the screen, desperate to escape that image. However, the towering buildings below have already been erected, and the comments refresh furiously. 1L. Oh my goodness. Is this what I can watch without paying? Stunning. These two are just perfect for each other. Their height difference and looks are top-notch. 15L. Ling Shuzhong looks so handsome in a suit. I never expected him to dance with such flair, usually so laid back. Kong Xuejie is breathtakingly beautiful. 28L. They seem so in sync. Surely they've practiced numerous times in private, right? Have they been together for a while? 45 litres. Whoa. An elite marriage of childhood sweethearts. What a story coming to life. 60L. The truth is out. I heard their families have known each other for generations. They've known each other since childhood. Heartbroken. But looking at this face makes it all better. Wishing them a lifetime of happiness. Words like in sync, childhood sweethearts, together for a long time, practiced many times top-notch. And wishing them happiness peers through in Yu's eyes like countless fine needles, making them sting. He abruptly turned off his phone screen, as if that could shield him from the glaring images and sounds. It turned out that during his disappearance these past few days, he had attended such an event, becoming a pair that others deemed a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, at the dance party, Ling Weiyun maintained a stoic expression throughout, only briefly curling the corners of his mouth when the camera panned over him, devoid of any smile in his eyes. He agreed to participate in the social dance because Kong Weiwei persistently appeared before him, sending messages and making calls. That afternoon, feeling frustrated, he was dragged to the rehearsal hall by Kong Weiwei. After a hurried practice of less than an hour, he committed all the dance steps and movements to memory. Although Kong Weiwei was both exasperated and helpless at his icy demeanor, being able to stand under the spotlight with him, becoming the envy of all, left her satisfied. At the very least, he had agreed and followed through. Yet, neither the frenzy on the forum nor the brilliance on the dance floor could penetrate the invisible ice shell surrounding Ling Weiyun. His thoughts had already drifted elsewhere, landing on the rabbit avatar that had not shone for quite some time. Since that day in the small town, Ling Weiyun found himself in an exceedingly contradictory and anxious state. He unlocked his phone countless times daily, the screen lighting up to find his gaze swiftly scanning the familiar WeChat conversation box. He hoped to see a red notification appear next to that rabbit avatar, even if it was merely a period. Yet nothing. Each expectation ended in disappointment, and in this repeated torment, he avoided the tangled mess of emotions. Gradually, the stalemate between the two was completely set aside. Chapter 74. The barrier of rationality when Yu turned off his phone, as if that would entirely sever the connection to those images and sounds. Leaning back in his chair, he tightly closed his eyes, attempting to reconstruct the order within his mind through reason. He couldn't help but ask himself in the depths of his heart, what am I doing? What am I truly confused about? What is causing me this discomfort? He began to forcefully engage in logical analysis of himself, akin to tackling a complex text analysis question. His initial interest and approach stemmed entirely from skepticism and inquiry regarding the other's extraordinary speed and reflexes, as he suspected that, like himself, the other possessed an extraordinary ability. Even after discovering the secret of his teleportation, he chose to remain discreet solely out of fundamental integrity and moral sense, never entertaining thoughts of using it as leverage or for ulterior motives. Their true intersection began during an interdisciplinary competition, where he served as the captain and the other as a team member. He valued how his absolute memory could contribute to the project. All collaboration and proximity could be distilled into a drive for mutual benefit and maximization of efficiency. Several post-competition invitations were merely normal social interactions between friends, devoid of any special significance. Thus, all of my current emotions, along with my confusion and sense of loss, are fundamentally unfounded, mere self-delusion and excessive interpretation. Could I genuinely believe in the gossip surrounding Xia Xingyao's daily whims? He self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth, urging himself to remain clear-headed. He had his childhood sweetheart, his social circle, and his dazzling life. He endeavored to persuade himself, attempting to construct a barrier of reason within, to firmly keep the shadow named Ling Weiyun at bay. However, he overlooked his remarkable memory. The details associated with Ling Weiyun were presently strikingly vivid. Each of the other's glances, every word spoken, even the rhythm of each breath, uncontrollably replayed in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, a gentle knock at the door broke the suffocating cycle. "Xiaoya, are you there?" came Su Jingran's gentle voice from outside. Wen Yue felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, springing up from his chair and hastening to open the door. Upon seeing Su Jingran's concerned smile outside, he felt as if he had finally grasped a piece of driftwood, eager to escape the tumultuous depths of his disquiet. "Senior." Wen Yue's voice carried an urgency he was unaware of, even bordering on haste. "You arrived just in time. I have a few questions regarding the seminar materials that I've hit a snag on and was just hoping to discuss them with you." He stepped aside to allow Su Jingran to enter, his movements almost impolite in their swiftness, as if one more second would lead to him being dragged back by those intangible tendrils of memory. Su Jingran perceptively noticed the unusual expression on Wen Yue's face. The remnants of a feigned calmness mingled with a trace of panic, and the fleeting glimmer in his eyes as if he had found a savior. His gaze subtly swept across the contents of Wen Yue's phone on the desk, and he understood more than he let on. Su Jingran's smile grew increasingly warm and considerate as he seamlessly entered the dormitory, his tone remarkably natural. "Oh? What seems to be the problem? I happen to have compiled some new materials that might be of assistance." He raised a seemingly heavy folder in his hand, as if the purpose of his visit was purely to offer help. Indeed, the discourse revolves around the application and coherence of Western hermeneutical theory within my specific case, which I find somewhat stiff. Weiyun, eager to redirect his focus back to academic matters, hastily interjects, his speech noticeably accelerated, as if he could hardly contain his anticipation. He fumbles through a hefty theoretical tome on the table, pointing to marked passages, and begins to articulate his perplexities. At that moment, the intricate and convoluted theories, along with obscure concepts, appear remarkably simple and secure compared to the vivid image and chaotic emotions swirling in his mind. He seeks these elements to occupy his thoughts, displacing any space for unwarranted musings. Shou listens patiently, occasionally nodding, and at opportune moments, interjects his insights, providing several pivotal references or clarifying Weiyun's line of reasoning with more lucid logic. His guidance remains as meticulous as ever. However, unlike before, Shou's assistance has taken on a more comprehensive nature, even hinting at an undeniable assertiveness. Merely perusing this book does not provide a systematic understanding of the theoretical framework. I have a mind map I organized on my computer that offers greater clarity. He smoothly retrieves his laptop. The core sections of this German literature have already been translated and annotated. Your earlier point reminded me of another scholar's research. Gradually, he supplies Weiyun with an abundance of resources, some essential and others potentially beneficial, enveloping him in a seemingly convenient and efficient academic world that he has constructed. The discussion lingers for an extended period. Initially, Weiyun exhibits a degree of intentionality and evasion. Yet he soon finds himself genuinely captivated by the wealth of materials and unique insights provided by Shou, momentarily immersing himself in the discourse. As the conversation reaches a natural pause, dusk settles outside. Shou closes his laptop and, seemingly casually, suggests it's almost 7. Time slips away when one is engrossed. Shall we go grab a bite to eat? We can continue discussing the topic of aesthetic acceptance over dinner. His invitation flows so naturally. It feels like a mere extension of their academic dialogue, rendering it difficult to decline, especially for Weiyun, who desperately seeks any means to occupy his time and divert his attention. After a brief hesitation, Weiyun nods. "All right, thank you, Senior." He instinctively avoids the possibility of remaining alone in his dormitory, confronting the tumultuous memories once more. A glimmer of satisfaction dances in Shou eyes as his smile deepens. He relishes this sense of control, enjoying the sight of Weiyun gradually and unconsciously relying on him, falling into the rhythm he has meticulously orchestrated. "There's no need for formality with me," he says gently, naturally retrieving the coat draped over Weiyun's chair and handing it to him. "It's cool tonight. Put this on." Weiyun obediently accepts the coat. Together, they exit the dormitory building, as Shou deliberately selects light yet academically relevant topics, subtly guiding Weiyun's thoughts to keep him anchored in that safe realm. Weiyun found solace in the presence of Shou as he listened to his gentle voice, discussing familiar theories, temporarily suppressing the tumultuous chaos within him. It was as if he had discovered a sanctuary, oblivious to the fact that every inch of this haven was meticulously constructed by Shou himself, who was quietly drawing it closer. He succumbed once more to the seemingly vast, yet distinctly bordered realm of literary discourse, enveloped in the omnipresent warmth and convenience that Shou had created for him. Chapter 75. The direction of the story in the afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the tall glass windows of the library. The air was infused with the tranquil aroma of old book pages and wood. Weiyun sat in a relatively quiet corner by the window, with several hefty tomes and his laptop spread out before him. He was engrossed in organizing the key arguments for his conference application, brow slightly furrowed, his expression focused, while Shou sat opposite him, as usual. When their discussion naturally reached a pause, Shou gently nudged a thermos towards Weiyun. "Have a sip. It will get cold soon," he suggested. Feeling somewhat parched, Weiyun expressed his gratitude once again, lifted the lid, and took a sip. The temperature was just right, the froth creamy, precisely to his liking. He was pleasantly surprised that Su Jingran remembered such details. How does it taste? Is it to your liking? Suhingra Ling Weiyun. His gaze imbued with concern. It's delicious. Thank you, Senior, when you replied sincerely. A smile of satisfaction graced Su Jingran's face, as if he derived joy from such a small gesture, bringing him happiness. He refrained from continuing the academic discourse, leaning back slightly, his gaze softening as he looked at Weiyun. With a natural shift in tone, he remarked, "By the way, you seem quite busy lately. Do take care of yourself, and don't overexert." His concern was perfectly measured, akin to the instinct of a considerate senior. "Fortunately, it's just the application preparation and some course papers," when you responded. "That's good to hear." Su Jingran nodded, seemingly relieved. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes scanned the literature laid out before Weiyun, his tone growing more earnest, tinged with a hint of deliberate melancholy. "Actually, Shou, have I been monopolizing your time with discussions about the conference lately? I hope it hasn't become a bother, or made you feel that being with someone like me is rather dull, limited to such serious topics?" His inquiry was sincere, imbued with a touch of self-reflection and concern, perfectly embodying the image of a senior worried about imposing on his junior, perhaps even fearing rejection. Upon hearing this, Weiyun immediately shook his head, his tone serious and filled with gratitude. "Please don't say that, Senior. I would never find it bothersome. I truly cherish the opportunity to engage with you. Every discussion with you is immensely beneficial. I particularly enjoy the experience of studying together with you." His words were heartfelt, his gaze clear, yet he referred specifically to the productive and rewarding academic interaction. Su Jingran observed him as he earnestly explained, fearful of being misunderstood and of fleeting. Elusive satisfaction flickered in the depths of his eyes, though his expression remained gentle, even somewhat uncertain. Not far away, a somewhat noisy sound of footsteps and hushed laughter emerged from behind the bookshelf. It was Shou and several of his basketball teammates, who had just concluded their training and were seeking materials in the library to prepare for an impending inspection. They evidently spotted this side. Shou even raised his hand in a greeting, but was hurriedly pulled away by his companions, as if there were an urgent matter at hand. His gaze briefly swept over Weiyun and Su Jingran, just in time to catch a glimpse of the sincere, beaming expression on Weiyun's face, along with the half-uttered words that floated into his ears. "I particularly enjoy the feeling of being with you, Senior, ever since my freshman year. I have admired you greatly and have relished our conversations." Shou, being tugged along by his teammates, was completely engulfed by their urging and the receding sound of footsteps. He retained only the tantalizing fragment of that sentiment and was left with a profound impression of Weiyun's charming and genuine smile, musing to himself, "Oh, who would have thought Weiyun had such depth?" He was swiftly diverted by the topic introduced by his friends. Unbeknownst to him, Weiyun remained oblivious to all this, as he continued earnestly explaining to Su Jingran, expressing that he bore no ill will. Weiyun further stated, "I have always regarded you as a respected and trusted elder brother. I am truly grateful for your continued support. Studying alongside you brings me immense joy and fulfillment." A gentle smile reappeared on Su Jingran's face, as if a flicker of worry had finally dissipated. "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I'm also delighted to be of assistance." He appropriately stowed away his tablet. Standing up, "I shall not disturb you further. Keep up the good work. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out." His manner was both tactful and considerate. "Thank you, Senior," Weiyun replied, also rising to express his gratitude. Su Jingran smiled, nodded, and turned to leave, his pace leisurely. Yet, once turned away, the smile on his face slightly faded, a glimmer of contemplation and a clearer determination flickering in his eyes. When you settle back down, gazing at the warm cup of latte beside him, feeling a surge of appreciation and respect for this thoughtful and humble senior, he exhaled gently, refocusing his attention on the literature, not dwelling excessively on the recent brief encounter. The library once again fell into tranquility, with only the soft rustling of pages and the gentle tapping of keyboards breaking the silence. The sunlight gradually shifted, warm and serene. However, the unfolding narrative veered somewhat from the trajectory that Xia Xingyao had envisioned, sliding into a peculiar, frigid silence that left him feeling quite anxious. He sensed that recently, when Yu was behaving unusually, he could not quite pinpoint what was amiss. Yet there was an unmistakable feeling that when Yu seemed more withdrawn than before. This silence was not the usual focus, but rather resembled a distracted closure. Although he still frequently engaged with senior Su Jingran to discuss seminar matters, seemingly growing closer, Xia Xingyao's acute radar for romantic pairings was beeping insistently, signaling, "This duo is not meant to be." Internally, Xia Xingyao lamented, "Oh no, this plot is off. Why has the dynamic shifted? Wasn't Ling Shun electrifying the entire venue that night? Why the sudden disconnection? This contradicts the fundamental laws of domineering CEO literature." In his eyes, when Yu and Senior Su resembled two cups of lukewarm water. Together they might quench thirst, yet they would never spark any exhilarating flames. They could converse about poetry and philosophy, but within that gentle and refined atmosphere, there was utterly no hint of the mutual affection that could ignite his shipper's heart. This conviction only strengthened his resolve to support the 1U pairing. Thus, during an outing to the basketball court to admire the scenery, primarily to watch handsome young men play, he spotted his target, Ling Weiyun, just as he finished a game. Ling Weiyun and a few others, just off the court, had their hair damp with sweat, clad in athletic vests that accentuated their toned arms, exuding an invigorating aura of youthful vitality. However, Xia Xingyao sensed a layer of colder pressure enveloping Ling Weiyun's features, a sense of detachment that remained unmitigated even post-exertion, intensifying his air of aloofness and unapproachability. Chapter 76. Mutual affection between them as the din of the basketball game faded like the receding tide. The empty court was left with the faint sounds of sneakers scuffing against the floor and sporadic laughter. Ling Weiyun retrieved the jacket draped over the railing, tossing it over his shoulder without much care. The damp strands of hair added to the palpable distance in his expression. Just as he was about to leave with Shi Zheng and the others, a figure unexpectedly blocked his path. "Handsome Ling." Xia Xingyao tilted his head back, his voice bright and tinged with an audacious spirit. Ling Weiyun halted, casting his gaze downward upon him. The residual warmth of exertion still lingered, beads of sweat trailing along his jawline. His eyes reflected a hint of irritation at the interruption, coupled with a faint trace of confusion, as if he were questioning what had prompted his lively roommate, Wenyu, to approach him so suddenly. Shi Zheng and the others glanced over with curiosity, prompting Xia Xingyao to wave them off quickly. "It's nothing. You all go ahead. I just need to have a quick word with Ling Shun. Just a couple of sentences." Shi Zheng shrugged, remarking, "We'll wait for you outside," before leading the other teammates away. Once they were alone, Xia Xingyao leaned in closer, his inquiry blunt to the point of audacity. "Handsome Ling, why haven't you contacted you recently?" The urgency on his face was palpable. "Are you two having quarrel?" Ling Weiyun remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. His normally languid eyes now appeared shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Noticing his reticence, Xia Xingyao felt an increasing sense of urgency, almost jumping in frustration. "Handsome Ling, don't just stand there without saying anything. What are you thinking? You're making me anxious." From a distance, Shi Zheng's voice called out, tinged with impatience, "Weiyun, hurry up. What is taking so long?" As if awakened by the voice, Ling Weiyun seemed eager to escape the disquieting inquiry that plagued his thoughts. He blinked, shifting his gaze away from Xia Xingyao, and managed to squeeze out 3 dry words, "Been busy lately." Without allowing Xia Xingyao another moment to respond, he hastily added, "Got things to do. I'm leaving," before turning on his heel and striding towards Shi Zheng and the others. The group chattered excitedly about heading to their usual BK bar. Ling Weiyun followed silently behind. The echo of Xia Xingyao's question about why he hadn't tea reached out to Wenyu, swirling relentlessly in his mind. Busy? Indeed, he deliberately immersed himself in a flurry of activities, training, classes, and even taking on trivial matters, endeavoring to fill every moment with exhaustion, so that the name and face that haunted his thoughts would fade into oblivion. He feared the uncontrollable urge to draw near, to claim, and that clear disdain would often stab at his heart, reminding him to restrain and endure. Yet, Xia Xingyao's brash and straightforward inquiries effortlessly pierced through his fragile facade. In the dimly lit bar, the cacophony of voices and music melded into a dissonant melody. Ling Weiyun nestled in a corner, absently sipping his drink. The cold liquid slid down his throat but failed to quell the heaviness in his heart. The laughter of his teammates was distant, a blurred echo in the background. Shou approached, nudging his shoulder with a cup in hand. "Hey, Weiyun, that guy who was looking for you earlier, he's Wenyu's roommate, right? Xia something? What urgent matter does he have for you?" Ling Weiyun did not lift his gaze, his voice muffled. "Nothing." Shou, clearly unconvinced, chuckled lightly and continued. "Speaking of Wenyu, I actually bumped into him at the library today." He took a sip of his drink, as if recalling something amusing, his tone tinged with a hint of gossip. "Guess what? I heard him confessing to someone." A teammate nearby, choking on his drink, leaned in with curiosity. Ling Weiyun's fingers tightened around his glass, knuckles turning pale. He finally raised his head to look at Shou, his eyes dark and foreboding. Unaware of the shift in atmosphere, Shou animatedly recounted the details, embellishing his words with exaggerated teasing. "You know, that senior who is always with him, Su Jingran. When you told him how much he loves being with him, and that he liked him since freshman year. TSK, who would VE thought? When you, usually so reserved, is quite direct when it comes to confessions." He looked so radiant while saying it. A buzzing sensation enveloped Ling Weiyun, drowning his thoughts in a void. "Especially likes. Has liked since freshman year. Ilaik Su Hingran." The words that followed slipped past his ears like a distant murmur. The first two sentences struck him like a searing blade, mercilessly twisting in his heart. Pain. A sharp, suffocating, tearing pain instantly enveloped him. Was it truly possible for the heart to ache to such an extent, as though gripped by an invisible hand, crushing it to dust, rendering him nearly breathless? With fingers numb? Did Xia Xingyao seek him out because of this? Had Wenyu and Su Jingran progressed to such a stage? A violent, near-destructive impulse surged within him. He yearned to rush out immediately, to find Wenyu, to demand clarity, to ask him if it was true. But in the next moment, another icy voice pierced through his mind. "It is you he despises? I assenti it?" Yes. His body, which had risen halfway, abruptly froze, as if all strength had been drained from him, and he heavily sank back into his seat with a dull thud. He felt he did not even possess the right to question. A despised person had no claim to intrude upon another's mutual affection. He abruptly seized the glass on the table, tilting his head back to down the remaining spirits within. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, searing his stomach. It could not numb the overwhelming anguish that enveloped his heart. Glass after glass, he fell silent, indifferent to the world around him, mechanically and numbly drowning himself in alcohol, as if this were the only means to temporarily suppress the excruciating pain and bitterness that threatened to engulf him. The surrounding clamor gradually faded into a distant hum, the lights twisting into chaotic splashes of color. It seemed that Shou and the others finally sensed something amiss, their attempts to dissuade him becoming faint and disconnected. "Yin? Slow down. What's wrong with you, brother Yin? Stop drinking." But he could absorb none of it. The world appeared to have been muted, leaving only the relentless throb of his heart, tugged by a slow and enduring force, aching dully. Like ink diffusing in clear water, it spread endlessly, pervasive and inescapable. Meanwhile, Wenyu's usual cheerful smile became frozen at the center of it all, like sunlight piercing through dust, bright, yet unable to warm this moment any longer. Ultimately, all consciousness was swallowed by the potent alcohol and the heavier pain. He collapsed amidst a chaotic array of cups, brows tightly knitted, face pale. Even in the haze of unconsciousness, his fingers unconsciously clutched the fabric over his chest, as if futilely attempting to stifle the breathless agony. Chapter 77. Drinking alone late at night? The night was thick like water, the closing bell of the library resonating through the empty hall with its final echo. Wenyu emerged, clutching several hefty tomes, the cool breeze immediately filling his collar. rousing his somewhat dazed mind from prolonged concentration. The senior's recommendation had indeed been insightful. The literary theories they had just discussed still swirled in his mind, accompanied by a gratifying sense of fulfillment. He trudged back to his dorm with slightly weary steps, pushing the door open to find the room illuminated only by a solitary desk lamp. Unlike his usual self, Xiaoxingyao was not sprawled on the bed gaming, but sat at the desk, brow furrowed, fixated on his phone screen, worry etched plainly across his face. Yu. Hearing the door open, Xiaoxingyao immediately looked up, his usual vivacity replaced by concern. You're back just in time. Look at this. When you placed his books on the desk with a soft thud. What's wrong? Noticing Xiaoxingyao's unusual demeanor, his tone turned serious. It's Ling Weiyun. Xiaoxingyao handed over his phone, revealing the campus form interface. A bold, glaring headline caught the eye. Breaking news. Mathematics Department's Ling Weiyun caught drinking late at BK Bar. Photos included. Accompanying it were several low-resolution images. Yet the subject remained identifiable, and the comments were rapidly escalating. 2L. So handsome. Scream. Accidite. Oh. Did he have a fight with the dance department beauty and got his heart broken? 7L. TSK. Possibly. It's hard to drink like that without a love-related disappointment. Is it unclear whether it's heartbreak or not, but even the act of close-up photography goes unnoticed. Is it permissible to reach out and touch? Giggles. The individual above, you've thrown my calculations into disarray, covers mouth with laughter. I'm uncertain if he is still there. Not far from the university. I genuinely wish to venture forth and see. Sly smile. The angle of the photograph is surreptitious, the lighting dim. Yet the figure is unmistakably Ling Weiyun. He is ensconced in a corner booth of the bar, the hazy light casting an almost surreal aura around him. His head is tilted, revealing a pronounced jawline and neck, the outline of his Adam's apple stark against the shadows. His usually casually styled light brown hair hangs disheveled, obscuring portions of his brow and eyes. The black shirt he wears has the top two buttons undone, a hint of collarbone visible, and the sleeves haphazardly rolled up to his elbows. One hand hangs limply, while the other loosely grasps a glass, the remnants of its contents barely visible at the bottom. Weiyun notices the expression on Ling Weiyun's face, hollow and unfocused, an unsettling fragility he has never witnessed in this person, stripped bare of all pretense. A sudden pang grips his heart, dissipating the earlier fatigue, replaced by a dull, pervasive ache. Is this BK Bar? He inquires. Yes, the one near the university town. Xiaoxingyao replies eagerly. I saw a comment below stating he has been drowning his sorrows alone, ignoring all attempts to intervene. Something is distinctly amiss. It is quite worrisome. When was the post made? Just now. Yes, likely still there. Oh, has he experienced heartbreak? Weiyun asks instinctively. Xiaoxingyao feels compelled to chastise him. Ling Weiyun's affection is glaringly evident, yet this person remains blissfully oblivious. He seems intent on reminding. Ling hasn't been in a relationship, so how could there be heartbreak? Worry and unease surge within him. Upon hearing this, he abruptly rises. I will go check on him. Xiaoxingyao immediately stands. I'll accompany you. No need. The dormitory will soon lock down. You should stay behind. I'll assess the situation and return if all is well. Without waiting for Xiaoxingyao to protest further, Weiyun grabs his phone and rushes out of the dormitory. The late autumn night breeze carries a biting chill, grazing his face with a slight sting. He nearly sprints toward the university town. The BK Bar sign flickers in the distance, casting a cold, ethereal blue glow. He pushes through the heavy, soundproof door. A wave of warmth infused with alcohol, perfume, tobacco, and body heat enveloping him, the booming bass reverberating through his chest. Anxiously, he scans the surroundings, struggling to search amidst the dim, swaying lights and the throngs of moving figures. His gaze sweeps across the dance floor and the bar, finally settling on a relatively quiet booth in the corner. There he is. Ling Weiyun is sunk deep into the booth's sofa, eyes closed, head weakly tilted back against the sofa's backrest, his neck appearing delicate. His brow is tightly furrowed, even in slumber, exuding an unsettling unrest. His complexion, under the shifting lights, is alarmingly pale, with only an abnormal flush remaining on his cheekbones. The eyes that usually carry a hint of indifference or intensity are now tightly shut, long lashes casting deep shadows beneath them. Beside him are Shou and several members of the basketball team, all in various states of disarray, yet evidently more aware than Ling Weiyun. Senior Shou. When you squeeze through the crowd, his breath coming in gasps. Upon spotting him, Shou appeared momentarily stunned, blinking rapidly to confirm his sight before a look of palpable relief spread across his face. What brings you here? I saw someone taking pictures of him on the forum and felt uneasy, so I came to check. When you replied, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Weiyun, who appeared utterly lifeless. A familiar pang of distress surged within him. How could he have drunk so excessively? Sure, Zheng wiped his face, clearly suffering from a headache as well. I have no idea. He usually exercises remarkable restraint, merely sampling drinks, but tonight he seems intent on drinking himself into oblivion. I couldn't stop him. He wouldn't respond to any inquiries, just kept drinking. Your arrival is quite timely. Could you help me get him back? I still need to wait for a few others. They've already collapsed. When you nodded immediately. All right, I'll take him back to the apartment. Sure, Zheng exhaled in relief. Thanks, brother. I appreciate your help. Is it manageable for you? Absolutely. When you took a deep breath, bending to laboriously drape one of Ling Weiyun's arms over his shoulder, attempting to lift him. Ling Weiyun was taller than Wenyu, and in his current state of complete relaxation, he felt exceedingly heavy, nearly causing Wenyu to stumble. Sure, Zheng quickly lent a hand, and together they managed to extricate Ling Weiyun from the sofa. Ling Weiyun appeared disturbed, murmuring something in evident dissatisfaction, his head lolling to one side. The heat radiating from his forehead pressing against Wenyu's cool neck, his hot breath laden with the scent of alcohol. The warmth sent a shiver through Wenyu, who gritted his teeth to endure it. Sure, Zheng assisted them to the entrance of the bar before hurrying back inside. The night air, brisk and sharp, seemed to rouse Ling Weiyun slightly, though only to a minimal extent. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his dazed, unfocused gaze laboriously landing on Wenyu's face. After several moments of confusion, he seemed to expend great effort in recognizing him, mumbling in a slurred voice, "Why is it you?" Wenyu, panting, adjusted his grip to support Ling Weiyun's sagging body. "You've had too much to drink. I'm taking you home." Ling Weiyun, attempting to assert himself, futilely swayed and leaned harder against Wenyu. "I'm not drunk," he insisted. "What are you trying to prove?" "Just stay still," Wenyu began, but his words were abruptly cut off. The arm he had wrapped around Ling Weiyun's waist was suddenly empty. Simultaneously, he felt a tight grip around his waist, an irresistible force that swept him off his feet as Ling Weiyun lifted him effortlessly into his arms. Chapter 78, Classmate. Your disguise has slipped. The rush of air whistled past him, an abnormal gale, as the surroundings, the bar's flickering sign, dim streetlights, and indistinct shadows of trees, retreated at an incomprehensible speed, blurring and distorting into a chaotic array of colors. Everything transpired too swiftly, so fast that he could scarcely muster a gasp, his retinas failing to capture any coherent image. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the surrounding clamor and biting cold vanished, replaced by an indoor tranquility, imbued with a faint, familiar scent of soapberry. This was the scent of Ling Weiyun's off-campus apartment living room, which he had visited once before. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated, accompanied by a suppressed groan. Wenyu was forcefully thrust into the soft embrace of the sofa, the impact jolting him to the core. Almost immediately, a heavy, warm body, reeking of alcohol, descended upon him uncontrollably, trapping him between the sofa and its fervent chest. The sensation of dizziness and the overwhelming weightlessness lingered for several seconds before gradually receding. With a heart racing in his chest, Wenyu opened his eyes to find the familiar chandelier of the living room above him. Indeed, he was in Ling Weiyun's abode. He was ensconced in the spacious sofa, while Ling Weiyun lay half on top of him, seemingly drained to the last vestige of strength from that extraordinary movement. The dual exhaustion from alcohol and exertion finally submerged him, dragging him into a deeper slumber. An oppressive silence engulfed the room, leaving only their intermingled, quivering breaths and Weiyun's heart, thundering like a drumbeat in the still air. He remained frozen in place, motionless, his mind a blank canvas, all thoughts halted. What had just transpired? It was no mere illusion. It was undeniably real. That velocity, that mode of movement which defied the laws of physics and transcended human understanding, was starkly and unequivocally laid bare before Weiyun. Time flowed slowly in the stillness. Lying on the sofa, Weiyun felt rigid. One of Ling Weiyun's arms was tightly encircling his waist, his head nestled in the crook of Weiyun's neck, breath hot, rapid, and chaotic. Minutes passed, or perhaps longer, until Weiyun finally regained a sliver of lucidity from his overwhelming shock. Cautiously, he attempted to move, doing so with extreme slowness. He gently nudged Ling Weiyun's shoulder, but received no response. Instead, a vague, discontented murmur escaped his lips, and his head nestled deeper into the crook of Weiyun's neck, his embrace tightening further. Forcing himself to remain calm, Weiyun began to scan the apartment he had visited once before. The living room was meticulously tidy, bordering on sterile, with scarcely any personal belongings. Only essential furniture and a few mathematics journals scattered across the coffee table, alongside a closed laptop. Everything appeared unchanged since his last visit. His gaze ultimately returned to Ling Weiyun's face. At such proximity, he could discern the long eyelashes, the lips reddened from intoxication, and the disheveled strands of hair dampened with sweat at his forehead. This visage, typically adorned with a languid nonchalance or piercing scrutiny, now bore an unguarded expression, even hinting at a subconscious dependence. At that moment, everything, the intersection, the fall, the exterior of the machine room, the USB drive, came together in Weiyun's mind like scattered pieces of a puzzle, revealing the truth with crystalline clarity. Rather than feeling fear or shock, he was instead tinged with an indescribable thrill, for he too possessed a memory that far surpassed the ordinary. Yet, even with preconceived notions swirling within, the moment one truly experiences, it necessitates a pause for self-reflection. He attempted to move again, this time exerting a modicum of effort. Ling Weiyun appeared disturbed, her brows furrowing more tightly, emitting a muffled groan as her eyes fluttered open. Weiyun instinctively held his breath. He felt the head resting against his shoulder shift gently, disheveled strands of hair brushing against his jawline and neck, eliciting a faint ticklish sensation. Subsequently, the weight pressing against his chest lifted slightly, as if an arm was attempting to support itself. Weiyun's heart raced uncontrollably. He instinctively lowered his gaze, meeting a pair of slowly opening eyes. Those typically languid peach blossom eyes, usually shimmering with mirth, now seemed veiled by a thick mist reminiscent of a Jiangnan water town, hazy, unfocused, enveloped in the daze and confusion of a hangover. Long, dense lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, struggling to adjust to the light and discern the scenery before them. Her pupils gradually sharpened, akin to a camera lens coming into focus, ultimately reflecting Weiyun's face from mere inches away. Ling Weiyun appeared momentarily stunned. Her gaze was initially vacant, as though she could not comprehend her surroundings. Then, a flicker of clarity crossed her misty depths, a subtle furrowing of her brow, suggesting the retrieval of a blank memory. Following this, there was a delicate process of recognition. When you could distinctly observe how her unfocused gaze meticulously traced his features, as if confirming with her sight whether this was indeed a dream. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the disordered rhythm of their breaths intertwining. Weiyun could even sense the irregular cadence of Ling Weiyun's heartbeat resonating within her chest. In that nearly suffocating silence and mutual gaze, her expression transitioned from bewilderment to confusion, and then to a faint recognition. Her lips moved soundlessly, uttering a soft, affectionate whisper, "Weiyun." The sound was so faint it nearly drowned in the ambient breaths. Yet due to their proximity, every syllable distinctly penetrated Weiyun's eardrum, imbued with an unguarded, almost dependent softness. It was as if this name had surfaced instinctively, the sole anchor amidst the chaos of her consciousness. Ling Weiyun seemed awakened by this utterance. her arm exerting a gentle force, propelling her upper body slightly from the sofa. The sudden alleviation of weight allowed Weiyun to catch his breath, instinctively wanting to rise as well. However, at his slightest movement, Ling Weiyun reacted like a lion defending its territory, abruptly pressing down on him again, trapping him once more in the depths of the sofa. Her eyes, which had just closed, reopened, the mist within them dissipating somewhat under the influence of a strong, fervent emotion, locking onto Weiyun's gaze. When she finally spoke, her voice was clear yet still saturated with intoxication, imbued with a childlike, reckless stubbornness. Weiyun, I like you. Weiyun's breath hitched, uncertainty clouding his understanding of what he had just heard. Ling Weiyun remained oblivious to his confusion, stubbornly repeating his words as if reciting a supreme decree or pleading for a response, intoxicated. Weiyun, I like you. Do you like me too? You mustn't tea like anyone else. I one tea permitted. The alcohol stripped him of all pretense and restraint, laying bare the profound possessiveness and unease that resided deep within him, exposed before Weiyun. Weiyun felt his heartbeat turn chaotic, akin to a ball of yarn tangled and played with by a cat, restless and disordered. As he inhaled the air during Ling Weiyun's brief moment of rising, it seemed instantly siphoned away by the fervent and candid confession. He attempted to articulate a response, his lips parting, yet no sound emerged. Ling Weiyun, however, interpreted his silence as a form of acquiescence or a signal requiring further affirmation. Cradling Weiyun's face in his hands with the clumsiness and assertiveness characteristic of a drunken man, he held Weiyun's turned cheek in place. His gaze burned intensely, as if seeking to ignite Weiyun's very soul. I like you. I like you. With the final syllable, it transformed from a question into a declaration. Ling Weiyun leaned down, adopting a nearly predatory stance, and pressed his lips against Weiyun's. The sensation was soft, imbued with Ling Weiyun's unique essence, instantly enveloping all of Weiyun's senses. Weiyun's eyes widened, his mind momentarily blank, as he was taken aback by the unexpected embrace. The anticipated resistance or anger did not manifest. Instead, a suppressed essence, previously unclear even to himself, was ignited by this clumsy yet domineering kiss, exploding forth. A torrent of warmth surged from his heart, obliterating all rational barriers. It was a tumultuous flood of excitement, bittersweetness, disbelief, and hidden desire. Weiyun's rigid body gradually softened. Ling Weiyun's kiss lacked finesse, driven purely by instinct as he explored repeatedly, as if seeking confirmation or marking his territory. His breath grew increasingly heated and rapid, cascading over Weiyun's face. Then, Weiyun felt his once restless, trembling hand, as if endowed with its own volition, slowly and hesitantly rise, ultimately grasping the crumpled fabric of Ling Weiyun's shirt at his waist, awkwardly responding to the kiss. This was a signal of consent. Ling Weiyun, sensing the reciprocation, deepened the kiss, his hands loosening their grip to weave into the strands of Weiyun's hair at the back of his head. Weiyun closed his eyes, savoring the warmth that radiated from their lips, feeling the intensity of Ling Weiyun's heartbeat resonating through their pressed chests, harmonizing with his own. Ling Weiyun remained immersed in what he believed to be an exquisitely sweet, yet overly tangible dream. Weiyun, overwhelmed by the kiss, felt his mind clouded and limbs go weak. However, soon a more direct and imposing shift coursed through their entwined bodies. Ling Weiyun's body gradually warmed, a certain reaction unmistakably pressing against him, forcefully proclaiming its existence. Weiyun's cheeks flushed intensely, shyness surging through him like a tidal wave. An ephemeral kiss was evidently insufficient to satisfy one lost in dreams. Ling Weiyun murmured incoherently, his heated lips and tongue clumsily and eagerly tracing along the corners of Weiyun's mouth, descending down his jaw with instinctual greed. Similarly warm hands slowly ventured beneath the hem of Weiyun's garment, caressing the smooth, slightly cool skin at his waist. The calloused palms glided over delicate textures, sending a shiver of electric current through him. Weiyun's body tensed abruptly, emitting a short, startled gasp. Ling Weiyun attempted to rouse him, his voice tinged with a subtle tremor. The person beneath him seemed entirely absorbed in his own reverie, deaf to his resistance. Driven by alcohol and instinct, Ling Weiyun exhibited an untamed fervor and desire that Wenyu had never witnessed before. His heartbeat raced uncontrollably, akin to an engine gone awry, blood roaring to the top of his head. Rationality screamed for him to push Ling Weiyun away. "Wake up, Ling Weiyun." Perhaps it was the sharpness and urgency in his tone, or perhaps something else, that momentarily froze the actions of the person above him. Ling Weiyun lifted his head, a fleeting glimmer of confusion passing through his hazy, intoxicated gaze, as if a thick fog had momentarily parted. He stared blankly at Wenyu's reddened eyes, moist lips, and those filled with helplessness and alarm, his hands cradling Wenyu's face, loosening their grip slightly. A trace of minute struggle flickered in his vacant eyes. But in the next instant, a heavier wave of drunkenness and fatigue surged back, completely engulfing the faint clarity he had. He emitted a vague, almost plaintive murmur, akin to a complaint about a dream being interrupted. Before his head drooped, his entire being slumping like a marionette with severed strings, collapsing heavily back onto Wenyu, slipping once more into an unconscious slumber. All the actions that had ignited blushes abruptly ceased. The arms that had held him slackened, leaving behind only a burdensome weight. His hot breath grew steady and prolonged, fanning against Wenyu's neck, still laden with the scent of alcohol. Wenyu's chest heaved violently, gasping for air as if he had just been pulled back from the brink of drowning. He lay there, unable to rise, pinned beneath the weight of a drunken man, who felt as heavy as a warm boulder. Though his thoughts were in disarray, he remained acutely aware, trembling yet unable to extricate himself from this absurd yet tangible night fueled by alcohol. How would he face the sober Ling Weiyun come morning? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he unwittingly succumbed to drowsiness, drifting into sleep. The first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, precisely illuminating Ling Weiyun's face. The piercing light prompted him to furrow his brow uncomfortably, the dull ache of a hangover crashing over him like a tidal wave, assailing his groggy mind. Instinctively, he raised his hand to rub his forehead, but suddenly halted. The sensation was amiss. It was not a cold and harsh sofa, but rather a warm one, enveloped in softness. The shock struck him like a bucket of ice water, instantly awakening him. He abruptly opened his eyes, and the tranquil visage of Wenyu greeted him, almost entirely sprawled across Wenyu. His head rested on the other shoulder, with one hand unconsciously draped around Wenyu's waist. This time, it was Ling Weiyun whose breath hitched, his mind blank. Chapter 80. Who truly likes whom? How'd he end up sleeping with Wenyu? And in such an intricately entangled position. Fragments of shattered memories struggled to coalesce, and within the hazy impressions, there seemed to linger a dream that was too sweet and too vivid. His heart raced uncontrollably. An unfamiliar and surging feeling crashed against his chest without warning. Intense yet vague, catching him off guard. Was that not merely a dream? Ling Weiyun maintained this almost embracing posture, his gaze uncontrollably tracing the contours of the person beneath him, from the pair of eyes that were presently shut, yet sparkled when they smiled, to the straight bridge of the nose, finally lingering on the softly parted lips, slightly ajar from slumber. As if bewitched, he slowly raised his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, yearning to brush against those lips so near, to confirm whether they felt as soft as they did in his dreams. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, the person beneath him stirred slightly, emitting a faint, drowsy sound, as if on the verge of waking. Startled, Ling Weiyun immediately withdrew his hand, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. He hastily closed his eyes, held his breath, and pretended to remain asleep, though his mind was in disarray. Wenyu gradually awakened, first sensing the heaviness upon him and the numbness in his limbs. He blinked, taking a moment to comprehend his surroundings and the weight pressing down on him. Attempting to push the person atop him, his voice still husky from sleep, he called out, "Hey, wake up, you're so heavy." The person remained unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber. Wenyu exerted more force, trying to dislodge him. "Get up, you're going to crush me." Yet, the inebriated figure was dead weight. His futile struggles left him panting. With a resigned sigh, Wenyu abandoned physical confrontation, stretching his arm to reach for the phone on the coffee table, realizing he would have to call for assistance. Just as his fingertips brushed against the cold surface of the phone, the weight upon him shifted ever so slightly. A muffled voice, laced with the languor of just waking, emanated from his neck, sounding both innocent and audacious. Wenyu, why are you here? Wenyu paused, realization dawning upon him, both exasperated and amused as he nudged Ling Weiyun's shoulder. You were awake all along, weren't you? Stop pretending to be asleep. Get up. Are you trying to crush me? With his ruse uncovered, Ling Weiyun chose to abandon all pretense, not only refusing to rise, but tightening his arm around Wenyu's waist, pulling him closer. Burying his head against Wenyu's shoulder, his voice muffled yet stubborn, he declared, I won't let go. If I do, you'll run away and never come back. Wenyu found herself breathless, nearly suffocated by his sudden, almost petulant embrace. The inexplicable mix of grievance and stubbornness in his words left her momentarily speechless. Struggling against him, her cheeks flushed from a lack of oxygen and some indescribable emotion. She exclaimed, Ling Weiyun, let go of me. I'm running out of breath. Yet, rather than loosening his grip, he tightened his hold, burying his face deeply in the fragrant nook of her neck, which carried a faint scent of soap and a hint of alcohol. His voice emerged hoarse, roughened by a hangover, yet imbued with a reckless obstinacy. No. If I let go, you'll run away. What can I possibly run from? Wenyu retorted, both exasperated and anxious, pushing against him with all her might. However, her efforts felt futile against the warmth of his stubborn wall. This is your apartment. Where could I possibly go? Then promise me. Ling Weiyun's voice, muffled against her shoulder, came forth with a possessive insistence, demanding a vow that she would not be angry and that she would not avoid him in the future. Wenyu was nearly driven to laughter by his twisted reasoning. Ling Weiyun, she gritted her teeth, attempting to sound fierce. Just get up. We need to talk properly. I want tea. His refusal was swift and uncompromising, and he even pressed closer against her neck as he repeated, promise me. His breath was warm, carrying remnants of alcohol and a uniquely clean scent that enveloped her tightly. Wenyu's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of pleading. You need to get up. This looks ridiculous. It looks like I like you, Ling Weiyun abruptly interjected, lifting his head and interrupting her. His eyes, still slightly bloodshot from the hangover, held an unwavering clarity, locking onto the flustered depths of Wenyu's gaze, leaving no room for evasion. In that moment, all of Wenyu's struggles and words froze. The air around them fell silent, leaving only the rapid exchange of their breaths and the palpable rhythm of their hearts. Ling Weiyun observed her, momentarily entranced, her cheeks flushed, her gaze flickering yet unable to look away. The tumultuous anxiety and restlessness within him were strangely soothed. Memories of last night, fragmented, heated, dreamlike sensations, surged back into his mind. He swallowed hard, his gaze falling upon Wenyu's slightly parted, slightly swollen lips. Just then, an abrupt and persistent vibration from a cell phone shattered the burgeoning intimacy. Akin to cold water splashed upon the heated air. It was Wenyu's phone, lying on the coffee table. Both of them jolted. Ling Weiyun's brow furrowed tightly, a flash of intense displeasure crossing his features as though he had been yanked rudely from a blissful dream. Wenyu, startled back to reality, turned abruptly, her hands flailing as she reached for the phone that had chosen such an inopportune moment to ring. The name flashing on the screen was Su Xiuzhang. Ling Weiyun noticed the name as well, and his expression darkened instantly, the atmosphere around him becoming palpably oppressive. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, resting his chin back on Wenyu's shoulder like a child unwilling to relinquish a cherished toy, casting a murderous glare at the vibrating phone. Do not answer it, he commanded, his voice muffled yet authoritative. As Wenyu gazed at the flashing names on the screen, he felt the warm body pressed tightly against him, radiating an intense sense of dissatisfaction and possessiveness, leaving him in a state of indecision. Ling Weiyun's arm remained wrapped around Wenyu like an iron clamp. Yet the earlier flirtation and testing had been supplanted by a heavy, oppressive emotion. Ling Weiyun's voice was low and hoarse, laden with an uncontainable question. Did you confess to him yesterday? Wenyu was momentarily taken aback. He turned his head in astonishment, meeting Ling Weiyun's dark, piercing gaze. Confess? To whom? Senor Su? He was utterly bewildered by this nonsensical inquiry. Yesterday, Ling Weiyun's eyes had been fixed on him, scrutinizing every subtle change on his face. Shou and the others passed by the library and overheard. Wenyu furrowed his brow in confusion, quickly retracing his memories of the library and his discussion with Senior Su. Suddenly, it struck him. Shou must have misunderstood something he heard. He opened his mouth to explain, but another thought flashed through his mind. Ling Weiyun's current demeanor, the reckless drunkenness from last night. So, you drank to such excess last night because of this? Ling Weiyun did not deny it. The turbulent emotions swirling in his eyes stubbornly reiterated the core question. So, you do not like him, right? The almost accusatory tone, coupled with the sense of grievance from last night and his current restrained posture, ignited the flicker of irritation that had been overlooked within Wenyu. The image of that girl from the Art Academy, intimately linking her arm with Ling Weiyun's, surged uncontrollably to mind. He lifted his gaze, his tone calm, yet laced with a sharp retort. So, your accompanying the dance department's belle for a dance was also due to your affection for her, correct? Ling Weiyun was clearly taken aback by this sudden counterattack, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes, as if he had not anticipated Wenyu bringing this up at that moment. The grip of his arm around Wenyu instinctively loosened, seizing this fleeting moment of distraction. Wenyu forcefully pushed him away, finally breaking free from that suffocating embrace. He quickly sat up, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently as he attempted to smooth out his wrinkled clothing. Just then, the persistent phone buzzed again, vibrating with renewed vigor. The screen now displayed not Senior Su, but Xia Xingyao. Wenyu immediately snatched up the phone and pressed the answer button, as if it were the only lifeline within reach. Hello? Yeah. Xia Xingyao's anxious voice exploded from the receiver. You didn't come back last night? Are you all right? I've been trying to call you, and no one answered. I was so worried. Before Wenyu could respond, a large hand reached over and violently snatched the phone from his ear. Ling Weiyun held the phone, his expression still dark, radiating dominance and residual anger as he coldly declared into the receiver, enunciating each word. You are not to bother Wenyu again. The weight of his declaration emphasized the ownership. I will not allow him to have feelings for anyone else. A profound silence enveloped the other end of the line. Moments later, Xia Xingyao's voice rang out once more, imbued with profound astonishment, joy, and a hint of cautious probing. Ling the Handsome? How could he possibly like me? Ahem. Please don't misunderstand. Haha. I am hanging up. The call disconnected with a beep. Ling Weiyun, still clutching his phone, seemed to grasp the enormity of his blunder, remaining frozen in place. The atmosphere thickened with an unspoken awkwardness that spread like wildfire. Wenyu, exasperated by his antics, shot him an irritated glance, snatched back her phone, and turned to leave the chaotic scene. Yet, before she could step away, a firm grip tightened around her waist, pulling her back. I want to let you go. Ling Weiyun's voice emerged, muffled from behind, his arms wrapped securely around her like a playful, stubborn dog, refusing to release her. With a resigned sigh, Wenyu attempted to pry his hands apart. You're sober now, and everything is fine. What reason do I have to stay? The person behind her fell silent for a moment before loosening his embrace and stepping around to face her. Ling Weiyun stood before her, slightly bowing his head, his gaze fixed intently upon her, radiating a clumsy earnestness and a trace of anxiety as he declared, I like you, and I don't want you to leave me. It was impossible for Wenyu to remain unaffected by such words. Sensing her disbelief, Ling Weiyun hurriedly added, his tone rife with grievance and stubbornness, you said you disliked me before. What did I do wrong? I can change, but please don't go. Don't ignore me. These past few days without contact have driven me nearly mad. Wenyu was taken aback. He truly cared. Yet another question abruptly interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to blink in confusion. When did I say I disliked you? She racked her memory, unable to recall such words. Was it during that incident in the old town when she had responded that way? Ling Weiyun, however, offered no explanation, instead stubbornly gazing at her. Then you're not allowed to like anyone else. Like anyone else? When you recalled the kiss from the previous night, imbued with the scent of alcohol, yet strikingly clear. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively retorted, I don't like anyone else, so let me go. She attempted to create space between them. Then you like me, right? Just as I like you. We're perfect together, Ling Weiyun insisted, not loosening his grip, his eyes locked onto hers. Faced with his unwavering, almost domineering demeanor. When you couldn't help but sigh. Ling Weiyun, you are truly, though the words remained unspoken. The softening in her gaze and the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed too many emotions. Ling Weiyun perceptively noted her shift in attitude. His eyes sparkling with a brilliance akin to a sky full of stars. Regardless, I don't care, you've tacitly agreed. When you blushed at his candid, childlike proclamation, her heartbeat quickening, feeling somewhat uneasy as she averted her gaze, seeking to diffuse the overly intimate atmosphere. You should go freshen up first. You reek of alcohol. At that moment, Ling Weiyun felt as if a multitude of sugary, frosted donuts had exploded in his heart, filling him with sweetness and lightness, leaving him utterly buoyant. He gazed intently at Weiyun, his eyes unblinking, as if he could never get enough of the sight before him. Instead of loosening his grip, he gently tugged at Weiyun's wrist, his voice laced with an unmistakable tone of affection and dependence. Come with me. His eyes sparkled with a hint of timid anticipation, reminiscent of a loyal dog fearing abandonment by its master. Observing this demeanor, Weiyun found impossible to utter a word of refusal. The helplessness in his heart had long been supplanted by a tender, bittersweet emotion, ultimately manifesting as a soft, indulgent sigh. All right. With this affirmation, Ling Weiyun's face instantly brightened. His brows arched in delight, the previously austere lines of his face softening into an expression of pure joy as he eagerly led Weiyun toward the bathroom. The bathroom was spacious and bright. Ling Weiyun quickly prepared a brand new toothbrush, towel, and meticulously squeezed the right amount of toothpaste on a brush, arranging them neatly by the sink. Standing shoulder to shoulder before the expansive mirror, their reflections revealed two figures, one tall and upright, his features betraying uncontainable glee, the other, handsome and gentle, bearing a hint of resigned amusement in his eyes. Ling Weiyun's brushing became somewhat distracted, his gaze constantly darting toward his companion through the mirror. Upon noticing a small bit of white foam at the corner of Weiyun's mouth, he found it irresistibly adorable and couldn't help but extend a wet fingertip to gently wipe it away. Weiyun paused, locking eyes with the almost tangible focus in Ling Weiyun's gaze. His cheeks flushed slightly as he mumbled through his toothbrush, brush your teeth properly. At this, Ling Weiyun chuckled softly, obediently turning back. Yet mere moments later, his eyes wandered back once more. After finishing their oral hygiene, they each took a shower, washing away the fatigue and alcohol of the previous night. The sound of water trickled softly, the air filled with the fresh scent of shower gel and an unspoken intimacy. Ling Weiyun retrieved a brand new set of casual attire from the wardrobe, presenting it to Weiyun. It's all new. The tags are still on. I've never worn it. His tone carried a hint of pride in his offering. Weiyun accepted it, glancing at the luxurious brand renowned for its comfort and understated elegance. The minimalist design exuded quality, though it was not a style he would typically choose. However, with no other options at hand, he expressed his gratitude and donned the outfit, which carried a faint scent of soap. Though their height difference was manageable, Weiyun's narrower frame made the clothing fit him a bit loosely, enveloping him as if he were gently wrapped in Ling Weiyun's essence. Ling Weiyun, watching Weiyun don his clothes, felt a peculiar satisfaction despite the slight size discrepancy, his eyes gleaming even brighter. Once everything was in order, Ling Weiyun eagerly awaited Weiyun, radiating an unfiltered joy, like a child who had just received the most coveted candy, impatiently wanting to take Weiyun out for breakfast. As they reached the entrance, ready to depart, Weiyun suddenly recalled a vital question, as if pulling back a thread of reason from the overwhelming happiness. By the way, how did we get home yesterday?